Everyone in the kingdom knew one rule: never, under any circumstance, touch the Dragon King. Not his hand, not his cloak, not even the air too close to his skin, because the moment flesh met flesh, it turned to ash. And yet before the entire royal court, she grabbed his hand, and nothing happened. No fire, no scream, no smoke rising into the vaulted ceilings of the throne hall. Just silence. A silence so deep it felt like the world itself had stopped breathing. And that was the moment everything began to unravel. She had always been invisible, not in the mystical sense. No magic cloaked her presence. No spell hid her face. She was simply nothing. A servant girl born without a wolf, in a kingdom where even the lowest child carried the pulse of the beast beneath their skin. Among warriors and nobles who could shift into creatures of fang and fury, she remained painfully, humiliatingly human. They called her Empty, a name whispered in corridors, laughed behind goblets, spat like something bitter on the tongue. She scrubbed floors where nobles walked. She lowered her gaze when alphas passed. She learned to make herself smaller, quieter, less noticeable than the shadows that stretched along the stone walls. Because in a world ruled by strength, weakness was not pitied. It was erased. The day of her humiliation arrived wrapped in silk and cruelty. The royal court had gathered every alpha, every noble bloodline, every ambitious eye turned toward the great hall for a ceremonial demonstration of loyalty. Servants were brought forward, one by one, to kneel before the throne and swear their service. It was a tradition meant to reinforce order, but for her, it was something else. A spectacle. When her name was called, a ripple of quiet amusement moved through the court. "Bring forward the wolfless one," a noblewoman murmured, her voice dripping with delight. She stepped forward, barefoot against cold marble, her hands trembling despite every effort to steady them. The weight of hundreds of eyes pressed down on her like a physical force. At the center of it all sat the Dragon King. He did not move. He did not speak, but the air around him shimmered with heat. Even from a distance, it was suffocating, like standing too close to a forge that had never once cooled. His presence was not simply powerful, it was wrong, unnatural, as though his body rejected the world around him, burning everything that dared come near. She had heard the stories. Servants who brushed against him gone in an instant. Guards who tried to steady him, reduced to ash before they could scream. Even his own advisors kept their distance, because the Dragon King was not just feared, he was untouchable. "Kneel," came the command. She dropped to her knees. "Swear your loyalty." Another voice followed. Her throat tightened. The words felt heavy, foreign. Loyalty implied value, purpose, worth, things she had never been allowed to possess. Still, she opened her mouth, and then it happened. A guard behind her shoved her forward, hard. Her balance broke. Her body pitched ahead before she could stop it. And in that single, irreversible moment, she reached out. Her hand slammed against his. The court gasped as one. Some screamed. Others turned away, already expecting to witness her death. But no fire came. No flames devoured her skin. No ash drifted into the air. Instead, the Dragon King froze. His fingers, which had never held another living being without destroying it, remained still beneath her touch. His eyes, cold, ancient, and terrifying, snapped downward to where their skin met. And for the first time in years, the fire around him flickered. She should have pulled away. Every instinct screamed at her to let go, to retreat, to beg forgiveness. But something held her there, something deeper than fear. Because for a single, impossible second, the heat was gone, not lessened, not weakened, gone. And in its place was something else, something steady, something alive. "Don't move." His voice was low, commanding, and laced with something no one in that room had ever heard from him before. Hook. The court erupted into chaos. How is she not burning? This is impossible. She touched him. The nobles rose from their seats, whispers turning into sharp, frantic voices. Some looked at her with horror, others with calculation. But the Dragon King did not look away from her. Not once. "Stand," he ordered. She obeyed, her legs barely able to support her weight. Slowly, carefully, he turned his hand, still holding hers. Testing, waiting, watching. Nothing happened. No fire. No destruction. Only silence. "Bring her closer," he said. The command sent a wave of unease through the court. "Your Majesty," one advisor began, pale with fear. "I said bring her closer." No one dared argue again. She was guided, pushed, really until she stood directly before the throne. Close enough to feel the remnants of heat still clinging to him. Close enough to see the truth no one spoke of. The Dragon King was not in control. His power was consuming him. "Look at me," he said. She hesitated, then obeyed. His eyes burned not with flame, but with something far more dangerous. "Need. What are you?" he asked. She swallowed. "Nothing, Your Majesty." The answer echoed through the hall, and something shifted in his expression. "Nothing does not survive me," he said quietly. From that moment on, her life no longer belonged to her. She was taken not to the servant quarters, not back to the shadows, but to his chambers. A place no one entered, a place no one survived. The first night was a test. She stood across the room, every nerve in her body alive with tension as he approached. Slowly, deliberately, like a predator, unsure of its prey. "Do not run," he said. She didn't, not because she wasn't afraid, but because something deeper had taken hold. Curiosity. His hand lifted, hesitated, then pressed against her arm. Nothing. No fire. No pain. Only warmth. A sharp breath escaped him, not from exertion, but from relief. Rav. Unfiltered. Addictive. Again, he whispered. And this time, he didn't stop at her arm. Days turned into nights. Nights into something dangerously close to routine. He tested the limits of her presence, her skin, her proximity, and each time, the same result. She neutralized him, calmed him, silenced the fire that had ruled his existence. But there was a cost. She began to feel it, not immediately, not obviously, but slowly. Something inside her drained, like standing too long in winter, unaware of the cold creeping into your bones. And beyond those walls, the court watched, waited, plotted, because power like that could not remain unchallenged. And someone had already decided, if she could touch the Dragon King, then she could kill him too. The first attempt to kill her came before dawn. She woke to the scent of smoke, but not from the king. This fire was different, thin, bitter, crawling beneath the door of the small chamber they had given her beside his own. For one frozen heartbeat, she thought his curse had finally reached through the walls and found her in her sleep. Then she saw the black oil spilling beneath the door, saw the orange glow rising beyond it, and understood the truth. Someone had locked her inside and set the corridor aflame. She stumbled from the bed, coughing, her hands scraping against stone. But the window was too narrow, the door too hot, the smoke too thick. Outside, no guards shouted, no footsteps came. Whoever had done this had chosen the hour well. She pressed both palms against the burning door, expecting pain, expecting skin to blister, but the heat sank into her like water into dry earth. The flames bent toward her, not away, toward her, and deep beneath her ribs, something ancient stirred. She gasped as the fire vanished through the cracks, rushing into her palms in ribbons of gold and crimson until the corridor beyond fell dark. When the door finally burst open, the Dragon King stood on the other side, half-dressed, barefoot against scorched stone, his eyes blazing with terror so violent it almost looked like rage. He did not look at the burned walls. He looked only at her hands. "Who did this?" he asked. She opened her mouth, but no answer came, because behind him, standing among the guards with perfect calm, was Lady Seraphine, the noblewoman promised by blood treaty to become his queen. And she was smiling. From that morning onward, the palace changed. The servants no longer called her empty where the king could hear, but their silence became sharper than insults. The nobles lowered their voices when she passed. The royal council demanded answers the Dragon King refused to give. Seraphine, beautiful as polished ivory and cold as a blade left in winter, began visiting the throne hall every day, dressed in red silk as if she already wore his fire. She never accused the servant girl directly. She did not need to. She merely asked questions in front of the court. Why had a wolfless slave survived what every warrior could not? Why did the king summon her at night? Why had his fires weakened since she came near him? And most dangerous of all, was she saving him or slowly binding him? The council listened, and fear did what fear always does in royal courts. It gave cowardice the appearance of wisdom. The Dragon King grew more restless as the whispers spread. He called her to him more often, not only when the curse flared, not only when the flames crawled up his arms and cracked the stone beneath his feet, but when the silence inside him became unbearable. At first he only took her hand. Then he began to keep her seated beside him during council meetings, where the nobles stared as though a servant on the king's right hand was a greater crime than murder. At night, when the fire beneath his skin raged hardest, he would stand in the dark and say nothing until she crossed the room to him. The first time she placed both hands against his chest, he trembled. The great Dragon King, conqueror of 7 wolf kingdoms, the man whose name made rival alphas kneel, trembled beneath the touch of a girl who had once scrubbed ash from his hearth. "Does it hurt?" she whispered. His jaw tightened. "Always." And that single word broke something in her, because until then, she had believed monsters did not suffer. But each time she calmed him, she weakened. Her fingers turned cold after touching him. Strange gold marks appeared beneath her skin, faint at first, then brighter, like veins filled with sunlight. She hid them beneath sleeves, but the king noticed. Of course he noticed. He noticed everything about her now, the way she swayed after standing too long, the way her breath caught when his fire surged, the way she lied when he asked if she was well. One night, he caught her wrist before she could hide it. The gold lines glowed between them. His expression darkened. "You are paying for this." She tried to pull away. "It is nothing. Do not lie to me." His voice was quiet, but the room seemed to bow beneath it. "Everyone in this palace lies to me. You will not." She looked at him then, truly looked, and saw not the king, not the curse, not the living fire, but the man trapped inside it. "If I stop," she said, "you burn." His grip loosened, not because he wanted to release her, but because the truth had wounded him more deeply than any blade. That was the beginning of his restraint, and the beginning of her danger. He tried to keep distance. She saw it in the way he folded his hands behind his back when she entered, the way he stood across the room though the fire visibly tortured him, the way he dismissed her before nightfall even when sweat burned at his temples. But the curse punished him for mercy. Without her touch, his body rejected the world with renewed violence. Candles melted before he passed them. Iron handles glowed red beneath his fingers. The stone floor cracked wherever he stood too long. On the third night, his monstrous form emerged. It began with wings, not fully formed, not free, but shadows of them tearing from his back in a storm of heat and black flame. His spine bowed. Scales rose along his neck. His eyes turned molten gold. The guards fled before he could command them to stay. Only she remained, frozen in the doorway as the Dragon King became the beast his enemies prayed he would become. He roared, and the windows shattered outward into the night. "Leave," he forced through clenched teeth. "I cannot hold it." She should have obeyed. Every sane part of her begged her to run. But then he looked at her not as a king, not as a beast, but as a man terrified of what he might do. And she crossed the broken glass barefoot. "Do not come closer," he growled. She kept walking. I said, "Leave." The flames rose higher, circling him like a living crown. She stepped through them. They bent away from her skin, then rushed into her body, bright and terrible. When her palms touched his face, the beast inside him shuddered. His claws dug into stone. His wings collapsed into smoke, and slowly, impossibly, he leaned into her hands like a starving creature finding warmth for the first time. By dawn, every courtier in the palace had heard what happened. By noon, Seraphine had turned rumor into accusation. By dusk, the royal council summoned them both before the throne. Not the Dragon King's throne, the ancient judgment seat beneath the Hall of Ashes, where kings themselves could be challenged if the council believed the realm was endangered. It was a trap, and he knew it. Still, he went, because kings who refused judgment looked guilty before history. She stood beside him in plain gray linen, surrounded by nobles in jewels and armor, feeling smaller than ever beneath the painted eyes of dead rulers. Seraphine stepped forward with a silver dagger in her hand and a softness in her voice that fooled no one. "Your Majesty," she said, "we do not question your strength, we question hers." She turned toward the court. A wolfless slave appears from nowhere, survives dragonfire, drains the king's power, and now his curse worsens whenever she is absent. "Is that salvation or possession?" the council murmured. The Dragon King's hand curled into a fist. Heat rolled across the floor. She felt it searching for her, reaching instinctively, but he held himself back. Seraphine saw it and smiled. Let her prove innocence. Let her touch the sacred flame. At the far end of the hall, an ancient brazier burned with white fire, said to reveal forbidden blood. No servant was allowed near it. No liar survived it. The girl's stomach dropped. The Dragon King turned on the council. "No." His voice shook the pillars. "This judgment ends now." But Seraphine had already won the room. "If she is nothing," she said, "then nothing will happen." They dragged her forward. The king moved, and 20 spears lowered toward him, not because the guards could stop him, but because the council wanted the kingdom to see him choose violence for a servant. She looked back at him once. His face was carved from fury and fear. "Do not touch it," he commanded. But for the first time since she had entered his life, she did not obey. She placed her hand into the white flame. The hall exploded with light, not fire, not smoke. Light. Vast, golden, ancient light surged from the brazier and wrapped around her like a crown remembering its queen. The gray linen burned away into luminous ash, but her skin remained untouched. Across her arms, the hidden gold veins blazed into the shape of scales. Behind her, the shadow of enormous wings unfurled against the wall, not his wings, hers. The court fell to its knees without understanding why. The white flame rose higher, forming words in a language older than the wolf kingdoms, older than the dragon throne, older than betrayal itself. The Dragon King stared at her, as if seeing the answer to a question his blood had been asking all his life. Then the oldest counselor whispered the name no one had spoken for 3 centuries. The Emberblood heir. Seraphine's smile vanished. The truth broke over the hall like judgment. She was not wolfless because she was empty. She was wolfless because no wolf could live inside dragon blood. She was the last descendant of the ancient Emberblood queens, the royal line that had once balanced the Dragon Kings, not by serving them, not by obeying them, but by anchoring the fire inside their bodies so it would not consume the world. Her blood did not absorb his flame by accident. It recognized him, and his fire did not spare her because it was weak. It spared her because it had been searching for her since the day he was cursed. Seraphine lunged before anyone could stop her. The silver dagger flashed toward the girl's heart, but the Dragon King moved faster than flame. He caught the blade in his bare hand. For one breath, the court expected the dagger to melt. Instead, blood ran down his palm. Real blood. Human blood. Because while she stood within the sacred flame, his curse was silent. For the first time in years, he could bleed instead of burn. He looked at the blood in wonder. Then he looked at Seraphine. "You tried to murder my queen." The word queen shattered the last illusion of order. Rival alphas rose. Seraphine screamed that the Ember bloodline was cursed, that the servant had bewitched him, that no court would bow to Ashborn blood. The traitorous commander of the royal guard drew his sword and declared the king unfit, claiming the council's authority to seize the throne before dragon madness destroyed them all. And then the war, hidden beneath courtly manners, finally revealed its teeth. Chaos consumed the Hall of Ashes. Wolves shifted between pillars, tearing silk and armor as they lunged. Flame spiraled from the ancient brazier. The Dragon King fought without unleashing the full curse, because she was still too close, still glowing, still draining herself to keep him whole. He saw her knees buckle, saw the light in her veins flicker, and for the first time, he chose not to take what she offered. He chose to give something back. He crossed the hall through blood and fire, seized her hand, and pressed it against his chest. "No more," he said. "You will not die keeping me alive." She looked up at him, trembling. "If I let go, you become the curse again." His eyes softened in the middle of battle, impossibly, painfully. "Then let the curse take me." But she understood then what he did not. The bond was not meant to be one way. She was not born to be consumed. She was born to command the balance. So when the commander raised a black iron spear forged to pierce dragon hearts and hurled it toward the king's back, she stepped in front of him. The spear struck the light around her and stopped inches from her chest. Her eyes ignited gold. Her voice, when it came, did not sound like the servant girl they had mocked. It sounded like a throne waking from a long sleep. "Kneel." Every flame in the hall obeyed. The sacred brazier, the torches, the burning banners, even the fire beneath the Dragon King's skin surged outward and bowed toward her. The wolves froze. The nobles dropped to the floor as pressure filled the hall, ancient and absolute. The commander screamed as his black spear melted into dust. Seraphine staggered backward, all her beauty stripped bare by terror. The girl looked at her and saw every corridor insult, every cruel smile, every hand that had shoved her toward death. But she did not burn her. She did something worse. She spared her before the entire court. "Let her live," she said, "so she remembers whom she called nothing." The Dragon King looked at the girl then, not with possession, not with hunger, not with the desperate need that had first chained them together, but with reverence. He lowered himself to one knee before her. The court gasped, because Dragon Kings did not kneel. Not to councils, not to gods, not to fate. Yet he knelt before the servant girl with ash on her feet and fire in her blood, and he placed his wounded hand over his heart. "I choose her," he said, his voice carrying through the ruined hall. "Not because she saves me, not because my curse demands her. I choose her because every soul in this kingdom saw her suffer and called it weakness, while she carried a power greater than all of us, and still chose mercy." The mate bond struck like thunder. It was not soft. It was not gentle. It was a collision of ancient fire and living blood, a force that cracked the white marble beneath them and sent golden flames spiraling into the broken roof. She felt him not only his power, but his loneliness, his agony, every year of untouchable silence. Every night he stood alone, afraid to breathe too near another living thing. And he felt her, the girl who had scrubbed floors while royal blood slept hidden in her veins. The child who had been called empty so often she nearly believed it. The woman who could have let the world burn, and instead chose to hold it together with her bare hands. When the light faded, the curse was changed. Not gone, not destroyed, transformed. The Dragon King's fire no longer lashed blindly at the world. It moved beneath his skin, like a sleeping beast answering to two hearts instead of one. He reached for her slowly, not because he feared burning her now, but because choice mattered. She gave him her hand. This time, the touch did not drain her. Warmth passed between them, equal and steady. His thumb brushed over the gold marks on her wrist, and they softened into delicate lines like a living crown beneath her skin. Seraphine and the traitorous commander were taken away before sunset. The corrupt council was stripped of authority, its eldest members forced to swear before the sacred flame they had tried to weaponize. The rival alphas who had come hoping to witness weakness bowed instead to a union older than their bloodlines. And the servant quarters, where she had once slept, nameless and cold, were opened by royal decree. No child born without a wolf would again be called empty in his kingdom. That night, she returned not to the small chamber beside his, but to the high balcony overlooking the Black Mountains, where dragon fire once lit the sky in lonely storms. The king stood beside her, no longer surrounded by unbearable heat. For the first time, snow began to fall over the volcanic peaks without melting before it touched the stone. He watched it with quiet wonder, then looked at her as though the world had given him something too fragile to deserve. "You could leave," he said. "After everything this palace did to you, no oath binds you here." She turned her palm upward, the same hand that had once accidentally saved him before the entire court. "And if I stay?" His breath caught, and she saw the feared Dragon King become simply a man afraid to hope. "Then I will spend the rest of my life proving you were never born to be used." She stepped closer. "I was not born to be your cure." "No," he said, lowering his forehead to hers. "You were born to be my equal." And when he kissed her, the kingdom did not burn. The mountains did not crack. The ancient curse did not rise to punish them. Instead, deep beneath the palace, the sacred flame turned gold, and every wolf in the capital lifted its head as one, sensing the birth of a bond powerful enough to change the fate of kings. The girl once called Empty stood beside the Dragon King as the last Emberblood Queen, no longer hidden, no longer owned, no longer afraid of the fire that had tried to devour them both. And for the first time in his cursed life, the Dragon King slept with her hand in his, not because he needed her to survive the night, but because he had finally found a world that did not reject him. But peace did not come simply because the Dragon King had chosen her. In kingdoms built on old blood and older pride, love was never allowed to arrive without a blade hidden beneath it. By morning, the entire capital knew that the servant girl once called Empty had stood in the sacred flame and survived, that the Dragon King had knelt before her, that the court had watched his curse bow to her blood. Some whispered her name with wonder, others with fear, but the most dangerous ones whispered it with hatred. Because a girl raised among ashes had done what noble daughters had failed to do for years. She had touched the untouchable king, and instead of dying, she had become the one person no throne could ignore. The palace tried to dress her in silk before sunrise, but every gown they brought felt like a costume stolen from someone else's life. She stood before a polished bronze mirror, while 3 trembling attendants fastened gold clasps around her wrists, and all she could see was the same girl who had once scrubbed soot from hearthstones until her hands cracked. Only now, beneath her skin, golden lines shimmered faintly, pulsing whenever the Dragon King drew near, and he was always near. Not openly at first, not in a way the court could easily name, but his presence followed her like a storm refusing to break. Guards doubled outside her doors. Poison tasters appeared at every meal. Corridors emptied before she walked through them, not because she commanded it, but because he had made one thing clear without saying it twice. Anyone who touched her without permission would answer to fire. Yet protection could become another kind of cage, and she felt it before he did. The first week after the reveal, he tried to keep her away from every council session, every public ceremony, every noble gathering where resentment might sharpen into danger. "You have survived enough courts," he told her one evening, as red dusk bled through the balcony arches. "You do not need to endure another room full of smiling wolves." She looked at him carefully, at the man who had once demanded her touch, because his own body was a prison, and she understood the fear beneath his command. "If I hide now," she said, "they will say I am only powerful when you stand in front of me." His jaw tightened. "Let them say it. I have lived my whole life beneath names other people gave me." Her voice did not rise, but something in it made the torches flicker. "Empty, wolfless, servant, threat, curse. I will not add coward to that list. For a moment." Anger flashed across his face, not at her defiance, but at the world that had taught her to defend her own existence with every breath. Then the anger faded, leaving only the ache he did not know how to hide. "I cannot lose you," he said. And there it was, the truth neither of them had fully spoken. His need for her had begun as survival, but now it had become something far more dangerous, because a king could command armies, conquer borders, burn enemies from the earth, and still be helpless before the thought of one woman disappearing from his reach. So she went to the council chamber the next day, not behind him, beside him. The nobles watched her as though she were a flame brought indoors, beautiful, only until it spread. The remaining counselors bowed, but their eyes betrayed them. They saw the servant's posture beneath the new silk. They saw the faint gold under her skin. They saw the king's hand resting close to hers, not touching, but ready. The meeting began with land disputes from the northern wolf packs, tribute failures from border lords, and petitions from minor houses suddenly eager to prove loyalty. But beneath every word lay the same question. What was she now? A queen? A weapon? A cure? A threat? Then Lord Vare, an elderly alpha with silver hair and a voice like dry parchment, rose from his seat. "Your Majesty," he said, never once looking at her. "With respect to the old laws, no woman may sit beside the dragon throne until formally recognized by blood trial, council assent, and royal bond sealing." The chamber grew quiet. The Dragon King's eyes darkened. "Choose your next words with care." Lord Vare bowed his head just enough to avoid open rebellion. "I ask only for order. The girl's blood may be ancient, but it is unverified beyond spectacle. Sacred flame can be manipulated. Prophecy can be misread, and a mate bond, especially one formed under distress, may be a curse wearing the face of destiny." The words struck exactly where they were meant to. Her fingers went cold. A curse wearing the face of destiny. She had wondered the same thing in the darkest corner of her own heart. Did he want her? Or did his fire want her? Did she stay because she chose him? Or because her blood had been made for his? The Dragon King rose slowly, and heat rolled across the table. "You accuse your king of being bewitched. I accuse no one," Lord Vare said. "I ask for proof." Proof became the weapon they used against her. The council could not deny what the court had seen, so they demanded more. If she was truly Emberblood, she must enter the mirror crypt below the palace, where old queens had once faced the memories of their line. If she emerged with the ancestral mark, the court would recognize her claim. If she failed, the council would declare her an unstable magical anomaly and place her under royal confinement. For her own protection, the Dragon King refused at once. The mirror crypt had not been opened in 3 centuries. No one knew what waited beneath it, but the more he refused, the more the council looked at her as if she were a frightened servant hiding behind a monster. And so, before he could burn the chamber down with politics still inside it, she stood. "I will enter." His head turned sharply. "No." She met his eyes in front of them all. "Yes." The room held its breath, sensing the first true fracture between them. He leaned closer, voice low enough only she could hear. "You do not understand what ancient places take from living blood." "Then tell me." Pain moved through his expression. "I cannot. The old records were destroyed." "Then you do not know it will kill me." "I know everything this court asks of you is meant to cut you until you bleed obedience." Her heart twisted, but she did not look away. "Then let them see what rises when I bleed." The mirror crypt opened at moonrise. The entrance lay beneath the Hall of Ashes, sealed behind a door of black stone veined with gold. When the Dragon King pressed his palm to it, the stone did not burn. It recognized the altered fire in him now, the flame steadied by their bond. With a groan like the earth remembering pain, the door parted. Cold air breathed out, not the clean cold of winter, but the ancient cold of sealed grief. She descended alone because the law demanded it, though she felt him above her with every step. Their bond stretched thin between them like a thread of flame. Down below, the crypt was not a tomb. It was a palace beneath a palace, carved from obsidian and filled with mirrors taller than towers. Each mirror reflected a different version of her. In one, she was the barefoot servant girl. In another, a queen crowned in fire. In another, a corpse with gold cracks across her skin. She walked forward, and the mirrors began to whisper. They spoke in voices like women singing through smoke. Daughter, Ashborn, hidden flame, last of the line. Then the reflections changed. She saw a battlefield from centuries before. Dragon kings burning entire armies because no Emberblood queen stood beside them. She saw women with her same golden veins chained by rulers who loved their power more than their souls. She saw one queen place both hands on a king's chest and burn away into light while he survived, weeping over ashes. She stumbled back, horror tightening around her throat. This was the truth the legends had hidden. Emberblood women had not always been honored. Sometimes they had been consumed. Sometimes they had been called destiny, when the world meant sacrifice. Above, the Dragon King felt her fear through the bond and nearly broke the law to go after her. The council watched him from a distance, tense and eager, waiting for grief to make him reckless. His fists clenched so hard the stone beneath his feet cracked. In the crypt, she reached the final mirror. Unlike the others, it reflected nothing. Its surface was dark, still, and endless. When she touched it, the glass softened like water and pulled her inside. Suddenly, she stood in a chamber of white flame, and before her waited a woman crowned in embers. She was older, regal, sorrowful, with the same gold-lit skin and eyes that seemed to carry every dawn ever born. "You are late," the woman said. The girl could barely breathe. "Who are you?" "The first queen who refused to die for a king." The words struck harder than any vision. The woman moved closer, her gown trailing sparks across the unseen floor. "They told you your blood exists to save him. Does it not?" The queen's smile was sad. "Your blood exists to balance fire. Balance is not surrender. It is not obedience. It is not letting a man, even a wounded one, turn your life into medicine." Tears burned in her eyes before she could stop them. "Then why does touching him feel like coming home?" "Because some bonds are true," the queen said softly. "And some truths still become chains when fear holds them too tightly." When she emerged from the crypt hours later, dawn had turned the sky pale above the broken roof of the Hall of Ashes. The entire council waited. So did the Dragon King. He looked as if he had not moved once all night. The moment she stepped through the black door, his control nearly broke. But he stopped himself, waiting for her choice, for her signal, for permission to cross the distance. That restraint, more than any vow, told her the crypt had not lied about him. He was capable of need without taking, love without consuming, power without possession. She lifted her hand. Only then did he come to her. The council saw the mark before he reached her. A crown of gold fire glowing at the base of her throat, delicate and unmistakable. Lord Vare went pale. The blood trial had not merely recognized her, it had crowned her. The Dragon King stopped in front of her, his eyes fixed on the mark, and for one fragile breath, the feared ruler of the realm looked humbled beyond words. "What did it show you?" he asked. She answered honestly, because the bond between them could not survive pretty lies. "That women like me have died saving men like you." The words landed in silence. His face changed, and she saw the wound open in him. Not anger, shame. He stepped back at once, as though his closeness itself had become a threat. Then, "I will never ask again. That is not what I said. It is what I should have understood." His Volproti. His voice roughened. "I called you my equal before the court. Then let them send you beneath the earth to prove you deserve to stand beside me." She reached for him, but this time he did not take her hand. "I have spent years fearing my fire would destroy anyone who came near me," he said. I never feared that my need might do the same. And then he turned away not because he did not love her, but because he did. That emotional retreat became the cruelest distance between them. He protected her still, honored her publicly, gave her authority the court could not ignore. But he stopped reaching for her in the quiet, stopped asking her to calm the fire when it hurt him, stopped sleeping with her hand in his. At first, she told herself, this was what freedom should feel like. Space, choice, no demand. But every night, through the bond, she felt his pain flare behind walls of restraint. She felt him walking alone in chambers scorched by his own skin. Felt him biting back roars until blood filled his mouth. Felt him choosing suffering because he had mistaken distance for respect. And she, proud enough not to beg and wounded enough to doubt, let the silence grow. The palace noticed. Seraphine, though imprisoned in the Western Tower awaiting judgment, noticed most of all. Hatred sharpened her patience. From behind iron bars, she began sending messages through servants still loyal to her house. If the Emberblood girl had created distance between herself and the king, then the curse could be turned again. And if the curse returned in full before the realm, the council would have its proof that neither love nor ancient blood could save him. The attack came during the Moon Tribunal, a gathering of the werewolf kingdoms under the Dragon King's rule. Alphas from the Frost Packs, the River Clans, the Ironwood territories, and the Southern Red Wolves filled the great amphitheater beyond the palace walls. It was a night of public oaths, where each pack renewed allegiance beneath the full moon. She stood beside the throne in a gown of deep ember gold, her ancestral mark visible for all to see. The Dragon King stood apart from her by several steps, a distance no one else understood but everyone felt. Rival Alpha Kale of the Ironwood Pack watched that distance with predatory interest. He was broad, scarred, and ambitious, a ruler who had obeyed only because the Dragon King's curse made rebellion suicidal. But now, the curse had weakened. The king bled, the servant queen doubted, and men like Kale could smell fracture the way wolves smelled blood. When the sacred horn sounded, each alpha approached to kneel. Kyle came last. He bowed lower than required, then looked up with a smile that never reached his eyes. "Your Majesty," he said, "we are honored to see the realm steadied by your companion." The insult was wrapped in silk. The amphitheater chilled. The Dragon King's fire stirred, but he held it down. She stepped forward before he could speak. "You may address me as Emberblood." Kyle's gaze slid to her throat. Blood is easy to claim in times of fear. A murmur passed through the packs. Power is harder. Then he did the one thing no one expected. He drew a small silver chain from his cloak and threw it onto the moonlit stone between them. Attached to it was a collar blackened by dragonfire, her old servant collar. Gasps rippled outward. "I found this in the lower quarters," Kale said, "a touching relic. Tell me, my lady, does royal blood remember the feel of a chain?" The humiliation hit like a slap. Not because the collar exposed her past. Everyone knew what she had been. But because for one moment, she was back there again. Barefoot, nameless, laughed at, by people who believed cruelty was proof of rank. The Dragon King moved. She felt his rage before the flames appeared. The air warped. Stone groaned. Kale wanted exactly that. If the king unleashed fire before the assembled packs over an insult, he would look unstable, ruled by attachment, weakened by the woman he claimed as equal. She reached for him through the bond, not with magic, but with a single, silent plea. "Do not let him make me your wound." The flame stopped inches from the ground. The king's eyes burned white gold, but he did not strike. She bent, picked up the collar, and held it before the entire tribunal. Her voice carried across the amphitheater. "Yes," she said, "royal blood remembers the chain. It remembers who fastened it, who ignored it, who benefited from it, and who now fears the neck beneath it was never bowed, only waiting." Then she closed her fist. The collar melted not from his fire, but from hers. Golden flame poured between her fingers, clean and controlled. The packs went silent. Alpha Kale's smile faded. But Seraphine's true plan had not been humiliation. It had been poison, not in wine, not in food, in the sacred horn itself. When it sounded again for the final oath, the note carried a forbidden resonance, an ancient anti-dragon spell hidden in music, designed to awaken the curse and sever any balancing bond. The sound ripped through the amphitheater. The Dragon King staggered. Fire burst from his skin in a violent ring. Wolf screamed as heat slammed into the stone seats. She rushed toward him, but the force threw her back. For the first time since the bond formed, his fire did not recognize her. His eyes turned molten and empty. Wings of black flame tore from his back. Scales climbed across his face. The monstrous form returned, larger and more terrible than before. The assembled alphas drew weapons. Kale shouted, "Behold your king!" And the rebellion began. The amphitheater descended into war beneath the moon. Wolves shifted mid-leap, their bodies twisting into massive beasts that charged the throne. Dragon fire spiraled upward, uncontrolled, striking pillars and turning banners into suns. The Dragon King fought himself harder than he fought them, roaring as he tried to pull the flames inward before they reached her. She could feel him somewhere beneath the curse, trapped behind burning walls. She ran toward him again, but Alpha Kale intercepted her in wolf form, a massive iron-gray beast with jaws wide enough to crush her spine. He lunged. She raised her hands, and golden fire formed a shield just as his claws struck. The impact drove her to her knees. Around her, loyal guards battled traitors, packs turned on packs, and above them all the Dragon King's monstrous shadow blotted out the moon. Kyle shifted back just enough to speak, blood on his teeth. "You are not his salvation," he snarled. "You are the leash, and I will free the realm from both of you." He struck again, and this time her shield cracked. She was still learning power that her ancestors had carried from birth. He was a war, Alpha, forged through decades of violence. He drove her backward across the broken stone until her shoulder slammed into the base of the throne. The Dragon King saw it, even through the curse, even through the spell tearing his mind apart. He saw Kale standing over her. Something human awakened inside the beast. He roared Kale's name with such fury that every wolf in the amphitheater froze. But when he tried to move toward her, the anti-dragon resonance twisted tighter around him, turning his own fire inward. Black cracks spread across his chest. He was burning from within. She understood then that Seraphine had not meant merely to expose him. She had meant to make him destroy himself before the realm. There are moments when fear ends not because courage arrives, but because love becomes more unbearable than death. She rose despite the blood at her temple, despite the trembling in her legs, despite the ancestral queen's warning that balance must never become sacrifice. This was not surrender. This was choice. She stepped past Kale and walked into the inferno surrounding the Dragon King. The flames struck her like 1,000 blades. Her skin lit gold. The bond screamed. He saw her coming and fought to retreat, but chains of sound held him in place. "No," he growled, voice broken between man and beast. "Do not." She kept walking. "You told me I was your equal." "Yes, then stop deciding alone what I am allowed to risk." His monstrous eyes filled with pain. "I will kill you." She reached the center of the fire and placed both hands against his burning chest. This time, she did not absorb. She commanded, "Then find me before you do." The world vanished into flame. Inside the curse, she saw him. Not the king, not the beast, but the boy he had been before power became punishment. A child standing in a nursery of burning curtains while adults screamed beyond the door. A prince whose dragon blood awakened too early, too violently, incinerating the nurse who tried to comfort him. A young ruler taught never to touch, never to cry, never to desire closeness because desire made him dangerous. A man crowned, not by triumph, but by isolation. He had not rejected the world first. The world had recoiled from him, until his body learned to do the same. She moved through that memory fire and found him kneeling in the center of it, hands covered in ash. I am tired, he whispered. I know, she said. I have burned everything. Not me. He looked up at her, eyes haunted. I wanted to. The confession would have frightened anyone else. But she heard what lay beneath it. Not cruelty, but terror. He had wanted to hold her so badly that need itself felt monstrous. She knelt before him. Wanting is not taking. She held out her hand. Come back. When they emerged from the flame, the amphitheater was silent. The Dragon King stood in human form, shaking, his face streaked with ash and tears. No one dared acknowledge. Her hands remained pressed to his chest, but the gold light no longer drained her. It flowed between them in a circle, fire answering blood, blood answering fire. The anti-dragon spell shattered with a sound like glass breaking beneath the moon. Across the amphitheater, the sacred horn cracked open, revealing a hidden black rune carved inside. Every eye turned towards Seraphine's tower in the distance. Her betrayal was no longer rumor. It was proof. Alpha Kale, seeing the rebellion falter, made one final desperate move. He seized a fallen spear and charged not at the Dragon King, but at her. The king turned, but she lifted one hand. This time, she did not need saving. The ground beneath KL erupted with golden flame, not burning his flesh, but binding his shadow to the stone. He collapsed mid-stride, unable to move. She walked toward him slowly, the entire tribunal watching. You wanted proof of power, she said. Here it is. Kyle strained, veins bulging in his neck. Kill me then. She looked at the assembled packs, at the nobles, at the soldiers who had once watched her humiliation as entertainment. No. Death is too easy for men who mistake cruelty for strength. She turned to the Frostpack Alpha, an older woman with silver eyes who had not joined the rebellion. Let him stand trial before the packs whose sons he brought here to die for his ambition. The Frost Alpha bowed, not to the Dragon King, to her. That bow changed everything. One by one, the loyal Alphas knelt, not from fear of dragonfire, not from obligation to the throne, but because they had seen the girl once mocked as wolfless stand between madness and massacre and choose justice over vengeance. The Dragon King watched them kneel before her, and no jealousy touched him, only pride. Fierce, quiet, devastating pride. When she returned to his side, he did not reach for her in front of them all. He waited. She slipped her hand into his. The gesture was small, but the amphitheater felt it like a coronation. Seraphine was brought down from the western tower before dawn. She had traded silk for prison gray, but even chained, she held herself like a woman who believed beauty could still command mercy. They brought her into the damaged throne hall, where the sacred flame now burned gold instead of white. The council gathered, diminished and afraid. The packs stood witness. Seraphine looked first at the Dragon King, then at the girl beside him. Hatred flickered, but beneath it was something uglier. Grief. It should have been me, she said. Her voice was raw now, stripped of courtly music. I was raised for him, trained for him, promised to him. Every lesson, every ritual, every breath of my life was shaped around becoming queen. Then, a servant touched his hand by accident, and destiny threw me away. For the first time, the girl saw not only the villain, but the wound that had fed her. It did not excuse the murders, the fire, the poison, the rebellion, but it made the cruelty human, and somehow that made it worse. The Dragon King's voice was cold. You tried to burn her alive, because she took the only future I was allowed to want. Seraphine turned to her then. Do you think mercy makes you better than me? You stand there with his hand in yours because fate chose your blood. Had it chosen mine, you would still be scrubbing floors. The words struck deep because part of them was true. Fate was not fairness. Blood was not virtue. Power did not make suffering meaningful. The girl stepped closer. You are right about one thing, she said. If my blood had never awakened, this court would have left me in chains. The hall stilled. That is why the court must change. Seraphine blinked, thrown by the answer. You expected me to deny it. I will not. This kingdom does not become just because I rose within it. It becomes just when no girl needs ancient blood to be treated as human. The sacred flame flared behind her, as if the old queens approved. Judgment was passed before sunset. Seraphine was stripped of title and sent to the northern monastery fortress, not as a guest, not as a martyr, but as a prisoner under oath, where she would spend her life healing those burned by the wars her family had funded. Lord Vare and the corrupt counselors were removed from office. Alpha Kael was delivered to the Pack Tribunal. The traitorous commander, who had survived the Hall of Ashes, confessed under sacred flame that half the rebellion had been planned months before the servant girl ever touched the king. They had always intended to overthrow him. She had merely become their excuse. That revelation spread across the kingdom faster than fear. People began to understand that the Dragon King's curse had not been the only danger in the realm. Men without fire had done just as much burning, but victory did not heal everything. In the days that followed, she struggled beneath the weight of her new name. Emberblood, Queen-marked, Flamebinder, Savior. The words changed depending on who spoke them, but each one tried to turn her into something larger than a person. In private, she still woke from dreams of the Mirror Crypt, seeing ancient queens vanish into the men they loved. Sometimes she pulled her hands away from the Dragon King before realizing she had done it. Sometimes he flinched from touching her, haunted by the same fear from the other side. Love had saved them in battle, but ordinary tenderness required a different courage. No prophecy could teach them how to sit together in silence without wondering who owed what to whom. One night, weeks after the rebellion, she found him in the old nursery of the East Wing. It had been sealed for years. The walls were still scarred by fire, though someone had tried to cover the damage with tapestries. He stood before a small blackened cradle, his face unreadable. She remained at the doorway. Is this where it began? He nodded. I was 4. The number made her chest ache. 4 years old, and already treated as a disaster. They told me later I had killed a woman who loved me. His voice was steady, but she knew what steadiness cost him. After that, no one entered my room without gloves, chains, or fear. She crossed the room slowly and stood beside him. You were a child. Children can still destroy. Yes, she said softly, but they should not be left alone with the ashes. He closed his eyes. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then he said, when you first touched me in the throne hall, I wanted to lock every door in the palace and keep you where no one could take you. The confession hung between them, dark and honest. I know. I am ashamed of that. Good, she said, and his eyes opened in surprise. She smiled faintly, sadly. Shame means you know the difference between love and hunger. He looked at her then, as if she had placed a blade in his hand and trusted him not to use it. And do you trust me? She took time before answering, because the truth deserved more than comfort. I trust the man who fights his hunger. I do not trust fate blindly. I do not trust crowns. I do not trust need when it goes unnamed. She reached for him. But I trust what you choose after you name it. His hand trembled before he took hers. That night, he did not ask her to calm the fire. She did not offer to. They simply sat together on the nursery floor until dawn touched the burned walls. And somehow, that became more intimate than any desperate touch before it. No curse forced them. No court watched them. No prophecy demanded proof. When his fire stirred, he breathed through it. When her gold marks glowed, she let them fade naturally. They were two wounded creatures learning that love could be quiet and still be real. The coronation came at midsummer. Not a wedding first, though the court expected one. She insisted on recognition before romance, law before ceremony, change before celebration. The Dragon King agreed without hesitation, and that agreement did more to silence opposition than any threat could have. Before the gathered kingdom, he amended the old hierarchy. Wolfless children could no longer be enslaved by packhouses. Servant collars were outlawed in royal territories. Any noble found using blood status to claim ownership over another living soul would lose title, land, and protection. The alphas shifted uneasily at the decrees, but none dared oppose them openly, not after the Moon Tribunal. She stood beside the king while the laws were read, hearing whispers ripple through the crowd. Some called her dangerous, some called her impossible. But in the back of the hall, among the servants, a little girl with no wolf stared at her with wide, shining eyes. That was the moment the new queen nearly wept. Only after the laws were sealed did she agree to the bonding ceremony. It was not held in the throne hall, where humiliation had first made them visible to each other, nor in the Hall of Ashes, where power had been revealed through violence. She chose the ruined garden behind the East Wing, a place long abandoned because nothing had grown there since the Dragon King's curse first scorched the soil. On the morning of the ceremony, servants cleared the ash, opened the stone channels, and brought water from the mountain springs. She walked barefoot over the black earth in a gown the color of dawn. The Dragon King waited beneath the skeletal branches of an ancient tree, dressed not in armor, not in conquest black, but in simple, dark ceremonial robes edged with gold. He looked less like a weapon that day, more like a man standing before the possibility of being loved without fear. The bond vows were older than the Wolf Kingdoms. He spoke first, voice low enough for intimacy, strong enough for the gathered realm. I do not claim you as cure, shield, possession, or destiny's payment. I choose you as sovereign of your own fire. I choose your will above my need, your freedom above my fear, and your life beside mine only so long as you desire it. The words moved through the crowd like wind through dry grass. Many did not understand how radical they were. She did. Her throat tightened, but when she spoke, her voice did not break. I do not bind myself to your pain as sacrifice, nor to your throne as ornament. I choose the man who came back from the fire when I called, the king who knelt not to own me, but to honor what he had failed to see. I choose your hand when it is offered, never when it is demanded. I choose the flame we carry together. Then she placed her palm against his chest, and he placed his over her heart. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the dead garden bloomed, not slowly, not with the gentle patience of spring. It erupted. Black soil split open, gold-veined flowers burst from ash. Vines climbed ruined pillars. The ancient tree above them shuddered, and leaves of deep crimson unfurled across its branches like living fire. The crowd gasped as petals drifted through the air, glowing faintly before dissolving into warmth. The Dragon King looked around in stunned silence, then down at her. You did this. She shook her head, smiling through tears. No, we did. And when they kissed beneath the reborn tree, the fire that rose around them did not threaten the world. It illuminated it. Years later, songs would claim that the servant girl saved the Dragon King with a touch. Songs always preferred simple lies. The truth was harder and far more beautiful. She had not saved him by letting herself be consumed. He had not loved her by needing her more fiercely than anyone else. They saved each other in the places where power was not enough, in restraint, in truth, in the painful choice to unlearn every cruel lesson the world had carved into them. The Dragon King still carried fire beneath his skin. The Emberblood Queen still bore gold in her veins. The kingdom still had wolves with pride, nobles with ambition, borders with enemies, and histories that did not vanish because one crown changed hands. But in the palace where servants once lowered their eyes and no one dared touch the king, children now ran through the rebuilt garden, laughing beneath crimson leaves. Some had wolves, some did not. None wore collars. And on quiet nights, when snow fell over the volcanic mountains and the sacred flame burned low beneath the palace, the Dragon King would wake from dreams of ash to find her beside him, not as a cure, not as a chain, but as a choice renewed with every dawn. Sometimes he would reach for her hand in his sleep, then stop before touching, still honoring the line between need and permission. And every time, She would smile softly in the dark and place her fingers through his. Not because fate commanded her, not because the curse demanded it, but because she wanted him, because the world that once rejected him had become in the circle of her palm.
Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Chapter 1: The Hall of the Moon Vow. The Moon Vow Hall of the Black Pine Pack had stood for 400 years, and in all that time, no Luna had ever been replaced in front of her own people on the night of her own renewal ceremony while wearing the ceremonial silver she had polished herself that morning. Seraphine Marlowe had that honor. She stood at the foot of the moonstone dais where she had stood every winter for 6 years, her golden hair braided with pine sprigs in the old way, and watched her mate, her alpha, her first love, the man whose fever she had once sweated out of him with her own hands for 9 straight nights, walk into the hall with another woman on his arm. The whispers started before Roderick even reached the dais. They rolled through the packed hall like wind through wheat. "Who is that?" "A northern lady. Look at the fur on her cloak. That's white winter fox. That's a fortune on her shoulders. Where is she supposed to stand? There's only one place for a woman to stand up there." Roderick Blackpine was, as always, devastatingly handsome. That was the cruelest part. If he had been ugly, if he had been dull or coarse or weak-jawed, Seraphine might have convinced herself she had never really loved him. But Roderick was tall and dark-haired and built like a war poem, with gray eyes that could make a woman forget her own name when they softened, which they used to do, often, when he looked at her. They did not soften now. He walked with the northern woman past the long tables where Seraphine had arranged the winter feast herself. The roast venison she had traded 2 bolts of good linen to secure, the root vegetables from the cellar she had reorganized in September, the honey mead she had bartered from the river merchants using a credit line she had personally guaranteed. He walked past all of it as though it had appeared by magic, and he stopped at the foot of the dais, and he did not look at Seraphine. "Members of the Black Pine Pack," Roderick said, and his voice filled the hall the way it always did, like a bell rung inside a cathedral. "Honored elders, bonded families. Tonight is the night of the moon vow, when the Alpha reaffirms his bond and presents his Luna to the watching moon." Seraphine's hands were steady at her sides. She had rehearsed her part. She would step forward, Roderick would take her hand, they would speak the old words, and the winter would be sealed. She had done this 5 times before. She knew the cadence of it, the way she knew her own heartbeat. "Tonight," Roderick continued, "I present a new bond." The hall went so quiet that Seraphine heard a log shift in the great fireplace 30 feet away. "Lady Alara Winterbourne, of the Northern Winterbourne family, has accepted the position of Luna of the Black Pine Pack." The woman beside him stepped forward, and Seraphine got her first real look at the person who was replacing her. Alara Winterbourne was beautiful in the way that expensive things are beautiful, precise, polished, and utterly without warmth. She had dark auburn hair coiled at the base of her neck, skin like parchment that had never seen honest sun, and eyes the color of frozen river water. She wore white winter fox across her shoulders and a gown of midnight blue velvet that must have cost more than the Black Pine Pack's entire autumn grain budget. Her hands were folded in front of her, and her expression was one of serene, practiced modesty, the kind of modesty that says, "I have already won, and I am being gracious about it." She was also, Seraphine noticed with a clarity that surprised her, wearing a betrothal chain that had been forged at least 3 months ago. The silver had already developed the specific patina that comes from being worn daily against skin. 3 months. Roderick had been planning this for 3 months, through the autumn harvest that Seraphine had managed, through the Salt Road dispute that Seraphine had negotiated, through the silver mine transport crisis that Seraphine had solved by riding out to the mountain pass herself in early snow. 3 months of smiling at her across the breakfast table, of accepting her reports on grain stores, of letting her work herself raw to hold his pack together, while this chain cooled against another woman's throat. Seraphine looked at Roderick. For the first time since he had entered the hall, he looked back. She saw it in his eyes. Not cruelty, not hatred, not even indifference. Something worse. Relief. He was relieved to be done with her. Not because he had never loved her. He had. She knew that with the certainty of 6 years of shared nights and whispered promises and the specific way he used to press his face against her hair and breathe her in like she was the only clean air in the world. He had loved her. But loving Seraphine Marlowe came with a price that Roderick Blackpine had decided he could no longer afford. She was too competent, too necessary, too much. When Aluna runs the grain stores and the salt road and the medicine supply and the merchant contacts and the elder relationships, the Alpha starts to feel like a figurehead. When Aluna solves crises faster than the Alpha hears about them, the pack starts to look at her first and him second. When Aluna is brilliant and capable and golden-haired and universally respected, the Alpha starts to wonder if his pack is really his pack or hers. Roderick had found a solution. He had found Aluna who came with an army, a treasury, and a family name that would make other packs think twice before challenging him, and who would, by all appearances, be content to stand at his side and look decorative. It was, from a certain angle, almost reasonable. From where Seraphine was standing, it was the most breathtaking betrayal she had ever experienced, and she had once watched a merchant try to sell her a crate of sawdust labeled as cinnamon. "Seraphine," Roderick said, and his voice was careful now, the way it got when he was handling something he expected to break. "I know this is not what you anticipated for tonight's ceremony. I want you to know that your years of service to this pack—" "Service," Seraphine repeated, and the word came out flat and precise, like a coin dropped on stone. "Are deeply valued. A home has been prepared for you at the eastern edge of the territory, near the border crossing. It's comfortable, warm. You'll receive a monthly allowance and—" "The eastern border cottage," Seraphine said. "The one with the leak in the north wall that I submitted a repair request for in August, which was denied because, and I am quoting your steward, there are higher priorities for the carpentry budget." A small, horrible silence. Elder Marin, seated at the front table, made a sound that was very carefully not a laugh. "The cottage has been repaired," Roderick said tightly. "How wonderful. It only took replacing your Luna to get a roof patched." Seraphine's voice was perfectly level. She was aware, with the strange, doubled vision that comes in moments of absolute crisis, that every person in this hall was watching her for the breakdown. They were waiting for tears, for begging, for the satisfying spectacle of a discarded woman falling apart in public so that everyone could feel sorry for her and then go back to their venison. She would not give them that. She would give them something much worse. "You mentioned my years of service," Seraphine said, and she reached into the embroidered belt pouch at her waist, the one she had sewn herself, the one that contained the tools of every function she had performed for this pack for 6 years. "Let me return what belongs to the position." She pulled out a heavy iron key on a leather cord. The granary key. Main store, reserve store, emergency winter reserve. She placed it on the edge of the dais. "The river merchants renew the winter grain credit in 11 days. They renew it with me because I am the one who has paid them, fed their drivers, and kept their caravans safe for 6 years. If I am no longer Luna, 40% of your winter grain stops at the river." The hall went quiet enough for the fire to sound loud. She drew out a small leather medicine ledger. "The Ashwick Herb Women supply our feverfew, willow bark, and wound seal poultice. Their payment is due in 6 days. They do not extend credit to men who remember sick rooms only when they need a heroic speech beside one." She set the ledger beside the key. "Without this, the deep winter comes with no fever medicine and no wound treatment." Then came a wooden passage token stamped with pine and road. "The Salt Road Agreement. Renewed 9 days ago in my name because Greymarch trusts the woman who actually sends the wagons on time." The token clicked against the stone. "If I am removed, this token dies in 30 days. 3 objects. Grain, medicine, road. Even the oldest grandmother in the hall could count them, and every person understood what they meant. Food, survival, and a way out of winter." Seraphine left the rest in her pouch. The firewood contracts, the tallow notes, the cobbler favors, the elder grudges, the little human details that made a pack function. She would not drown the room in paper. She would let them discover those losses one by one when the first child needed boots and the first hearth ran cold. "There," Seraphine said. The position of Luna returned in full. She looked at Alara Winterbourne, who was standing very still, her pale eyes moving over the key, the medicine ledger, and the road token with an expression Seraphine recognized. The expression of a woman doing rapid mental arithmetic and not liking the sum. "I'm sure Lady Winterbourne will find it manageable," Seraphine said pleasantly. "She looks like a woman who enjoys a challenge." Roderick's jaw was tight. "Seraphine, this display is unnecessary." "Is it?" She turned to him, and for the first time something hot flickered in her golden brown eyes. "You are replacing me in front of the entire pack on the night of the moon vow. You have been planning this for at least 3 months, based on the age of Lady Winterbourne's betrothal chain. You did not tell me. You did not warn me. You let me organize this feast, polish the ceremonial silver, braid my hair in the old way, and walk into this hall believing I was still your Luna. If anyone in this room is putting on an unnecessary display, Roderick, it is not me." The silence was so complete that Seraphine heard Elder Marin's knuckles crack. "You may keep the eastern border cottage," Seraphine said, "and the monthly allowance. I will not be a pensioned-off inconvenience living at the edge of your territory, tending a garden while your new Luna wears my ceremonial silver and pretends she knows where the salt comes from." She reached up and unclipped the thin silver chain at her throat, the Luna's chain, the one Roderick had clasped there 6 years ago with shaking hands and wet eyes. She set it on the dais with the rest. "What I will take," she said, "are my personal effects, my private account ledger, my correspondence, and my own savings, which I earned through personal trade commissions before I was your Luna and which are mine by law." Roderick's face had gone through several colors during her speech. It had settled on a pale, rigid mask that Seraphine knew meant he was furious and knew he had no right to be. "Where will you go?" he asked. "That," Seraphine said, "is no longer your concern." She turned and walked toward the great doors of the Moonvow Hall. The crowd parted for her, not out of respect, not yet, but out of the universal human instinct to get out of the way of a woman who is clearly capable of setting a building on fire with nothing but her organizational skills. Behind her, she heard Alara Winterbourne's voice for the first time, soft and musical and perfectly modulated. "Should someone go after her?" And Roderick's voice, tight and defensive. "She'll be fine, she always is." Seraphine's fingers curled into fists at her sides, her nails biting into her palms. The pain was useful. It kept her spine straight and her eyes dry for the 47 steps it took to cross the hall, push open the iron-banded doors, and step into the freezing November night. The doors closed behind her. She made it to the courtyard wall before her knees buckled. Chapter 2: The Border and the Rabbit. The pain of a severed mate bond is not metaphorical. Seraphine had read about it in the old texts, the scrolls she had cataloged and preserved in the Black Pine Archive, because no one else thought the archive was worth maintaining. The texts described it as a rending of the soul thread, which she had always thought was poetic exaggeration. It was not poetic exaggeration. It hit her 3 miles past the border marker, where Black Pine territory ended and the wild borderlands began. She was walking fast, her winter cloak pulled tight, her satchel of account ledgers and correspondence banging against her hip, her breath coming in sharp white clouds. The November rain had started an hour ago, thin and bitter and relentless. The kind of rain that doesn't soak you all at once, but seeps in through every seam until you realize you are wet to the bone and your fingers have stopped working. The bond snapped like a bowstring. Seraphine gasped, stumbled, and went down on her hands and knees in the mud of the border road. The pain was enormous, not in one place but everywhere, as though every nerve in her body had been stripped raw and dragged across gravel. Her wolf, the silver wolf that lived behind her ribs, howled, a long, thin, terrible sound that only she could hear. "He does not want us." She pressed her forehead to the mud and breathed. Rain ran down her neck, under her collar, along her spine. Her fingers clawed at the ground. The account ledger in her satchel, the one she had refused to leave behind, the one that contained every debt, every credit, every supply line, every contact, every piece of information that made the Black Pine Pack a functioning entity, rather than a collection of wolves arguing over scraps, pressed its leather corner into her ribs like a second heartbeat. She did not let go of it. She got up. She wiped her face, which accomplished nothing because the rain immediately replaced everything she had wiped away. She picked up her satchel, slung it across her body, and kept walking. The borderway station appeared through the rain like a smudge of warm light, a low stone building with a thatched roof and a stable yard, sitting at the junction of the East Road and the old trade path that ran south to the river towns. It was not a grand building. It was the kind of place where traveling merchants, lone riders, and border wolves stopped for a hot meal and a dry corner before continuing into uncertain territory. Seraphine pushed open the door and was hit by the smell of wood smoke, mutton stew, and wet dog. The common room was half full. A few merchants hunched over their bowls, a pair of border guards playing dice, an old woman knitting in the chimney corner. No one looked up. In the borderlands, people minded their own business. It was safer that way. The innkeeper, a stout woman with arms like fence posts and a face that suggested she had once headbutted a mule and the mule had lost, looked Seraphine up and down. "Room? If you have one." "Last one on the left, upstairs. 3 coppers, suppers included. You look like you need it." Seraphine paid. Her fingers were shaking, but she counted the coins accurately. She would always count coins accurately. The world could end, and Seraphine Marlowe would die with her accounts balanced. She climbed the stairs, found the room, a narrow cell with a straw mattress, a woolen blanket, and a window that looked out onto the stable yard, and sat on the bed. She did not cry. She sat very still with her hands on her account ledger and waited for the trembling to stop. It did not stop. She went back downstairs. The kitchen was accessible through a side door that someone had left propped open with a brick. Seraphine told herself she was looking for hot water for her face, or perhaps a candle, or perhaps any small practical task that would give her hands something to do besides shake. What she found behind the kitchen's back door, in the narrow, muddy alley where the kitchen scraps were thrown, was a rabbit. It was small and white and round, with ears that were slightly too long for its body and eyes the color of dark cherries. It was sitting in the rain next to an overturned crate, and it was eating a cabbage leaf, or rather, it was clutching a cabbage leaf in its mouth with the grim, unshakable determination of a creature that had decided this cabbage leaf was the hill it would die on, while the kitchen boy, a lanky teenager with a dripping nose, tried to shoo it away with a broom. "Get off. That's not for you, you stupid. Go on, get." The boy swiped the broom at the rabbit. The rabbit did not move. It hunched lower over its cabbage leaf and chewed faster. "I said get." Another swipe. The rabbit dodged the broom with a small, indignant hop and resumed chewing. The cabbage leaf was now considerably smaller, but the rabbit showed no intention of surrendering what remained. "You little," the boy raised the broom higher. "Stop." Seraphine's voice came out sharper than she intended. The boy turned, saw a golden-haired woman standing in the kitchen doorway with rain in her hair and murder in her eyes, and prudently lowered the broom. "It's just a rabbit, miss. It keeps getting into the vegetable stores." "Then fix the latch on your vegetable stores." Seraphine walked past the boy, crouched in the mud. She was already so wet and filthy that a little more made no difference, and looked at the rabbit. The rabbit looked at her. It had stopped chewing. The cabbage leaf hung from its mouth like a limp green flag. Its dark cherry eyes were very round, and its nose was twitching in the rapid, assessing way that rabbits' noses twitch when they are deciding whether a new person is a threat, a friend, or irrelevant. Seraphine held out her hand, palm up, fingers relaxed. She did not move. She barely breathed. The rabbit considered her for a long moment. Then it hopped forward, one small, careful hop, and pressed its nose against her fingertips. Its nose was cold and wet and impossibly soft, and it twitched 3 times against her skin before the rabbit apparently decided that Seraphine was acceptable. It hopped into her lap. It was warm, absurdly warm the way small animals always are, as though they contain a furnace somewhere beneath their fur that is wildly out of proportion to their size. It settled against her stomach, tucked its feet underneath itself, and continued eating the cabbage leaf. Seraphine sat in the mud in the rain behind a border waystation kitchen, holding a rabbit that had been thrown out of the only place it knew for the crime of trying to feed itself, and she thought, well, we match. She carried it inside. No one stopped her. The innkeeper looked at the rabbit, looked at Seraphine's face, and said nothing. There were some faces you did not argue with. Upstairs, Seraphine set the rabbit on the bed. It explored the blanket with the thorough, methodical intensity of a creature cataloging its new territory, circled 3 times, and flopped onto its side. Seraphine sat beside it, opened her account ledger, and began to read. The numbers were familiar, comforting. Every line in this ledger represented a relationship she had built, a deal she had struck, a crisis she had solved. The river merchants, the Salt Road Passage, the Heartwood Carriers Guild, the Herb Women of Ashwick, the quarterly grain deliveries, the winter tallow supply, the emergency credit line with the Greymark banking house. These were hers, not Roderick's, not the Blackpine Pack's, hers. She had built them with her own mind, her own hands, her own relentless competence. And when Roderick Blackpine stood in his Moonvow Hall with his beautiful northern bride and realized that his granary was emptying, his salt road was closing, his medicine supply was vanishing, his silver mine wagons were not arriving, and his elders were asking uncomfortable questions about where the woman who actually ran everything had gone, these relationships would still be hers. The rabbit nudged its nose against her ankle. She reached down and stroked its ears without looking, her eyes still on the ledger. "I'm going to need a name for you," she said. The rabbit thumped one hind leg against the mattress. A small, decisive thump, the sound a rabbit makes when it is either content or staking a claim. "Clover," Seraphine said, "because you are small, round, and apparently impossible to uproot." Clover thumped again and went to sleep. Chapter 3. The Border Wolf King. The rain stopped sometime before dawn. Seraphine knew this because she had not slept. The broken bond ached in her chest like a cracked rib, pulsing with every heartbeat, and she had heard every shift in the weather, every creak of the building, every snore from the common room below. She heard the riders arrive at first light. Not merchants. Merchants traveled in carts. These were mounted riders, heavy horses, moving in formation. She heard the jingle of tack, the low murmur of voices accustomed to command, and distantly, the whine of wolves. Border wolves, big ones, from the sound of their vocal range. Seraphine was dressed and packed in 3 minutes. She had not unpacked much. She was a woman who understood that situations could change quickly, and she kept her belongings in a state of permanent readiness. The only concession to the night was that Clover was now riding in the front fold of her cloak, a warm white lump against her collarbone, ears flat, nose twitching. She came down the stairs with her satchel on her hip, her golden hair in a single damp braid, her spine straight, and her face arranged in the polite, competent mask she had worn for 6 years of managing a pack that did not appreciate her. The common room was full of soldiers. Not soldiers in the ragged, improvised way that pack warriors sometimes were. These were uniformed, dark leather and gray wool, steel-reinforced bracers, weapons that were clean and oiled and clearly used regularly. They moved with the easy discipline of men who had been well-trained and well-fed, and who answered to someone they genuinely respected rather than merely feared. At the center of the room, seated at the largest table with a map spread before him and a cup of tea steaming at his elbow, was the most handsome man Seraphine had ever seen. She was irritated by this. She had just been publicly humiliated, thrown out of her home, and severed from her mate bond. Her clothes were mud-stained, her hair was a disaster, and she had a rabbit in her cloak. She was not in the mood to notice that a man was handsome. But the universe, apparently, did not care about her mood. He was tall. taller than Roderick, which she would not have thought possible, since Roderick's height had been one of his most weaponized attributes. His hair was dark, nearly black, cut shorter than the black pine fashion, and his jaw was the kind of jaw that made portrait painters weep with gratitude. He had a scar that ran from his left temple to his cheekbone, not disfiguring, merely interesting, the kind of scar that suggested a story worth hearing. His eyes were a deep, startling blue, and they were currently fixed on the map in front of him with an expression of calm, focused intelligence that Seraphine recognized because she saw it in her own mirror every morning. He looked up. Their eyes met. Seraphine felt absurdly as though the floor had tilted. Not dramatically, not the sweeping, world-stopping way the bards described it. Just a small, subtle shift, as though gravity had quietly rearranged itself around a new center. The man's blue eyes moved from her face to her mud-stained cloak, to the satchel on her hip, specifically to the account ledger visible through the satchel's unbuckled flap, and back to her face. His expression did not change, but something in his gaze sharpened, the way a blade sharpens when it finds the right angle against a whetstone. "You're the Black Pine Luna," he said. It was not a question. It was a statement, delivered in a voice like dark oak, deep, steady, and suggesting structural integrity. "Former," Seraphine corrected. "As of when?" "Last night." One of the soldiers near the door glanced up. The innkeeper, who had been very carefully pretending to polish a mug, stopped pretending. The man at the table studied her for a moment longer. Then he said, "Sit down." "I don't know who you are." "Cale Ashbourne, Alpha of the Iron Ridge Border Pack, Lord Warden of the Eastern March." He paused. "Some people call me the Border Wolf King, which is dramatic, but not entirely inaccurate." Seraphine had heard of him. Everyone had heard of him. Cale Ashbourne held the borderlands between the settled Pack territories and the wild country to the east, a vast, ungoverned stretch of mountain, forest, and trade road that every merchant, every caravan, and every supply chain had to cross. He controlled the passes, the bridges, the river crossings, and the way station network. He was, in practical terms, the man who decided what moved through the borderlands and what did not. He was also, she realized with a start, the man who had been quietly investigating irregularities on the northern trade roads for the past 6 months. She knew this because the Heartwood Carriers Guildmaster had mentioned it, nervously, in his last letter to her. "Sit down," he said again, and this time it was softer. Not a command, an offer. She sat. Clover, disturbed by the change in altitude, shifted inside her cloak. A tiny white ear poked above Seraphine's collar, rotated once like a small furry periscope, and disappeared back into the fabric. Cale Ashbourne looked at the place where the ear had been. He looked at Seraphine. One corner of his mouth moved by approximately 1/16 of an inch. "Is there a rabbit in your cloak?" he asked. "There might be." "Does it have a name?" "Clover." "Of course it does." He took a sip of his tea. "You crossed the border last night, in the rain, without escort, with a broken mate bond and—" his eyes dropped to her satchel again, "what appears to be a full set of commercial account records." "I was not offered an escort. I was offered a leaking cottage and a monthly allowance." "And you chose the rain." "The rain doesn't condescend to me." That 1/16 of an inch movement at the corner of his mouth happened again. Seraphine was beginning to suspect it was his version of a smile. "I've been watching the Black Pine Pack's trade activity for 6 months," he said. "Specifically, the northern supply contracts that changed hands after the Winterborn betrothal was announced. Grain prices tripled on the Black Pine purchase orders. The Salt Road usage fees doubled. The Silver Mine transport contract was renegotiated with a penalty clause that didn't exist before." He paused. "All of these changes happened after Lady Winterborn's family began their involvement with the Black Pine Pack, and all of the original contracts that kept prices stable were negotiated by one person." He looked at her. "You," he said. "Yes." The Black Pine Pack is approximately 30 days from a full winter supply crisis. Their grain will run short in 3 weeks. Their salt road closes in a month. Their medicine supply ends in 6 days. Their silver mine transport is in default. Yes. And the woman who built and maintained every single one of those supply lines is currently sitting in a border way station with a rabbit in her cloak. Yes. Cale Ashbourne set down his tea. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and regarded her with an expression that contained, in carefully measured proportions, respect, calculation, and something that Seraphine could not immediately identify, but that made the broken place in her chest feel slightly less broken. "Lady Marlowe," he said, "I believe you and I have a great deal to discuss. I am no longer a lady of anything." "That," he said, "is a matter of perspective and paperwork." He stood. He was even taller standing, which seemed structurally unnecessary. "I'm riding to Iron Ridge Keep this morning. My steward has been telling me for 6 months that our border trade network needs an overhaul, and I have been ignoring him because I don't have anyone who understands supply chains well enough to do it. You clearly do." He paused. "I can offer you border passage rights, a room in the keep, access to the Merchant Guild Hall, and the legal status of a trade advisor under my protection. In return, I would like you to look at my trade routes and tell me where they're bleeding money." Seraphine stared at him. "You're offering me a job." "I'm offering you a starting position. What you do with it is your decision." "You don't know me." "I know your work. I've been reading the trade records from the Black Pine Pack's supply chain for 6 months. I know that before you took over, their grain costs were 30% higher. I know that the Salt Road agreement you negotiated saved them 600 silver marks a year. I know that the Heartwood Carriers Guildmaster calls you the only honest dealer north of the river. And I know," he paused, and his blue eyes held hers with an intensity that made Clover thump nervously against her collarbone, "that a man who had all of that and threw it away to marry a Winterborn is either a fool or a coward, and I don't particularly care which." The common room was very quiet. Every soldier, the innkeeper, and the old woman knitting in the chimney corner were pretending very hard not to listen. Seraphine's throat was tight. Not from tears, she would not cry in front of this man, in front of anyone, but from the unfamiliar sensation of being seen. Not pitied, not managed, not handled, seen. "I have a rabbit," she said, because she was the kind of person who disclosed potential complications up front. "I noticed. She eats cabbage leaves and thumps when she's startled. My keep has a kitchen garden. She'll fit right in." He extended his hand, not to shake, to help her stand, the way a man offers his hand when he wants a woman to know that he considers her his equal, and that the hand is offered by choice, not obligation. Seraphine looked at his hand. It was large and scarred and steady. She took it. His grip was warm and firm and lasted exactly 1 second longer than strictly necessary. When he let go, his fingers brushed her palm in a way that could have been accidental but was not. Clover thumped. "Your rabbit approves," Cale said. "My rabbit approves of very little. She merely tolerates what she cannot kick." That 1/16 of an inch smile happened a third time, and Seraphine realized, with a sensation like stepping off a cliff into unexpectedly warm water, that she wanted to make it happen again. Chapter 4: Iron Ridge Keep. Iron Ridge Keep sat on a granite bluff above the border river, where the old trade road forked, one branch running north to the settled Pack territories, the other running south to the river port towns and the merchant guilds beyond. It was not a beautiful building. It was a functional one: thick walls, deep cellars, wide gates designed for wagons, and a stable yard that could hold 50 horses. It looked like a building that had been designed by someone who valued efficiency over aesthetics, which was exactly the kind of building Seraphine felt most comfortable in. Cale Ashbourne had given her a room in the East Tower. Not the finest room in the keep, but a good one, with a window that overlooked the river and the trade road, a fireplace that drew properly, and a desk. The desk was large. Seraphine approved of large desks. She had spent 6 years managing the Black Pine Pack's entire commercial infrastructure, from a writing table that was slightly too small because Roderick had never thought to ask if she needed a bigger one. Clover was given the run of the kitchen garden, which she investigated with the methodical intensity of a land surveyor, and from which she returned each evening with dirt on her nose and an expression of profound satisfaction. Within 3 days, Seraphine had mapped the Iron Ridge trade network. Within a week, she had found where it was bleeding money. The border trade routes were a mess, not from corruption but from neglect. Cale Ashbourne was a superb military commander and a respected alpha, but he had the commercial instincts of a brick. His steward, a well-meaning man named Aldrich, had been doing his best, but his best involved paying whatever price the merchants quoted and hoping for the best. Seraphine did not hope for the best. Seraphine negotiated. She started with the grain merchants. The Iron Ridge Pack was buying winter grain from 3 separate suppliers at 3 different prices, none of which had been compared or renegotiated in 2 years. Seraphine sat in the Merchant Guild Hall, a drafty stone building in the border town below the keep, and invited all 3 suppliers to the same meeting. "Gentlemen," she said with Clover tucked invisibly under her heavy wool skirt, "I notice that you are each charging the Iron Ridge Pack a different price for the same grade of grain. This suggests either that grain quality varies dramatically between your warehouses, which would concern me, or that you have been taking advantage of the fact that no one here has bothered to compare your invoices, which would also concern me." The grain merchants looked at each other. They looked at the golden-haired woman sitting at the head of the table with her hands folded and her expression pleasant and her eyes sharp enough to cut glass. They lowered their prices, all 3 of them, voluntarily. "That," Aldrich said afterward with the dazed expression of a man who has just witnessed a miracle, "has never happened before." "It happens," Seraphine said, "when you read the invoices." By the end of the 2nd week, she had renegotiated the tallow contract, restructured the firewood supply chain, established a new credit arrangement with the Riverport warehouses, and set up a rotating delivery schedule for the border way stations that cut transport costs by 1/3. The merchants liked her. The guild leaders respected her. The border guards, who had been eating terrible food for years because no one managed the supply contracts for the waystation kitchens, practically worshipped her. Cale watched all of this. He watched from the doorways of meeting rooms, from the upper gallery of the guild hall, from the parapet of his keep where he stood in the mornings with his tea and his maps and his scar catching the winter light. He watched Seraphine Marlowe walk into rooms full of men who had been cheating his pack for years and walk out with better terms, fair prices, and signed agreements. He watched her crouch in the kitchen garden to let Clover climb into her hands, her golden hair falling over her shoulder, her face soft in a way it never was when other people were looking. He watched, and he said very little, because Cale Ashbourne was a man who understood that some things are better observed than discussed. But his soldiers noticed, Aldrich noticed, the cook noticed, the stable master noticed. Everyone in Iron Ridge Keep noticed that their alpha, who had never in anyone's memory shown personal interest in any woman, tracked Seraphine Marlowe's movements through the keep like a compass needle finding north. Chapter 5. The First Cloak. The first ambiguity-destroying moment happened 16 days after Seraphine's arrival, on the night of the first real snowstorm. She had been in the guild hall until well past dark, finalizing a salt contract with a coastal trader who had the negotiating style of a weasel and the attention span of a gnat. The deal was done. Favorable terms, reliable delivery, penalty clause for late shipments that Seraphine had insisted on because she had once waited 3 weeks for a late salt delivery and had no intention of ever doing so again, and she was walking back to the keep through the narrow streets of the border town. The snow came suddenly, as border snowstorms do, not a gentle beginning, but a wall of white, horizontal, and blinding, driven by a wind that turned the air into knives. Seraphine, who had been too focused on the salt contract to check the sky before leaving the guild hall, found herself blind and freezing in a street she barely knew. Clover, who had been riding under her skirt hem, her preferred mode of transport in cold weather, pressed against Seraphine's ankle like a warm, furry boot, began thumping. Not the small, conversational thump of contentment, the rapid, staccato thump of alarm. Thump, Thump, thump. Seraphine could feel the vibration through the sole of her boot. "I know," she muttered, pressing against a building wall. "I know. I can't see either." The wind screamed. Snow plastered her hair to her face, found every gap in her cloak, bit through her gloves. The broken bond in her chest throbbed. It always throbbed more in the cold, as though the severed thread was trying to pull her back to a warmth that no longer existed. And then a cloak dropped over her shoulders. Not thrown, placed. With precision, with weight, with the careful deliberateness of a man who had practiced moving in darkness and bad weather until it was as natural to him as breathing. The cloak was enormous. Heavy, dark wool lined with fur, still warm from the body that had been wearing it, and it smelled of pine smoke and cold steel and something underneath both of those things that was simply, unmistakably, him. "The Guildhall closed an hour ago," Cale said, and his voice was very close, cutting through the wind from directly above her left ear. "I sent Aldrich to walk you back. He said you were still arguing about penalty clauses." "I won the argument." "I would have been surprised if you hadn't." His hand found her elbow, unerringly, in total darkness and blinding snow, and steadied her. "Can you walk?" "Of course I can walk." "You're shaking." "I'm cold. Those are different things." A pause. She could not see his face, but she was absolutely certain that the 16th of an inch smile was happening. "Walk with me then," he said. "The keep is 4 streets north. I know the way blind." "You came out in a blizzard to find me." "I came out in a blizzard to check the border watch. Finding you was coincidence." "You're not wearing a cloak." "I have a thick constitution." "You're standing in a blizzard in a shirt." "A heavy shirt." Seraphine wanted to argue further, but the wind chose that moment to gust so hard that she staggered, and Cale's hand on her elbow tightened, and she found herself pressed against his side, his very solid, very warm, very shirt-clad side, and his arm came around her shoulders to hold the cloak closed against the wind, and she discovered that the warmth of a large man in a snowstorm is a profoundly convincing argument against further protest. They walked. His arm stayed. Clover, from her position under Seraphine's skirt hem, produced a single, contented thump. Halfway to the keep, Seraphine became aware that Cale was shielding her from the wind with his body. Not obviously, not dramatically, but with the quiet, automatic precision of a man for whom protecting others was as reflexive as breathing. He had positioned himself on her windward side. His arm across her shoulders was angled to block the snow from hitting her face. He was, she realized, freezing. "You should take your cloak back," she said. "No. You'll get frostbite. I'll get warm by the fire." "You are the most stubborn." This, from a woman who argued about penalty clauses for 3 hours in a room with a dying fire. The fire was adequate. The fire was 2 embers and an optimistic stick. She laughed. It was a small, involuntary sound, startled out of her by the sheer absurdity of standing in a blizzard, arguing about fire quality with a man who had given her his cloak and was pretending he wasn't cold. It was the first time she had laughed since the Moonvow Hall, and the sound of it surprised her so much that she stopped walking. Cale stopped too. In the narrow space between snow gusts, she caught a glimpse of his face, snow in his dark hair, ice on his scar, and his blue eyes looking at her with an expression that was not the 16th of an inch smile. It was something larger, something unguarded, something that he shut down almost immediately, but not quite fast enough. He had been looking at her the way Roderick used to look at her, except that Roderick's version of that look had always contained, underneath the warmth, a flicker of something wary, a man admiring a fire that he feared might burn him. Cale's version contained no fear at all. "We should keep walking," he said, and his voice was perfectly steady, because Cale Ashbourne could control his voice the way other men controlled their sword arms. They kept walking. His arms stayed around her shoulders. The cloak smelled like pine smoke and cold steel in him, and Seraphine stored that information in the same part of her mind where she kept her most important accounts. The things too valuable to write down, in case someone tried to take them away. Chapter 6: The Rotting Pack. While Seraphine was building trade routes and accepting cloaks from blue-eyed border kings, the Black Pine Pack was dying. Not literally, not yet, but the slow, grinding death of a community that has lost its infrastructure and doesn't realize it until the food runs out. The grain ran short in the third week, exactly as Seraphine had predicted. The river merchants declined to renew the credit arrangement without Seraphine's personal guarantee, exactly as she had warned. The Salt Road closed when the Greymark elders received no renewal request from anyone they recognized, and the medicine supply from the Ashwick herb women ended when the payment was 6 days late. The silver mine wagons stopped coming on the 22nd day. Roderick Blackpine discovered, in the sharp and unforgiving classroom of consequence, that running a pack required more than being tall, handsome, and commanding. It required knowing where the food came from. It required knowing who to pay and when and how much. It required knowing that the cobbler who made boots for the pack's children at cost did so because someone delivered his wife's cheese to market, and that if the cheese deliveries stopped, the boots stopped, and if the boots stopped, children walked barefoot in snow. It required, in short, Seraphine Marlowe. And Seraphine Marlowe was gone. Alara Winterbourne, to her credit, was not entirely useless. She was, in fact, much more capable than Roderick had expected, but her capabilities lay in a direction that made his blood run cold as the winter deepened. She began with the pack's debts. The Black Pine Pack owes 2,000 silver marks to the Heartwood Carriers Guild, she told Roderick on the fourth morning, her voice soft and measured, her pale eyes scanning a ledger that she had produced from her own traveling case. And 1,400 marks to the river merchants, and 800 to the Salt Road Licensing Authority. Total outstanding obligations, 4,200 marks. Roderick stared at her. I didn't know. Your former Luna managed these debts personally. She kept them rolling through a combination of personal guarantees, bartered services, and partial payments timed to cash flow projections. Alara set the ledger down. She was, I must admit, remarkably skilled. Can you do the same? I could, she folded her hands. But it would be simpler to consolidate. Consolidate how? My family's banking house can purchase the outstanding debts from the individual creditors. Instead of owing money to a dozen different people, the Black Pine Pack would owe money to one, the Winterbourne family. She smiled. It was a lovely smile, warm and reassuring and utterly without warmth. It's more efficient. Roderick, who did not understand debt consolidation the way Seraphine would have, and who was too proud to admit this, agreed. This was the second worst decision he had ever made. The first was letting Seraphine walk out of the Moonvow Hall. Because Alara Winterbourne had not come to the Black Pine Pack to be a Luna. She had come to be a locksmith, fitting the tumblers of debt and dependency into place until the entire pack was a door that her family could open at will. Within 2 weeks, the Winterbourne family held every major debt the Black Pine Pack owed. The grain supply was rerouted through Winterbourne warehouses at prices that were technically fair but practically ruinous. The pack's guard rotation was supplemented by Northern soldiers for the pack's protection during this difficult transition, who answered to Alara's family steward, not to Roderick. The pack's treasury key, which Roderick had always carried, was placed in a lockbox to which Alara held the second key as a precaution against the debts. She was absorbing the pack, piece by piece, contract by contract, coin by coin, and she was doing it with such impeccable courtesy, such flawless legal justification, and such a beautifully concerned expression that Roderick did not fully understand what was happening until the day he tried to authorize a firewood purchase and was told by his own steward that the purchase needed Lady Winterbourne's countersignature. She controls the countersignature? Roderick said, and his voice was very quiet. His steward, a nervous man who had replaced the previous steward, who had been loyal to Seraphine and had been reassigned to stable duty by Alara's suggestion, nodded miserably. Roderick sat in his study, which had once been Seraphine's study before it was his, and which still smelled faintly of the lavender sachet she had kept in the desk drawer, and he thought about what he had done. He had traded a woman who loved his pack for a woman who was buying it. Chapter 7. The Stone Keep Accounts. The fourth week brought two things to Iron Ridge Keep: the first snow thaw and the old Black Pine records keeper. His name was Osric, and he was 73 years old, and he had served the Black Pine Pack for 50 of those years as historian, archivist, and keeper of the ancient pack charter. He arrived at Iron Ridge on a mule, wearing a coat that had been patched so many times it resembled a quilt with aspirations, and carrying a leather case that he held against his chest as though it contained his own heart. "Lady Marlowe," he said when Seraphine met him in the keep's great hall, and his old voice cracked on her name. "I'm not Lady Marlowe anymore, Osric." You are, because he never filed the severance." Seraphine went very still. "What?" Osric opened the leather case with trembling fingers and pulled out a sheet of parchment. Old, official, bearing the Black Pine Pack's seal. When an alpha dissolves a mate bond and removes a Luna from her position, the ancient charter requires a formal severance to be recorded by the pack historian and witnessed by 3 elders. The alpha must sign it. The historian must seal it. Until this is done, the former Luna retains her legal standing as a member of the pack. He held up the parchment. It was blank, unsigned, unsealed. "He forgot," Osric said. "He was so busy with the new Luna and the northern contracts and the spectacle of it all that he forgot to complete the severance. I waited. I prepared the document. He never came to sign it." Seraphine's mind was doing what it always did in moments of crisis, running calculations at a speed that would have made an abacus weep. If the severance was never completed, she was still, legally, under the ancient Black Pine Charter, a member of the pack, not Luna. She had publicly relinquished the title, but a member. With membership came certain rights, including the right to invoke the Charter's most ancient and least used provision, the right of stewardship. "Osric," she said slowly, "the stewardship clause." The old man's eyes lit up. Chapter 7, Article 3. When the Alpha's governance endangers the pack's survival through debt, famine, or loss of sovereign territory, any full member of the pack may petition for temporary stewardship, provided they can demonstrate both the means and the intent to restore the pack to solvency. And if the Alpha has incurred debts that threaten to transfer pack lands to an outside family, the stewardship petitioner may acquire those debts and present them as evidence of the Alpha's unfitness, triggering a public tribunal. Seraphine looked at the unsigned severance document. She looked at Osric. She looked at the account ledger in her satchel, which contained every debt, every credit, every supply line, and every contact she had built over 6 years. "Osric," she said, "I need you to tell me the exact amount of every debt the Winterbourne family has purchased from the Black Pine Pack's creditors." Osric told her. Seraphine sat down at her large, beautiful desk in Iron Ridge Keep, opened her account ledger, and began to plan. That night, she was still working when Cale found her. The account room in the East Tower was lit by 4 candles and a fire that had burned low. Seraphine was surrounded by papers, debt records, charter copies, trade route maps, supply calculations. Her golden hair had come loose from its braid and was falling across the ledger she was writing in, and she was so absorbed that she did not hear Cale enter until he set a cup of tea on the desk beside her. She startled. Clover, who had been sleeping under the desk in a nest of discarded draft paper, thumped once. "It's past midnight," Cale said. "I'm aware. You've been in here since supper. You didn't eat supper." "I ate bread." "A bread crust does not constitute supper. It constitutes bread, which is a component of supper." He pulled a chair from the corner, set it beside hers, close but not touching, and sat. He looked at the papers spread across the desk, and Seraphine watched his blue eyes move over the numbers, the contracts, the charter language, with the quick, sharp comprehension of a man who might not love commerce but understood power. "You're buying the Black Pine debts," he said. "I'm considering it." "With what funds?" "My personal savings, my trade commissions from the past 6 years, and," she hesitated, "a loan." "From?" I don't know yet. Cale was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I'll fund it. Seraphine turned to look at him. They were very close. Close enough that she could see the individual threads of silver in his blue eyes, close enough to smell the pine smoke on his shirt, close enough that when he shifted his weight, his knee brushed hers under the desk. I can't accept that, she said. Why not? Because it would make me beholden to you, and I have spent 6 years being beholden to a man who used my competence and discarded my person, and I will not. It's not a gift, it's an investment. His voice was steady. I invest in the Black Pine debt acquisition. When you take stewardship of the pack, you fold the Black Pine trade routes into the border network, which benefits my territory. I get a return on my investment through reduced trade costs and increased traffic. It's business. Seraphine stared at him. She knew it was not entirely business. She could see it in the set of his jaw, in the way his hand rested on the desk near hers, not touching, but close, as though it was taking conscious effort to maintain the distance. And if I fail? She asked. You won't. You don't know that. I know you argued about salt contract penalty clauses for 3 hours with a dying fire. You don't fail, you outlast. From under the desk, Clover thumped. Then, slowly, she hopped out from her paper nest, crossed the cold stone floor, and climbed onto Cale's boot. He looked down. Clover looked up. She was sitting on his boot like a small, furry auditor, her dark cherry eyes fixed on his face, her nose twitching. She thumped once, not the alarm thump, not the contentment thump, the assessment thump, the thump that said, I am evaluating you, and you should be aware that my standards are high. Cale, slowly and carefully, reached down and offered his hand, palm up. Clover sniffed his fingers. She sniffed for a long time, an unreasonably long time, as though she were conducting a thorough olfactory background check. Then she pressed her nose against his knuckle and hopped off his boot. She approves, Seraphine said, and her voice was softer than she had intended. Does her approval matter? It does to me. They looked at each other across the desk. The fire crackled, the candles flickered, the papers rustled in a draft from the window, and outside, the border wind carried the sound of the river and the distant howl of wolves in the wild country. Take the loan, Cale said. On what terms? Standard interest, 1-year repayment, no personal obligations. He paused. I won't use money to own you, Seraphine. No one will ever use anything to own you again. It was the first time he had used her given name. It sounded different in his voice, not smaller the way it had sometimes sounded in Roderick's mouth, as though he were trying to contain it, but larger, expansive, like a name that had room to grow. All right, she said. All right? I accept the loan, standard terms, and I want the interest rate in writing before dawn. The 16th of an inch smile became, for the first time, a full smile. It transformed his face. It made him look younger, warmer, and so devastatingly handsome that Seraphine's stomach did something structurally inadvisable. I'll have it drafted, he said, and stood, and his hand brushed her shoulder as he passed, the lightest possible touch, barely there, a whisper of warmth through her wool sleeve. She did not sleep that night, but the reason had changed. Chapter 8. The Salt Road Gambit. Seraphine Marlowe bought the Black Pine Pack's debts in 8 days. It was, by any standard, a masterpiece of financial warfare. She approached each creditor personally, the Heartwood Carriers Guild, the River Merchants, the Salt Road Authority, the medicine suppliers, and purchased their claims on the Black Pine Pack at a discount. The creditors were happy to sell. They had no confidence in Roderick Blackpine's ability to pay. They had no relationship with Alara Winterbourne, and they trusted Seraphine implicitly. The total cost was 3,600 marks, less than the face value of the debts, because Seraphine negotiated discounts with the same ruthless efficiency she applied to grain contracts. Cale's loan covered the bulk of it. Her personal savings covered the rest. When it was done, Seraphine held every debt that Alara Winterborn had purchased from the original creditors. Because Alara had bought the debts from the same people Seraphine had relationships with, and Seraphine had simply offered to buy the debts from Alara's family at a price slightly higher than what the Winterborns had paid, making it look like a profitable exit rather than a strategic defeat. The Winterborns, who thought in terms of interest rates rather than relationships, accepted the buyout. They did not realize until later that they had just sold their entire leverage over the Black Pine pack to the woman the pack had thrown away. "You bought our own debts out from under us?" Alara's steward said, staring at the signed transfer documents that Seraphine's courier had delivered to the Black Pine pack hall. "I bought them from your family, yes. At a profit to your family. Your Lord Father should be pleased." The steward was not pleased. Alara Winterborn, when she heard, was significantly less pleased. And Lord Aldous Winterborn, the patriarch of the Northern family, who had spent 3 months engineering the perfect acquisition of a vulnerable pack in its territory, was so profoundly displeased that he broke a quill and had to sit down. But the documents were signed. The law was clear. The debts belonged to Seraphine Marlowe. While the debt acquisition was unfolding, 2 women arrived at Iron Ridge Keep. The first was Marta, the former warehouse keeper of the Black Pine Pack's central grain store. She was a broad-shouldered woman in her 40s with calloused hands and a face like a friendly boulder. She had managed the Black Pine granary for 15 years, knew every sack of grain by weight and origin, and had been dismissed by Alara Winterborn and replaced with a northern-appointed manager who didn't know the difference between winter wheat and spring barley. "They fired me," Marta said, standing in Seraphine's account room with her hat in her hands and her chin trembling. "After 15 years. The northern woman said they were restructuring warehouse operations, which apparently means replacing everyone who knows anything with people who don't, but who answer to her." "How bad is the granary?" Seraphine asked. 2 weeks of supplies. Maybe less. The northern grain shipments are coming, but they're delayed and the quality is poor. I saw the manifests before they locked me out. Half of it is feed grain, not milling grain. The pack will have bread, but it'll be the kind of bread that breaks teeth. The second arrival was Brenna, a widow from the border town who ran a small caravan operation, 3 wagons, 5 drivers, and a reputation for delivering anything, anywhere, in any weather. She was 50 years old, had 4 arms like a blacksmith, and had been trying to get a trade license from the Iron Ridge Border Authority for 2 years. "I heard you're the woman who's reorganizing the border trade," Brenna said, standing in the guild hall with her arms crossed and her gray hair pulled back in a no-nonsense knot. "I also heard you're the woman the Black Pine Alpha threw out on her ear at the Moon Vow, which makes you either the unluckiest woman in the borderlands or the most interesting. I'm betting on interesting." Seraphine liked her immediately. "I need a grain run," Seraphine said. "Fast, reliable, and quiet. 40 wagons of good grain from the Riverport warehouses to a staging point on the Black Pine border. Can you do it?" 40 wagons? Brenna's eyebrows rose. "That's a full winter supply for a medium pack." "Yes." "When?" "Before the tribunal." Brenna grinned. It was the grin of a woman who had been waiting her entire life for someone to ask her to do something this ambitious. "I'll do it in 12 days, she said. "But I want the trade license." "Done." Brenna left. Marta stayed, and Seraphine put her to work organizing the grain logistics, purchase orders, quality checks, wagon assignments, delivery schedules. Marta was thrilled. She had not been this useful since being fired, and usefulness was the air she breathed. "It's like old times," Marta said, sorting manifests with the speed of a woman who dreamed in inventory counts. "Except better. Because this time, the person I'm working for actually knows what she's doing and appreciates it." Seraphine looked up from her ledger. "Roderick appreciated your work." "Roderick didn't know I existed until the granary was empty. You knew my name on your second day." Marta paused. "That's the difference, Lady Marlowe. You see the people who keep things running. He only saw the things." Chapter 9, The Riding Lesson. On the 29th day, Cale took Seraphine to inspect the southern trade route. This was technically a business necessity. The southern route ran through a mountain pass that was critical to the grain shipments Brenna was organizing, and Seraphine needed to see the terrain, the bridge conditions, and the way station capacity. It was also less technically the first time they had been alone together outside the keep since the night of the blizzard cloak. The southern pass was beautiful and terrible. A narrow road cut into the side of a granite gorge with the river roaring 100 feet below and the mountain rising sheer above. The winter sun turned the ice on the rocks into diamonds, and the air was so cold and clean that breathing it felt like drinking water from a glacial stream. Seraphine was a competent rider, but she was not a mountain rider. The border horses were different from the gentle, road-trained animals she had ridden in the Black Pine lowlands. They were sure-footed, opinionated, and alarmingly comfortable with heights. Her horse, a gray mare named Slate, who had the personality of a mildly intoxicated duchess, decided halfway through the pass that the best route was 6 inches from the edge of a 200-foot cliff. "Pull her left," Kale said from behind her. "I am pulling her left. She is ignoring me." "She's testing you. Pull harder." "If I pull any harder, I will pull myself off this horse and into the gorge." Kale brought his horse alongside hers. There was barely room for 2 horses abreast on the narrow road, which meant his leg was pressed against hers, his shoulder almost touching hers, and his hand was available to reach over and steady her reins. He did reach over. His hand closed over hers on the reins, large and warm and absolutely steady, and he guided the mare away from the edge with a calm, practiced pressure that the horse immediately respected. "She listens to you," Seraphine said, and she was annoyed to discover that her voice was slightly breathless and not from the altitude. "She listens to confidence. Horses and wolves are the same. They follow the person who believes they know where they're going." "I know where I'm going." "I know you do." His hand was still on hers. The reins were steady. The horse was walking calmly. There was no practical reason for his hand to remain. It remained. "You can let go," Seraphine said. "I could." "The horse is fine." "The horse is fine." "Then why?" "Because your hand is cold and mine is warm, and I am choosing to interpret this as a practical concern rather than an emotional one." Seraphine turned her head to look at him. He was very close, close enough that she could count the shades of blue in his eyes, close enough to see the way the winter light caught on the fine scar across his cheekbone. He was looking at her with that expression again, the one from the blizzard, the one that contained no fear. "Is it a practical concern?" she asked. "Absolutely. Frostbitten fingers cannot sign contracts, and you have a tribunal to prepare for." "That is the most unromantic thing anyone has ever said to me." "I am a deeply unromantic man." His thumb moved across the back of her hand. "Once, slowly. Ask anyone." From beneath Seraphine's heavy riding skirt there was a soft, rapid thumping. Thump, thump, thump. Clover had strong opinions about the current situation. Kale looked at Seraphine's skirt. He looked at Seraphine. The full smile appeared again, the one that transformed his entire face and made Seraphine's internal organs rearrange themselves. "Your chaperone disapproves," he said. "My chaperone approves. That's the approval thump." "How many thumps does she have?" 7. I have a chart." He laughed. It was the first time she had heard him laugh, a real laugh, deep and warm, caught off guard by a woman with a rabbit under her skirt and a chart of rabbit thumps. The sound echoed off the granite walls of the gorge and came back to them like a gift. They rode the rest of the pass in silence, but his hand did not leave hers until they reached the valley floor, and when it finally did, she felt its absence like a change in temperature. Chapter 10. The Unwelcome Visitor. On the 33rd day, Roderick Blackpine came to Iron Ridge. He came alone, which was either brave or stupid, riding a horse that was too thin for the border roads and wearing clothes that were too fine for the weather. He looked, Seraphine thought when she saw him from her tower window, like a painting of a hero that had been left in the rain. Still beautiful, still technically impressive, but slightly running at the edges. He asked to see her. he was told by Aldrich that Lady Marlowe was in a meeting with the Merchant Guild. He waited in the Great Hall for 2 hours, during which he was offered tea, adequate, bread, good, and the company of 3 border guards who knew exactly who he was, exactly what he had done, and who spent the entire 2 hours playing dice and pretending he did not exist. When Seraphine finally came to the Great Hall, she found Roderick standing by the fire with his hands behind his back and his jaw set in the expression she recognized as his "I am about to do something difficult, and I need you to make it easy for me" face. She had seen this face before negotiations, before elder meetings, before every hard conversation in 6 years of partnership. She had always made it easy for him before. She would not be doing that today. Seraphine. Alpha Blackpine. The formality hit him like a slap. She saw it in the way his gray eyes flinched. If you came to ask me to return, save your breath. If you came to deliver the severance document, I should tell you that I'm aware it was never completed, and I intend to use that." Roderick's face went pale, then red, then pale again, which was a meteorologically impressive sequence of color changes. "How did you—" "Osric. That old man had no right." Osric is the pack historian. Maintaining the charter records is literally his right and his duty. If you'd bothered to talk to him at any point in the last 3 months, instead of being distracted by northern fur and winterborn flattery, you would know that. "Seraphine, I didn't come here to fight." "Then what did you come here for?" He looked at her, really looked at her, the way he used to look at her in the early years when they were young and in love, and he hadn't yet started resenting her for being better at his job than he was. His gray eyes were soft and pained and, damn him, honest. "The pack is falling apart," he said. "The grain is running out. The northern contracts are strangling us. Ilara's family I think they're trying to take our lands. Our people are cold and scared, and they're asking for you. Not me. You. They want to know where Lady Marlowe is, and when she's coming back, and whether she knows that the children don't have boots." Seraphine's chest constricted. The children who had always come to her when they needed things, boots, medicine, a story before bed, someone to listen when they were scared. "The children should have boots," she said, and her voice was not entirely steady. "Come back," Roderick said. "Come back and fix it. I'll give you whatever authority you need. Full control of the supplies, the trade routes, everything. Just come back." "And Lady Winterborn?" "Ilara stays. The marriage it's done. But you can be co-Luna, or—" "Co-Luna?" Seraphine's voice could have frozen the river. "You want me to come back and do all the work of running your pack while your wife sits in the Luna's chair and her family continues to drain your treasury. You want me to save you and remain subordinate to the woman who replaced me. It's not like that." "It is exactly like that. It is, in fact, so precisely like that I am impressed you managed to describe it without realizing what you were describing." "Sera?" "Do not call me that." The old name, the private name, the one he had whispered against her hair in their bed, the one he had called her when they were alone and happy, and the world was small enough to fit between them, hung in the air between them like a ghost. "You don't get to use that name anymore," Seraphine said. "You gave up that name when you paraded another woman into our hall on our night and told our people that I was being retired to a leaking cottage. You gave it up, Roderick, and you cannot have it back." The doors at the far end of the Great Hall opened and Cale Ashbourne walked in. He was wearing his border commander's coat, dark leather, gray fur collar, steel-reinforced bracers. He had clearly come from the training yard. There was a fine sheen of sweat on his temple, and his dark hair was pushed back from his face in a way that made the scar on his cheekbone catch the firelight. He looked, Seraphine thought, with a completely unhelpful surge of awareness, like a man who had been carved by a sculptor with a very generous imagination and a deep understanding of shoulder-to-waist ratios. He assessed the scene in approximately 2 seconds. Roderick Blackpine, standing by the fire, tall and handsome and visibly desperate. Seraphine, standing 10 feet away, golden-haired and furious and shaking slightly. The charged, painful air between them. Cale walked to Seraphine's side and stopped. He did not touch her. He did not speak. He simply stood beside her, close enough that his sleeve brushed hers, and looked at Roderick with an expression of calm, complete, and devastating indifference. Roderick looked at Cale. Cale looked at Roderick. The two men were roughly the same height, but the comparison ended there. Roderick was a regional alpha clinging to a pack he was losing. Cale was a border king with an army, a trade network, and the quiet confidence of a man who had never needed to prove his power, because no one had ever seriously questioned it. "You must be the former alpha," Cale said. His tone was pleasant, as though he were commenting on the weather. "I am the current alpha of the Blackpine Pack." For now, Cale turned to Seraphine. "The Guildmaster has confirmed the grain shipment schedule. Brenna's wagons leave the river port tomorrow. You'll have 40 wagons of good grain at the border staging point in 12 days. "Thank you," Seraphine said. "You should eat supper tonight, a full supper, not bread." "I had bread and cheese." "Adding cheese does not make bread into supper." Roderick watched this exchange with the expression of a man watching his own house burn down from across a field, helpless, horrified, and beginning to understand that he had left the stove unattended. Cale was not touching Seraphine. He was not holding her hand, not putting his arm around her, not making any overt claim. He was simply there, solid, warm, calm, and so obviously oriented toward her that the entire room rearranged itself around the two of them like iron filings around a magnet. And Seraphine, for the first time since the Moonvow Hall, looked comfortable. She looked like a woman standing next to someone she trusted, in a place where she was valued, doing work that mattered. Roderick saw all of this. It destroyed him. "I should go," he said. "Yes," Seraphine agreed. "You should." He walked to the door. He stopped. He turned back. "I loved you," he said. "I need you to know that. I loved you, and I was afraid of how much I needed you, and I chose wrong. I know that now." Seraphine looked at him across the hall. Her golden brown eyes were steady. "You loved me," she said, "but you loved your pride more, and that, Roderick, is why you lost both." He left. The great doors closed behind him. Seraphine stood very still for a long moment. Then her shoulders dropped half an inch, the only outward sign that the encounter had cost her anything, and she exhaled. "Bread and cheese is a perfectly adequate supper," she said to no one in particular. "It is not," Cale said. From beneath her skirt, Clover produced a single, emphatic thump of agreement. Chapter 11: The Northern Reckoning. Alara Winterborn arrived at Iron Ridge 4 days later, and she did not come alone. She came with her father. Lord Aldous Winterborn was a tall, thin man with hair the color of old iron and eyes like a ledger. Every number noted, every debt remembered, every opportunity calculated to the last decimal. He wore fine clothes without ostentation, spoke softly, and radiated the particular kind of menace that belongs to people who destroy others using paperwork instead of swords. He also brought 20 Northern soldiers, which was technically a breach of border protocol and practically a statement of intent. Cale met them at the gate. He did not invite them in. He stood in the gateway of Iron Ridge Keep with his arms crossed, his border guard flanking him, and an expression that suggested the Northern soldiers had approximately 30 seconds to explain themselves before they experienced the practical implications of trespassing on a border king's territory. "Lord Winterborn," Cale said, "your soldiers can make camp outside the walls. Border law does not permit foreign armed forces within Iron Ridge Keep." Lord Winterborn's thin smile did not waver. "They are an escort, Lord Ashbourne, for my daughter's safety." "Your daughter is safe. The borderlands are my jurisdiction, and I do not lose guests." He paused. "The soldiers stay outside." They stayed outside. Lord Winterborn entered the keep with Alara and a single steward, and was shown to the hall where Seraphine was waiting. This was the first time Seraphine and Alara had been face to face since the Moonvow Hall. Seraphine had spent the intervening weeks building a trade empire, acquiring debts, organizing grain shipments, and falling reluctantly but thoroughly in love with a border king. Alara had spent the same weeks managing a dying pack, executing her father's acquisition strategy, and slowly discovering that being a tool was lonelier than being a person. They looked at each other across the hall. "Lady Marlowe," Elara said. Her voice was as musical and measured as it had been in the Moonvow Hall, but there were shadows under her pale eyes that had not been there before. "Lady Winterbourne, I understand you've purchased our family's debt holdings on the Blackpine Pack." "I have. At a profit to my family. At a fair price to your family. I don't operate through deception, Lady Winterbourne. I find it inefficient." Elara's jaw tightened. The barb had landed, because her father's entire strategy had been built on deception. The deception of a marriage disguised as an alliance, debts disguised as assistance, absorption disguised as generosity. Lord Winterbourne stepped forward. "Lady Marlowe, my family has invested considerable resources in the Blackpine Pack's recovery. We have supplied grain, soldiers, and administrative support during a time of crisis. The debts you purchased represent a fraction of our total commitment. I propose a discussion about—" "Lord Winterbourne," Seraphine said, "I don't negotiate with men who use their daughters as financial instruments." The hall went silent. Lord Winterbourne's thin smile froze. Elara beside him went very still, but not with anger, with something else, something that looked for one unguarded instant like recognition. "I beg your pardon?" Lord Winterbourne said. "Your daughter was sent to the Blackpine Pack with a betrothal chain, a set of debt contracts, and instructions to convert a marriage into an acquisition. The grain you supplied was feed quality, not milling quality. The soldiers you sent answered to your steward, not to the Alpha. The administrative support involved replacing every pack official who might resist your control with northern appointees." Seraphine opened her account ledger. "I have the manifests, the contracts, the personnel records, and the correspondence between your steward and your banking house. I obtained them from sources within the Blackpine Pack who were loyal to me, who are still loyal to me, because loyalty is not something you can purchase at a discount." She set the ledger on the table. "You did not invest in the Blackpine Pack, Lord Winterbourne. You were buying it. And now you can't, because I own the debts, I hold the trade routes, and your daughter's leverage has evaporated." Lord Winterbourne's face was a study in controlled fury. He was not a man accustomed to being outmaneuvered, and he was even less accustomed to being outmaneuvered by a woman who had been publicly discarded 5 weeks ago. "This matter will be settled at tribunal," he said tightly. "I agree," Seraphine said. "I have already petitioned for one." After the Winterbournes left the hall, Kale found Seraphine in the kitchen garden, sitting on a stone bench with Clover in her lap, staring at nothing. He sat beside her. Not too close. Close enough. "You're going to win," he said. "I know." "Then why do you look like you just swallowed a stone?" She was quiet for a moment. "Because Elara Winterbourne looked at me when I said her father used her as a financial instrument, and she looked relieved, as if someone had finally said out loud what she already knew. That doesn't make her innocent." "No, but it makes her pitiable, and I don't want to pity the woman who took my place. I want to be angry at her. Anger is simpler." Kale considered this. You can be angry at someone and pity them at the same time. It's called being a good person. "I don't feel like a good person. I feel like a woman who is about to destroy a family's acquisition strategy and potentially orphan a pack from its new Luna, all because I was too proud to accept a leaking cottage." "You were too smart to accept a leaking cottage. There's a difference." She looked at him. The winter sun was behind him, catching in his dark hair, lighting the scar on his cheekbone. He was not smiling, not even the 16th of an inch version. He was looking at her with complete, unguarded seriousness. "You are going to walk into that tribunal," he said, "and you are going to save a pack that threw you away. You are going to do it with your own mind, your own work, your own relationships, and your own courage. And when it is done, everyone in that hall, your former Alpha, his new wife, her father, the elders, the merchants, every person who watched you walk out of that Moonvow Hall and thought you were finished, every single one of them will know that Seraphine Marlowe is the most formidable woman in the Borderlands. His hand was on the bench between them. She put hers on top of it. His fingers curled around hers, warm, steady, certain. "Stay with me," she said. "At the tribunal. I don't need you to fight for me, but I need you beside me." "I was always going to be beside you," he said. "You just hadn't asked." Clover from Seraphine's lap thumped once. The approval thump. The real one. Chapter 12. The Second Flash of White Lightning. The incident happened 3 days before the tribunal, and it remains the single funniest thing that anyone in Iron Ridge Keep has ever witnessed. Lord Winterbourne's steward, a thick-necked man named Garrett who had been left at Iron Ridge to coordinate logistics, but who was actually there to intimidate and obstruct, cornered Seraphine in the Guildhall antechamber while she was reviewing the final tribunal documents. Lady Marlowe. He stepped between her and the door. He was a large man, and he used his size the way large men often do, not through direct physical threat, but through the implicit suggestion that the space he occupied was his, and anyone smaller had better work around him. "Your tribunal petition is ill-advised," he said. "Lord Winterbourne is prepared to offer generous terms for a withdrawal, a payment, a property, a position in the Northern household." "No. You would be wise to consider." "I have considered. The answer is no." Garrett stepped closer. "Lady Marlowe, you are a woman alone in the Borderlands with no pack, no family, and no protection. The tribunal may not go the way you expect. Lord Winterbourne has resources. Step back. And influence and allies who—" "I said step back." He did not step back. He reached for her arm, not to grab, not exactly, but to guide, to steer, to physically move her the way men sometimes move women when they want to emphasize that they are larger and stronger and that this is a conversation they intend to control. His hand was 6 inches from her wrist when Seraphine gathered her heavy wool skirt in one hand and lifted it exactly 8 inches off the ground. Clover came out like a white cannonball. The rabbit had been pressed against Seraphine's ankle for the entire conversation, and the thumping, rapid, furious staccato had been building with each word Garrett spoke. When the skirt lifted, Clover launched. She crossed the 3 feet between Seraphine and Garrett in approximately half a second. She hit his right boot at ankle height with both hind legs, a double-footed rabbit kick delivered with the full force of a prey animal that had spent its entire life developing explosive leg muscles for exactly this kind of emergency departure. The kick itself was not devastating. Clover weighed 4 pounds, but the impact, combined with the sheer cognitive disruption of being attacked by a white rabbit that had apparently materialized from a woman's skirt, caused Garrett to lurch sideways. His boot caught on the leg of a chair. The chair tipped. Garrett grabbed for the table to steady himself and caught the edge of a wooden document tray, which slid, taking with it a large inkwell that upended itself across Garrett's shirt sleeve and a stack of correspondence that scattered across the floor like paper snowflakes. Garrett stood in the antechamber with ink running down his arm, papers at his feet, a overturned chair behind him, and a small white rabbit sitting in front of him, thumping one hind foot against the stone floor with the slow, measured cadence of a creature that was thoroughly satisfied with its work. In the doorway, 2 Guildhall clerks and a border guard, who had been passing in the corridor, stood frozen in various states of astonishment and barely contained hilarity. "What?" Garrett sputtered. "What is that?" "That," Seraphine said, gathering Clover up and tucking her back into the safe, warm space beneath her skirt, "is my associate. She has strong opinions about people who crowd her workspace." Garrett looked at the ink on his arm. He looked at the papers on the floor. He looked at the border guard, who was biting his lip so hard it had gone white. "Lord Winterbourne will hear about this," he said, which was the verbal equivalent of a man trying to reassemble his dignity out of wreckage. "I do hope so," Seraphine said pleasantly. "I hear he enjoys a good story." Garrett left. The border guard waited until he was out of earshot, then doubled over laughing. The story was all over the keep by sundown, and by the following morning, the kitchen staff were leaving extra cabbage leaves outside Seraphine's door. Chapter 13. The Night Before the Tribunal. The night before the tribunal, Seraphine could not sleep. She stood at the window of her tower room and looked out at the border river, silver in the moonlight, and thought about everything she was about to do. She was about to walk into a room full of people who had watched her be humiliated and demand that they acknowledge her authority. She was about to challenge the man she had loved, outmaneuver the woman who had replaced her, and dismantle the strategy of a family that was older and richer and more powerful than she would ever be. She was terrified. Not of losing. She had done the math. The law was on her side. The evidence was overwhelming. She was terrified of winning. Because winning meant going back. Winning meant returning to the Black Pine Pack, to the halls and hearths and faces of the people who had watched her be set aside and said nothing. Winning meant being responsible again for people who had not fought for her. There was a knock at her door. "It's me," Cale said from the other side. She opened the door. He was standing in the corridor in a dark shirt, his hair slightly disheveled, as though he had been running his hands through it. He looked, for the first time since she had met him, uncertain. "I saw your candle from the yard," he said. "You should be sleeping. I am aware of what I should be doing. May I come in?" She stepped back. He entered. The room was small with both of them in it. Small in a way that made the air feel charged, as though the space between their bodies was conducting something that neither of them had named. He stood by the window. She stood by the desk. Clover was asleep in a basket by the fire, a small white comma of fur and contentment. "You're afraid," Cale said. "I am not." "Seraphine." She stopped. He never used her name as a weapon. He used it like a key, gently, precisely, to open something she was trying to keep locked. "I'm afraid of going back," she said. "I'm afraid of being needed by people who didn't need me enough to keep me." "They needed you. They just didn't know it until you were gone." "That's the same thing as not needing me." "No, it's not." He crossed the room. Not quickly, slowly, deliberately, giving her every opportunity to step back, to refuse the closing distance. She did not step back. It's the difference between a man who doesn't know what air is and a man who doesn't breathe. One is ignorant. The other is dead. He stopped in front of her. Close. Very close. Close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating off his body. Close enough that his breath stirred the loose strands of her golden hair. "Your pack is suffocating without you," he said. "You are the air. You have always been the air. And tomorrow you are going to walk into that hall and remind every person in it what it feels like to breathe." She looked up at him. He was looking down at her with such focus, such intensity, such barely contained want that the air between them felt like it was burning. "And after the tribunal," she asked, "if I go back to the Black Pine Pack, if I take stewardship, I'll be there and you'll be here. I'll be wherever you need me to be." "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer I have." His hand came up slowly, and his fingers brushed her jaw, a touch so light it was barely there, so careful it was almost reverent. "I will not make demands of you, Seraphine. Not tonight, not ever. You have had enough of men who demand things." "What if I want you to demand something?" The question fell between them like a lit match. Cale's blue eyes darkened. His fingers, still against her jaw, trembled. The first time she had ever seen him shake, and the knowledge that her words had caused it made her feel powerful in a way that had nothing to do with debts or trade routes or pack politics. "Then I would demand," he said, his voice low and rough, "that you eat a full supper every day, including vegetables, and that you stop staying up past midnight with your account ledger, and that you—" "Cale." "Let me stand next to you, not behind you, not in front of you, next to you, for as long as you'll have me." The fire crackled. Clover stirred in her basket, thumped once, the soft, sleepy thump that meant all was well in the world, and resettled. Seraphine lifted her hand and placed it flat against Cale's chest. His heartbeat was rapid beneath her palm, rapid, strong, and completely at odds with his controlled exterior. He was as terrified as she was, she realized. He was the Border Wolf King, commander of armies and master of trade routes, and he was standing in a tower room with his heart hammering because a golden-haired woman with a rabbit and a ledger had put her hand on his chest. "Next to me," she said. "Yes. Starting tomorrow. Starting now. Starting always. Starting every day from now until the borderlands crumble into the sea." She almost laughed. That was romantic. "I told you, deeply unromantic man. The most unromantic declaration I have ever received. I can do worse. Would you like to hear my opinions on grain tariffs?" She did laugh then, a real, full laugh that lit up her face and made the room warmer, and his hand slid from her jaw into her hair, gentle and reverent and shaking, and she leaned into his touch, and they stood there in the candlelight with the moonlit river outside the window and the sleeping rabbit by the fire, and an entire future balanced on the edge of tomorrow. Chapter 14. The Tribunal. The tribunal was held in the great hall of the Black Pine Pack's ancestral keep, a vast, cold, stone-vaulted room with pillars carved like pine trees, and a dais at the far end where the Alpha's chair sat under a banner of silver and black. Everyone was there. Roderick Blackpine sat in the Alpha's chair, and he looked terrible. Not in appearance, he was still devastatingly handsome because genetics are not subject to political consequences, but in demeanor. He was thin. His gray eyes were shadowed. His hands, resting on the arms of the chair, were not steady. He looked like a man who had not slept well in weeks, which was accurate because he had spent the last week discovering the full scope of the Winterborn acquisition and understanding, with mounting horror, that he had voluntarily married his pack into a trap. Alara Winterborn sat beside him in the Luna's chair, and she looked composed. Her auburn hair was immaculate. Her gown was immaculate. Her expression was immaculate. She was, to all appearances, a picture of confident authority. But Seraphine, who had spent 6 years reading people's faces across negotiation tables, saw the tension in Alara's jaw and the way her fingers were locked together in her lap. Not folded, locked, the way people hold themselves together when they are afraid of what will happen if they let go. Lord Winterborn sat in the honored guest's chair, flanked by his steward Garrett, whose sleeve still had a faint ink stain, and a lawyer whose expression suggested he had been promised an easy victory and was beginning to suspect he had been lied to. The 7 elders of the Black Pine Pack sat along one wall. Elder Marin, the oldest, caught Seraphine's eye as she entered the hall and gave her a nod so small it could have been a twitch. But it was not a twitch. The Merchant Guild representatives sat along the other wall. The Heartwood Carriers Guild Master, the River Merchants Factor, the Salt Road Commissioner, the Herb Women's spokeswoman. They had come because Seraphine had asked them to come, and because every one of them owed their best contracts to a golden-haired woman who actually read invoices. Brenna sat with the merchants, her gray hair pulled back, her arms crossed, her face set in the expression of a woman who had driven 40 wagons of grain through mountain passes in winter weather and was frankly looking forward to watching the bureaucrats try to match that. Marta sat beside Brenna, clutching a ledger of grain inventories and looking like she might vomit, but also like she might punch someone, and she had not yet decided which. Osric the historian sat in his designated corner with his leather case and his quilt coat and his 73 years of institutional memory, looking like a man who had been waiting for this day for a very long time. And Cale Ashbourne sat at the side of the hall, in a chair that had been placed slightly apart from the others, not on the dais, not with the merchants, not with the elders, but in a position that gave him a clear line of sight to Seraphine and, not coincidentally, to every door in the room. He was wearing his border commander's coat, and his expression was the kind of calm that comes from absolute certainty about what he would do if anyone in this room made a wrong move. Seraphine entered last. She walked through the great doors of the hall in a gown of deep gold wool, not black pine colors, not Winterborn colors, but her own, with her golden hair loose over her shoulders and her account ledger in her hand and Clover invisible under the heavy folds of her skirt. She walked down the center of the hall, past the elders, past the merchants, past Roderick and Alara and Lord Winterborn, and she stopped at the foot of the dais. She did not look at Roderick. she looked at the elders. "I am Seraphine Marlowe," she said, and her voice carried the way voices carry in stone halls, clean, clear, and impossible to ignore. "I am a member of the Black Pine Pack by formal bond, which has never been legally dissolved. I am here to invoke the Stewardship Clause of the Black Pine Pack Charter, Chapter 7, Article 3, on the grounds that the current Alpha's governance has endangered the Pack's survival through debt, famine, and the imminent loss of sovereign territory." The hall erupted. Not literally, no one screamed or threw furniture, but the quality of the silence changed. It went from attentive to electric. Every elder leaned forward, every merchant straightened. Lord Winterbourne's lawyer began writing furiously. Roderick gripped the arms of his chair. "You have no standing," Lord Winterbourne began. "I have full standing." Seraphine opened her ledger. "Osric, please confirm for the tribunal that Alpha Blackpine never completed the formal severance of my bond or my membership." Osric stood, opened his leather case, and held up the blank severance document. The severance was prepared on the night of the moon vow ceremony. It was never signed by Alpha Blackpine. It was never sealed by the pack historian. Under the charter, Lady Marlowe remains a full member of the Blackpine Pack. Roderick's face went white. He looked at the unsigned document, and Seraphine watched him realize, watched the understanding cross his face like a shadow, that his own carelessness, his own distraction, his own failure to complete a single piece of paperwork had given the woman he had discarded the legal right to challenge him. "That is an administrative oversight," Lord Winterbourne's lawyer said. "It is a legal reality," Seraphine said, "and here is why the Stewardship Clause applies." She laid out her case the way she laid out trade negotiations, clearly, precisely, devastatingly. The debts, the grain crisis, the salt road closure, the medicine shortage, the silver mine default, the northern soldiers stationed in a pack that had not requested them, the northern appointed officials who had replaced loyal pack members, the feed-quality grain shipped at milling grain prices, the treasury lockbox with 2 keys, one of which was held by a woman whose family was systematically stripping the pack's assets. She presented manifests, contracts, correspondence between Lord Winterbourne's banking house and his steward, letters from northern officials that discussed the Black Pine Pack not as an ally but as an acquisition target and a territory in transition. She presented the debt transfer documents, the legal proof that she now held every debt the Winterbourne family had purchased. "The Black Pine Pack owes 4,200 marks," she said. "It owes them to me. I am not here to collect. I am here to forgive these debts in exchange for stewardship, because the purpose of stewardship is not profit, it is survival." Lord Winterbourne's lawyer was no longer writing. He was staring at the documents with the expression of a man who has just discovered that the ground he was standing on was never solid. These transfers are legally binding, signed by Lord Winterbourne's own financial officers, checked by the Merchant Guild's independent auditors, sealed by the Border Trade Authority under Lord Ashbourne's jurisdiction. She paused. "You are welcome to examine them." He examined them. He examined them for a long time. When he looked up, his face told Lord Winterbourne everything. "The transfers are valid," he said. Lord Winterbourne stood. His composure was cracking, not dramatically, but in the small ways that composure cracks in men who have always controlled every room they entered. A tightening of the jaw, a flattening of the eyes, a voice that was a shade too controlled. "This tribunal has no authority to dissolve a marriage alliance or to interfere with interpack trade agreements." "I am not dissolving your daughter's marriage," Seraphine said. "Alpha Blackpine chose Lady Winterbourne. That choice stands. But the trade agreements your family imposed on this pack were not agreements, they were tools of acquisition, and the Stewardship Clause exists precisely to protect a pack from being absorbed by an outside force through debt manipulation." She turned to the elders. "I ask the Council of Elders to rule on my petition. I have demonstrated the debts, I have demonstrated the threat, I have demonstrated my means. 40 wagons of good grain are currently at the border staging point, ready to enter Blackpine territory. Winter fuel, medicine, and craft supplies follow within the week. I am prepared to take stewardship of this pack, forgive its debts, restore its supply lines, and reopen its trade routes. She paused. All I need is your vote. Elder Marin stood. She was 81 years old, barely 5 feet tall, and she had the moral authority of a mountain. I have a question, she said. Yes, Elder. If we grant stewardship, what happens to Alpha Blackpine? Seraphine looked at Roderick. He was staring at her. His gray eyes were bright with something that might have been tears, or might have been the reflection of the firelight, or might have been the terrible, luminous clarity of a man who was seeing for the first time the full shape of what he had lost. Alpha Blackpine retains his membership in the pack, Seraphine said. He retains his home. He retains his wolf. But the stewardship clause suspends his governance authority until the pack is restored to stability. He will be assigned duties appropriate to his abilities. He can work. He can serve. He can rebuild trust. She paused. He cannot lead, not until he learns what leadership actually costs. Roderick flinched as though she had struck him, but he did not protest. He sat in his Alpha's chair and he looked at the woman he had thrown away, and for the first time in his life he did not try to argue or charm or command his way out of a situation. He simply nodded. And the Winterborn family's involvement? Elder Marin asked. The Winterborn family's debts are forgiven. Their trade contracts are voided. Their soldiers leave Blackpine territory by sunrise. Their appointed officials are replaced by the original pack members who were dismissed. Seraphine looked at Lord Winterborn. Your family entered this pack through a marriage. You may maintain the marriage, but the acquisition is over. And because your escort entered sovereign territory under false commercial papers, Elder Marin added, the Winterborn Guard will unload and inventory every sealed weapons chest before they leave. Lord Winterborn will stand in the yard and sign each count himself. By noon, the Northern Lord who had arrived wrapped in white fox uncertainty would be ankle-deep in black slush beside a wagon line, holding a clipboard with numb fingers, while border guards opened chest after chest of illegal blades. It was not blood. It was worse for a man like him. It was public labor, public mud, and public proof that his beautiful invasion had become paperwork in the snow. Lord Winterborn's thin face was rigid. You will regret this. I regret many things, Lord Winterborn. This will not be one of them. And then, because fate has a sense of timing that borders on theatrical, the moment broke. Roderick, in one last reflexive assertion of the authority he was losing, stood from his chair and let his Alpha presence roll through the hall. It was not an attack. It was instinct, the desperate, cornered instinct of a wolf who feels his territory slipping away. The pressure wave hit every person in the room, a heavy, suffocating weight of dominance that pushed at the chest and thickened the air. Seraphine felt it. She braced against it. She did not buckle. But under her skirt, Clover felt it too. The thumping started. Soft at first, then faster, then furious. Thump, 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 thump. The sound echoed off the stone floor. In the pressured silence of the hall, it was clearly audible, a rapid, insistent percussion that seemed to come from the base of the dais, from the ground, from the very foundations of the building. Every head turned. Lord Winterborn's lawyer looked at the floor. Garrett, the steward, looked at the floor. Elder Marin looked at Seraphine's skirt with narrowed eyes. Roderick stared, his Alpha presence faltering in confusion. Thump, 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 hump. What is that sound? Lord Winterborn demanded. Seraphine looked down at her skirt. She looked at the tribunal. She looked at Roderick, who was still standing, still radiating dominance, still trying to hold on to something that had already slipped through his fingers. She gathered her skirt in one hand. She lifted the hem 8 inches off the stone floor. Clover exploded outward. The rabbit, small, white, furious, and absolutely done with the pressure in the air, burst from beneath Seraphine's skirt with the trajectory of a startled snowball. She hit the dais step, slipped on the polished stone, bounced sideways, and crashed into the wooden document tray that held the tribunal's official seal, inkstand, and signing quills. The tray tipped. The seal rolled. The inkstand full because Osric had filled it that morning, flipped end over end and landed upside down on the exact spot where Roderick had been resting his hand on the arm of the Alpha's chair. Black ink fountained across the chair arm, across Roderick's sleeve, and across the front of his ceremonial coat. Clover, having achieved maximum chaos by accident and wanting no further part in public law, froze in the middle of the dais. Her dark cherry eyes were wide. Her nose twitched rapidly. Her small white body trembled with the offended dignity of a rabbit that had found the entire room too loud, too tense, and too alpha. The hall was frozen. Then Elder Marin, 81 years old, 5 feet tall, moral authority of a mountain, began to laugh. Then Elder Marin, 81 years old, 5 feet tall, moral authority of a mountain, began to laugh. It started as a wheeze, progressed to a cackle, and became the kind of full-bodied laughter that makes old women clutch their ribs. Brenna joined in, then Marta, then the Heartwood Guildmaster, then the border guards, then the clerks, then one by one the elders, until the entire hall was ringing with laughter, and Roderick Blackpine was standing on his dais in an ink-splattered coat, while a terrified white rabbit tried to hide behind Seraphine's hem. Cale, from his chair at the side of the hall, watched Seraphine. He was not laughing, he was smiling. Not the 16th of an inch smile, not the full smile, but something else entirely. Something private. Something that he would probably deny later if anyone asked. He was looking at her the way a man looks at the person he is going to spend the rest of his life next to. The person who brought a rabbit to a tribunal and somehow made it the most memorable moment of judicial history. Seraphine bent down and picked Clover up. The rabbit tucked herself against Seraphine's chest and thumped once. Satisfied, definitive, done. "I apologize for the interruption," Seraphine said to the tribunal, her voice perfectly steady despite the fact that her lips were twitching. "My rabbit objects to loud men and poor governance." Elder Marin wiped her eyes. "The associate's feelings are noted." She straightened, still wheezing slightly. "The council will vote. All in favor of granting stewardship to Seraphine Marlowe?" 7 hands rose. Every elder, unanimous. "Stewardship is granted," Elder Marin said. "Lady Marlowe, the Blackpine Pack is yours." Chapter 15. The Homecoming. Seraphine Marlowe returned to the Blackpine Pack on the morning after the tribunal, and she did not return empty-handed. Brenna's 40 wagons of grain rolled through the pack gates at first light, driven by border teamsters and guarded by Iron Ridge riders. Behind the grain came wagons of firewood, tallow, salt, and medical supplies. Behind those came Marta, who walked into the granary she had managed for 15 years, looked at the feed-quality northern grain that had been stored in her absence, said, "Absolutely not," and began organizing the replacement with the focused intensity of a woman who had been personally insulted by substandard wheat. The pack watched from their doorways and windows as the wagons rolled in. They watched in silence at first, the wary, uncertain silence of people who have been let down too many times to trust easily. Then an old woman in the baker's row stepped out of her house, looked at the grain wagon, looked at Seraphine, and said, "Is that milling grain?" "Yes." "Good quality?" "I inspected it personally." "River Valley or Mountain?" "River Valley, this year's harvest, dry stored in the port warehouses since October." The old woman nodded. Then she did something that broke the silence of the entire street. She applauded. A single, sharp clap that echoed off the stone buildings, followed by another and another. The baker's wife joined, then the cobbler's apprentice, then the families in the doorways, one by one, hands coming together in the cold morning air until the sound rolled up the street like thunder. Seraphine stood in the center of it, golden-haired and straight-backed, with a rabbit under her skirt and a wolf in her chest and tears that she absolutely refused to let fall, and she thought, This is what power is for. The northern soldiers left by midday. Their departure was not graceful. Lord Winterbourne's steward Garrett, who was supervising the withdrawal, managed to trip over a grain sack that Marta had deliberately placed in the narrowest part of the gate corridor. He went down on one knee, his sword caught on his cloak, and his belt pouch split open, sending a cascade of copper coins across the cobblestones. Three children, who had been watching the departure with the frank, unfiltered delight that children take in watching adults look foolish, scrambled to collect the coins and presented them back to Garrett with angelic smiles. "Thank you for visiting," the eldest child said. She was 7 years old and had clearly been coached. "Please don't come back." Garrett turned crimson, retrieved his coins, and left without further incident. Lord Winterbourne himself departed on horseback, his lawyer beside him, his thin face set in an expression that promised retribution. Seraphine watched him go from the parapet of the keep wall. "He'll be back," she said. "Eventually," Cale agreed. He was standing beside her, always beside her now, as naturally as breathing. But not soon. His leverage is gone, his debts are forgiven, his soldiers are withdrawn. The most he can do is complain to other northern families that a woman with a rabbit outmaneuvered him, and I don't think his pride will allow that. "And Alara?" They both looked down into the courtyard, where Alara Winterbourne was standing alone. She had not left with her father. She was standing by the well in the center of the courtyard, her auburn hair escaping its careful coil for the first time since Seraphine had known her, her midnight blue gown creased and travel-stained, her hands at her sides. She looked, stripped of her composure and her family's backing, very young. Seraphine went down to the courtyard. They stood on opposite sides of the well, and for a long moment, neither spoke. "Your father is gone," Seraphine said. "Yes." "You stayed." "The marriage is valid. Roderick is my husband. Whatever else has changed, that has not." Alara's voice was steady, but the shadows under her eyes were deep. "Unless you intend to dissolve it." "I don't dissolve marriages, I dissolve bad contracts. Your father's contracts were bad. Your marriage is your own business." Alara looked at her. "You hate me." "I don't hate you. I hate what you were sent here to do, but I watched you in the tribunal, and I don't think you enjoyed doing it." Something cracked in Alara's composure, a small, controlled fracture, like a line appearing in ice. "I was trained," she said, "from the time I was 12. Ledgers, contracts, debt structures, acquisition strategies. My father taught me to see every relationship as a transaction and every weakness as a purchase opportunity. I was very good at it." "You were excellent at it." "I didn't want to be." The words came out fast, as though she had been holding them for a long time. "I wanted to, I don't know, I wanted to be good at something that didn't require making people vulnerable. But my father said that was soft. He said softness was a luxury our family couldn't afford." Seraphine studied the woman who had replaced her. She saw the precision, the training, the cold competence. She also saw the exhaustion underneath it. The weariness of a person who had spent her entire life performing a role that someone else had written. "You are good at accounts," Seraphine said. "You are good at reading contracts, managing numbers, seeing patterns. Those are valuable skills. They do not have to be weapons." "What else can they be?" "Tools. For building something instead of taking something apart." She paused. "The pack needs a treasury manager. Someone who understands debt, credit, and financial structures. Someone who can prevent the kind of crisis your father's family exploited. It would not be a glamorous position. It would not be the Luna's chair, but it would be useful, and it would be yours." Alara stared at her. "You're offering me a job." "I'm offering you a choice. You can go back to your father and be his instrument again, or you can stay here and be something else." The crack in Alara's composure widened. Her pale eyes filled, not quite with tears, but with the precursor to tears. The bright, painful pressure that comes when a person is offered something they did not expect and are not sure they deserve. "I'll stay," she said. Seraphine nodded. "Good. Your first task is to audit the northern grain that was delivered during your tenure. Marta says half of it is feed quality. I want to know exactly how much we were overcharged, because I intend to send the invoice to your father." Despite everything, despite the wreckage of her plans, the humiliation of the tribunal, the collapse of her family's strategy, Alara Winterbourne laughed. It was a small, startled, genuine sound, and it made her look, for the first time, like a woman rather than a strategy. "I deserved that," she said. You did. But you also deserved a choice, and now you have one. Seraphine extended her hand. Welcome to the Black Pine Pack, Lady Winterborn, the real one. Alara took her hand. Chapter 16, The Reckoning of the Alpha. Roderick Blackpine's punishment was not dramatic. There was no public flogging, no chains, no exile. Seraphine understood, had always understood better than Roderick himself, that the most devastating thing you could do to a proud man was not to hurt him, but to make him useful. He was assigned duties, humble ones. He carried grain sacks from the wagons to the granary, heavy, dirty, back-breaking work that he had never done in his life because he was an alpha. And alphas gave orders about grain sacks rather than carrying them. He repaired the eastern border cottage, the one with the leaking roof, the one he had tried to banish Seraphine to, under the supervision of the pack's carpenter, who was a woman named Dag, who had once arm-wrestled a bear and who took visible pleasure in correcting Roderick's shoddy roof work. That nail is crooked, Dag said. It's functional. It's crooked. Pull it out and do it again. Lady Marlowe lives in a keep with straight nails. The least you can do is provide the same standard for the cottage. Roderick pulled the nail and did it again. He did not complain. He had lost the right to complain in the Moonvow Hall, and he knew it. He saw Seraphine every day. She was everywhere, in the granary checking stores, in the guild hall negotiating contracts, in the elders' meeting room discussing winter preparations, in the kitchen garden where Clover had established a small but resolute empire among the remaining cabbage plants. She was golden-haired and efficient and calm, and she was building something extraordinary out of the wreckage he had created. And every day the distance between them grew, because he could see her, and she no longer looked at him. On the 5th day of his penance, he was stacking firewood in the courtyard when Seraphine walked past with Kale. They were discussing trade route adjustments, the kind of practical, detailed conversation that Roderick had always found tedious and that Seraphine made sound like poetry. Kale was listening to her the way Roderick had never listened, with full attention, genuine interest, and the quiet, absolute focus of a man who understood that the woman beside him was extraordinary and who had no intention of taking that for granted. Seraphine said something about Salt Road tariff structures, and Kale said something back that made her laugh, a real laugh, bright and warm, the laugh that Roderick had not heard in years because he had stopped making her laugh long before he stopped being her mate. And then Kale's hand settled on the small of her back as they walked through a doorway, an easy, natural touch, the touch of a man who was allowed to touch and who touched not to claim but to connect. And Seraphine leaned into it, just slightly, just for a moment, a movement so small that no one but Roderick would have noticed. But Roderick noticed. He stood in the courtyard with an armload of firewood and watched the woman he had loved walk away with a man who was better than him in every way that mattered, and the wood was heavy, and the air was cold, and the fire in his chest was the kind that burned without warmth. He had loved her. He had loved her, and he had been afraid of her strength. And he had chosen a woman who came wrapped in the illusion of softness and the reality of steel. And now the woman he had loved was laughing in another man's keep and leaning into another man's hand and building an empire out of the rubble of his mistakes. He put the firewood down. He drove the nails straight. He did not complain. It was, Seraphine noted with a detachment that was mostly genuine, a start. Chapter 17, The Moonbound Queen. The coronation, if it could be called a coronation, technically it was a confirmation of stewardship, but everyone, including the person who drafted the official documents, understood that it was a coronation, took place on the winter solstice in the Moonvow Hall where everything had begun. The hall looked different. Seraphine had not changed the architecture. The stone pillars still rose like pine trees. The moonstone dais still gleamed at the far end. But the hall was warm because the firewood supply was restored. It was bright because new candles filled every bracket. It was full because the pack had come. Every family, every elder, every child, every person who had watched Seraphine walk out of this hall 6 weeks ago with her spine straight and her future unknown. They had come to watch her walk back in. The merchants were there, the Heartwood Guildmaster, the River Factor, the Salt Road Commissioner, all of them people who had done business with Seraphine for years and who had come to see her formally recognized. Brenna was there, wearing a new coat and the trade license that Seraphine had promised her, looking like a woman who had driven 40 wagons through a mountain pass and would do it again tomorrow if asked. Marta was there, standing near the granary delegation, clutching a grain manifest that showed the stores at full capacity for the first time in 3 months. Osric was there, in his quilt coat, holding the charter as though it were a holy relic, which to him it was. Alara was there. She sat in the second row, not the first, in a plain woolen gown instead of midnight blue velvet. She looked composed, but differently composed. Not the composure of a woman maintaining a mask, but the composure of a woman who was discovering, tentatively, what her face looked like without one. She was holding a ledger, the treasury audit she had completed at Seraphine's request, and when Seraphine's eyes found her, she gave a small nod that contained, if you were looking for it, something that might have been gratitude. Roderick was there. He stood at the back of the hall, near the doors. He was wearing a plain coat, no ceremonial silver, no Alpha's insignia. He had come not because he was required to, but because, for the first time in his life, he wanted to be present for something that was not about him. And Cale was there. He stood at the front of the hall, near the dais, but not on it. He was wearing his commander's coat, the dark leather and gray fur that had become, for Seraphine, the most comforting sight in the world. His blue eyes were on her as she walked the length of the hall, and his face held nothing, no mask, no composure, no strategic neutrality. Just warmth. Pure, unguarded, unflinching warmth. Seraphine walked to the dais. Elder Marin met her there, holding the old silver circlet of the Black Pine Pack's ruling authority, the same circlet that had been worn by every leader since the Pack's founding, simple and ancient and heavy with history. "Seraphine Marlowe," Elder Marin said, and her old voice carried to every corner of the hall. "You left this pack with nothing but your ledger, your savings, and your word. You returned with grain for our granary, medicine for our sick, fuel for our fires, and hope for our future. You purchased our debts and forgave them. You uncovered the threat to our lands and defeated it. You did all of this not with armies or wealth or family name, but with the intelligence, the relationships, and the relentless competence that this pack took for granted and very nearly lost." The hall was silent. Absolutely, profoundly silent. "I ask whether this woman, who has earned the loyalty of every trade partner, the respect of the Border Wolf King, the gratitude of Black Pine, the trust of Iron Ridge, and the very loud approval of a particular rabbit, should be recognized not as a temporary steward, but as what she has already become on every road, in every granary, and at every bargaining table, a queen." She held up the circlet. "I ask whether this woman, who has earned the loyalty of every trade partner, the respect of the Border King, the gratitude of her people, and the trust of a very particular rabbit, should be recognized not as a steward, but as what she has always been, a queen." The response was not a vote, it was a roar. The pack rose to its feet. The merchants rose. The border guards rose. Brenna stamped her boots on the stone floor so hard that the sound echoed like thunder. Marta clapped until her calloused hands were red. The children in the front row cheered with the unself-conscious delight of people who did not understand politics, but understood that the nice lady who remembered their names was in charge now, and things were going to be better. Elder Marin placed the circlet on Seraphine's golden hair, and Seraphine closed her eyes for 1 second, one single second of pure, private feeling, and then opened them. "I accept," she said, "not because I wanted this, but because this pack deserves someone who will choose its people over her pride. I will rebuild what was broken. I will protect what is ours, and I will never, ever let anyone use our vulnerabilities against us again." She turned to face the hall, and the hall looked back at her, and what they saw was not a discarded Luna, or a scorned woman, or a convenient administrator. They saw a queen. The moonbound queen of Black Pine, Iron Ridge, and the eastern trade roads. Under her skirt, Clover thumped once, soft, certain, final. The reception after the coronation was chaotic and joyous and involved a great deal of good milling quality bread, the first the pack had tasted in weeks. Marta had personally supervised the baking, and she stood near the bread table with an expression of fierce maternal pride, as though each loaf were a child she had raised from dough. Brenna cornered the Heartwood Guildmaster and negotiated a reduced transport rate for spring deliveries, while he was distracted by Honeymead. The Guildmaster agreed to terms he would later describe as generous and possibly the result of mild inebriation. But by then the contract was signed. Osric sat in his corner and cried quietly into his quilt coat, which was the happiest Seraphine had ever seen him. One of the younger border guards, a sandy-haired man named Finn, who had been assigned to Seraphine's escort during the grain runs, brought her a cup of mead and said with the earnest directness of a 23-year-old who had been thoroughly smitten for weeks, "My lady, if there is ever anything you need, anything at all, I am entirely at your service." "Thank you, Finn." "Anything, day or night, rain or shine, I mean that quite seriously." "I know you do." Cale, who had appeared at Seraphine's shoulder with the silent, lethal efficiency of a man who had a sixth sense for when younger men were being too attentive to the woman beside him, said, "Finn." "My lord?" "The Eastern Watchtower needs a night patrol." "Now, my lord." "Now, Finn." Finn left, looking slightly dazed but fundamentally unharmed. Seraphine looked at Cale. Cale looked at his mead. "That was unnecessary," she said. "The Eastern Watchtower is chronically understaffed. You're jealous. I am strategically allocating personnel. You are jealous, and you are bad at hiding it. I am the Border Wolf King. I do not get jealous. I get territorial." He paused. "There is a significant difference." "Is there?" "Jealousy is irrational. Territoriality is biological." "And which biological impulse prompted you to send a 23-year-old to a watchtower in the middle of winter?" "The one that responds to men who say day or night, rain or shine to women who are not their mates." He took a sip of mead. "I can recall him if you found his attention flattering." "I found his attention sweet." "Sweet." The word came out as though it had personally offended him. "I will endeavor to be sweet. Would you like me to bring you mead and make earnest declarations? I can attempt an expression of youthful devotion. I should warn you, my face may not cooperate." Seraphine laughed. She laughed so hard she had to put down her own cup. And when she straightened, Cale was looking at her with that expression, the one that was not the 16th of an inch smile or the full smile, but something else, something that he had stopped trying to hide. "Come outside," she said. They went to the courtyard. It was cold and clear, and the moon was full, an enormous luminous moon that turned the snow on the mountains into silver and made the world look like it had been painted in light. They stood side by side, the way they had been standing for weeks, always side by side, always close enough to touch, always just barely not touching. "I have something to ask you," Seraphine said. "Ask." "I am the queen of the Blackpine Pack. My territory borders yours. Our trade routes are interconnected. Our supply chains are integrated. From a strategic perspective, an alliance between our packs would be mutually beneficial." "From a strategic perspective," Cale repeated. "Yes, and from a personal perspective," she turned to face him, "I would very much like to stop pretending that I am not in love with you." The moonlight caught his face, the scar, the blue eyes, the jaw. The expression that was no longer guarded, no longer measured, no longer anything other than what it was. A man looking at the woman he loved with the relieved, wondering joy of someone who had been waiting for permission to stop holding his breath. "I was not pretending," he said. "You were a little bit pretending." "I was strategically managing my emotions." "You were pretending." "I was. All right, I was pretending." He took her hand. Both hands. He held them the way he had held them on the mountain pass, warm, steady, certain. "I have been pretending since the moment I saw you in that way station, covered in mud, clutching an account ledger, with a rabbit in your cloak and your spine straighter than my sword. I have been pretending through every meeting, every trade negotiation, every blizzard cloak and mountain pass and midnight account session. I have been pretending because you had just been betrayed by a man who used love as leverage, and I would rather have pretended for the rest of my life than make you feel that my love came with a price. It doesn't come with a price? It comes with a standing interest rate, an annual review, and a penalty clause for insufficient vegetable consumption at supper. She hit his shoulder. He caught her hand and held it against his chest, where his heart was beating fast and hard beneath the leather and fur and the warm solidity of him. "Seraphine Marlowe," he said, "moonbound queen, most formidable woman in the borderlands. Will you choose me? Not because you need me. Not because I am useful. Not because my territory borders yours or my trade routes complement yours. But because I am the man who walked into a blizzard without a cloak to find you, and I would do it again every night for the rest of my life, and I would like the opportunity to also argue about supper. You are the most unromantic man I have ever met. You have mentioned this. I love you." "I know. Your rabbit told me." She kissed him. Or he kissed her. It was difficult to determine who moved first because they had been moving toward each other since the way station, since the blizzard, since the moment their eyes met across a common room full of soldiers, and neither of them had looked away. The moonlight was on them, the snow was on the mountains, the wind was cold, and his arms were warm, and somewhere inside Iron Ridge Keep, a white rabbit thumped once in her basket by the fire and went to sleep. Epilogue: The New Road. Spring came to the borderlands the way spring always comes, slowly, reluctantly, one snowdrop at a time. The Black Pine Pack survived the winter. Not just survived, thrived. The grain lasted, the medicine held, the firewood kept every hearth burning. The Salt Road reopened under new terms that Seraphine negotiated personally, with better rates and fairer access for the border merchants. The silver mine wagons resumed their monthly runs, and the Heartwood Guildmaster, who had been worried about his contract for months, sent Seraphine a crate of the real cinnamon, not sawdust, the real thing, with a note that read, "For the only honest dealer north of the river, with gratitude and excellent spices." Brenna expanded her caravan operation to 12 wagons and became, within 6 months, the most successful independent hauler in the border trade network. She credited Seraphine publicly, frequently, and at considerable volume. Marta reclaimed her granary and ran it with the fierce, methodical joy of a woman who had been given back her purpose. She also adopted 3 cats to patrol the grain stores for mice, and she named the meanest one Garrett. Osric retired to a cottage near the archive, where he spent his days writing a history of the Black Pine Pack that placed Seraphine Marlowe at its center, because, as he said, history should record who actually kept the lights on. Finn, the young border guard, accepted his watchtower assignment with good grace and eventually fell in love with the daughter of the border baker, who appreciated earnest devotion and found, day or night, rain or shine, to be exactly the kind of thing she wanted to hear. Alara Winterbourne stayed. She managed the treasury with precision and care, and over time she began to laugh more and calculate less. She and Roderick did not have a happy marriage. The foundation of the marriage had been built on acquisition rather than love, but they had a working partnership, and Alara discovered that being useful for someone else's benefit, rather than her father's, was not the same as being weak. Lord Winterbourne sent 3 letters demanding her return. She burned all 3. She never heard from him again. Roderick Blackpine carried grain, mended roofs, guarded the border, and learned, slowly, painfully, one humbling day at a time, what it meant to serve. He watched Seraphine lead the pack he had nearly destroyed, and he watched her love a man who deserved her, and he did not complain. Some nights, when the moon was full and the wind carried the sound of wolves in the wild country, he stood at the edge of the pack territory and looked toward Iron Ridge Keep, where a light burned in the east tower, and he thought about everything he had lost. He did not go back. There was nothing to go back to. The woman he had loved was not the woman he had thrown away. She was bigger now, brighter, more herself than she had ever been when she was his. She had outgrown the space he had made for her, and the only honorable thing left was to be grateful she had saved his people despite what he had done to her. He was grateful. It was not enough. It would never be enough. But it was a start. And Seraphine Marlowe, moonbound queen, steward of the Black Pine Pack, trade partner of the Border King, owner of the most opinionated rabbit in the borderlands, stood on the parapet of her keep in the first warm wind of spring, with Kale beside her and Clover at her feet, and the trade road stretching south like a ribbon of possibility. And she looked at her kingdom and her king and her future, and she smiled. It was not a strategic smile. It was not a measured smile. It was the smile of a woman who had been thrown out, beaten down, stripped of her title, severed from her bond, offered a leaking cottage and a monthly allowance, and who had responded by buying back the debts of the people who betrayed her, outmaneuvering a northern banking dynasty, winning a tribunal with the help of a rabbit, and becoming a queen. It was in every way that mattered, the smile of a woman who had chosen herself, and who had been chosen in return by a man who understood that love is not about possession, but about standing next to someone in a blizzard and giving them your cloak. Clover thumped. Kale looked at the rabbit. The approval thump? The approval thump. Good. He took Seraphine's hand. I aim to maintain a satisfactory rating. Your rating is under annual review. I look forward to the performance evaluation. The spring wind blew, warm and full of promise, and the trade road was open, and the grain was in the granary, and the boots were on the children's feet, and the moon-bound queen stood on her wall with her king beside her and her rabbit at her feet, and the whole bright, difficult, wonderful world ahead of her. And somewhere in the borderlands, a waystation innkeeper told a traveler the story of a golden-haired woman who walked out of a wolf pack with nothing but an account ledger and a rabbit and came back as a queen. And the traveler said, "That can't be true." And the innkeeper said, "Every word." I poured her first cup of tea. And the wind carried the story south, down the trade road, past the river towns and the merchant guilds and the coastal ports, until it reached the kind of people who needed to hear it. The overlooked, the undervalued, the women who kept everything running and received no credit, the ones who had been offered leaking cottages and monthly allowances and told they should be grateful. And those women heard the story of Seraphine Marlowe, and they looked at their ledgers, and they looked at their supply lines, and they looked at the small, warm, stubborn creatures that followed them through their days, the cats and rabbits and stubborn goats and loyal dogs, and they thought, if she could do it with nothing but a ledger and a rabbit and a spine made of silver, then so can I. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love werewolf romances.
The first thing Seraphina Hale heard through her bedroom wall was her fiancé laughing at the word accident. The second thing she heard was Lady Corvina Marrow saying, "Snow hides foolish girls very well." Seraphina stood in the middle of her chamber with a silver brush in one hand and a hunting boot in the other. The fire had burned low. The mirror showed a woman of 26 in a dark green house gown, hair half braided, face too still. At her feet, 8 royal winter hounds stopped chewing the same stolen slipper and lifted their heads together. Prince Orenvale spoke again on the other side of the carved panel. His voice had the lazy softness he used at council dinners. She knows the forest paths. Make her trust the western stag trail. The ravine will do the rest. Corvina gave a small, delighted gasp. You sound almost cruel. Cruel would be breaking the betrothal in open court, Oren said. This is cleaner. A tragic misdirection during the winter hunt. Her hounds will scatter. She will panic. By sunset, father will need a new bride for the Border Alliance. Seraphina lowered the boot. Captain Biscuit, largest of the hounds, rose with the patience of a judge. Duchess followed. Buttons wagged once, then sneezed into the slipper. Oren added, Besides, she is only the royal kennel master's pretty daughter. My father liked her mother's service record. That does not make her fit to sit beside me. The silver brush bent in Seraphina's hand. For 3 breaths, she did nothing. That was important. Her mother had taught her not to loose a hound until the hound understood the shape of the field. So Seraphina listened. She heard silk brush stone. She heard Oren lift a cup from the little table in the adjoining guest salon. She heard Corvina murmur that she had already moved the western trail markers. Then Seraphina set the brush down and smiled at her hounds. Good evening, respectable criminals, she whispered. We're going to practice manners. Every tail began to move. She crossed the room, opened the hidden panel, and stepped into the guest salon with all 8 hounds at her skirts. Oren was standing too close to Corvina beside the wine table. His dark blue coat was unbuttoned at the throat. Corvina's white fur wrap sat over Serafina's own chair. They both turned at once. Serafina looked at the wine, the trail map, the shifted markers drawn in red ink, and the little knife Corvina had used to scrape wax from the royal hunt seals. "My lord," Serafina said, "my lady." Oren went pale. "Suha, this is not what it appears to be." "Excellent," she said, "because it appears to be a planned disappearance with poor handwriting." Corvina recovered faster. She smiled with her lips and not her eyes. "You should not enter rooms without knocking." Serafina lifted 2 fingers. Captain Biscuit put both front paws on Oren's chest and flattened him onto the carpet. Oren made a sound that would not have impressed a rabbit. Duchess seized the hem of his coat and dragged him 3 feet from the wine table. Buttons leapt on Corvina's fur wrap and shook it with such moral fury that white hair filled the air. Mutton, who had never respected royalty, placed one enormous paw on Oren's stomach and licked his chin. "Call them off," Oren shouted. "You wanted me lost in a ravine," Serafina said. "I want your collar buttons lost under a settee. We are not the same." Corvina shrieked when Pepper caught the sash of her gown and pulled it loose enough to tangle her ankles. No one was hurt. Only tailoring suffered. The hounds had been trained to catch sleeves, cloaks, straps, and pride. They did their work with frightening cheer. Serafina stepped over Oren's boot and took the trail map. She took the scraped seal knife. She took the little red pouch of false markers from Corvina's hand, while the lady was busy trying to save her sleeve from foxglove. Oren tried to rise. Captain Biscuit lowered his head and breathed directly into the prince's face. "He has eaten boiled cabbage," Serafina warned. "Make choices with that knowledge." Oren froze. For one wild moment, laughter climbed Serafina's throat. It was sharp and bright and wrong. She let it out anyway. The sound startled Corvina more than the hounds had. Serafina backed toward the panel. "I will send someone for the furniture. You may want new furniture. Also new souls." "Sarah," Oren said, voice breaking. "You cannot do this. Watch me." She whistled once. 8 hounds released silk, wool, buttons, and dignity. They rushed after her through the panel. Serafina shut it, bolted it from her side, and ran. She laughed down the corridor until the laugh cracked. She laughed past the tapestry of the first winter hunt. She laughed down the servant's stair, while Buttons carried Corvina's fur wrap in his mouth like a fallen enemy banner. By the time she reached the kennels, the laugh had become a sob she could not swallow. The royal kennels were warm with straw, iron stoves, and dog breath. 32 hounds lifted their heads from their beds. The youngest pups tumbled over each other to reach her. The old lead bitch, Grandmother Pike, opened one eye and judged everyone. Serafina shut the kennel door behind her and pressed both hands to her mouth. Oren had planned the western ravine. Corvina had moved the markers. The prince had said only the kennel master's daughter. Only pretty, only useful until a cleaner bride appeared. Her knees weakened. Captain Biscuit leaned his weight against her thigh. Duchess pushed her head under Serafina's hand. Buttons dropped the fur wrap and sat on it, proud and unhelpful. Serafina allowed herself 12 breaths. On the 13th, she stood. Crying was permitted. Collapse was not. She crossed to the tack room and lit 2 lamps. The kennel ledgers waited in their cabinet. She pulled the winter feed book, the hunt route register, the injury log, and the sealed copy of the hound master's oath. Her mother had made 3 rules for a woman cornered by a noble house. First, leave with proof. Second, leave with witnesses. Third, leave loudly enough that silence becomes suspicious. Serafina took all 3 rules personally. She packed the ledgers in oilcloth. She strapped grain pouches to 6 sled harnesses. She opened the iron cage where the hunt whistles hung and took the black horn whistle that had belonged to her mother. Then she paused at the smallest hook. A child's whistle hung there on a frayed blue cord. It was plain bone, carved with a crooked moon. A boy had given it to her in a snowstorm when she was 8. He had found her crying under a pine before she ever came to the palace. He had wrapped his own scarf around her and said, very severely, that brave girls were still allowed to ask for help before freezing to death. She had never learned his name. Serafina put the old whistle around her neck. The hounds watched with bright eyes. "We are not sneaking away," she told them. "We are conducting a professional relocation." Grandmother Pike groaned. "Do not take that tone." 1 hour later, the eastern kennel gate opened on a sight the palace would discuss for years. Serafina Hale walked out under a hard white moon wearing her training coat, tall boots, and a belt full of whistles. Behind her came 32 royal winter hounds in travel harness. 6 dragged sleds of ledgers, feed, medicines, blankets, and 1 stolen white fur wrap that Buttons refused to surrender. At the front, Captain Biscuit carried Orin's torn collar in his mouth. Serafina stopped at the public hunt board in the stable court. She pinned the red pouch of false trail markers beside the royal map. Under it she wrote, in the bold hand her mother had beaten into her, "The Western Trail was tampered with. Ask Prince Orin why." After a moment, she added, "Do not feed traitors to the hounds. It upsets the hounds." The stable boys read it twice. One of them whispered, "Mistress Hale, where are you going?" "To the border," Serafina said. "The hounds require fresher company." Captain Biscuit wagged. No one stopped her. By dawn, the palace bells were behind them. The city road lay buried under clean snow, and Serafina had cried enough to leave salt on her scarf. Her hounds moved around her in disciplined waves. Some ran ahead to read the wind. Some guarded the sleds. Buttons kept trying to wear Corvina's fur wrap and falling sideways into drifts. Serafina should have gone south to her mother's cousin. She should have sought a magistrate. She should have stayed in the palace and forced a hearing before Orin could prepare his lies. Instead, she had chosen the border road. The border was where grain shortages were whispered about in the palace kitchens. It was where soldiers wrote complaints that disappeared inside sealed offices. It was where her mother had once said truth traveled faster because hungry men had less patience for court perfume. It was also the road Orin would least expect a kennel woman to take with 32 hounds and several sleds of incriminating paper. At mid-morning, Grandmother Pike stopped beside a frozen ditch and growled. Serafina raised a fist. Every hound halted. The road ahead curved through black firs. Beyond the firs came the low iron sound of horses moving under armor. Not palace riders. The rhythm was heavier, colder, controlled by people who expected ambush and had survived many. Captain Biscuit moved in front of Serafina. "Easy," she said. The first rider appeared between the trees. He was tall even on a tall black horse. A charcoal cloak hung from shoulders built for war rather than court. His hair was black, wind-torn, and swept back from a face cut with hard lines. A scar crossed the edge of his jaw. His eyes were the pale steel gold of an alpha who had stopped asking rooms for permission years ago. Behind him rode 20 border soldiers, all lean, all cold, all watching the hounds with the same wary calculation. The lead rider reined in. Serafina looked up at him. He looked down at her sleds, her hounds, her red eyes, and the stolen fur wrap currently wrapped around Button's middle. "Is this a rebellion?" he asked, "or a kennel exercise with poor paperwork?" Serafina wiped her face with the back of one glove. "That depends who is asking." General Rurik Voss of the Frost March. She stiffened. Every servant in the palace knew that name. The border alpha general was called cold-blooded by people who had never spent a winter without firewood. He had broken raider sieges, dragged 3 corrupt quartermasters to judgment, and once refused to bow to Orin at a feast until the prince apologized to a wounded soldier. Rurik's gaze moved over the hounds again. "And you are?" Serafina Hale, royal hound trainer. Former fiancé of Prince Orin, unless he has developed courage during breakfast. One of the soldiers coughed. Rurik did not blink. "Former? He planned to lose me in a ravine during the winter hunt. I objected with dogs." The general's horse shifted. Rurik's gloved hand tightened on the reins. "Did you kill him?" he asked. "No." "Did the dogs?" "Also no. They mauled his tailoring." A second soldier turned his face away. Rurik leaned slightly forward. Snow dusted the black sweep of his hair. "You left the palace with every royal hound." "Not every hound," Serafina said. "I left 3 elderly spaniels. They are politically unreliable." For a moment, his mouth changed. It was not a smile. It was the memory of one. Then a cartwheel cracked behind his line. A grain wagon lurched sideways in the road. 2 soldiers jumped down to steady it. One sack fell from the back, burst against a stone, and spilled pale kernels across the snow. Serafina smelled the problem before anyone spoke. The hounds smelled it too. Grandmother Pike lowered her nose. Captain Biscuit sneezed and looked offended. Rurik turned in the saddle. "Hold that sack." Serafina walked past him without asking. A border sergeant moved to block her, then stopped when 32 hounds politely considered removing him from the path. She crouched beside the torn sack. Wheat should smell dry, grassy, faintly sweet. This smelled of cellar mold, river silt, and something sharp that belonged in mortar. She pushed her fingers into the grain and rubbed. Grit scratched her glove. "Sand," she said. Rurik dismounted in one smooth motion. He landed close enough that she felt the impact through the frozen road. "How much?" Serafina lifted a handful. Grain and pale grit slid between her fingers. Enough to cheat a scale. Enough to break teeth. Enough to starve a keep while the ledger says you were fed. The nearest soldiers went very still. Rurik crouched beside her. His shoulder nearly brushed hers. He smelled of cold leather, pine smoke, and iron discipline. Up close, his face looked younger than the stories and more tired than the scar allowed. "Can your hounds track where the sand entered the sacks?" he asked. Serafina glanced at the torn seal. The wax mark was royal blue, but the press had slipped. Her kennel ledgers tracked feed shipments by scent for the hunt dogs. Grain theft always left a trail if someone cared to put a nose to it. "Yes," she said, "if you stop breathing down my collar." His eyes lowered to the space between them. Serafina realized his gloved hand was braced on the snow beside hers. Their fingers were close enough for the heat of him to reach her through winter air. Her heart, treacherous animal, struck once against her ribs. Rurik did not move away. "I breathe where the evidence is," he said. "Then the evidence is about to file a complaint." A hound sneezed directly into the spilled grain. Serafina closed her eyes. "That is Mutton. He has strong views on fraud." Rurik looked at the hound, then back at Serafina. "Mistress Hale, I was writing to the capital to demand the grain owed to my garrisons. It appears the capital has sent me sand and a witness. I am not capital property. I did not say you were." His answer came too fast for courtesy. It landed between them with a weight she felt. Serafina stood. He stood with her. Because he was very tall and too close, she had to tilt her head back. Oren had used height as decoration. Rurik wore it like a wall built in a blizzard. "I can help you test the wagons," she said. "Then I keep moving." "Where?" "Away from ravines. The road ahead is borderland. Wolves answer to me there. Hounds answer to me everywhere." One of his eyebrows rose. Captain Biscuit chose that moment to sit on Rurik's boot. The general looked down. Serafina folded her arms. "He is negotiating." "For what?" "Possibly your boot. Possibly your soul. He is ambitious." Rurik's gaze returned to her face. The hard line of his mouth shifted again. This time the smile almost survived. "Then we should draft terms," he said. The first test took place in the lee of the firs. Serafina cut open 6 sacks from 3 wagons. Rurik watched in silence while she separated wheat, grit, chaff, and seal threads on a square of dark cloth. His soldiers watched her hands with the hungry attention of men whose supper depended on facts. The result was worse than she expected. Every sack held sand. Some held more sand than grain. The mold hid at the center where a careless inspector would miss it. 2 sacks had dead beetles. One had a pebble stamped with blue quarry dust from the capital's North Chapel works. Serafina held that pebble in her palm. "This is not border sand," she said. "This came from the Palace District." Rurik's jaw tightened. The quartermaster swore the wagons were sealed at the royal granary. He may have sworn truthfully. Someone could have filled false sacks before sealing, or changed them in a holding yard. "Can your ledgers prove that?" "My ledgers prove what the kennels received. They include cent notes for hound feed and hunt grain stores. My mother believed numbers lied less when dogs checked them. Your mother was sensible. She was terrifying. Good." Serafina looked up. Rurik's face had gone flat again, but his eyes were on her fingers. She realized she had rubbed the pebble so hard that grit had cut through her glove. A thin red line marked her thumb. Before she could hide it, he caught her wrist. The contact was careful. It still sent heat up her arm. His hand circled her wrist with complete control and no effort. She could feel the difference between restraint and weakness. He had both strength and the decision not to use it. "Small cut," she said. "Open skin in winter is not small. You command armies. Do you inspect every thumb?" "Only the ones holding evidence." His thumb pressed the heel of her glove back. The motion exposed the cut. He took a clean strip from inside his cloak and wrapped it around her thumb with efficient hands. Serafina meant to make a remark. The words left her when his knuckle brushed the inside of her palm. Rurik looked up. The space between them changed. Snow moved through the fir branches. The soldiers' voices faded. His fingers still held her wrist. His eyes had lowered to her mouth for one dangerous beat before returning to her face. "Mistress Hale," he said quietly, "you are shaking." "I walked all night. That is not the only reason." Serafina should have pulled away. Instead, she leaned half an inch closer, angry that he had noticed, angrier that the notice did not feel cruel. "Do you always diagnose witnesses?" "Only when they arrive with 32 hounds, a stolen fur, and evidence of a planned disappearance." "A planned disappearance. Do not inflate my importance. I rarely need to inflate what is already large." His voice had gone lower. It struck under her ribs with an alarming lack of permission. Captain Biscuit sneezed between them. Serafina snatched her hand back. That was late but effective. Rurik looked at the hound. "He objects. He believes bandages should be paid for in dried liver." "Reasonable." The general gave the hound a strip from his saddlebag. Captain Biscuit accepted it with the solemnity of a treaty signing. By noon, Rurik had turned his column toward Frostgate Keep instead of the capital. Serafina objected immediately. "I said I would help test wagons. I did not agree to become a military attachment." "You have no safe lodging on this road," Rurik said. "Prince Oren will send riders. My keep has walls, witnesses, and enough legal clerks to make a liar regret literacy." That sounded almost charming until the clerks. "My charm is rationed. Your soldiers must suffer. They are alive." He said it without pride. Serafina heard the cost under it. They rode with her hound caravan between the grain wagons and the cavalry. Rurik offered her a spare horse. She refused and walked beside the sleds until the road iced over near a narrow bridge. Buttons slipped first. The sled lurched. Serafina grabbed the trace line, lost her footing, and slid toward the bridge rail. Rurik reached her before the hounds could. One arm locked around her waist and pulled her back against his chest. His other hand caught the sled rope. The motion stopped her hard enough to knock breath from her lungs. For one suspended second, Serafina stood pressed against him from shoulder to hip. His cloak wrapped around her side. His body was winter hard and living hot. She felt his breath at her hairline. "Still objecting to military attachment?" he asked against her ear. Her pulse did something humiliating. "I object to bridges that betray women in public. The bridge will be disciplined." "Severely?" "Without mercy." She looked down at his hand spread over her waist. He released the sled rope, but not her. His thumb had landed over the seam of her coat. Through wool and leather, she still felt the pressure of it. "General," she said. "Yes. Your soldiers are watching. They have been ordered to survive worse." Serafina turned her head. His face was close enough that she could see pale frost in his lashes. The cold-blooded Alpha General did not look cold now. He looked controlled by the width of a knife edge. "I can stand," she said. "I know. Then why are you still holding me?" A pause opened. His answer was very quiet. "Because you nearly fell. That was earlier." "I am aware." The hounds began to howl. Not a danger howl. Worse, a delighted howl. Serafina closed her eyes as all 32 hounds announced to the entire road that their mistress was being held by a tall man and had not bitten him. Rurik released her slowly. "Your pack reports everything," he said. "They were raised in court. Gossip is in the mortar." The hounds kept howling until Grandmother Pike barked once. Silence fell at once. Rurik looked at the old bitch with respect. "I want her on my council." "You cannot afford her." "What does she demand?" "Blankets, meat, and the right to judge men from a cushion." "Half my council already does that." Serafina laughed before she could stop herself. The sound surprised them both. Rurik looked at her as if the laugh had shown him a door he had not known existed. Serafina looked away first. Frostgate Keep rose from the border cliffs at dusk. It was not beautiful in the palace sense. No gold domes, no painted saints, no perfumed arches. It was black stone, smoke, iron gates, and men on the walls with crossbows. The mountain wind struck it and broke. Hungry soldiers lined the yard when the wagons entered. Their cheeks were hollow. Their winter coats had been patched too often. A young guard in his early 20s stared at the grain sacks with such plain hope that Serafina's stomach twisted. Rurik dismounted before the main steps. "No sack opens for the kitchens until Mistress Hale and my quartermaster inspect it," he ordered. "Any man who steals before inspection eats sand first." The soldiers managed a tired laugh. A young woman in a brown grainwatch coat pushed through them with a ledger under one arm and a steel staff across her back. Her dark braid was pinned high, her nose had been broken once, and every starving soldier made room for her without being told. "General, if the capital has sent us more rotten wheat, I am feeding the royal seals to the goats." "Grain Watch Captain Marave," Rurik said. "She monitors the border grain line, audits every wagon, and breaks the fingers of men who think hunger is paperwork." "Captain, this is Serafina Hale, Royal Hound Trainer. She found sand in the shipment." Marave looked Serafina up and down. "You brought dogs." "Hounds," Serafina corrected. "They eat." With enthusiasm. "Then they are soldiers. Welcome." Serafina liked her at once. Marave gave no court bow. She offered Serafina a square nod, then crouched and held one hand toward Captain Biscuit. The hound sniffed her knuckles, sneezed once, and accepted her as a public servant with potential. "He approves," Serafina said. "Good," Marave replied. "I have been rejected by bishops. I could not survive rejection by a working dog." Rurik said, "Captain Vey is honest, armed, and impossible to flatter." "A rare government office," Serafina said. Marave pointed her ledger at the sacks. "Then let us make it useful before someone important lies at me." Within an hour, the keep yard became an inspection hall. Torches burned in iron baskets. Sacks were opened under guard. Serafina set hounds in pairs to scent mold, silt, and false grain oil. Marave weighed samples, sealed jars, and made every driver say his route aloud in front of witnesses. Rurik stood over the work with the stillness of a locked gate. One wagoner tried to step backward when Duchess found silt under the clean top layer. Marave caught him by the elbow, turned his wrist with neat efficiency, and sat him on a flour barrel before he could blink. "Running makes ink suspicious," she told him. The wagoner swallowed. "I was stretching, then stretched toward the truth." Serafina tried not to laugh and failed. Rurik looked at Marave with the expression of a commander watching a regulation write itself. More than half the shipment was fraudulent. The soldiers did not shout. That was worse. Hunger had already burned the noise out of them. Serafina watched a young guard pick 3 good kernels from a bad sack and place them in his pocket. Not stealing, saving proof that the good grain had existed somewhere before it was taken. Her throat tightened. Rurik saw her looking. "This is why I was riding to the capital," he said. "The Frost March paid taxes in silver, timber, and service. The royal granary answered with excuses. Oren knew. I sent 6 petitions. He signed 3 dismissals. The prince's name turned the cold inside her into a cleaner thing. Then we will give him a 7th document," she said. "One he cannot dismiss." Rurik turned toward her. Serafina was tired. Her eyes burned. Her thumb hurt. Her heart had been dragged over stones by a man who had planned to lose her in snow. Yet standing in that yard, among hungry soldiers and honest hounds, she felt the first hard shape of purpose. "I need a table," she said. "A lamp, fresh wax, thread from every sack, a map of the capital granary yards, access to your petitions, and dried liver for the witnesses." Marave grunted. "The dog witnesses? They work cheap. Better than most inspectors," Marave said. "They cannot read a bribe and pretend it is weather." Captain Biscuit wagged once, as if accepting the promotion. Rurik's gaze did not leave Serafina's face. "You will have all of it, and I am not your prisoner." "No, I decide when to leave." "Yes, I keep my own room." His eyes changed at the edges. "Also yes." Serafina heard the roughness under the last answer and felt heat rise under her collar. She looked down at the ledgers before her face betrayed her. "Good," she said. "Then bring me your fraudulent wheat." Buttons trotted past, wearing Corvina's fur wrap again. Marave stared. Why is that one dressed like a bankrupt duchess? Evidence, Serafina said. Rurik looked at the hound. Against fashion? Against many things. They worked until the moon stood high over the keep. Serafina discovered 3 patterns before midnight. First, the worst sacks came from wagons marked with the blue seal of the Royal Chapel District. Second, the thread used to stitch them was not granary hemp, but fine white court cord. Third, each false sack carried a faint scent of rose oil. Corvina Mero wore rose oil. She had spilled it in Serafina's bedroom once, and complained that the hounds had sneezed for a day. When Serafina told Rurik, he did not look surprised. Lady Mero's father owns warehouses near the chapel works, he said. Of course he does. Her family also brokers grain contracts. Of course they do. Prince Oren approved the winter reserve transfer 3 weeks ago. Serafina set down her pen. Of course he did. The room assigned to the investigation had once been a chapel. It now held maps, sacks, scales, and hounds asleep under every bench. The hearth gave off a hard orange heat. Rurik stood at the long table beside Serafina, one hand braced near her inkpot. He had removed his armor. Without it, he looked less like a fortress and more dangerous. Black wool fit close across his shoulders. His throat was open at the collar, showing a narrow scar near the base. Serafina had not meant to notice. She noticed thoroughly. You should sleep, he said. So should you. I sleep when my keep is fed. Then you have been awake since autumn. Close. She looked up sharply. That was not a joke. It was an approximation. General. Rurik, he said. The name sat in the warm room between them. Serafina looked down at her ledger. You should not give me your first name while I am holding ink. I may use it to forge something. What would you forge? A requisition for blankets. Your hounds need more. My hounds? Your soldiers, then. Quartermaster Mara, they classified mine as soldiers. I am adapting. Rurik leaned closer to read the ledger line she had marked. His arm brushed hers. Neither moved. You blush when you are angry, he said. Serafina's pen stopped. I do not. You do. That is not useful evidence. It tells me when to stop speaking, and yet you continue, because I also want to see what happens. Her breath caught. The silence turned thick. Rurik's shoulder remained against hers. His hand shifted on the table, not touching her, close enough that one small movement would change the night. Serafina could smell soap on his skin under leather and smoke. She could see a tiny line of exhaustion beside his mouth. What happens, she said very quietly, is that I remember I was betrayed this morning. His face changed at once. He drew back by half a step, not in rejection but in discipline. Then I stopped. The loss of heat annoyed her. The gentleness annoyed her more. Serafina turned toward him. I did not ask you to freeze. Rurik looked at her for a long moment. Tell me where the line is. I will stand on the correct side. That sounds very noble. It is practical. I do not want to become another man who takes your choices. Her anger softened before she could protect it. The line moves, she said. Today it is somewhere between being held on a bridge and being kissed over forged grain reports. His eyes lowered to her mouth. That is a narrow border, he said. You command borders. Not that one. For 3 breaths, neither of them moved. Then Buttons rolled under the table in his sleep, kicked both hind legs, and struck Rurik's boot with a thud. Serafina exhaled a laugh. Rurik looked down at the hound with calm betrayal. He has opinions, she said. He has terrible timing. No, that was good timing. Terrible timing would have been 2 breaths later. Rurik's gaze returned to her so fast her stomach dipped. Then I owe him dried liver, he said. She did not sleep much that night. Her room was small, clean, and plainly prepared by soldiers who had no idea what women needed but respected blankets. Someone had placed 4 on the bed, 2 on the chair, 1 over the washstand, and 1 on the floor where Captain Biscuit immediately lay down. Serafina took off her boots and sat on the edge of the bed. The old bone whistle rested against her throat. Oren's voice kept returning. Only. The word had teeth. She pressed both fists into the blanket. The tears came without drama this time. They came because she had once wanted a husband who laughed with her at morning hound chaos. She had once imagined Oren watching her train pups and saying he was proud. She had spent years turning his distracted affection into proof of a future. Now that future lay on a salon carpet under Captain Biscuit's paws. The door creaked. Serafina wiped her face. If you are a soldier, retreat. If you are a hound, enter quietly. Grandmother Pike pushed the door open with her nose. Behind her stood Rurik holding a covered cup. Serafina sat straighter. You are not a hound. I brought one as a credential. Grandmother Pike walked in and took the rug. Rurik remained outside the threshold. Marave makes a winter herb drink. It tastes like boiled pine in punishment. It helps with shock. You're selling it poorly. I am honest about beverages. She stood and crossed to the door. He handed her the cup without stepping inside. Steam curled between them. Thank you, she said. His gaze moved over her face. He saw the tears. He did not mention them. There will be riders from the capital by morning, he said. Oren will call you unstable. He will call the hound stolen property. He may claim you attacked him without cause. I left the trail markers on the hunt board. Good. I took the knife. Better. I made his collar a dog toy. This time Rurik did smile. It was small, brief, and devastating. Necessary, he said. Serafina looked down at the cup because looking at him became difficult. I am not unstable, she said. I know. I am angry and embarrassed and apparently wanted dead, but I am not unstable. I know. Do you say anything else? When required. She drank. The herb brew did taste like pine and punishment. She grimaced. Rurik watched her mouth again, then looked away as if the wall required military attention. General, she said. Rurik. Rurik. His name changed the air a second time. Serafina lifted the cup. Thank you for stopping at my door. Thank you for not entering without permission. And thank you for looking at the wall as if it insulted your ancestors. It did. What did it say? That I have poor judgment. Does it often tell the truth? His eyes came back to hers. Tonight, yes. The cup warmed her fingers. His voice warmed everything else. Serafina should have closed the door. Instead, she let herself stand there with one bare foot on cold stone and one hound snoring behind her. Rurik's shadow filled the threshold without crossing it. Sleep, Serafina, he said. The way he said her name made it feel less damaged. You too. I will try. That was not an agreement. No. She narrowed her eyes. You are difficult. I have references. She closed the door before she smiled too much. Morning at Frostgate Keep began with a horn, a curse, and a hound stealing a sausage from a lieutenant's hand. Serafina woke before the second horn. Habit pulled her from bed while the sky was still iron gray. At the palace, this was the hour she crossed the kennel yard with warm mash, brushed snow from every muzzle, and greeted each hound by title. The ritual had survived fevers, royal inspections, Oren's board visits, and one unfortunate spring when Buttons fell in love with a laundry basket. She found the Frostgate hounds, her own hounds, and 4 suspicious border mutts gathered in the lower yard around a cook who looked prepared to resign from life. Serafina put 2 fingers to her mouth and whistled. Every dog sat. The cook almost dropped the sausage pan. Rurik stood near the armory steps with a mug in hand. He wore no cloak despite the cold. His black training shirt clung to his shoulders, and his hair was still damp from washing. Serafina's brain, usually competent before breakfast, mislaid several useful thoughts. He watched her line the hounds in rows. Good morning, honorable criminals, she said. 36 tails moved. Captain Biscuit, you look innocent. That means you are guilty. Duchess, stop judging the cook. He has suffered enough. Mutton, remove your paw from that boot. It still contains a lieutenant. Buttons, if you are wearing stolen fur before sunrise, you must at least stand straight. The soldiers gathered on the steps began to grin. Serafina moved down the line, touching each nose. Every hound gave a different greeting. Captain Biscuit pressed his forehead into her palm. Duchess offered one paw. Mutton leaned so hard she had to brace. Grandmother Pike allowed one royal tap, and then looked away in contempt. When Serafina reached the young pups, she crouched. And good morning to the tiny disasters. Did we dream of eating glove leather? We did. Did we repent? We did not. A laugh broke from the soldiers. Rurik's mug had stopped halfway to his mouth. Serafina straightened and caught him looking. For once, the general did not hide it. What? She asked. I have watched men confess under interrogation with less discipline than those pups show for you. Pups respond to consistency, food, and being told when they are ridiculous. Men are less advanced. The soldiers laughed harder. Rurik's gaze warmed. You may brief my officers after breakfast. On grain fraud. On being less advanced than pups. She pointed at him. Do not tempt me before tea. Breakfast became a council because Frostgate had no talent for leisure. They gathered in the old chapel room again. Marave brought porridge thinned beyond pride. Rurik's captains brought maps, petitions, and a stack of replies from the capital. Serafina read them with growing rage. The palace had dismissed every complaint as border exaggeration. The Crown Office claimed weather delays. The Granary Office claimed rodent loss. Oren had signed one note in his own hand. General Voss must learn that hunger makes wolves dramatic. Serafina stared at that line until the ink blurred. Week set beside hit. His knee brushed hers under the table. It might have been accidental. It did not move. He wrote this while my men were cutting mold from bread, Rurik said. He wrote it because he has never watched a young border guard save 3 kernels in his pocket, she answered. A captain with a scarred cheek looked up. You saw Tobin do that? Yes. The room quieted. Serafina closed the letter. We need more than proof of bad grain. We need proof of intent, profit, and chain of custody. If this is only incompetence, Oren will blame a clerk. If it is theft, he will blame a dead clerk. If Lady Marrow's family is involved, they will blame a foreign merchant. Marave nodded. Then we need their own numbers. And scent, Serafina said. Numbers can be copied. Scent travels poorly through lies. Rurik pointed to the capital map. 3 places. Royal Granary, Chapel Warehouse, North Weighing Yard. The wagons passed all 3 before coming to us. The rose oil was in the sacks, Serafina said. Corvina touched them, or her personal servants did. One officer frowned. Could perfume cling that long? To court cord, yes. To wax, less so. To hounds, forever, because they are petty archivists. Duchess lifted her head from under the table, as if sighted. Rurik leaned toward the map. His shoulder touched Serafina's again. This time the contact lasted. If I ride to the capital now, Oren will bar the gates. He cannot bar the winter hunt. Marave's eyes sharpened. Serafina tapped the marked route register. All noble houses must attend in 3 days. The hunt opens the Old Oath Road. Hounds, riders, grain sponsors, chapel officers, and border envoys gather in one place. If I accuse him there, he cannot hide the accusation inside a clerk's drawer. Dangerous, Rurik said. Yes. Public. Yes. He already planned to lose you there. Then he will expect fear, not an audit. Rurik turned his head toward her. His eyes were close. You intend to walk back into the trap? No. I intend to bring the trap witnesses. Captain Biscuit sneezed under the table. An illegal team, she added. Preferably one that bites cloth. The plan required a day of ugly work. Serafina sorted thread samples. Marave wrote chain of custody statements in a hand so sharp it looked capable of cutting bread. Rurik's captains interviewed wagoners who had been too frightened to speak before. Marave found the turn in the route first. She slapped one inked finger onto the map. Here. Every false wagon stopped at the chapel warehouse after the royal seal was applied. Honest wagons passed straight through. Rotten ones took the pretty road. The pretty road? Serafina asked. The one with guards who call theft logistics. A pattern emerged. Each driver had been told the delay came from Prince Oren's personal hunt preparations. Each received a sealed coin purse from a Marrow steward. Each had also been warned that Captain Vey was a hysterical woman who disliked noble accounting. Marave smiled without warmth. I adore noble accounting. It confesses when you hold it upside down. By afternoon, Rurik sent 3 scouts to intercept one such steward on the road. They returned with the steward, 2 purses, and a face that suggested he had considered running until Captain Biscuit smiled at him. The steward broke in 7 minutes. Serafina did not enjoy the man's fear. She enjoyed his documents. He carried a small coded invoice listing good grain weights, sand weights, and payments to chapel warehouse guards. The largest notation bore Corvina's private mark, a rose pierced by a pin. Beneath it was an instruction. Prince Oren wants the kennel woman away before the hearing. Make sure the western trail remains open. Rurik read the line once. The room grew cold. He gave a written order, Marave said. A stupid written order. She laid the document flat and pinned one corner with her thumb. A fresh bruise darkened her knuckles from the wagoner who had tried to be athletic with the truth. He did not write, "I am stealing grain because I am a peacock with a title," Marave said. Sadly, but the order is enough. It moves the western trail open, pulls the hound master away, and sends the chapel warehouse officers to handle the sealed sacks without public weighers. Serafina looked from the order to the map. So Oren did not just want me gone. He needed my hounds gone. Marave nodded. A lie is easiest when the noses are removed. Buttons lifted his head from the corner, deeply offended on behalf of noses everywhere. Vanity makes people use stationery, Serafina said. Her voice sounded steadier than her hands felt. Rurik noticed. He always noticed. He took the paper from her fingers before she crushed it. "Walk with me," he said. It was not a request, but it was not a command either. It was a rope thrown before she sank. They left the chapel room through a side door and stepped into the wall walk. The wind hit hard. Below, the hounds chased one another between snow piles while soldiers pretended not to watch. Beyond the keep, the border forest stretched dark and white toward the old hunt road. Serafina gripped the stone parapet. I wanted to humiliate him. I wanted his buttons scattered. I wanted him frightened for 1/10 of the time he meant me to be frightened. You did humiliate him. Not enough. Rurik stood beside her, close enough to block part of the wind. No, not enough. The agreement loosened something in her chest. People keep expecting me to be sad in a quiet way, she said. I am sad, but I also want to knock his teeth loose with a ledger. A heavy ledger? The feed register from last winter. 400 pages. Excellent spine. Practical. She looked at him. Rurik's face remained serious, but his eyes were not. That nearly undid her. Serafina laughed once, then covered her mouth. The laugh shook into a sob. She hated that. She hated him witnessing it. She hated that he did not look away in embarrassment or step forward to smother her in comfort she had not requested. He simply opened his cloak. Not his arms. His cloak. The offer was absurdly formal and dangerously intimate. That is not a military tactic, she said. It is shelter. Shelter often becomes tactic in male hands. Then take the cloak, not the man. She looked at the black wool hanging open. He was letting cold into his own shirt. The wind cut across the wall and lifted her hair from its braid. She stepped closer before courage could cool. Rurik wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. For a while neither spoke. She stood against his chest, facing the forest. His arms held the cloak around her, not trapping, not loose either. The warmth was immediate and unfair. Serafina's cheek brushed his shirt. His heart beat slow under her ear, though she could feel how much of that steadiness was work. You are very warm for someone called cold-blooded, she said. The title was assigned by idiots. Many titles are. His chin almost touched her hair. What title would you choose? For you. For yourself. She went still. Only the kennel master's daughter. Only pretty. The wind dragged snow along the parapet. I do not know any more, she said. His arms tightened by a fraction. Then do not let him name you while you are still bleeding. The words entered quietly and stayed. Serafina turned inside the cloak. They were too close. Her hands landed against his chest to steady herself. Muscle shifted under her palms. Rurik looked down at her hands first, then her face. There, she said, softer than she meant. That sounded wise. Are you ill? Severely. Symptoms? Poor judgment. Wall confirmed it. She smiled. His gaze dropped to that smile. The air between them tightened again. This time no hound stood near enough to save them. Rurik lifted one hand slowly, giving her time to step back. She did not. His fingers touched a loose strand of hair at her cheek and drew it away from her mouth. Serafina forgot the wind. This is near the line, he said. Yes. Has it moved? A little. Which direction? She rose on her toes and kissed the corner of his mouth. It was brief. Barely a kiss. Still, it struck through both of them. Rurik inhaled once, sharply. His hand moved to the back of her neck, then stopped before pressure became demand. Serafina felt that restraint. She liked it. She resented it. She wanted to test it with scientific cruelty. That was not forged grain reports, she whispered. No, it was also not quite a kiss. His thumb brushed the hair below her ear. Do you require accuracy? In all investigations. Rurik bent his head. Captain Biscuit barked from the yard below. A soldier shouted, General, the steward fainted again. Rurik closed his eyes. Serafina dropped her forehead against his chest and began to laugh. 2 breaths later, she said, I am going to promote that dog to enemy command. You cannot. He already holds a senior office. The laughter lasted longer than it should have. When it ended, the grief had not vanished. Nothing so convenient happened, but grief no longer held the only chair inside her. That evening, a palace rider reached Frostgate with a sealed order. Rurik received him in the keep hall with Serafina at his right and 32 hounds occupying the lower steps. The rider's face twitched when Buttons sniffed his boot. The order accused Serafina Hale of theft, assault, and emotional volatility. It demanded the immediate return of the royal hounds, the stolen hunt ledgers, and Lady Marrow's white fur wrap. It described Prince Oren's injuries as severe humiliation, though the scribe had crossed out humiliation and replaced it with bruising. Serafina appreciated the first draft. Rurik read the letter aloud without expression. Then he looked at the rider. Reply, he said. The hounds are material witnesses in a grain fraud investigation. The ledgers are evidence. The fur wrap is being held by a dog of uncertain allegiance. Prince Oren may petition the Winter Hunt Tribunal if he wishes to dispute custody. The rider swallowed. My general, His Highness, also says Mistress Hale is not to attend the hunt. Serafina stepped forward. How thoughtful. Did he mention the ravine? The rider looked away too fast. Rurik saw it. So did every soldier in the hall. Ask him, Serafina said pleasantly, whether he wants me to bring the red trail markers, or whether he prefers to identify them from memory. The rider left at speed. The next day passed in preparation. Serafina trained the hounds to identify 3 scents: chapel quarry dust, rose oil, and mold hidden under clean grain. Rurik assigned soldiers to carry evidence chests and protect witnesses. Marave prepared duplicate ledgers, so no one could steal the only proof. Near noon, Rurik found Serafina in the lower yard teaching border soldiers how to work with the hounds. Do not shout, she told them. A hound hears better than your conscience. Keep your hand low. Offer scent cloth flat. Do not wave it in his face unless you want him to think you are the clue. A broad soldier named Jory held out a cloth to Duchess. Duchess sniffed, turned, and sat in front of Rurik. The yard went quiet. Serafina covered her smile. Interesting. Rurik looked at the hound. Explain. Duchess found the scent on you. What scent? Serafina took the cloth from Jory. It held pine soap, smoke, and the faint iron tang of Rurik's armor oil. Apparently the exercise cloth was not grain fraud, she said. It was you. Jory looked horrified. General, I did not mean to imply you were evidence. Everyone is evidence eventually, Rurik said. Serafina liked that too much. Rurik walked toward her. The soldiers suddenly found reasons to adjust straps, examine snow, and become furniture. He stopped close enough that Duchess, still seated, had to lean against both their legs. You are enjoying this, he said. Immensely. At my expense. Your expense appears durable. His mouth curved. What is the correction? For a false alert? The handler apologizes to the hound, resets the scent, and praises the correct behavior. Then apologize. I am not the handler. You are always the handler. That should not have sounded intimate. It did. Serafina held his gaze. Fine. Duchess, I apologize for asking you to identify fraud when General Voss was standing nearby being suspiciously scented. Duchess wagged once. Rurik bent, took the scent cloth, and held it out again. His shoulder brushed Serafina's hip as he crouched. She felt the contact all the way up her spine. Try again, he told the hound. Duchess sniffed the corrected cloth, crossed the yard, and put her nose on a marked sand sack. The soldiers cheered. Rurik stood. Good. Serafina looked up at him. That is all. Good. She saved your honor. My honor has survived worse than a hound's nose. Has it survived wearing Corvina's fur wrap? His eyes narrowed. Do not test command structure. I would never. Buttons appeared behind him dragging the white wrap. The entire yard inhaled. Rurik did not turn around. Mistress Hale. Yes. Is there a hound behind me with enemy fabric? No. A pause. Define no. There is a hound behind you with evidence. Jory made a strangled sound. Rurik turned. Buttons placed the wrap over the general's boot and looked proud. Serafina expected Rurik to scowl. Instead he reached down, lifted the wrap, and draped it over one forearm as if accepting a ceremonial mantle. If I must enter the winter hunt with this, he said, I will declare war on fashion. The soldiers laughed until Marave shouted that anyone with lungs that strong could carry evidence chests. Later, when the yard emptied, Rurik walked Serafina to the kennels built against the inner wall. The hounds settled around them in straw and lamplight. Outside, wind climbed the stones. Inside, the smells of clean fur, leather, and warm mash wrapped around her like something close to home. Rurik stopped beside a pen of young hounds. You look different here. Covered in hair? At ease. She fed a pup from her palm. Kennels make sense. Eat, work, play, sleep. If a hound loves you, he shows it. If he hates you, he also shows it. Court could learn from that. You belong there less than they told you. Her hand stilled. Do not be kind just because I am useful, she said. I am not kind. That is your defense. It is my reputation. Your reputation is terrible company. I know. The quiet after that was not uncomfortable. It was worse. It invited honesty. Serafina touched the old bone whistle at her throat. Rurik's eyes followed the motion. Where did you get that? He asked. A boy gave it to me when I was little. Before the palace. I got lost during a winter market storm. He found me under a pine, wrapped me in a blue scarf, and scolded me for freezing quietly. Rurik went still. Serafina looked at him. What? He reached toward the whistle, stopped, and lowered his hand. It was not blue. Her breath caught. What? The scarf was gray when my mother made it. I had fallen through creek ice the week before and stained it with the dye from a merchant's glove. It looked blue after that. The kennel sounds faded. Serafina's fingers closed around the whistle. You. Rurik's face had lost its hard command. Under it stood a boy with serious eyes in a snowstorm. I was 14, he said. You were very small, very angry, and determined not to cry where anyone could see. I was 8. You told me brave girls did not make noise. And you said brave girls were allowed to ask before becoming decorative ice. I was not diplomatic. A laugh escaped her, soft and stunned. You were rude. You were freezing. I kept the whistle. His gaze moved over her face in a way that felt almost painful. I looked for you the next morning. The market had cleared. No one knew where the little girl with the hound pup had gone. My mother found me first. She nearly killed 3 guards in one weather vane. Then she took service at the palace 2 years later. I remembered you, he said. The words were plain. They did not feel plain. Serafina leaned back against the rail because her knees had become unreliable. You remembered a lost child? I remembered a girl who corrected my knot while shivering. I tied the scarf badly. You were offended. It was a terrible knot. I improved. His voice had dropped. Serafina looked at the man before her, the general with scarred hands, the alpha who stood at thresholds, the boy who had given her a whistle without asking for anything back. Something in her chest shifted from interest into recognition. Not fate. She did not trust words that removed choice. Recognition was different. Recognition said, there you are, and I decide what that means. You saved me once, she said. Your mother saved you. I found you first. Do not argue with a woman holding 32 witnesses. He stepped closer. I am not arguing. You look like you are. I am trying not to touch you. The confession struck clean. Serafina's fingers tightened on the rail. Why? Because you learned today that I was part of an old memory that can make a person feel cornered by gratitude. You think too much. Often. Stop for a minute. His eyes darkened. She took his hand and set it at her waist. Rurik went completely still. The touch was over coat and corset and wool, but his fingers spread as if he had been made to hold that exact line of her body and punished for discovering it late. Serafina stepped closer until the toes of her boots touched his. Her free hand rested against his chest. I am not grateful right now, she said. I am tired, angry, and choosing badly on purpose. His thumb moved once at her waist. This is not bad. It may be unwise. Most things worth guarding are. She lifted her face. He bent slowly. This kiss was accurate. It began carefully, because both of them were too aware of what had broken behind her. Then his hand tightened at her waist, and hers slid up to the back of his neck, and careful became something warmer. He tasted of winter herb drink, and restraint finally given a task. Serafina rose higher on her toes. Rurik's other arm came around her back, steady and firm, pulling her closer without taking the choice from her feet. A pup sneezed. Neither of them stopped. Another pup barked. Rurik made a low sound against her mouth that had nothing to do with command. Serafina smiled into the kiss before she could help it. Grandmother Pike barked once. They separated at once. The old bitch stared from her cushion with ancient disapproval. Serafina pressed both hands to Rurik's chest and breathed. That was not 2 breaths later. That was adequate timing. Rurik rested his forehead near hers. I dislike that hound less now. Her approval is difficult to win. I noticed. The hound settled again. Serafina should have been frightened by how quickly her body had trusted his. She was frightened. She was also alive in a way grief had tried to smother. Rurik touched the whistle cord lightly. Keep this visible at the hunt. Why? Old border law honors a rescue token. It proves I knew you before court could buy or name you. If Oren claims you manipulated me for protection, I will show that I owed you none and gave it anyway. You did not owe me protection. No, and you are not giving it anyway. His eyes searched hers. She tapped his chest. You are giving me soldiers, clerks, evidence chests, and a very severe quartermaster. I will protect myself in public. You may stand close enough to make stupid people reconsider their hobbies. Rurik's slow smile returned. That I can do. Good. Serafina. Yes. After the hunt, when the evidence is read and your name is yours again, I will ask if the line has moved farther. Heat climbed her neck. That is arrogant. It is strategic patience. You make patience sound indecent. Only near you. Grandmother Pike barked again. Serafina pointed at the old hound. Do not judge me. You had 6 mates and bit 3. Rurik choked on a laugh. The hunt began under a sky the color of polished steel. The royal forest lay 2 hours from the capital, where old pines crowded a ceremonial road lined with antler poles and blue banners. Noble houses arrived in fur and jewels. Priests from the Moon Chapel carried silver bowls. Merchants brought decorated grain baskets for public blessing. Border soldiers entered last, without decoration, pulling sealed evidence chests on sleds. Serafina rode at the front of the hounds. She wore no bridal white. She had chosen her dark green training coat, polished boots, and her mother's black horn whistle at her belt. The old bone whistle lay visible at her throat. 32 hounds moved around her in perfect formation. Buttons wore no fur wrap today because Marave had locked it in an evidence chest after discovering he had tried to trade it for sausage. Rurik rode beside Serafina on his black horse. He wore border armor under a plain cloak. No jewel marked him. He did not need one. People moved aside because their bodies understood him before their pride did. Whispers rippled through the gathered houses. There she is. She stole the hounds. He brought the border wolf. Prince Oren stood on the high viewing platform beside King Albrecht, Lady Corvina, and the council. Oren's collar sat high enough to hide several bruises. Corvina wore a pale blue gown and a new white fur wrap. Her smile thinned when she saw Serafina. Serafina smiled back. Captain Biscuit showed his teeth in what might have been joy. The master of ceremonies lifted a staff. By royal command, the winter hunt opens with the prince's first trail. Objection, Serafina said. Her voice carried because she had trained hounds across wind for 10 years. The staff faltered. Oren leaned forward. Mistress Hale has no standing to interrupt royal ceremony. She is under accusation for theft and assault. Serafina rode closer to the platform. Rurik stayed at her shoulder, silent and immense. I have standing under the Hound Master's oath, she said. If the hunt trail is tampered with, the trainer may halt the hunt before the first horn. If royal hounds are used to conceal a crime, the trainer may demand witness track before all packs. A murmur moved through the old nobles. They knew the law. They had forgotten it because kennel people rarely had enough power to use it. King Albrecht frowned. He was a broad man with tired eyes and a crown too heavy for his neck. Serafina, child, this is not the time. She flinched at child, then steadied. Your Majesty, Prince Orin and Lady Corvina planned to send me down the western ravine during this hunt. Lady Corvina moved trail markers. Prince Orin approved it. I have the markers, the map, the seal knife, and witnesses. Orin laughed. It sounded practiced. Witnesses? Dogs? Yes, Serafina said. They are less corrupt than men. A dangerous amount of the crowd agreed out loud. Corvina stepped forward. This is a hysterical performance. She attacked us with animals because she could not accept that the prince preferred a more suitable bride. The old wound opened. Serafina let the crowd see it for one heartbeat. Then she closed her hand around the reins. A more suitable bride would not need a ravine. Laughter broke from the lower ranks. Corvina's face tightened. Rurik spoke for the first time. The Frost March also enters accusation. The royal grain sent to my garrisons was cut with sand, mold, and false weight. Evidence links the fraud to chapel warehouses controlled by House Marrow and authorized under the prince's winter reserve order. Orin's gaze snapped to him. General Voss, you overstep. I underfed my temper for 3 months, Rurik said. Do not call that overstep. The border soldiers struck spear, but against the snow. King Albrecht lifted a hand. Enough. These are grave claims. They will be heard after the hunt. Serafina's stomach dropped. After the hunt meant time to hide evidence, silence witnesses, and trigger the same trap under ceremony. She raised the blackhorn whistle. No, she said. The entire field stilled. King Albrecht stared at her. Serafina's voice shook once, then steadied. The oath says before the first horn, not after. The hounds are not decorations, Your Majesty. The hunt is not a toy for princes. If the western trail remains open while the accusation stands, every rider here enters a tampered course. If the grain blessing proceeds while sand sits in royal sacks, every hungry border child hears the crown bless fraud. The king's face changed. Orin saw it and struck fast. She is manipulating you with kennel law. Father, she is angry because I ended a childish match. She stole royal animals. She fled the palace in the night. Serafina dismounted. Snow crunched under her boots. I left in the night, she said, after you planned to leave me in the snow. I took ledgers, hounds, and proof. That is not flight. That is transportation of evidence. Rurik dismounted behind her. He did not touch her. She felt him there anyway. The master of ceremonies looked helplessly at the king. Before the king could answer, Corvina smiled again. Then let the hounds track, she said. If Mistress Hale trusts beasts more than nobles, let beasts decide. Serafina did not like how easily Corvina agreed. Rurik's hand brushed the back of Serafina's glove. One brief contact. Warning, not command. Corvina turned to the crowd. Let them track the western markers. If her accusation is true, the hounds will find my scent, yes? If not, she should surrender the hounds and accept a healer's rest. A healer's rest meant quiet confinement. Orin looked relieved. Serafina understood the trap. Corvina had replaced the marker scent. She wanted a simple track because she had cleaned the obvious clue. So Serafina changed the game. Agreed, she said. The hounds will track 3 things everyone can understand. Your rose oil, the Marrow warehouse seal, and the prince's own grain order. We will begin with your new fur wrap, Lady Corvina. Corvina's smile froze. Buttons, sitting beside Mara Vey's evidence chest, perked up with religious interest. Mara Vey stepped forward and opened the first chest. Inside lay the original white fur wrap, sealed in linen, along with Corvina's scraped wax knife and red markers. The crowd leaned in. That is my property, Corvina snapped. Yes, Serafina said. It has been very useful. Buttons wagged as if thanked personally. The king rubbed a hand over his face. Proceed. The hound track became the most watched ceremony in winter hunt history. Serafina gave Duchess the fur wrap scent first. Duchess crossed the snow, ignored Corvina's current wrap, and put her nose on the trail map table beside the platform. Then she pawed at the underside. A clerk lifted the tablecloth. 3 spare red markers were taped beneath the wood. The crowd erupted. Orin shouted. Anyone could have put those there. Correct, Serafina said. So we continue. Mutton tracked the Marrow warehouse seal from the false sacks to a chapel guard satchel. The guard tried to run. Mara Vey moved first, swept his ankle with her staff, caught his collar before his face met the snow, and set him on his knees with insulting politeness. The satchel held seal wax, rose oil, and a payment token marked with House Marrow's rose. Corvina's mother fainted with excellent timing. No one helped quickly. Grandmother Pike tracked the same sour warehouse dust to 2 Marrow wagons parked behind the blessing tent. Under the canvas, good wheat filled the top layer of each display basket. Sand and mold filled the lower sacks meant for public shipment after ceremony. The border soldiers began to shout. Rurik raised one hand. They fell silent, but the silence had claws. Serafina looked at Orin. His face had lost its handsome laziness. Without it, he looked smaller. "You signed the transfer," she said. "I signed what my officers prepared. And the note about me?" She turned to Marave. Marave opened the second chest and handed the steward's order to the king's clerk. The clerk read the line aloud. "Keep the kennel woman away from the hearing. Leave the western trail open." Ovi. The field went so quiet Serafina heard harness bells in the far snow. Orin's eyes flicked from the king to the nobles to Rurik. Then they landed on Serafina and filled with a hatred that finally looked honest. "You should have stayed grateful," he said. The words carried. Rurik moved. Serafina caught his wrist before he crossed the space. His whole body stopped under her hand. The power in that pause shook her more than movement would have. "Mine," she said quietly. "This part is mine." Rurik's eyes burned down into hers. Then he stepped back. Serafina faced Orin. "I was grateful," she said. "For work. For a place in the kennels. For my mother's oath being honored. You mistook gratitude for ownership because no one taught you to see women who arrive with useful hands." Orin's mouth twisted. "You think a few dogs and a border brute make you powerful?" Captain Biscuit growled. Rurik did not. That was more frightening. Corvina seized the moment. She lifted a silver whistle from her sleeve and blew 3 sharp notes. The sound cut through the field. Several strange wolves burst from the tree line. They were not palace hounds. They were paid winter riders in white hunting wraps, hidden low among the trees. They ran for the evidence chests, not the crowd. Serafina understood the trick at once. Ruin the proof, blame panic, and call the hearing unsafe. Serafina blew the black horn whistle. Her hounds surged. No wounds. No frenzy. She had trained them for crowd control, not harm. Captain Biscuit hit the first attacker in the chest and drove him into a snowbank. Duchess caught a white cloth sleeve and spun another rider sideways. Mutton seized a satchel strap and dragged its owner in a circle until the man begged for stillness. Border soldiers closed around the evidence chests. Orin grabbed Serafina from behind. His arm locked across her shoulders. The silver edge of a ceremonial hunt knife flashed near her collar, too close for comfort. The crowd recoiled. Rurik froze 10 steps away. Serafina felt Orin shaking. "Call them off," he hissed. "Call them off, or I will make this ugly." Fear flashed through her body, bright and old. Snow. Ravine. Only. Then Captain Biscuit saw the blade and lunged. "Stay," Serafina shouted. The hound stopped mid-charge, claws tearing lines through snow. The command rippled outward. Every hound froze. Every border wolf turned. Orin laughed against her ear. "There. That is what you are. A trainer. A servant with tricks." Something opened under Serafina's skin. It was not gentle. It was not a pretty glow from a tail. It felt like winter cracking a locked river. Her mother's black whistle burned at her belt. The bone whistle at her throat turned cold enough to bite. Every wolf sound in the clearing struck her blood as language. She heard panic, hunger, shame, rage. Obedience forced through bad orders. She heard Rurik's wolf as a low thunder held behind iron, furious because she had told him not to move. Serafina drew one breath. The old oath rose in her memory. Her mother had made her repeat it every winter before the first hunt. The hounds do not belong to the crown. The crown belongs to the one who keeps the pack alive. Orin's grip tightened. Serafina spoke, and her voice carried over the entire field without strain. "Kneel." Every wolf in the clearing went to one knee. Not the humans, not the hounds, the wolves. The hired shifters collapsed first. Then the palace wolf guards. Then 3 noble alphas who had been standing near the platform, faces white with shock. At last, Rurik's knee struck the snow. His eyes stayed on Serafina. The sight nearly broke her concentration. Rurik Voss, Border General, cold-blooded alpha, kneeling because her blood had commanded every wolf in reach. Oren did not kneel. He had no true wolf in him, only borrowed authority and a title. Serafina understood before anyone spoke. A sound moved through the crowd. Old Winter Line. Old Kennel Oath. Winter Steward. King Albrecht stood. His face had gone ashen. Oren's grip loosened. Serafina drove her heel into his instep. He yelped. She caught his wrist, turned under his arm the way she taught handlers to escape a tangled lead, and slammed his hand against his own chest. The ceremonial blade fell into the snow. Captain Biscuit sprang, caught Oren's coat sleeve, and dragged him face first into a drift. The field exploded into noise. Serafina did not look away from the kneeling wolves. Her body shook with the force moving through it. She could command them to stay down. She could command them to crawl. The power invited cruelty with a sweet, cold voice. Then she saw Tobin, the young guard with kernels in his pocket, kneeling among the border wolves. His face was frightened, not of her exactly, but of what power might do when it finally changed hands. Serafina released the command. "Stand," she said, "by your own will." The wolves rose slowly. Rurik stood last. Snow clung to one knee of his black trousers. His face held no humiliation, only awe, anger, and something that looked dangerously like devotion. Serafina pointed to the evidence chests. "Read the grain oath. All of it." The king's clerk hesitated. Rurik turned his head. "Read." The clerk read. The old winter grain oath was plain enough for every rider, cook, and kennel girl to understand. The crown had one winter duty before all ceremony: feed the border honestly. Any heir who stole grain, falsified hunt trails, or threatened the hound master's witnesses lost winter authority before the assembly. At the final clause, the clerk's voice broke. If the crown fails the pack, the winter steward may take charge until the packs choose succession openly. Everyone looked at Serafina. She looked at King Albrecht. The king gripped the rail of the platform. Age had turned him slow, but not stupid. His eyes moved from the fraudulent sacks to the kneeling wolves, to Oren spitting snow while Captain Biscuit sat on his back, to Corvina trying to edge behind her mother. "Your mother," he said to Serafina, voice rough. "Leora Hale." She was not only kennel master. Serafina's throat tightened. "No," the king said. "She was my cousin's child, born of the old winter line. She refused court. I gave her service because she demanded work instead of empty honors." Serafina heard whispers become a roar. Not a hidden princess in silk. Not a girl raised for a throne. A kennel woman's daughter with an old winter claim, public evidence, and 32 hounds who had better manners than the royal heir. Oren lifted his snow-covered head. "Father, you cannot be serious. She is a servant." King Albrecht looked at him. Something in the old man's face hardened at last. "You are stripped of hunt command," he said. "You are stripped of winter reserve authority. You will be confined pending full council judgment. House Marrow's warehouses are seized for audit and repayment to the Frost March. Lady Corvina Marrow is detained for conspiracy, grain fraud, and attempted evidence destruction." His voice carried harder. "Every high officer who signed, sealed, ordered, or protected the false grain will stand public judgment under the winter grain oath. If the evidence proves deliberate starvation, the sentence is death. There will be no private pardon behind a velvet curtain." The chapel warehouse officers went white. One granary lord dropped his ceremonial cup into the snow. Marave caught it with one boot before the wine could splash the evidence chest. "Littering during treason," she said. "Bold." Several terrified clerks laughed before remembering they were terrified. Corvina screamed then. It was not elegant. Buttons barked at her once, offended by the pitch. The king turned back to Serafina. "The old law requires a steward. Will you claim it?" The field seemed to tilt. Rurik stood 10 steps away, hands loose at his sides. He did not nod. He did not prompt. He only watched her with a face that said he would hold the line whatever she chose. Serafina thought of the palace kennel at dawn. She thought of her mother oiling leather straps by lamplight. She thought of hungry soldiers, false sacks, a boy saving 3 kernels, Oren's hand at her collar, and wolves kneeling because power had finally answered the wrong person in the field. She also thought of the danger. Power did not become clean because it changed hands. Someone had to scrub it daily. Serafina lifted her chin. "I will claim stewardship," she said. "Not as decoration, not as bride, not as grateful servant. I claim it under the grain oath until the packs can choose openly." First order, Frost March receives full grain from seized marrow stores before sunset. Second, all reserve ledgers become public record. Third, Prince Oren's confinement includes basic food, clean blankets, and no ravines. We are not becoming him. The crowd stared. Then Marave struck her ledger against a shield. One border soldier followed. Then another. The sound spread across the field, shield, staff, boot, spear, hand. It became approval not polished enough for court, but strong enough to shake snow from the banners. Rurik bowed his head. Not a court bow. A border oath. Serafina's eyes stung. Captain Biscuit dragged Oren 3 more inches for emphasis. "Enough," Serafina said. The hound released him immediately. "Thank you," Oren gasped. Captain Biscuit sneezed into his hair. The first act of Serafina's rule was not dramatic. She signed grain release orders with hands that would not stop trembling. Marave stood on her left correcting totals. Rurik stood on her right, making anyone who approached with nonsense reconsider. Border soldiers loaded seized marrow grain into inspected wagons. Hounds checked every sack before it moved. Court nobles tried to speak to Serafina in the new tone people used for power they had recently mocked. She disliked it intensely. One lord bowed so low his hat feather brushed Mutton's nose. Mutton ate the feather. Serafina signed another order. "Put that on the evidence list." Rurik leaned closer. "Feather theft?" "Feather redistribution. A promising policy." She looked up at him. The day had left lines of strain around his eyes. Snow had melted in his hair. One knee of his trousers remained wet from kneeling under her command. Guilt pricked. "About the field. I did not mean to force you down." "I know. I hated seeing it." "I know. Stop saying that as if it fixes things." Rurik took the signed order from her and passed it to Marave. Then he turned Serafina gently by the elbow, guiding her behind a banner pole where the crowd could not read her mouth. His touch was light. It steadied anyway. "Listen to me," he said. "You stopped hired wolves without bloodshed. You released the command when fear would have made many keep it. You gave Oren blankets in the same breath you took his power. Do not spend your first hour as steward apologizing because corrupt men forced an old oath awake with a threat." Her breath shook. "You knelt. My wolf recognized winter authority. My pride survived. You are sure?" His mouth tilted. "I have knelt for worse reasons. Boot repairs. Fallen maps. A hound sitting on my foot. Captain Biscuit is very heavy." Marave stepped around the banner pole with 3 fresh warrants under one arm and the expression of a woman who had just found religion in properly numbered arrests. "High Steward," she said, then paused. "Am I allowed to call you that before the ink dries?" "Only if you promise not to faint," Serafina said. "I have never fainted in my life. I once broke a smuggler's jaw with a sack of barley." Rurik looked mildly impressed. "That is not in your service record." "Because I wrote the record. I am merciful to boring historians." Serafina laughed, and the laugh steadied something inside her. "Captain Vey, until the full assembly votes, you are acting warden of the grain line. Independent authority. Public ledgers. Armed escort. No noble private access to sealed grain." Marave's face changed once. "Not much. Enough." The young officer swallowed, then struck her fist to her heart. "Then I will make hunger afraid of paperwork," she said. "Good," Serafina replied. "Make it terrified. A heavy tyrant." She laughed, then pressed a hand over her eyes. Rurik took that hand and pulled it down. Not roughly, not softly enough to be dismissed. His fingers wrapped around hers. "Look at me." She did. "I am not less because your power answered," he said. "If anything, I am relieved. I have carried too much alone because the crown preferred hungry wolves to inconvenient reports. If you mean to scrub power daily, I will hand you brushes." That struck deeper than any pretty vow could have. That may be the least romantic sentence ever spoken. "I can do better later." "Later?" His thumb moved over her knuckles. "When you are not signing food orders and trying not to faint from bloodline politics." "I am not trying to faint." "Good. Because if you fall, I will catch you, and every hound will howl again. As if summoned by prophecy, Captain Biscuit howled from across the field. Seraphina lowered her head to their joined hands. I am going to outlaw timing. Ambitious first decree. Do not mock your steward. I would not dare. He absolutely would. By nightfall, Frostgate wagons rolled north loaded with clean grain. Marrow warehouses sat under seal. Oren and Corvina were transported separately under guard, both furious, both alive, both facing public judgment. King Albrecht issued a proclamation naming Seraphina winter steward until the full pack assembly convened in 30 days. The title felt too large. The work did not. Work began immediately. Seraphina returned not to the palace bridal wing, but to the old council residence beside the Hound Yards. She refused the queen's apartments. She also refused 3 ladies who arrived to dress her in silver before breakfast. I am auditing grain stores, she told them. If any sleeve prevents me from opening sacks, the sleeve is treason. They retreated. Rurik arrived 10 minutes later with a stack of petitions, 2 clerks, and Captain Biscuit trotting proudly at his side. Seraphina stared. Why is my hound with you? He followed me. He does not follow. He supervises. Then I am supervised. Captain Biscuit dropped a glove at Seraphina's feet. She looked at Rurik's bare right hand. Did he steal that from you? 3 corridors ago. I chose not to negotiate with a superior force. Wise. Rurik set the petitions on her table. The first council sitting begins in 1 hour. Before that, Marave needs signatures for the second grain release. The palace steward wants to know whether you will preserve Oren's household staff. 3 noble houses request private audience. For request public distance from House Marrow. The chapel claims innocence with impressive volume. Also, your hounds have occupied the East Fountain. Seraphina sat down slowly. Why? It contains fish. There are no fish in the East Fountain. There were 2. She covered her face. I have been steward for less than a day. Rurik came around the table and crouched in front of her chair. The position made her look down at him. After the field, that should have been strange. Instead it felt like a private correction to public power. He placed both hands on the arms of her chair and held her gaze. 1 order at a time, he said. I know. 1 liar at a time. I know. 1 hound-related disaster at a time. Her mouth trembled. That may be impossible. Then 2 disasters. Maximum. She laughed. Rurik's eyes softened. He reached up and touched her cheek with the backs of his fingers. There you are. The words went straight through her. His thumb paused at the corner of her mouth. It was barely a touch, indecent only because both of them stopped breathing over it. General, she said, and her voice came out lower than planned. Steward, he answered. You are too close for administrative efficiency. I noticed. Move back. His eyes dropped to her mouth. Is that an order? She should have said yes. Instead, her fingers closed around the front of his coat and held him exactly where he was. Captain Biscuit, apparently recognizing a government crisis, sat down beside the chair and began to pant with open delight. Seraphina leaned forward before fear could count reasons. She kissed him in the middle of petitions, stolen gloves, and fish crimes. Rurik rose into it, 1 hand sliding to the back of her chair, the other settling at her waist with a restraint that was somehow worse than greed. The chair creaked. Seraphina made the mistake of opening her mouth against his, and Rurik answered with a sound so low that her knees forgot they were seated. Captain Biscuit made an approving grunt. Seraphina broke the kiss first, breathless. Door. Closed. Clerks. Outside. Hound. Judging. Good. Accuracy matters. Rurik's hand flexed once at her waist. If I keep kissing you, the clerks will invent a new category of delay. Let them. You are High Steward. Then I can authorize delays. He laughed under his breath and rested his forehead against hers. For 1 dangerous second, he looked less like the cold border general and more like a man losing a battle he wanted to lose. For 1 full second, neither of them moved. Seraphina closed her eyes. I'm going to promote the first person who invents silent paperwork. Rurik's smile appeared against her mouth. Always. Someone outside cleared a throat, aggressively official. The smile vanished from both of them. Marave's voice came through the wood. If you two are done establishing diplomatic contact, the grain orders need ink. Serafina turned scarlet. Rurik looked at the door. Quartermaster. General. You heard nothing. I heard governance. It sounded inefficient. Captain Biscuit barked once. Marave added, the dog agrees. Serafina dropped her forehead to Rurik's shoulder and laughed until the pressure in her chest eased. 30 days later, the full pack assembly met beneath the repaired antler poles of the winter hunt field. This time, no trail markers had been moved. Serafina checked them herself at dawn with Duchess and 3 board clerks. Every grain basket had been cut open, tested, weighed, sealed, and marked by public hand. The chapel warehouse officers stood under guard. House Marrow's accounts had been read until even the nobles understood the theft. Good grain had reached Frostgate, Northmere, Greyford, and the 3 villages that supplied sled dogs to the border. No one called hunger dramatic anymore. Oren stood before the assembly without his prince's cloak. He had eaten plain food, slept on clean blankets, and complained through most of it. The public judgment stripped his succession rights, seized his private hunting estates for restitution, and sentenced him under the winter grain oath for falsifying a hunt, endangering a witness, and protecting deliberate starvation. No noble name softened the sentence. It would be carried out away from the field, without spectacle, after the victims' accounts entered the public record. Corvina Marrow, her mother, the royal steward, the chapel bursar, 2 granary lords, and every high officer who signed the false route books received the same judgment. Lower clerks who had confessed early kept their lives and gave testimony. Drivers who had moved sealed wagons under threat were assigned supervised restitution. High officials who had traded border hunger for court comfort met the full sentence of the oath. The seized Marrow silver funded border reserves, kennel repairs, and a public grain office staffed by people who had eaten army porridge and were therefore immune to elegant excuses. Serafina watched the orders signed and felt no triumphal music rise inside her. Relief was quieter. It wore ink on its fingers. When the votes were called, the pack representatives chose her as High Steward for a full winter term, with authority to reform grain, hunt, and hound law before a permanent Crown Assembly. The old winter line made her eligible. The evidence made her credible. Her choices in the field made people trust the claim. Serafina's first permanent appointment came before any courtier could ask for a private favor. Marave, she said. The grain watch captain stepped forward in her brown coat, steel staff at her back, and ledger hugged to her ribs. For once, she looked young. You helped expose the theft when silence would have been safer, Serafina said. You protected witnesses, held the grain line, and told the truth without waiting for permission. By my authority as High Steward, I name you High Warden of the Grain Line. Your office answers to the public ledger, not to noble kitchens. Marave stared at her. Captain Biscuit barked once. He seconded the appointment, Serafina said. Marave struck her fist to her heart. Then I accept before the dog changes policy. The field laughed. The laugh mattered. It meant the new law had a face, a staff, and a woman who would hit corruption with both hands. That distinction mattered to her. After the vote, King Albrecht removed the winter circlet from its velvet cushion. It was not a queen's crown. It was black iron set with one pale stone, made for work and weather. He held it out to her with both hands. Leora's daughter, he said. The crown should have known you before crisis forced it. Serafina took the circlet. Yes, it should have. A few courtiers inhaled at the bluntness. The king bowed his head. Then let that be recorded too. She placed the circlet on her own head. The field bowed. Hounds did not bow, because hounds were sensible. Captain Biscuit sat on Rurik's boot instead, which many observers understood as a border endorsement. Rurik stood beside the steward's platform, not behind it. Serafina had insisted. He had argued for 7 minutes that a general belonged at her flank in public crisis. She had argued for 7 minutes and one eyebrow that a woman who had been almost erased by a fiancé did not need another man arranged as her shadow. They had compromised. He stood at the edge of the platform, close enough to intercept threats, visible enough to annoy traditionalists, and far enough that no one could pretend he held her strings. After the assembly, when the crowd moved toward the feast tents, Serafina found him in the old pine lane. Snow balanced on the branches. Evening light turned the path blue. For once, no clerk followed her. No noble waited with a complaint. No hound appeared except Grandmother Pike, who settled at the end of the lane and pretended not to guard them. Rurik looked at the circlet on Seraphina's head. It suits you. It pinches. Most authority does. I am considering replacing it with a warm hat. A radical reform. She stepped closer. Would the Frost March support it? With enthusiasm. He reached up and adjusted the circlet with careful fingers. His knuckles brushed her hair. Seraphina closed her eyes for 1 second, letting the touch land. When she opened them, his hand had lowered to her shoulder, but had not left. "You have not asked," she said. "I said I would ask after the hunt, then after the evidence, then after the assembly. You kept acquiring emergencies. I may continue acquiring them. I noticed. So ask before someone steals a fish." Rurik's hand slid from her shoulder to her waist, slow enough to give her every chance to refuse. She did not. The winter lane shrank around that touch. "Has the line moved?" he asked. Seraphina looked at the man who had found a lost child without trying to own the memory. The man who had knelt under her power and risen without resentment. The man who brought petitions, blankets, military patience, and the worst romantic sentences in the kingdom. The man whose hand at her waist made her feel steadier and less tame at the same time. "Yes," she said. His eyes darkened. "How far?" She set both hands on his chest and pushed him back against the pine trunk. Surprise flashed across his face. It was brief. Pleasure followed. His hand settled on her hips, firm and warm through her coat. "That far," she said. Rurik looked down at her mouth. "A useful measurement. Do you need confirmation?" His hands had not moved higher than her waist. That almost made it worse. Rurik held her as if he had memorized the exact line between protection and hunger and intended to suffer there with military discipline. Seraphina, who had survived betrayal, grain fraud, and 32 hounds with opinions, found his restraint personally insulting. "You are thinking too loudly," she said. "I am trying to be honorable. Try being interesting." Rurik's laugh was quiet and rough enough to warm her ears. In all investigations, she kissed him. This time, no grief stood between them. No one had just read an ugly order. No threat waited at her collar. The kiss was not careful in the same way. It was still controlled, because Rurik's control seemed built into his bones, but heat moved through it. His arm wrapped around her waist and drew her close. Her fingers slid into the black hair at his nape. He made that low sound again, the one that turned her knees into poor advisors. Grandmother Pike waited until Rurik's hand had fully tightened at Seraphina's waist, until Seraphina had made one helpless sound into his mouth, and then barked once from the lane. Seraphina did not stop. Rurik smiled against her mouth. "Your chaperone objects. She objects to weak follow-through. Then I must respect command." He kissed her again, and for several excellent breaths, governance waited. When they returned to the feast, Marave gave them both a look that could curdle milk. "The new High Steward has pine needles in her hair," she said. Seraphina removed one. Administrative burden. Rurik removed another from his own collar. Forestry consultation. Captain Biscuit stole a roll from the table and dropped it at Seraphina's feet. "And what is that?" Marave asked. Seraphina picked up the roll. "A tribute from the food office. That dog is going to have a title by spring. He already has one." Rurik looked resigned. "Minister of Stolen Bread?" "Deputy Minister," Seraphina said. Grandmother Pike outranks him. The feast laughed around them. Not court laughter, better laughter. Soldiers, kennel girls, clerks, village delegates, and nobles who had learned quickly all shared tables under frost lanterns. The grain bread was coarse and honest. The stew held real meat. Hounds slept under benches with full bellies. At midnight, Seraphina slipped from the tent and walked to the kennels prepared for the royal pack. The hounds rose one by one. Captain Biscuit came first, then Duchess, Mutton, Buttons, Foxglove, Pepper, Ash, and all the rest. Grandmother Pike remained lying down, but opened one eye. Seraphina crouched in the straw. "Good evening, honorable criminals," she whispered. "We survive politics. Tomorrow we improve it." Buttons licked her chin. Behind her, the kennel door opened. Rurik entered with 2 bowls of stew and a blanket over one arm. "You missed the council toast," he said. "Was it good?" "Terrible. I improved it by leaving." He sat beside her in the straw without complaint. Captain Biscuit immediately put his head in Rurik's lap. Rurik looked down at him. This is an abuse of office. You are learning government. Serafina took one bowl. Rurik spread the blanket over her knees, then over his, making no attempt to hide that he wanted the shared warmth. She let him. More than that, she leaned into his side. For a while, they ate in the kennels while the new government danced without them. You will be busy, Rurik said. You will be unbearable. Likely. You will tell me when my counsel is lying. Yes. You will not decide for me. No. You will stand close enough to make stupid people reconsider their hobbies. With pleasure. She looked up, and when I am tired, his arm came around her shoulders. He pulled her into his warmth, not as a rescue, not as a claim, but as a place she had chosen and could choose again. Then I will bring stew, he said, and blankets, and petitions in the morning, after you sleep. Still not romantic. He bent and kissed the corner of her mouth. I love you, Serafina Hale. I am trying not to make that sound like a supply order. Her heart stopped, then restarted with a force that made her laugh softly. You failed, she said, but I love you too. Rurik kissed her properly then in the straw, under the supervision of 32 hounds and one ancient judge on a cushion. The kiss tasted of stew, winter, and the strange mercy of being wanted after being underestimated. It did not erase what had happened. Better than that, it met her on the far side of it. Outside, the first clean grain wagons rolled north under guard. At the head of the line rode High Warden Maravey, steel staff across her saddle and public ledger sealed at her hip. The road would not belong to hungry excuses again. Behind the assembly hall, bells marked the completed sentences of the condemned high officers. The sound was brief, formal, and cold. No one cheered. Serafina had not asked for spectacle. Justice did not need theater to be final. Inside, the High Steward of Winter rested her head against the Border General's shoulder, while Captain Biscuit snored across both their boots. By morning, there would be reforms, angry nobles, hungry villages, and a fountain that still had to be investigated for missing fish. Serafina would rise before dawn, greet every hound by name, and put her hands on the work of ruling. This time, she would not be only anything. If you enjoyed this story, subscribe for more wolf romance, winter revenge, and stubborn women with dangerous hounds.
Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Part 1. Ashes and Silence. Serafina Ashgrove returned from the Sanctum Healing Ward with a death sentence in her pocket and found her husband's Old Alliance bride hanging above the hearth in his private chamber. Before she could tell Obsidian Drake that Ashheart Corrosion had given her 4 months to live, he would defend a portrait more fiercely than he had defended his wife in 6 years. If the universe intended to kill her, it had chosen a remarkably petty Tuesday to begin. Ashheart Corrosion, the healer had said that morning, turning the crystal diagnostic sphere in his weathered hands. Inside it, Serafina's blood sample pulsed with threads of dark silver. Beautiful, actually, if you didn't know what it meant. The decay has already entered your bloodstream and begun affecting your optic channels. I estimate 4 months, perhaps 5 if you avoid all magical exertion. Serafina sat very still on the examination bench. The leather was cold beneath her palms. She counted 3 cracks in the ceiling plaster before she trusted her voice. And if I don't avoid magical exertion? The healer looked at her then. His eyes held the particular pity reserved for those who had already decided their answer. 2 months, maybe less. At the door, a young apprentice healer named Ellen Vale pretended not to listen and failed completely. She was freckled, sharp-chinned, and still young enough to be angry at cruelty before she remembered to be afraid of rank. When Serafina rose, Ellen silently tucked an extra vial of pain tonic into her glove and looked away, as if mercy were a clerical error. She nodded once, precisely the way she did everything. Then she stood, smoothed her heavy wool cloak, charcoal gray, because apparently that was the only color the universe would permit today, and walked out without paying. Not because she couldn't afford it, but because she'd forgotten, which was worse. The cold hit her face like a slap. Good, she needed it. 4 months. She had spent 6 years as the contractual wife of Obsidian Drake, Duke of the Black Dragon Eyrie, Lord of the Dragonbone Mines, commander of the Sky Cavalry, and chairman of the Dragon Gold Merchant Consortium. 6 years of being invisible in her own home. 6 years of whispers behind fans. Poor thing, married above her station. He never touches her. Did you see the way she sat alone at the midwinter feast? 6 years of watching her husband look through her as if she were made of glass too thin to bother seeing. The cruelest part was that it had not begun as a prison. In the first winter after their contract, Obsidian had once stepped between her and a courtier's insult with such fierce, awkward tenderness that Seraphina had believed he might love her as she loved him. He had looked at her then as if no other woman in the world had ever mattered. That memory was why the betrayal still had teeth. She had spent 6 years, and the universe had decided that was enough. Fine. But she would tell him first. Not because she expected comfort, she had stopped expecting that approximately 4 years ago, but because there were practical matters. The marriage contract had clauses about illness, about inheritance, about the disposition of assets. She was, despite everything, a woman who believed in clean paperwork. The Black Dragon Eyrie sat atop Ironvein Mountain like a crown of obsidian and dragonbone, its towers carved from the living rock, its halls heated by veins of dragonfire that ran beneath the floors like molten blood. It was beautiful in the way that prisons could be beautiful. All sharp edges and expensive silence. Seraphina passed through the lower gates without challenge. The guards barely glanced at her. She had learned, in 6 years, to move through the Eyrie like smoke, present enough to avoid being locked out, absent enough to avoid being noticed. It was a skill that had served her well in her other life, the one nobody here knew about. The one that was killing her. She climbed the central staircase to the Duke's private wing, her boots leaving wet prints on the dragonbone steps. The halls were quiet at this hour. Most of the Eyrie's residents were at the evening meal in the Great Hall, which Seraphina had stopped attending 2 years ago after the incident with the soup. The soup had been poisoned, mildly. She had noticed before drinking it. Nobody had believed her. The door to the Duke's bedchamber was ajar. She pushed it open. The room was vast, all dark stone and black silk, heated by a fireplace large enough to roast a horse. Above the fireplace hung a portrait she had never seen before, or rather, a portrait that had been moved from storage to this most prominent position. It showed a woman, golden hair like sunlight through honey, blue eyes wide and dewy, lips curved in a smile so gentle it looked almost apologetic for existing. She wore white, naturally, because women like that always wore white. Celestine Brightmore. The Duke's former betrothed, the woman his family had once displayed as the perfect future Duchess before the alliance dissolved. The one whose painted perfection had haunted their marriage bed more effectively than any actual ghost could have managed. Seraphina stared at the portrait. Something cold and sharp pressed behind her sternum. Not grief, not jealousy, just the bone-deep exhaustion of a woman who had walked into yet another room that wasn't really hers. She should not have touched the frame. She knew that. But her vision flickered, just for a moment, the edges going gray, and she reached out to steady herself, and her fingers brushed the gilded edge of the portrait. "Don't." The voice came from behind her. Low, cold, resonant, the kind of voice that made lesser nobles stammer and serving girls drop their trays. Obsidian Drake stood in the doorway of his private bath, his dark hair damp, a high-collared black shirt fastened at his throat, his silver-gray eyes fixed on her hand with an expression that might have been anger or might have been contempt. With him, they often looked the same. He was beautiful. She had never denied that. Tall and broad-shouldered, with the sharp bone structure of old dragonblood aristocracy and the particular grace of a man who could shift into something enormous and winged. His jaw was cut glass. His cheekbones could slice paper. Even after 6 years of marriage to him, Seraphina occasionally caught herself thinking what a waste before her rational mind caught up. "I wasn't," she began. "Touching her portrait with your grubby little fingers?" He crossed the room in 3 long strides, took her wrist, and moved her hand away from the frame. His grip was not gentle. "I had it restored. The oils on skin can damage the pigment." Seraphina looked at her hand. It was perfectly clean. She had scrubbed it raw in the sanctum washroom after the diagnosis, a compulsive habit she'd developed to hide the faint gray discoloration that Ashhart corrosion left on the fingertips. "I came to talk to you," she said. Her voice was steady. She was proud of that. "About what?" He released her wrist and turned away, adjusting his cuffs with the precise irritation of a man interrupted during his evening routine. "If this is about the household budget again, I'm ill." He paused for exactly 1 second. Then he continued adjusting his cuffs. "You're always claiming some ailment or another. Last month it was headaches, the month before fatigue. If you want attention, Serafina, there are less tedious ways to get it." The cold thing behind her sternum pressed harder. "This isn't. Is this because of the portrait?" He turned to face her, and now his expression was clear. Contempt, edged with something almost like satisfaction. "You saw Celestine's portrait and decided to manufacture an illness for sympathy? How predictable." "Obsidian. It's your grace in this wing." His silver eyes were flat. "We discussed this." They had not discussed it. He had decreed it. 3 years ago, after she had made the mistake of calling him by name at a banquet, and he had looked at her as if she had publicly urinated on the tablecloth. Serafina drew a breath. The air tasted faintly metallic, her own blood, she realized. The corrosion was active today. She swallowed it. "Your Grace," she said, and the words tasted like copper and ash. "I have been diagnosed with Ashhart corrosion. The decay has entered my blood and my optic channels. I have approximately 4 months." Silence. Obsidian studied her face the way one studies an insect that has landed on one's sleeve, with mild interest and absolute indifference to its survival. "Ashhart corrosion," he repeated. "A disease of runesmiths and sealcasters, which you are not." She said nothing. "Unless you've been secretly practicing forbidden magic behind my back. Have you?" His voice sharpened. "Have you been dabbling in things beyond your station again?" Beyond her station. She was the last living heir of the Ashgrove rune line, a bloodline so ancient it predated the Dragon Aeries themselves. She could trace, cast, and break dragon rune contracts that would make his court smiths weep with inadequacy. She had single-handedly saved his empire 6 years ago. But he didn't know that. And she was not going to tell him today. "Never mind," she said quietly. "I apologize for disturbing your evening." She turned to leave, made it 3 steps before. "Serafina." She stopped, did not turn. "If you're going to be ill," he said, his tone as casual as discussing weather, "do it in the East Wing. I have guests arriving tomorrow, and I don't need you looking pathetic in the main halls." She left without another word. The guests arrived not the next day, but that very night, a dramatic entrance through the Aeries sky gates that woke half the household. Serafina, lying awake in her cold corner chamber in the East Wing, heard the commotion through the walls. Running feet, excited whispers, the heavy beat of wings in the landing courtyard. By morning, the entire Aerie was buzzing. Celestine Brightmore had returned. Not alone. She came with a child, a small boy of perhaps 4 years, with silver blonde hair and wide blue eyes, and this was the detail that had set every tongue in the Aerie wagging, the ability to produce a flicker of blue dragon flame from his tiny palms. Serafina heard about it from her maid, Marta, the only servant still assigned to her wing, a sturdy woman of 50 who disapproved of everything equally, and therefore couldn't be called biased. "Claims the boy is his Grace's blood," Marta said, setting down a tray of toast and weak tea with rather more force than necessary. "Born after she left, she says. Raised in secret to protect him from enemies, she says," she sniffed. "If you ask me, which nobody does, a woman who hides a child for 4 years has more to hide than a child." Serafina did not eat the toast. Her appetite had been failing for weeks, another symptom she had been carefully hiding. She drank the tea, which tasted like nothing. Where is the boy now? Main nursery. Already been given the blue silk suite, a personal nurse, and 3 new outfits from the Duke's own tailor. Marta's mouth was a thin line. "You, meanwhile, have 1 maid and a leaking ceiling." The ceiling isn't leaking. It will be. I've seen the stain. Give it 2 weeks. Serafina dressed carefully. Heavy charcoal wool, high collar, long sleeves. She pinned her dark hair back with the simple iron clasp she wore daily, avoiding the ornate dragon crest jewelry that had come with the marriage contract and sat untouched in its velvet case. She checked her reflection, pale but composed. The gray discoloration hadn't reached her face yet. Good. She would need to see the boy. Not because she was jealous, she was dying. Jealousy required a future. But because something about the claim did not add up. Black dragons produced black dragon fire. The Obsidian bloodline had never, in 800 years of recorded history, produced blue flame. But she would need to be careful. The Ares residents already saw her as the unwanted wife. If she questioned the child's parentage openly, she would look like exactly what they expected, the bitter woman trying to eliminate a rival's offspring. She left her chamber and walked toward the main wing. The corridors were busier than usual, servants scurrying with fresh linens, courtiers clustering in doorways to whisper. They fell silent as she passed, then resumed at twice the volume behind her. She found the scene in the Winter Garden. Celestine Brightmoor sat on the carved stone bench beneath the frost roses, wearing a gown of white that somehow wasn't wrinkled despite her night of travel. Her golden hair fell in perfect waves. Her skin was porcelain. Her expression was one of fragile bravery, the look of a woman being very strong about something very difficult. The boy sat at her feet, playing with a set of dragon bone figurines. He was beautiful, Serafina admitted. Silver blonde hair, enormous blue eyes, chubby cheeks flushed pink. He made small sounds as he played, and occasionally a tiny lick of blue flame curled from his fingers. Obsidian stood beside Celestine. Not sitting, he never sat in public with anyone, but close enough that his shadow fell across her. His hand rested on the bench back behind her shoulder. Not touching her, but close. He was looking at the boy with an expression Serafina had never seen on his face before. Something soft, something wondering, something that might, in a less frozen man, have been called hope. He had never looked at Serafina like that. Not once. She stopped in the garden archway, took it in, filed it away in the small, cold compartment in her chest where she kept things that hurt too much to examine. Celestine noticed her first. Those blue eyes widened with perfectly calibrated surprise. "Oh, you must be." She looked at Obsidian with a flutter of concern. "I didn't know we would be interrupting." "You're not interrupting anything," Obsidian said flatly, without turning to look at Serafina. "Serafina, this is Celestine Brightmoor and her son Lucian. He may be my heir." Maybe. At least he had that much caution still. "How wonderful," Serafina said. Her voice was perfectly level. "Welcome to the Eyrie, Miss Brightmoor." Celestine smiled, tremulous, grateful, as if Serafina's welcome meant the world. "Please, call me Celestine. I do so hope we can be friends." She reached out a delicate hand. "I know this must be difficult for you." Serafina looked at the outstretched hand, then at Celestine's face. The smile was flawless. The eyes were calculating. She shook the hand, brief, professional. "Not difficult at all," she said. "I hope you find the Eyrie comfortable." She turned to leave, and her vision flickered. Just a moment. Just the edges going gray, the world tilting sideways. She caught herself on the archway, knuckles white against the stone. "Are you quite well?" Celestine's voice, sweet with concern that carried perfectly across the garden. Obsidian did not turn around. "Perfectly," Serafina said, and walked away. 3 days passed, each worse than the last. Celestine established herself in the Eyrie with the efficiency of a military campaign disguised as helplessness. She needed a larger room. The boy had nightmares without windows. She needed different food. Her constitution was delicate. She needed Serafina's personal sitting room for the boy's lessons. It had the best morning light. Obsidian granted every request without consulting his wife. The boy, Lucian, was paraded before the court daily. His blue flame was displayed, admired, exclaimed over. "A true dragon child," the nobles murmured. Look at those eyes, just like His Grace's mother's side. Nobody seemed to remember that Obsidian's mother had been a black dragon whose eyes were silver, not blue. Seraphina watched. She said nothing. She noticed things. She noticed that Lucian's blue flame flickered oddly, not the steady burn of natural dragon fire, but the stuttering pulse of a flame sustained by external fuel. She noticed that Celestine's delicate wrists bore faint powder marks where something had been regularly applied and wiped away. She noticed that the boy flinched when Celestine touched his shoulder in a certain way. She noticed, but she could not yet prove. On the fourth day, Celestine made her first real move. It happened in the Great Hall at the noon meal. Seraphina had come to retrieve a book she'd left on her usual side table. She no longer ate in the hall, but she occasionally sat there to read during off hours when nobody would bother her. The hall was crowded today, some minor celebration for the boy's official presentation to the court. Seraphina was crossing the hall toward the side table when Celestine appeared from behind a pillar, carrying a tray of sweets. Their paths intersected. Celestine stumbled, a graceful, floating stumble, the kind that looked effortless, and went down. The tray scattered. Celestine hit the floor with a cry that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. Every head turned. "She pushed me," Celestine gasped, one hand clutching her ankle. Tears, actual glistening tears, filled her blue eyes. The Duchess, she cast something at my feet. The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. Guards appeared. Obsidian materialized from wherever he'd been lurking, his face thunderous. "Seraphina." His voice cut through the noise like a blade. "What did you do?" She looked at him. He was already decided. She could see it in his eyes, the verdict rendered before the trial. Of course he would believe the weeping golden woman over the gray, silent wife who had never given him tears. The old Seraphina, the one from 6 years ago, fresh-faced and still hoping, might have stammered a denial, might have begged him to listen, might have dissolved into the pleading, desperate creature he clearly expected her to be. The current Seraphina did none of those things. She removed the iron ring from her left index finger, her ash print ring, the only visible tool of her true craft, and pressed it to the stone floor. A pulse of gray light spread outward from the point of contact, thin as spider silk, illuminating the floor like frost on glass. Everywhere it touched, previously invisible marks became visible, footprints of residual spell energy glowing faintly gold. The courtiers gasped. There, clearly visible on the floor, was a neat line of trip hex energy. It originated not from Seraphina's path, but from directly beneath Celestine's own feet. The woman had hexed herself, tripped herself, thrown herself down, and blamed it on the silent wife standing 6 feet away. The glowing marks faded after 3 seconds. Ashprint diagnostic traces were not permanent, but 3 seconds was enough. Half the court had seen. Celestine's tears dried remarkably fast. Her expression shifted, just for a heartbeat, from wounded innocence to something sharp and furious before the mask slid back. I don't understand what that was," she whispered. "Some kind of illusion? Obsidian, she's casting things?" "It was a diagnostic reveal," said a voice from the crowd. Old Magister Thornwell, the Ares senior arcanist, pressed forward. His rheumy eyes were sharp. "Shows the origin point of recently cast hexes. Can't be faked." The hex came from under her. He pointed at Celestine, not from the Duchess. Silence. Obsidian looked at the floor where the marks had been, then at Celestine, then at Seraphina. He said nothing. He did not apologize. He turned and walked away. Celestine was helped up by her supporters, she still had plenty, and whisked off to her rooms with much fluttering concern. The court dispersed, buzzing. Seraphina stood alone in the great hall. Her vision flickered again, longer this time. She pressed her palm against the cool stone of the pillar until the grayness receded. Then she walked to the side table where Lucian's silver water cup had been left among the lunch debris. She turned it over. With a movement so small no one would notice, she pressed her ashprint ring to the cup's inner base, leaving a blood trace marker that would activate when the cup was next used. The marker would read the child's blood composition through any liquid he drank from it. In 3 days, it would have enough data to determine exactly whose bloodline Lucien carried. She set the cup back, walked away. Let the blood speak for itself. Part 2. Dead Eggs and Living Things. The snow began that evening, heavy, wet, blanketing the mountain in white that turned the Ares black stone dramatic. Serafina left through the servants' gate at dusk, pulling her hood low. She had an appointment at the Sanctum Healing Ward for a follow-up examination, and she was not going to let anyone see her go. The path down from the Eyrie to the city was treacherous in snow, but she knew every step. 6 years of lonely walks had made her an expert on this particular mountain. She moved quickly, her boots finding purchase on the icy stones by memory more than sight. Her right eye had developed a persistent gray haze that no amount of blinking could clear. The appointment was brief and brutal. The corrosion had advanced since Tuesday. The healer adjusted his estimate downward, 3 months, perhaps 3.5. Is there anything? Serafina began. The only known treatment requires a source of white gold dragon fire, the healer said gently, which, as I'm sure you know, has been extinct for over a century. I'm sorry, Your Grace. She nodded, thanked him, left. The snow had thickened while she was inside. The streets were almost empty, merchants packing up early, lanterns sputtering in the wet wind. Serafina pulled her cloak tighter and turned toward the mountain path. She almost missed it. A pile of refuse beside a merchant's cart. Broken crates, soiled straw, the usual detritus of market day. But something in the pile caught the fading lantern light. A curve. A smooth, oval shape, gray and dull, half buried in dirty snow. An egg. Serafina stopped. It was large, roughly the size of a melon, and completely unremarkable. Gray shell, hairline cracks webbing its surface, no luminescence, no warmth, no sign of the inner fire that marked a living dragon egg. A dead egg. Worthless. That's why the merchant had tossed it with the trash. She should keep walking. She had 3 months to live, a marriage to dissolve, a secret identity to protect, and absolutely no time for. Thump. She felt it through her ash print ring. Not heard, felt. A vibration so faint it was barely distinguishable from her own heartbeat. But there, undeniably there. A heartbeat, inside the egg. Tiny, struggling, almost gone. Oh, Serafina pressed her hand to her face. No, absolutely not. Thump, thump. I am dying. I don't have time to... Thump, thump. This is ridiculous. You're probably going to die anyway. We'll die together in my cold room and they'll find us both frozen in 3 months like some pathetic... Thump. She picked up the egg. It was heavier than it looked, and cold, so cold that even through her gloves she could feel the chill radiating from its shell. She tucked it inside her cloak, against her chest, where her own body heat might do something. The heartbeat steadied slightly. I'm not keeping you, she informed the egg. I'm merely preventing you from dying in garbage, which is the bare minimum of decency. Don't get attached. The egg did not respond, obviously. It was an egg. She carried it home. The east wing of the Eyrie was cold, as always. Serafina's chambers consisted of a sitting room, a bedroom, and a small private study, all furnished in the Eyries' leftover pieces that nobody else wanted. The heating runes in this wing had been temporarily reduced 3 years ago during a budget dispute and never restored. She set the egg on her bed, surrounded by pillows, and covered it with her spare wool blanket. Then she fed the fireplace until the room was warm enough that her breath no longer fogged. Then she sat and stared at the egg. Well, she said. Now what? The egg sat, gray, silent, cracked. Serafina touched her ring to the shell. Gently, carefully, a whisper of diagnostic magic. The heartbeat was there, slow but steady. The egg was alive. The cracks weren't decay, they were stress fractures, possibly from impact when it was discarded. The creature inside was... She frowned. The diagnostic couldn't get a clear reading on the species. dragon, certainly, but the subsignature was muddled, as if something was actively obscuring it. Self-camouflage? In an unborn creature? Aren't you interesting? She murmured. The egg gave no reply. She fell asleep beside it that night, one hand resting on its shell. In the morning, she found it had somehow rolled 3 inches closer to her, pressing against her hip. She chose not to examine this too closely. Over the next week, the egg developed what Serafina could only describe as a personality. When she was in the room, it was perfectly still, silent, inert. The picture of a dead egg that happened to not be dead. The moment she left, Marta confirmed this with increasing bewilderment. It became active. It was vibrating when I came in to change the linens, Marta reported, arms crossed. And it had rolled off the bed entirely, found it in the wash basin. The wash basin? In a nest of your clean small clothes, which it had apparently knocked off the shelf. The next day, Serafina returned from a walk to find the egg had somehow shoved itself into her medicine box, displacing 3 bottles of the pain tonic she was supposed to take daily. The bottles were lined up on the bedside table in a neat row, as if arranged by invisible hands, or by an egg repeatedly butting them into position. "Are you reminding me to take my medicine?" Serafina asked it, feeling only slightly insane. The egg was perfectly still, perfectly innocent, not at all alive. She took the medicine. On the 3rd day, she returned to find a small package from Obsidian on her bureau, a guilt gift, probably. Some trivial trinket sent by a secretary to maintain appearances. She hadn't opened it before she left. When she came back, the package was under the bed, far under the bed, pushed into the dustiest corner against the wall. The egg sat on the bureau in the package's place, serene as a church. "Did you?" Serafina looked at the egg, looked under the bed, looked back at the egg. "How do you even move? You don't have legs." The egg did not dignify this with a response. On the 5th day, something remarkable happened. Celestine sent one of her maids to Serafina's wing, ostensibly to deliver an invitation to tea, actually to snoop. Serafina was out. Marta was in the laundry. The maid entered freely and began opening drawers. According to Marta, who returned partway through, the egg began vibrating so violently that it bounced off the bed, rolled across the floor at alarming speed, and struck the maid's ankle with sufficient force to send her stumbling backward into the doorframe. The maid fled. The egg rolled itself back to the bed and settled into its pillow nest with the air of a job well done. "Your egg," Marta said that evening, "is possessed." "It's not my egg." "It pushed a grown woman out of your room." "It's slightly my egg." On the 7th day, the cracks in the shell shifted. Serafina didn't notice at first. She was reviewing the blood trace data from Lucien's cup, which was yielding increasingly interesting results. But when she glanced over, the hairline fractures had rearranged themselves. They formed unmistakably a pattern, an expression. Specifically, the dragon rune symbol for eye-rolling contempt. Serafina stared at it for a long time. "Were you making a face at something specific?" she asked slowly. "Or is this a general commentary?" The cracks shifted. Now they formed, she was not imagining this, a pattern that loosely resembled droopy eyelids and a curled mouth, like a miniature sneer. From the corridor outside, Serafina could hear the distant sound of Celestine's tinkling laugh. "Ah," Serafina said, "the laugh." The egg cracks formed something that might have been a nod. "I agree," Serafina said. "It is insufferable." She went back to her data. The egg settled smugly in its pillows. Obsidian found out about the egg 9 days after its arrival. He came to the East Wing, a rare event that startled Marta so thoroughly she dropped a water pitcher, ostensibly to inform Serafina that her household budget would be further reduced to accommodate Lucien's needs. He delivered this news standing in her doorway without entering, his gaze sweeping the room with the distant assessment of a landlord inspecting a property he planned to sell. His eyes landed on the egg. "What is that?" Serafina did not look up from her book. "An egg." I can see it's an egg. Why is there a cracked, dead egg in your bedchamber? It's not dead. Obsidian stepped into the room, first time in months, and approached the bed. The egg was very still, very gray, very unremarkable. But the cracks were visible, and to someone like Obsidian, who had grown up around dragon eggs, they looked wrong. "This is a reject," he said flatly. "Where did you get it?" "The street." "You picked up a street egg." His voice carried the particular disbelief of the very privileged. "Seraphina, do you understand what could be incubating in a discarded egg? Parasite worms, blight mites, corruption spawn. It has a heartbeat. Many parasites have heartbeats." He reached for the egg, and the egg pulsed. A single flash of heat, brief but intense, that made Obsidian snatch his hand back. He stared at his palm. Across the inside of his fingers, faint as a watermark, a pattern of white gold scales had appeared. They faded after a moment, leaving his skin unmarked. The room was very quiet. "That," Obsidian said carefully, "should not have happened." Seraphina had seen it, filed it, white gold, not black, not blue, white gold, a color that had not been seen in dragonkind for over a century. "It's just an egg," she said mildly. "Probably reacting to your dragonfire proximity. You know how unstable damaged eggs can be." Obsidian looked at her. For the first time in a long while, his expression held something other than contempt, uncertainty. It lasted only a moment before his usual mask reassembled. "Get rid of it," he said. "I'll send someone with a purification basin tomorrow. It's clearly contaminated." "No." The word dropped like a stone into still water. Obsidian's eyes narrowed. "No?" "No." Seraphina set down her book, stood. She was a tall woman, not as tall as him, but enough that she didn't have to crane her neck when they were this close. "You will not touch this egg. It is a potential threat to the Eyrie. It is a potential life that someone threw away because they couldn't be bothered to look closer." Her voice was level, but something in it had shifted. An edge, a hardness she usually kept hidden. "I'm familiar with the experience." A muscle in Obsidian's jaw tightened. "If you're implying..." "I'm not implying anything. I'm telling you, this egg stays. If your purification squad comes near it, they'll lose the use of their hands for a week." "Is that a threat?" "It's a promise." She held his gaze, steady, unflinching. "You have your heir now, don't you? The golden boy with blue fire. What do you care about one gray egg in a wing you never visit?" Obsidian stared at her. Something flickered in his silver eyes, surprise maybe. She had never spoken to him like this. In 6 years, she had been quiet, accommodating, invisible. The sudden steel in her voice was clearly unexpected. "Fine," he said at last through his teeth. "Keep your dead egg. But if it hatches something that threatens my household..." "At least if it hatches something dangerous," Seraphina said, picking up her book again, "it'll be honestly dangerous, not dressed in white and calling itself family." Obsidian went very still, his mouth opened, closed. He turned on his heel and left without another word. The egg, in the silence that followed, emitted a tiny pulse of warmth against Seraphina's hip, almost approving. "Don't start," she told it. Part 3. The Dissolution. 2 weeks after Celestine's arrival, Seraphina finished her preparations. The blood trace data from Lucien's cup was complete. The results were exactly what she'd suspected. The boy's dragon flame signature bore 0 compatibility with the Obsidian bloodline. Not partial, 0. Whatever lineage Lucien carried, it was not Obsidian Drake's. But she did not reveal this immediately. She was not stupid, and she was not impulsive. If she made the accusation now, it would look like jealousy, like desperation, like the unwanted wife trying to eliminate her replacement. Instead, she sealed the data into the cup's base, a self-activating ash print that would release its findings when examined by the Ares matriarch, Old Lady Obsidian Drake the Elder. The matriarch was many things, imperious, traditional, occasionally cruel, But she was not stupid, and she would not ignore blood evidence. Serafina placed the cup in a velvet pouch and locked it in her desk. Then she took out the document she had been drafting for 3 days. A petition for dissolution of the Dragon Blood marriage contract. In the dragon aristocracy, marriage contracts were not simple unions. They were binding magical agreements sealed in the contract flame basin, enforceable by ancient dragon law. Breaking one required either mutual consent or proof of irreparable breach. Serafina had spent 6 years gathering evidence of breach. She had enough. She reviewed the document one final time. It asked for no wealth, no property, no title, no compensation, just freedom. She signed it with her blood name, the real one, not the diminished version on the public marriage contract, and sealed it with her ash print ring. Then she went to find Obsidian. He was in his study. Celestine was there too, of course, curled in the window seat with Lucien, reading to him in her soft golden voice. The picture they made was deliberately beautiful. The family unit, the future, the life Obsidian could have if not for the inconvenient existing wife. Serafina knocked, entered without waiting for permission. "I need 5 minutes of your time," she said, alone. Obsidian looked up from his desk with visible irritation. "Whatever it is, it can wait." "It cannot." She held up the document. "This is a formal petition for dissolution of our marriage contract. It requires your acknowledgement." The room went silent. Celestine's reading stopped. Lucien looked up with wide eyes. Obsidian set down his pen very slowly. "Leave us," he said to Celestine. His voice was flat. Celestine gathered Lucien with visible reluctance and visible satisfaction barely hidden, and swept out, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Obsidian stood, came around the desk, took the document from Serafina's hand and read it in silence. "You're asking for nothing," he said at last. "Correct. No settlement, no property, no ongoing support. I want freedom, not money." He looked at her. His expression was strange, not angry, which she'd expected. Something else, something almost like insult. "This is about Celestine," he said, "not a question. It is about the 6 years preceding Celestine. You're jealous. You've been jealous since she arrived, and now you're using a dissolution petition as, what? Leverage? A threat? You think if you wave this in my face, I'll send her away?" Serafina took a slow breath. The gray was creeping at the edges of her vision again. "I am not asking you to send anyone away. I am asking you to let me leave." "No." He tossed the document onto his desk. "I'm not playing this game." "It isn't. You married into the Eyrie. You took my name. You benefit from my protection, my wealth, my..." "Your protection?" The word came out sharp enough to cut. "When have you ever protected me? When was the last time you entered this study and thought I should check on my wife? When was the last time you remembered I existed without someone reminding you?" He stared at her. "I'm dying, Obsidian." Her voice cracked. "Just barely. Just once. I told you that. 12 days ago, you told me to do it in the East Wing where no one would see. That is what you call protection?" Something shifted in his face. The faintest flicker of, not guilt, not yet, but something close to the precursor of guilt, if guilt were a seed that needed much longer to germinate. "You were exaggerating," he said, but his voice was less certain. "You're always. Sign the paper or don't. I'll petition the matriarch directly if you refuse." She turned and left. He did not sign it. In the days that followed, Celestine moved with increasing boldness. She installed herself in the main wing as if she were already mistress. She directed servants. She rearranged furniture. She chose menus. She sat in Serafina's chair at formal dinners, the one beside Obsidian's, and nobody corrected her. She also began sending Serafina small, deliberate humiliations disguised as requests. Would Serafina mind organizing the linen closet in the guest wing? The nursery needed fresh flowers. Could she arrange them? The Dragon Flame breakfast required a specific rare tea that only grew in the lower markets. Would Serafina fetch it? Serafina completed none of these tasks. She simply didn't respond to the requests, which drove Celestine to a particular white-lipped fury that she hid behind concerned sighs to the court. I do worry about her. She seems so withdrawn. Is she eating properly? The egg, during this period, seemed to develop opinions about Celestine. Every time her name was mentioned within earshot, or when her signature perfume drifted down the East Wing corridor from a passing servant, the shell cracks would rearrange into what Serafina had come to recognize as the egg's disgusted expression, a pattern resembling narrowed eyes and a turned-down mouth. "You've never even met her," Serafina told the egg one evening. The cracks rearranged themselves emphatically. "Fair point. I suppose the perfume is evidence enough." Celestine's next move involved Lucien and the egg. It happened on a day when Serafina was reviewing trade reports in her study, a habit she maintained despite having no official role in the Ares' finances. She liked to know things. Knowledge was armor. The door burst open. Lucien ran in, small and blue-eyed and propelled by the particular momentum of a 4-year-old who has been aimed at a target. Behind him came Celestine, breathless and performatively worried. "Lucien, no. Darling, come back." She grabbed the doorframe, one hand pressed to her heart. "I'm so sorry, Duchess. He just ran off. He wanted to see your chambers. Children are so curious." Lucien, oblivious to the script, had already spotted the egg. His eyes went round. "Egg!" He tottered toward the bed with arms outstretched. "Pretty egg. Can I hold it?" Serafina stood. "Careful. It's..." But Lucien had already grabbed the egg with both hands, and nothing happened. No flash, no burn, no defensive pulse. The egg sat perfectly still in the child's arms, as docile as a stone. Lucien grinned, clutching it to his chest. Celestine's eyes sharpened. This was not what she'd expected. Serafina could see the calculation shifting behind those pretty blue irises. She'd clearly been hoping the egg would react badly, would shock or burn the boy, providing evidence that the contaminated egg was dangerous and should be destroyed. But Serafina had planned for this. 3 days ago, she'd laid a softening charm on the egg's outer shell, not to change its nature, but to ensure that any accidental contact would be cushioned. If someone tried to manufacture "the egg hurt the air" incident, the egg would feel no harder than a pillow. Lucien was now hugging the egg like a stuffed toy, showing no inclination to release it. "Mine," he declared. "No, darling, give it back." Celestine reached for the egg. Lucien dodged. "Azur." A sunstorrow. Romantically, Glinsby used this sash, a village gravitate about Great Azur. Serafina watched with something that might, in a healthier woman, have been amusement. The boy clearly had no malice. He was 4, acting on 4-year-old impulse. Whatever Celestine had planned, the child wasn't playing along. "Lucien," Serafina crouched to his level, "the egg needs to stay warm. Would you put it back on the bed for me? You can visit it again later." Lucien considered this. "Promise?" "Promise." He set the egg down with surprising gentleness, patted it twice, and ran back to Celestine. As he passed his mother, Serafina noticed something. The boy's hands, which had been clutching the egg, bore no trace of blue flame. Not even a flicker. Every other time she'd seen Lucien hold something, his excitement triggered small bursts of dragonfire. It was, according to Celestine, involuntary, yet with the egg, nothing. Interesting. Serafina looked at the boy's wrists. There, fading quickly but briefly visible in the warm light, were faint powder marks. The same marks she'd noticed on Celestine's wrists. Blue flame powder, applied externally, making the boy appear to produce dragonfire he could not actually produce on his own. She said nothing, filed it, added it to the growing collection of truths she would deploy at the right moment. "We'll let you rest," Celestine said sweetly, ushering Lucien out. "Do take care of yourself, Duchess. You look so pale lately." The door closed. The egg's cracks reformed into what was unmistakably a rude gesture. Language, Serafina said. Part 4. Hatching. The night the egg broke open, Serafina was dying. Not metaphorically, not slowly. Dying right then in the sharp and immediate sense, her vision gone entirely gray, her chest filled with the grinding pressure of ash-heart corrosion in full attack, her body curled on the cold floor of her bedchamber because she hadn't made it back to the bed. She'd been fine at dinner, or as fine as she ever was. Then the pain hit like a hammer between her shoulder blades, and her legs gave out, and she'd gone down hard enough to bruise her knees on the stone floor. The egg was screaming. Not literally, eggs couldn't scream, but it was producing a vibration so intense that the water glass on the bedside table had shattered. The shell was glowing white-hot, the cracks spreading and widening, liquid light pouring through them like molten metal. Serafina crawled toward it. Her hands left gray-smeared trails on the floor. The corrosion was leaking through her skin now, painting everything she touched with ash. Her vision was nearly gone, the world reduced to blurs and brightness. Don't! She reached the bed, got her hands on the egg. It was burning, searing, but she pressed her ash-print ring against the shell anyway, feeding it her own blood magic in a desperate attempt to stabilize whatever was happening inside. The shell cracked. Not the gentle hatching of a baby dragon, the explosive fracture of something immensely powerful, forced through too small a container. The shell blew apart. White gold fire erupted upward, scorching the canopy of her bed, washing across the ceiling in a wave of light so bright it burned through even her failing vision. Heat, brilliance, the smell of ozone and old magic. Then silence. Serafina blinked. Her vision was returning, slowly the gray receding as if pushed back by the residual warmth in the air. She was still on the floor beside the bed, surrounded by shell fragments that glowed faintly platinum in the darkness. On the bed, where the egg had been, sat a man. There was, embarrassingly, not a stitch of clothing involved. 3 frantic minutes, 1 thrown cloak, 1 overturned chair, and a very firm order through the door about imaginary alchemical fumes later, the impossible stranger sat wrapped from shoulders to ankles in Serafina's heaviest wool cloak. His hair was pale as moonlit ash, his eyes opened gold, and his first hoarse words were, "You're the heartbeat." "You were the egg," Serafina said flatly. "I was in the egg," he corrected. "The egg was merely temporary housing." "For how long?" He tilted his head. That movement, the slight angle, the faintly curious regard, was so like the egg's habit of rolling toward interesting sounds that Serafina felt a strange jolt of recognition. "A while," he said. "Time is difficult to track when you're busy not dying." She should ask more questions. She should demand explanations. She should probably be terrified. A strange, impossibly beautiful man had just materialized in her bedroom from an egg she'd been sleeping next to for weeks. Instead, what she said was, "Are you going to die if I stop looking at you for 30 seconds? Because I need to find you clothes." His mouth curved, just slightly. A smile that was less innocence and more quiet delight, as if she had said exactly the thing he'd been hoping to hear. "I will endeavor to survive your absence." She did not dignify this with a response. She went to the wardrobe, pulled out the largest shirt she owned, one of Marta's that had been mixed in with the laundry, and a pair of loose trousers from her own collection, the ones she wore for physical work. "These will be short on you," she said, tossing them to him, "but they'll have to do until morning." He dressed with the unself-conscious ease of someone who had never learned to be modest, or perhaps someone so ancient that modesty was a concept he'd once invented and grown bored of. The shirt stretched across his shoulders. The trousers ended above his ankles. He looked ridiculous. He also looked like something out of a legend. Even in borrowed, ill-fitting clothes, wrapped in a too small cloak, with shell dust still in his hair, he radiated a quiet, devastating presence that made the air in the room feel heavier. Serafina crossed her arms. "Name." "Ah," he looked at her. Something cautious entered those gold eyes. the first hint that behind the bemusement there was calculation. You may call me Saren. It's close enough. Close enough to what? To what I once was. That's not an answer. No, he agreed pleasantly. It isn't. She studied him. He met her gaze without flinching, without the defensive bravado that usually accompanied secrets, or the evasive dart of someone constructing a lie. He simply looked at her, gold eyes steady, and allowed her to look back. Fine, she said at last. Saren, you hatched in my room. That makes you my responsibility until I decide otherwise. You will sleep. She pointed to the window seat, which was padded but narrow. There. You will not leave this room until I determine that you're safe to be around. You will answer my questions when I ask them, and you will never appear improperly dressed in my presence again. He considered the window seat, looked at her, looked at the window seat again. It seems, he began. It seems perfectly adequate for someone who spent the last several weeks as a 9-inch egg. Another curve of his mouth. Fair. He settled himself on the window seat with fluid grace, pulling the cloak around himself like a blanket. He was too long for it. His feet hung off the end, but he curled without complaint, making himself small. Thank you, he said quietly, for keeping me warm. Serafina turned off the remaining lamp. In the darkness, she could still see the faint glow of white gold from his skin, like moonlight captured in flesh. Don't thank me yet, she said. Tomorrow we'll have problems. We already have problems, he said, but yours are worse than mine, and you haven't told me about them. She was silent for a long moment. Good night, Saren. Good night, Heartbeat. She did not sleep, but she did, for the first time in weeks, feel like the room contained something alive besides her own slow decay. Part 5. The Mask of Weakness. The first 3 days with Saren in the East Wing were an exercise in controlled chaos. He was, on the surface, everything a displaced, newly hatched person should be. Confused, grateful, compliant. He wore the borrowed clothes without complaint. He ate the food Marta brought without asking for better. He slept on the window seat without mentioning that it was 3 feet too short. He said please and thank you, and I don't want to be a burden with such consistent sweetness that even Marta, immune to all charm, occasionally brought him an extra bread roll. It was, Serafina reflected, an absolutely masterful performance. Because she noticed things. She noticed that his confusion was selective. He was baffled by modern cutlery, but instantly understood the defensive runework on her door. She noticed that his compliance was strategic. He deferred to her on every decision, but somehow always ended up positioned between her and the window, the most defensible spot in the room. She noticed that when guards passed in the corridor, his gold eyes tracked their footsteps, cataloging them, and noted the family crests embroidered on the one guard's collar when the door briefly opened for Marta. She noticed that he was not weak, not confused, not harmless. But she also noticed that he had not, in 3 days, made a single move that could threaten her. His performance was aimed outward, at the household, at the situation, at the careful maintenance of being too pathetic to threaten. With her, when they were alone, the mask thinned, not vanished, thinned. You're watching me figure you out, she said on the 3rd evening, not looking up from her book. He was on the window seat, ostensibly dozing, his eyes opened, gold, clear, not at all sleepy. Is it working? He asked. The helpless act? The letting you feel safe act. She set the book down. I felt safe before. You were an egg. Eggs are inherently non-threatening. And now? Now you're a 6-foot-something man with reflexes that suggest military training, eyes that catalog every person who enters this corridor, and a magical signature I cannot read even with direct diagnostic contact. She folded her arms. So I feel intrigued and cautious, but not unsafe. Something shifted in his expression. The faint amusement that was his default melted into something more genuine, something closer to surprise. You're not afraid of me, he said. Not a question. Should I be? He was quiet for a moment. Then, no, but most people would be. Most people didn't spend 6 years married to a man who can turn into a 12-ton flying lizard. My threshold for intimidating is calibrated differently. He laughed, quiet, unexpected, genuine, a sound that seemed to surprise even him, as if he hadn't made it in a very long time. I like you, he said, simply, directly, as if stating a fact about the weather. Serafina felt heat rise to her face. This was absurd. She was dying. She was 31. She had been married for 6 years to a glacier in man form, and she was blushing because a pretty creature said, "I like you," with the directness of a child. Go to sleep, Seren. As you wish, heartbeat. On the 4th day, the Aerie discovered his existence. It was inevitable. The explosion of light during his hatching had been seen, and while Serafina's dropped lamp excuse had bought time, the servants talked. Rumors spread. A strange man in the Duchess's chambers, a flash of white fire, sounds in the night. By noon, the whispers had reached Obsidian. He came to the East Wing with 2 guards and the expression of a man who has been personally insulted by the universe. Serafina opened the door before he could knock. She'd heard his footsteps on the stairs. "What?" Obsidian said, looking past her into the room where Seren sat on the window seat in his 2 small clothes. "Is that?" "A guest," Serafina said. "A guest." Obsidian pushed past her. The guards followed. Seren looked up with an expression of wide-eyed uncertainty, the helpless mask sliding into place so smoothly it was almost undetectable. "Where did he come from?" Obsidian demanded. "The egg." Silence. "The egg," Obsidian repeated. "Yes, it hatched. He was inside, as eggs do." Obsidian turned to stare at Seren. Seren stared back with precisely calibrated vulnerability, a young man alone in a strange place, wearing borrowed clothes, clearly malnourished, obviously helpless. "That's impossible," Obsidian said. "Dragon eggs don't produce." He gestured vaguely at Seren's very human-looking form. "Some do," Serafina said. "Ancient bloodlines sometimes." "I don't know what I am," Seren said softly. His voice trembled, exactly the right amount. "I don't remember much. Before the shell, it's all dark. I just know she..." He looked at Serafina with an expression of such transparent gratitude that Marta, standing by the door, actually softened. "She kept me warm. She kept me alive." Obsidian's jaw tightened. He looked at Serafina. "How convenient. A mysterious man emerges from your mysterious egg just as you file for dissolution. You expect me to believe this isn't staged?" "I expect nothing from you," Serafina said. "I stopped expecting things from you years ago." A muscle jumped in Obsidian's cheek. "He'll be questioned," Obsidian said. "The court arcanist will examine him. If he's a threat..." "He is my guest." Serafina's voice went flat, hard. "He is under my protection. If you want him examined, you will ask my permission first." "You don't have the authority." "I have the authority of someone who is still, legally, your wife. The East Wing is my domain by contract. My guests are my jurisdiction. Unless you've signed those dissolution papers?" She raised an eyebrow. "No? Then my authority stands." Obsidian stared at her, then at Seren, then back at her. "You've changed," he said. "Not quite an accusation. Not quite anything else." "No," she said. "I've always been this. You just never looked." He turned, walked out. The guards followed. In the silence, Seren released a long breath. The mask dropped, the vulnerability dissolving into something cooler, sharper, more amused. "He's..." Seren began. "An idiot. I was going to say blind, but yours works too." Serafina shot him a look. He met it with perfect innocence, but his gold eyes glittered. The interrogation happened the next day. Magister Thornwell came to the East Wing with his diagnostic tools, a concession to Serafina's authority that clearly galled Obsidian. Serene submitted to examination with the cooperative meekness of a church mouse, coughing delicately at appropriate intervals. Thornwell's findings were inconclusive. High dragon blood, certainly. Ancient lineage. But the specifics are muddled, as if something is suppressing the full signature. He looked at Saren over his spectacles. Can you produce flame? Saren produced a tiny flicker of white gold fire from his fingertip. Just a spark. Just enough to confirm dragon heritage without revealing its full power. Thornwell made notes. Weak fire, probably a minor side branch of some extinct line. Nothing dangerous. Saren coughed again, delicately, shoulders curving inward with just the right amount of fragility. Serafina watched this performance from her reading chair and thought, very clearly, you absolute fraud. After Thornwell left, Saren straightened from his cough-curved posture and stretched like a cat. That went well. You enjoyed that. I enjoyed being underestimated. His gold eyes cut to her. You enjoy it too. Different method, same principle. She couldn't argue with that. What happened next was gradual, insidious, and, Serafina suspected, entirely deliberate on Saren's part. He made himself indispensable. Not in a dramatic way, not in a way that could be called overstepping, just present, helpful, exactly where she needed him without being asked. When her vision grayed out during her morning preparations, the tea was already at her elbow, warmed to exactly the right temperature. He'd seen her squint at the cup the day before and adjusted. When Celestine sent another of her snide requests via messenger, Saren answered the door before Serafina could, looked at the messenger with his wide gold eyes, and said in his softest, most confused voice, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The Duchess is what needs organizing. Is there no one else who can? The messenger left without delivering the request. When she coughed, the deep, painful cough that brought flecks of gray to her handkerchief, he didn't fuss, didn't ask, just pushed the medicine bottle an inch closer to her hand, as if it had always been there. You're managing me, she told him one evening when the medicine appeared at her elbow for the third time that day. He was on the window seat, his window seat now with a proper blanket and pillow she'd given him, reading a book he'd found in her study. He looked up with faultless innocence. I'm being helpful. You're being strategically helpful in ways designed to make me dependent on your presence. Is it working? She threw a pillow at him. He caught it without looking up from his book. Also, she said, you've been wearing my old cloak exclusively, the one I wrapped you in the first night. I've offered you better clothes 3 times. This one is warm. It's threadbare. It smells like you. He said it casually, without looking up, as if it were a perfectly normal thing to say, but his ears, she noticed, turned faintly pink at the tips. Serafina stared at the back of his head for a long moment. Then she returned to her own book and said nothing, because she absolutely did not know what to say. The dynamic between them settled into something Serafina could not quite name. It wasn't friendship, too charged for that. It wasn't romance, too early, too fraught, too complicated by the fact that she was still technically married and also dying. It was a vigil. 2 people in a cold room, keeping each other company against things they couldn't say aloud. He never pushed, never demanded, never tried to kiss her or hold her or make declarations. He simply was there, warm and alive and occasionally devastatingly funny in ways that caught her off guard. Your husband's portrait, he said one morning, examining the painting of obsidian that hung in the corridor outside her chambers. Is the jawline accurate, or did the artist add extra geometry? It's accurate. Tragic. A man that angular should have at least one soft opinion, as compensation. She choked on her tea. Another time, watching Celestine parade through the courtyard below the east wing windows. She's wearing white again, in a snowstorm. Either she's committed to the aesthetic, or she's hoping to disappear entirely. Saren. I'm simply observing. If one stands very still in that outfit against a snowy wall, one achieves perfect camouflage. Very practical for avoiding accountability. And perhaps most dangerously, when Celestine made one of her public declarations of concern for Serafina's health. She asked if I was eating properly in front of 12 courtiers while sitting in my chair. Seren, without looking up, perhaps she was asking as your chair's new occupant. The chair might have dietary concerns. Serafina laughed before she could stop herself. It was the first time she'd laughed in months, and the sound surprised them both. Seren looked up from his book with an expression she would later describe as caught, briefly unmasked, briefly unguarded, briefly and obviously pleased with himself in a way that had nothing to do with cleverness and everything to do with her. He looked away quickly, returned to his book, said nothing else. But he was smiling, slightly, behind the page. Part 6. The Night She Lost. 1 month after Celestine's arrival. 3 months, approximately, before Serafina expected to die. 2 weeks after Seren hatched into her life with all the subtlety of a comet in a teacup. The night started with an argument. Not between Serafina and Obsidian. They had stopped arguing, which was worse. Arguments implied engagement. What happened between them now was more like weather. She existed. He acted upon her. She endured. The argument was between Obsidian and the truth. A truth Serafina had made the mistake of speaking aloud during a council meeting she'd been summoned to, a rarity and suspicious in itself. The council was discussing Lucien's formal recognition as heir. Celestine had petitioned for a blood ceremony, a public magical ritual that would confirm the boy's parentage and grant him inheritance rights. Serafina, seated at the far end of the table like an afterthought, had listened in silence for 40 minutes before saying, "Has anyone considered that his fire is blue?" The table went quiet. "Black dragons produce black fire," she continued. Her voice was mild, conversational, the tone of someone pointing out that it was raining. In 8 centuries of documented Obsidian bloodline history, there has never been a single instance of blue flame. Not one. Even mixed heritage offspring produce flames within the black to gray spectrum. Blue is from an entirely different lineage. Celestine, seated beside Obsidian like a second shadow, went very still. Dragonfire color can vary with diet, environment, and emotional state in young children, she said quickly. Sweet, reasonable. The healers confirmed. Which healers? Serafina asked. The Ares or ones you brought with you? Serafina, Obsidian's voice cut across the table. Enough. I'm raising a valid concern about... You're raising a jealous objection to a child's right to know his father. His silver eyes were cold. This isn't the time or place for your personal grievances. She held his gaze. The gray was creeping again. Her right eye was nearly useless now in dim light, but she kept her face perfectly still. As you wish, Your Grace. The council continued. The blood ceremony was scheduled for the following week. After the meeting, Obsidian intercepted her in the corridor. His face was thunderous. What are you doing? He demanded. Questioning the boy's blood in front of the entire council? Making yourself look bitter and... I'm trying to prevent you from making a legal error that will... You're trying to undermine Celestine because you can't stand that someone else might give me what you never could. The words landed like a blow. Not because they were cruel, she was used to his cruelty, but because of what they revealed about his understanding of her. 6 years, and he still thought she was motivated by competition, by jealousy, by the petty desire to be chosen. She was motivated by being right. She was motivated by the fact that a woman was lying to him, using a child as a weapon, and he was too proud and too guilt-ridden to see it. But he would never believe that coming from her. The blood ceremony will answer everything, she said quietly. I hope, for the boy's sake, you're prepared for what it finds. She walked away. He let her. That night, Obsidian had her locked in the runesmith chamber. He didn't come himself. He sent guards, 2 of them, large and apologetic, who appeared at her east wing door at midnight with the message that His Grace required her to reflect on her behavior in a secure location until morning. The runesmith chamber was in the lower levels of the Dragon Gold Consortium building, a separate structure from the main Eyrie, connected by a sky bridge. It was where the consortium's master smith worked on dragon rune contracts. It was also, during the winter months, essentially an unheated stone box. Serafina did not fight the guards. She could have. Her ash print abilities could disable them in seconds, but doing so would require revealing capabilities she was not ready to reveal. So she went, quietly, without making a scene Celestine could use. She did, however, have time to do one thing before leaving. She pressed her ash print ring to Seren's wrist, leaving a binding mark. "Don't move," she whispered. "Don't reveal yourself. Whatever you hear tonight, stay in this room. That's an order." His gold eyes blazed. She could see the rage behind them, barely contained, nothing like the soft creature he pretended to be. "They're taking you. And they'll bring me back in the morning. But if you follow, if you fight, they'll know what you are. And right now, being underestimated is the only advantage we have." She pressed her fingers against the mark on his wrist. "Trust me." He caught her hand, held it for one breath. "Two. If they hurt you." "They won't. It's just a cold room." She was wrong about that. The runesmith chamber was not just cold. It was magically insulated, designed to prevent rune resonance from escaping during delicate work. This meant that all ambient magical energy was blocked, including the faint residual dragon fire that heated the Ares floors, including the ambient warmth of any passing spell work. The temperature dropped rapidly once the door sealed. Within an hour, Serafina could see her breath. Within 2, her fingers were numb. The ash heart corrosion, which responded to cold and stress with accelerated attacks, activated fully. The pain was extraordinary, like someone had poured molten glass into her chest and then frozen it there. Her vision collapsed to a pinhole. Her lungs seized. She slid from the workbench to the floor, unable to hold herself upright. And somewhere in the pain and the cold and the darkness, the tiny spark inside her, the one she'd been trying not to acknowledge, the one the healer had tentatively identified just days ago as a dragon imprint, a pre-viable pregnancy, flickered and went out. She knew what had happened before the pain faded. The body knows these things, knows when something that was becomes something that was not, a particular emptiness, a particular silence. She curled on the stone floor and did not cry. She did not have the energy for tears. The cold took everything, took her warmth, her vision, her dignity, her tiny secret hope that she hadn't even allowed herself to name, and left her with nothing but breath, shallow, gray. From outside the chamber, through stone, spell work, and the order she had placed on his wrist, the binding mark on Seren split open. He did not reveal his full nature, but white gold fire clawed through one seam of the warded door. The metal screamed. Heat poured through. He could not shatter the inner lock without exposing what he was to the entire area, so he did the next possible thing. He held the torn seam open with his own blood and forced warmth around her body until her breath stopped fading. Before dawn, he burned a white gold warning into Marta's wash basin and sent every bell in the East Wing ringing. It was not enough to save the child. They came before dawn. Marta first, pushing past the guards with the fury of a woman who had been woken by a supernatural fire message and prevented from doing her job all night. Then the Ares healer, summoned by Marta's shouting. Then Obsidian, standing in the doorway with an expression she couldn't read because her vision was still mostly gray. She was carried to the East Wing, examined. The healer found evidence of acute corrosion attack, hypothermic shock, and there was a dragon imprint, the healer said carefully, looking at Serafina with too much pity. Early stage, very faint. It is no longer viable. Obsidian was not in the room for this conversation. He had been told she was recovering from cold exposure and had returned to his own wing with what Serafina assumed was moderate indifference. She looked at the healer, spoke clearly despite the rawness of her throat. Record it as a diagnostic error, an imprint misread, not a loss. The healer stared. Your Grace. Do it. But His Grace should know. His Grace locked me in a freezing room because I questioned his former betrothed's lies at a council meeting. Her voice was level, perfectly controlled, perfectly dead. I will not give him a grief to perform. I will not give him a guilt to weaponize. I will not become the tragic wife whose suffering finally makes him pay attention. Recorded as an error, that's final. The healer recorded it as an error. Serene was at her bedside when everyone else left. His binding mark was still glowing faintly on his wrist. He had obeyed her, stayed in the room, not revealed himself. But the cost was visible. His eyes were bruised with exhaustion, his hands trembling. He'd funneled warmth to her all night through stone and shielding, draining himself to keep her alive. He did not ask what happened. He did not offer condolences or rage or solutions. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulled the old cloak, her cloak, the one he wore constantly, over her shoulders, and stayed. They did not speak. Sometime near midnight, she felt his hand close around hers, warm, steady, holding without pulling. She held back. That was all. Part 7, The Clearing. The days after the chamber were quiet, dangerously quiet, the kind of quiet that precedes earthquakes. Serafina recovered. Her body, what remained of it that wasn't being consumed by corrosion, healed the surface damage. Her vision stabilized at roughly 70%. Her strength returned, gradually, to something approximating functional. But something inside her had shifted. A final tether had been cut. The last thread connecting her to the Aerie, to the marriage, to the faint residual hope that Obsidian might one day see her clearly, gone, severed. Not with anger, not with grief, but with the cold clarity of a woman who has looked at the bottom and found it empty. She began preparing. Not for death, though that was still coming, for departure. She wrote letters, updated legal documents, made quiet arrangements with the Sanctum regarding her long-term care options. She purchased, through a discreet intermediary, a resting stone placement in the northern peace fields, a burial site for those without family holdings. She did not tell Saren about this, but he knew. She could tell he knew by the way his gold eyes tracked her correspondence, by the tightness around his mouth when she sealed letters with the Ashgrove family crest instead of the Drake one. He said nothing. He did not try to stop her. He simply stayed closer, moved from the window seat to the floor beside her bed without being asked, kept her old cloak wrapped around his shoulders like armor. "You're sleeping on the floor," she said one night, looking down at him from the bed. "I'm comfortable." "You're on stone." "I slept in an eggshell for a century. Stone is an improvement." "A century?" He looked up at her. Those gold eyes in the firelight were impossible to look away from. Give or take. "What are you, really?" He was quiet for a long time. Then, "What do you need me to be?" That's not an answer. "No, but the real answer is complicated. And if I tell you now, it changes things. It puts pressure on decisions that should be entirely yours." He sat up, bringing his face closer to level with hers. His expression was the most serious she'd seen it, stripped of performance, stripped of playfulness, stripped of everything but sincerity. "I want you to leave this place because you choose to, not because of what I am." She studied him. His face was very close. His breath was warm. "When I leave," she said carefully, "will you come with me?" "You haven't asked." "I'm asking now." Something broke open behind his eyes, something enormous and barely contained that he'd been holding back since the night he hatched. He closed his eyes, opened them. They were brighter. "Yes," he said, "anywhere, always." She reached out and touched the edge of his jaw, just the lightest contact, her fingertips against the faint white gold scales at his jawline. He went perfectly still. "Then I'll leave soon," she said, "and you'll come." "Yes." She withdrew her hand. He released a breath he'd clearly been holding for a very long time. Neither of them slept that night, but they were, for the first time, not alone in their wakefulness. Part 8. The Departure. Serafina chose the noon meal. Not because she was dramatic, she was somewhat, but that wasn't the reason. She chose it because the noon meal was the daily gathering of the entire Eyrie court. Nobles, merchants, officers, servants, everyone present, everyone watching. She wore her ash print battle dress. Heavy charcoal wool reinforced with dragonbone stays, silver embroidery tracing the old Ashgrove rune patterns along the hems. It was the formal attire of a runesmith going into battle. Not physical battle, but the kind where every gesture was a statement and every silence was a weapon. She had not worn it since her wedding day. Marta helped her dress in silence, mouth pressed thin, hands steady. When Serafina looked in the mirror, her reflection slightly blurred through her damaged right eye, she saw someone she hadn't been in 6 years. Not the gray ghost of the East Wing, not the silent woman at the end of the table. Someone with edges, someone who remembered how to cut. "Ready?" Marta asked. "Past ready." The great hall was full. The noon meal had become elaborate since Celestine's arrival. Longer, more performative, more obviously designed to showcase the new family. Today was particularly festive. Lucien was to demonstrate his blue flame for the court as a preview of the upcoming blood ceremony. Celestine sat beside Obsidian at the high table, wearing white naturally, her golden hair arranged in a crown of braids that mimicked the ducal coronet. She had positioned herself in what Serafina privately called the wife chair, the seat to the right of the duke, traditionally reserved for the lady of the house. Serafina entered through the main doors. The hall went quiet. It wasn't the gray ghost entrance they were used to, the slipping in through side doors, the finding corners, the being present without being seen. She walked straight up the center aisle, boots ringing on the dragonbone floor, battle dress heavy and correct, and every eye in the room turned to follow her. She reached the high table, stood before it, did not sit. "I have an announcement," she said. Obsidian set down his goblet with the air of a man bracing for irritation. Celestine's smile was fixed and brilliant, the smile of someone who believes she has already won. Serafina removed her wedding ring. The ring was dragon gold, set with a single black diamond, the traditional ring of the Obsidian ducal consort. She had worn it for 6 years. Her finger bore a permanent indentation where it had sat. She set it on the table before Obsidian. The sound it made, a tiny gold circle on polished dragon bone, was somehow louder than it should have been. "I am dissolving this marriage," she said, effective immediately. Murmurs erupted. Obsidian's face went blank, the particular blankness of someone taken genuinely by surprise. "You can't," he began. "I can." She produced the dissolution document from inside her battle dress, the one she'd filed weeks ago, the one he'd refused to sign. "I've exercised the unilateral dissolution clause, Article 17 of our marriage contract. A spouse may terminate without mutual consent if they can demonstrate 6 months of unreciprocated contractual obligation." She met his eyes. "I have 6 years. This isn't legally. I've already filed with the matriarch's office. The paperwork is processed. This announcement is a courtesy." Obsidian stood, his chair scraped back. "Serafina." She pulled the second document from her dress. The marriage contract itself, her copy, the original, with both their blood signatures. She held it over the contract flame basin, the ceremonial fire pit set into the high table, used for contract sealing and oath binding. "I am returning this to the flame," she said, "as is my right." She dropped it. The basin flared, but instead of simply consuming the paper, the fire blazed, higher, brighter, turning from its usual red gold to a furious white. The flames licked up and outward, and across the surface of the fire, glowing symbols appeared, runes, contract runes, marking every instance of breach, every broken promise, every obligation unfulfilled. There were hundreds of them. They clustered on Obsidian's side of the contract like a disease. Each one a time he had failed to protect, to honor, to treat his contractual wife as anything more than furniture. The court stared. The runes were damning, visible, undeniable, recorded by the basin's impartial magic. Celestine's eyes widened. She had not expected this. Serafina was not finished. She removed the ducal coronet, the small, elegant crown she wore at formal occasions, the symbol of her position as Duchess. She walked to the side of the hall where the Ares treasury vault was set into the wall, visible but sealed, its lock requiring the Duchess's blood key. She hung the coronet on the treasury door handle, then she pressed her ash print ring to the lock. "True name seal," she said clearly. "Activated." The lock glowed gray, then went dark. Obsidian stared. "What did you—" "I've sealed the main treasury with my true name," Serafina said, turning back to face the hall. "That vault contains the core assets of the Dragon Gold Consortium. My seal cannot be broken by force, by runesmiths, or by your court arcanist. It can only be opened if the Duke of Obsidian Eyrie publicly acknowledges the true identity of the Consortium's master runesmith." She paused. "Let it land. The one who saved your empire 6 years ago." Dead silence. Nobody in the hall understood what she meant. Not yet. But Obsidian's face, she watched it change. A crack in the mask. The faintest dawn of suspicion. Finally, she took the velvet pouch from her belt, the one containing Lucien's blood trace cup. She walked to the matriarch's seat, old Lady Drake, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, watching this entire spectacle with the expression of a hawk who has spotted interesting prey. "For you," Serafina said, placing the cup before the old woman. "A gift. Examine the base at your leisure. I think you'll find the blood ceremony quite unnecessary after you see what's recorded there." Lady Drake took the cup, said nothing, but her ancient eyes gleamed. Serafina turned back to the hall, to Obsidian, who was standing behind the high table with an expression she had never seen before. Not anger, not contempt, but something raw and unfinished, like the first page of a grief he hadn't known was coming. "That concludes my business here," she said. Celestine stirred. "You can't simply— This is Obsidian. Stop her. She's clearly unwell." Celestine began to rise and made the mistake of swaying. A calculated sway, the beginning of a dramatic feint designed to refocus all attention. She never completed it. From the back of the hall, a voice, low, pleasant, perfectly timed. "Oh, are we fainting now? I thought that was a second act move." Serene stood by the main doors. He was wearing Serafina's old cloak over borrowed clothes that still didn't fit properly, his platinum hair loose and slightly tangled, his gold eyes half-lidded with an expression of polite disinterest. He looked frail, decorative, completely harmless. Every woman in the hall looked at him. Every woman in the hall kept looking. Because despite the ill-fitting clothes and the performative fragility, Surin was, objectively, unmistakably, devastatingly, the most beautiful person any of them had ever seen. The bones of his face caught the light like they'd been carved by a sculptor having the best day of his life. His eyes were gold in the way that sunlight through stained glass was gold. He moved like water, like music, like something that had never needed to hurry in its entire ancient existence. Celestine's sway froze mid-execution. "Who?" she began. Saren drifted forward. His eyes touched Celestine, briefly, dismissively, then moved to Serafina with something much warmer. "I believe," he said to Serafina, "you mentioned you were leaving?" "I am." "Then I'm coming with you." He said it simply, as he said all important things. "If you'll have me." "I'll have you. Get your things." "I don't have things. I have your cloak." He plucked at the worn charcoal fabric. "Will you want it back?" "Keep it. You've ruined it anyway with all that." She gestured vaguely at his general existence. "Pine tree heat and egg dust." He smiled. The full version, not the half smile, not the careful curve. A real smile that transformed his face from beautiful to incandescent. Obsidian moved. He came around the table fast, not toward Serafina, toward Seren. "You, stay where you are. You're not leaving this area until I know what you." Serafina drew her ash print short blade and placed herself between them. The hall collectively inhaled. 6 years, she said, her voice carrying clearly. You never once protected me from insult, cold, hunger, isolation, or your golden guest schemes. But the moment I try to take something with me, the moment something exists that I chose and you didn't provide, now you care. She raised the blade. Not threatening, just present. He's mine. I found him. I warmed him. I named him. If you want him, go find your own egg on a snowy street corner. Obsidian stared at the blade, at her face, at the absolute certainty in her eyes. Behind them, Lucian, who had been watching with the wide-eyed fascination of all 4-year-olds confronted with drama, chose this moment to get excited. His small hands sparked. Blue flame jetted from his palms, uncontrolled, enthusiastic, childish. The flame hit Celestine's sleeve. Specifically, it hit the concealed pocket in her sleeve, the one containing the blue flame powder she used to fake the boy's dragon fire. The powder ignited. Celestine shrieked, batting at her arm. The powder billowed outward in a cloud of iridescent blue, coating the table, the floor, and Celestine's very expensive white dress in unmistakable evidence. The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. The matriarch's eyes went sharp as blades. Guards moved, toward Celestine for once, not Seraphina. Obsidian stood frozen, staring at the blue powder settling across the table like toxic snow. Seraphina sheathed her blade. Well, she said, that was convenient timing. She whistled. From the courtyard beyond the hall's great windows came the sound of hooves on stone, heavy, rhythmic, accompanied by the snort of something very large and very annoyed. A dragonbone stallion, black skeletal and red-eyed, appeared in the hall's entrance. Its rider, nobody. It had arrived riderless, stamped impatiently on the polished floor. Behind the stallion skidded Rose Pike, the youngest stable hand in the Eyrie, red-cheeked, breathless, and holding a snapped lead rope. Rose was barely 20 and spoke to dangerous mounts the way other girls spoke to rude uncles. He bit 2 grooms, kicked a hay cart, and chose her grace, she announced. I thought it best not to argue with a horse made of bones. The stallion was a creature of magnificent ugliness. Dragonbone armored, spike-maned, built like a war machine crossed with a nightmare. It surveyed the great hall with the expression of a creature deeply offended by interior decoration. Its iron-shod hoofs scraped the floor, leaving a gouge. Don't you dare, Obsidian began. The stallion kicked sideways. Its hoof connected with the base of the great stone pedestal holding the Drake family ancestral sculpture, a dramatic piece depicting the first Duke in dragon form. The pedestal cracked, the sculpture wobbled, toppled, shattered on the floor into approximately 100 pieces. The hall went very quiet. Seraphina walked to the stallion, mounted with the ease of long practice, looked down at the devastation of the great hall, the broken sculpture, the blue powder, the burning sleeve, the cracked contract runes, the sealed treasury, the frozen duke, and allowed herself one small moment of satisfaction. Seraphina, Obsidian's voice, hoarse. Is he... He stared at Serene. Are you leaving because of him? Serene had moved to stand beside the stallion, one hand resting on its shoulder with the casual authority of someone very comfortable with large, dangerous animals. He looked up at Seraphina on the horse, then back at Obsidian. Seraphina considered the question, looked at Seren, rumpled, beautiful, wearing her old cloak like a badge of honor, looked at Obsidian, perfect, cold, standing in the ruins of a marriage he'd never valued. At least he knew what I was worth on the first day, she said. It took you 6 years to realize you should ask. She extended a hand to Seren. He took it, swung up behind her with effortless grace, not the movement of a frail invalid, but of a warrior remembering old muscle memory. His arms settled around her waist. His chin rested near her shoulder. His shell fragments are still in your pillow, he murmured. I put them there. I know. In case you tried to leave without me. I wasn't going to. I know. A pause. But I liked having insurance. She clicked her tongue. The dragonbone stallion wheeled, took 3 thundering steps, and carried them out of the great hall into the winter sun. Behind them, chaos, blue powder, broken statues, a sealed treasury, and the faint, growing understanding on one cold duke's face that he had just lost something immeasurably more valuable than a wife. Part 9. What he found. Obsidian Drake had not known what silence sounded like until his wife left. Not the silence of an empty room. He'd had that for 6 years, technically. She was always so quiet, he often forgot she was there. This was different. This was the silence of systems breaking down, of things that had worked seamlessly for years suddenly, catastrophically stopping. It started with the treasury. His steward came to him within hours of Seraphina's departure, sweating, pale, holding a sheaf of documents. Your Grace, the main vault, the true name seal, we can't override it. The Arcanists have tried. Magister Thornwell has tried. It's locked with something none of them can identify. It's a lock, Obsidian said. Break it. Sir, we've tried. The seal responds to attempts at force with counter-rune burns. 2 Arcanists are in the healing ward. The Dragon Gold Consortium's operating funds were in that vault. Trade contracts, guild agreements, payroll records, ship manifests. The entire infrastructure of the Empire, Obsidian, had spent a decade building, all sealed behind a gray glowing lock that burned anyone who touched it. Then came the matriarch. Lady Drake the Elder summoned Obsidian to her chambers 3 days after Seraphina's departure. She was sitting in her iron-backed chair, the blood trace cup open on the table before her, its base glowing with activated ash print data. "Sit down," she said. He sat. "This cup," the matriarch said, "contains a blood resonance record of Lucien's true lineage." She folded her liver-spotted hands. "The boy carries the bloodline of House Valcrest, minor dragon nobility from the eastern shores, specifically the bloodline of one Roland Valcrest, Celestine's former companion from before she ever met you." Obsidian said nothing. "The boy is not yours," the matriarch continued. "He was never yours. His blue flame was artificial, produced by a powder applied to his skin, which ignites on contact with ambient magic. Without the powder, the child has no dragon fire at all. He is not even fully dragon-blooded." Obsidian said nothing. "Celestine Brightmoor used your guilt and your vanity to install a false heir in your house. She intended to secure inheritance rights, which would have given her legal access to the Drake fortune, and to the consortium funds your wife sealed behind a lock you cannot open." Obsidian said nothing, but something behind his eyes was cracking, like ice in spring, not melting, just breaking apart into pieces too sharp to hold. "I have ordered Celestine confined to the lower quarters pending a formal hearing," the matriarch said. She attempted to claim innocence. The contract flame basin disagreed. "What do you mean?" She tried to swear an oath of truthfulness. The basin rejected it, branded her. The matriarch's voice was dry as bone. "She now bears the Oathbreaker's mark on her forearm. It will not fade. She will never again be permitted to enter a Dragonblood household or approach Dragonflame in any form." A fitting punishment. Permanent, visible, inescapable. Celestine's beauty would remain, but anyone who saw the mark would know what she was. Obsidian sat in his mother's chamber and felt the first real emotion he'd allowed himself in weeks. Not guilt, not yet. Just the cold, creeping awareness of a man realizing the floor beneath him has been hollow all along. The second revelation came from his records clerk. The man appeared at Obsidian's study door 1 week after Seraphina left, nervous, twisting his hat, clearly terrified. "Spit it out," Obsidian said. The consortium, sir. The core dragon rune contracts, the ones that keep everything working. The trade seals, the mining authorizations, the Sky Cavalry binding oaths. What about them? They're degrading. Without the treasury seal, the renewal cycles are breaking down. And I went through the old records, sir. The maintenance logs, the runework provenance reports. Obsidian waited. 6 years ago, the clerk said, barely above a whisper, when the consortium nearly collapsed, when the core runes failed and everything was, do you remember, sir? We were days from bankruptcy, from losing the mines, the cavalry, the trade alliances. I remember. He remembered it like a fever dream. The worst week of his life, the contracts disintegrating, the empire crumbling. And then, overnight, salvation. An anonymous runesmith had repaired everything, restored the core contracts, rebuilt the entire framework from scratch. Nobody knew who they were. Nobody had ever been able to trace them. I found the provenance signature, the clerk said, on the repaired runes. It took years. The smith used masking protocols, but with the treasury locked and the counter runes active, the masking degraded enough to see the original imprint. He placed a thin crystal slate on Obsidian's desk. On it, glowing faintly gray, was a runesmith's signature. It matched perfectly with the Ashgrove family crest. Seraphina's crest. The third revelation took longest and hurt most. Obsidian found the purchase order for the Northern Peacefields resting stone 2 weeks after her departure. He found it because he was searching, tearing through her abandoned East Wing chambers like a man looking for something he could not name. The room was bare. She had taken almost nothing. A few clothes, her medicine box, her books. The eggshell fragments on the pillow. She'd taken those. But she'd left the resting stone receipt in her desk drawer, tucked between blank pages. Almost hidden, almost. A resting stone placement, reserved for the terminally ill, paid in full. He stood in her empty room and held the receipt and felt something he had not felt in years. Genuine, grinding, annihilating fear. She was dying. She had told him. She had stood in his bedchamber and told him plainly, clearly, directly, "I have approximately 4 months." And he had said do it in the East Wing where no one would see. He went to the Sanctum Healing Ward that same day. The healer, the same gray-faced man who had first diagnosed her, was not pleased to see the Duke of Obsidian Eyrie demanding private medical records. But a duke was a duke, and the records were produced. Ashheart corrosion, advanced stage, entered blood, optic channels, and shadow matter. Prognosis, 3 months remaining at time of last examination. Ellen Vale stood beside the healer with both hands locked around a duplicate slate. She placed it on the table before anyone could decide the truth was too inconvenient for a duke. Her voice shook, but she still said, "That is the original record, Your Grace. I copied it the day she came in. No one asked me to, which is why no one knew to hide it." And there, a footnote, crossed out, rewritten. Dragon imprint detected, later confirmed as diagnostic error, no viable pregnancy. But the healer's handwriting on the correction was different from the original entry, subtly. Someone used to reading runes noticed such things. "Was there really an error?" Obsidian asked. The healer looked at him for a long time. Old eyes, tired eyes. The eyes of a man who had watched a young woman choose dignity over justice. "She asked me to record it that way," he said at last. "Your Grace." Obsidian left the sanctum. He walked. He did not know where he was going. His feet took him to the East Wing staircase, to the empty rooms, to the cold bed where an egg had once sat surrounded by pillows, where his wife had slept alone for 6 years, where she had lost. He had locked her in a freezing room, because Celestine told him she was being difficult, because questioning a false child's blood was in his mind a worse offense than slowly killing his actual wife. He sank to his knees on the cold stone floor, put his hands over his face, and for the first time since boyhood, Obsidian Drake made a sound that was not a word, a raw, ugly thing torn from somewhere he'd bricked over years ago. He stayed there a long time. Then he stood and began to chase. Part 10. The North. The Northern Peacefields were a week's ride from the Eyrie, through mountain passes, across frozen rivers, into the vast white expanse of the far north where the sky was bigger than anything, and the dragonfire aurora lit the heavens in sheets of color that no artist could capture. Seraphina wasn't there for the resting stone. Not yet. She was there for the aurora. "I want to see it," she'd told Seren on their second day of riding. Her right eye was nearly blind now. The left was holding, but dimming. "Before I can't anymore, I want to see the aurora one time." Seren, riding behind her on the dragonbone stallion, he could have summoned his own mount, could have flown, could have carried her on wings wider than the Ares towers, said nothing. Just tightened his arms around her waist and pressed his cheek to her shoulder. He'd been feeding her white gold fire in small doses since they left. Not enough to cure. Nothing short of a full ancient dragon's healing rite could address Ashheart corrosion at this stage, but enough to slow it, enough to push back the gray, enough to give her time. How much time, he didn't know. He didn't tell her that. They made camp in the northern fields on the 5th night. The rusting stone was visible in the distance, a dark monolith in the snow, but Seraphina didn't look at it. She looked up. The aurora had begun. Not the ordinary aurora that tourists came to photograph. Dragonfire aurora, the residual energy of ancient battles, ancient magic, ancient dragons who had lived and fought and died so long ago that their fire had become part of the sky. It moved like liquid, green and gold and white and deep, bottomless blue, rippling across the heavens in waves that seemed to breathe. Seraphina stood in the snow, face tilted upward, and watched the sky burn with something beautiful. "It's..." she started. "What?" Seren stood beside her, close, warm. "Worth the trip." She looked at him. In the aurora's light, his face was unearthly, the white gold scales at his temples catching the colors, his eyes reflecting the fire above. "You're glowing." "I do that sometimes. It's showing off. I'm trying to compete with the sky. Is it working?" She looked up, looked at him. Up. Him. "The sky's bigger, but I'm closer." She laughed, small, real, warm. He caught her hand, drew her fractionally nearer until the cold between them was a memory. "When this is over," he began. Which this? The aurora, the disease, or the dramatic former husband situation? Any of them. All of them. His gold eyes were very serious. "I want you to know something. Don't say something irreversible. I'm barely managing reversible things." "I love you," he said. Quiet, simple, absolute. "I loved you when I was a heartbeat in a shell. I loved you when you wrapped me in a blanket and told me not to get attached. I loved you when you threw a cloak at me and threatened structural violence unless I covered myself. I loved you when you stood between me and a duke twice your political rank with a blade in your hand." He lifted their joined hands and pressed his mouth to her knuckles. "I loved you before I understood strategy. Everything after that was just me trying to be useful enough to stay." She stared at him. The aurora rippled overhead. Her eyes were burning, not from corrosion, from something else. "I'm dying, Seren." "Not yet, not while I'm here, not if you let me." "Let you what?" "Be what I am, fully, not the egg, not the wounded stray, what I really am." She studied his face, the scales, the gold eyes, the ancient, impossible beauty of him. "What are you really?" "Ask me after the aurora. I want you to see this first." Obsidian arrived on the 7th day. He came with a retinue, Sky Cavalry officers, personal guards, a healer. He came in his full ducal armor, dragon scale black and silver, riding a war dragon that landed in the snowfield with a thunderous beat of wings. He came holding the old marriage contract, not the dissolved one, but a copy from the registry, holding it like a weapon, like a rope. Seraphina was sitting by the campfire when he appeared. Seren was beside her, wrapped in the old cloak, gold eyes half closed. He looked sleepy. He looked harmless. He was neither. "Seraphina," Obsidian's voice carried across the snow, "this dissolution is invalid. The unilateral clause requires a 90-day review period." "Which I satisfied." She didn't stand, didn't look up from the fire. "I filed the initial petition weeks before the formal dissolution. Your own office stamped it. Check with your clerk." He was closer now, close enough that she could see his face, and it was different, changed. The cold mask was still there, but cracked. Lines around his eyes that hadn't been there a month ago, a rawness at the corners of his mouth. He'd been crying. At some point recently, he'd been crying. She could tell. It did not move her. "I know what you did," he said. 6 years ago, the rune work, the consortium. I know it was you. Good. Then you can publicly acknowledge it and open your own treasury. I know about the... His voice cracked, barely. The healer told me about what happened in the runesmith chamber. About the diagnostic error? Her voice was ice. Yes, there was an error. The healer confirmed it. It wasn't an error. I know it wasn't. Seraphina. He was close now, close enough to touch. He didn't try. I did that to you. I put you there. Yes? She looked up at him then. Her gray-tinged eyes met his silver ones, and she let him see everything. The exhaustion, the damage, the absolute, final closure. You did. And I have decided that it will not be the thing that defines either my death or my life. So I have removed it. From the record. From my story. From yours. You can't just... I can. I did. It's done. Seraphina, please. What would you like me to do with your pleas, Obsidian? She stood. She was shorter than him, had always been shorter than him. But in this moment, in the aurora light with her battle dress and her iron-straight spine, she seemed his equal in height. Shall I tuck it away and let it warm me? The way your concern warms me, the way your love, the word was acid, warmed me through 6 years of cold rooms and colder silence? He flinched, actually flinched. Obsidian Drake, who had never flinched from anything in his life. I'm not asking you to forgive me, he said, low, rough. I'm telling you, the contract still binds under ancient dragon law, the review period. The review period, said Saren's voice from behind Seraphina, requires confirmation by a dragon of superior bloodline rank. He stood, slowly, unfolding from his seat by the fire like smoke rising, and as he rose, the mask fell away, completely. The white gold scales spread, not just at his temples and upper sleeves, everywhere, along his arms, up his neck, across his cheekbones. His hair lifted in a wind that came from nowhere, platinum white and shimmering. His eyes blazed, not the half-lidded gold of pretended weakness, but the full, searing light of something ancient and enormous. Wings unfurled, white gold, translucent, spanning the width of the campsite, catching the aurora light and refracting it into prisms. The war dragon that had carried Obsidian here made a sound, a low, terrified keen, and dropped to the snow with its head pressed to the ground. The Sky Cavalry officers' mounts did the same. Every dragon, war beast, and fire-blooded creature in the retinue went flat with instinctive, irresistible submission. Obsidian's own dragon blood, the ancient instinct buried in every black dragon's bones, screamed at him to kneel. His legs buckled. He fought it, teeth gritted, muscles locked, but his body was not asking permission. You, he gasped. I am Cerinthius. The voice was no longer soft, no longer human warm. It was the voice of mountains, of deep time, of something that had watched civilizations rise and crumble and rise again. The white gold, the first light, high sovereign of the ancient dragon court, whose bloodline authority supersedes every ducal, royal, and imperial dragon rank in existence. He looked down at Obsidian because Obsidian was on his knees now, unable to resist, with an expression that held no fury, no triumph, just a vast, patient, absolute certainty. I review this marriage contract, Cerinthius said. I find it valid in form and void in spirit. The Duke of Obsidian Airy entered a binding agreement with Seraphina Ashgrove. He failed to protect, failed to honor, failed to value. He concealed no information, but he refused to perceive information freely given. He enabled the persecution of his contractual partner. He facilitated the destruction of, his voice caught, just once, just barely, of something irreplaceable. The aurora flared above them. The white gold wings spread wider. I declare this contract dissolved, not by clause, not by petition, by sovereign judgment. The woman called Seraphina Ashgrove owes nothing further to the House of Drake. No debt, no obligation, no residual bond. She is free. Silence. Obsidian, on his knees in the snow, looked up at Seraphina. His silver eyes were wet. His face was broken. Not the cold mask, not the proud duke. A man who had finally, catastrophically, too late understood what he had held and what he had dropped. "Serafina," he whispered. She looked down at him and felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not vindication, not triumph. Just the quiet, complete absence of pain. The cauterized place where love had been, now healed into smooth scar tissue. "Stand up, Obsidian," she said quietly. "You look pathetic." He stood. His legs shook. She turned away from him, raised her hand, her ash print ring, toward the sky, and spoke the activation phrase for the last thing she'd prepared. The aurora rippled, changed, drew together into a new pattern, not random, not natural, but deliberately composed. Runes, images, a story written in dragonfire across the sky. 6 years ago, the consortium's collapse, the desperate night when every contract failed and the entire Drake Empire hung by a thread, and the anonymous runesmith, small, quiet, working alone in the dark, who had rebuilt it all, who had poured her own blood and magic into seals meant to last centuries, who had taken the backlash and the cost and the slow, patient corrosion onto herself. The sky showed Serafina's face, her hands tracing runes, her blood sealing contracts, her body absorbing the rebound damage that would, 6 years later, kill her. Every person in Obsidian's retinue saw it, the Sky Cavalry officers, the guards, the healer. They would talk. They would all talk. By the time they returned to the Eyrie, every soul in the Dragon territories would know the silent, invisible Duchess had been the savior all along. The aurora faded. The sky returned to its normal dance of color. Serafina lowered her hand, turned to Seren, still in his sovereign form, wings shimmering, gold eyes soft as he looked at her. "Take me somewhere warm," she said. He closed his wings, stepped forward, took her hands in both of his, warm, so warm, the white gold fire in his blood pushing back the gray at her fingertips. "Always," he said. They left. Obsidian stood in the snow, surrounded by his kneeling retinue and the distant glow of his shattered pride, and watched them go. Part 11. Aftermath. The news hit the Eyrie like a tidal wave. Celestine's formal hearing took place 3 days after Obsidian's return, conducted by the matriarch, witnessed by the full court, and utterly damning. The blood trace evidence from the cup was irrefutable. The blue flame powder, recovered from Celestine's quarters in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, was presented as physical evidence. 2 witnesses came forward, a servant who had seen Celestine applying the powder to Lucien's hands, and a market vendor who had sold her the compound. Celestine tried to weep, then to rage, then to blame Serafina, claiming she'd been framed, manipulated, forced into the deception by the Duchess's cruelty. The contract flame basin was brought into the hearing room. Celestine was invited to place her hand in the fire and repeat her claims under oath. She refused. The Oathbreaker's mark on her forearm, already visible, already permanent, pulsed with ugly blue light. She was escorted from the Eyrie under guard. Her destination, a minor holding in the distant south, where she would live out her days with the mark visible to all, unable to enter any dragon-blooded household or participate in any dragon fire ceremony. She was given no farewell, no sympathy. The court that had adored her turned its back with the efficient cruelty of the very fickle. Lucien was another matter. Serafina had left instructions with the matriarch, quiet, unsigned, but clearly in her hand. The boy was not responsible for his mother's choices. He should be placed with a reputable foster family, his true parentage disclosed to him gently when he was old enough to understand. He should be given a small trust fund, Serafina specified the amount, and access to education. He should not be used as a political pawn by anyone for any purpose ever again. The matriarch, who respected competence above all things, followed the instructions to the letter. Obsidian opened the treasury on a Thursday. It required a public statement. a formal acknowledgement before the court that the Dragon Gold Consortium's salvation 6 years ago had been the work of Seraphina Ashgrove, runesmith, sealcaster, last heir of the Ashgrove line, that she had worked anonymously, that she had never been compensated, that her husband had never known, never asked, never bothered to look at the woman beside him and wonder if she might be more than the quiet ghost he'd made her. He made the statement. It cost him everything: his pride, his reputation, the careful image of self-made power he had cultivated for a decade. The treasury lock glowed gray, then faded, then opened. Inside, everything was as it should be, except for one addition: a small envelope placed at the front of the vault, sealed with the Ashgrove crest. It contained a single piece of paper. On it, in Seraphina's neat hand: "You're welcome." In the weeks that followed, Obsidian Drake became a different man. Not a good one, not yet, perhaps not ever, but a different one. He dismissed the advisors who had encouraged his coldness. He reorganized the consortium with transparency clauses. He visited the East Wing and did not leave. He sat in her empty room. He touched the pillow where the egg had been. He read the books she'd left behind: philosophy, rune theory, a worn copy of a romance novel with a cracked spine suggesting it had been read many times. He did not chase her again. He understood, finally, belatedly, with the brutal clarity of a man who has run out of self-deception, that chasing was not the same as earning, that he had no right to her forgiveness, her time, or her presence, that the most honorable thing he could do was live with what he'd done and become someone who would not do it again. Whether that person would ever deserve a second look from her was not his decision to make. It was hers. Part 12, The Road Ahead. Seraphina and Saren traveled north. Not aimlessly. There were places. Ancient dragon ruins, predating the modern Ares, where healing rituals beyond current medical knowledge had once been performed. The white gold sovereign's blood gave them access to sites that had been sealed for centuries. His power gave her time. His presence gave her something she had not had in 6 years, someone who saw her fully and stayed. The Ashheart corrosion was not cured, not yet. Her vision fluctuated, some days clear, some days gray. The pain came and went. But it was no longer advancing unchecked. Saren's white gold fire pushed back against the decay like a tide against erosion, not reversing the damage, but slowing it enough that hope became rational rather than foolish. "There's a site," Saren said one morning, studying an ancient map over breakfast. They were in a traveler's inn at the edge of the northern wastes, a small, warm place run by a cheerful woman who clearly found them both completely baffling, but was happy to take their coin. 3 days' ride. The old records mention a restoration pool, used by ancient dragons after battle damage, if any of the magic still functions. "If," Seraphina said. She was eating toast. Her appetite had returned, partially. Enough. That's a large if. "I am an optimist." "You are a 1,000-year-old dragon pretending to be an optimist because it makes me less likely to argue with you." He looked at her over the map, his gold eyes crinkled at the corners. "Is it working?" Marginally. They traveled well together. Better than Seraphina had expected, though perhaps she should have known. He had, after all, lived in her pocket, metaphorically, for weeks as an egg. He knew her rhythms, her silences, the difference between her thinking quiet and her hurting quiet. He knew when to be present and when to be absent, when to fill silence with his low, slightly ridiculous observations about the world. "That bird is judging us. Specifically, it's judging my cloak. It's a bird, Saren. A critical bird. Look at its eyes." And when to simply exist beside her without words. He also knew when she was thinking about the child she'd lost. He never asked, never pushed, just moved closer, a hand on her back, a brush of warmth, and let her feel his presence without the burden of explanation. "You're doing it again," she said one evening, sitting by a fire in the ruins of some ancient structure. "Doing what?" "Being perfect in ways specifically calibrated to make me attached to you." He set down his tea, looked at her with complete seriousness. "Would you prefer I be imperfect?" "I'd prefer you be honest about whether this," she gestured between them, is strategy or sincerity. He was quiet for a moment. The fire crackled. Shadows moved on stone walls carved with runes so old even Serafina couldn't read them all. "When I was in the shell," he said softly, "I could hear you. Not words, feelings. I could feel your heartbeat, your warmth, your sadness." He looked at the fire. "I was dying. My injuries were severe, from the old war. I had sealed myself to heal, but the healing wasn't working. I was fading." "Then what happened?" "You picked me up." He said it simply, as if it were simple. "And your warmth, your magic, your care did what centuries of self-healing couldn't. It wasn't strategic what you did. You just refused to let something die alone on a street corner." He met her eyes. "I fell in love with you before I could see your face. Everything after that, the strategy, the performance, the letting you protect me, was just trying to stay close enough to matter to you." She was quiet for a long time. "That's not fair," she said at last. "You can't say things like that and expect me to maintain emotional distance." "I don't want you to maintain emotional distance." "I know. That's why it's not fair." He moved closer, slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. His hand found hers, warm, steady. The white gold fire in his blood hummed against her skin, not painful, not demanding, just present. "I'm not asking for anything," he said. "I'm not Obsidian. I don't need you to perform a role or fill a position or be anything other than exactly what you are." His thumb traced the back of her hand. "I just want to be where you are, for as long as you'll have me." She leaned into him, just slightly, just enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm and his warmth seeped into her bones. "You put eggshell fragments in my luggage," she said. "I did. So I couldn't leave without you." A precaution. A manipulation. A romantic precaution. She smiled, small, real, hidden against his shoulder. "Fine," she said. "Stay." "For how long?" "For as long as I'm interesting." "Then forever," he said. "Because I've been alive for 1,000 years, and you're the most interesting thing I've ever found." She would have argued, but he'd turned his head just slightly, just enough that his lips brushed her temple, and the argument dissolved into warmth. They rode on the next morning. The dragon-boned stallion, who had developed an aggressive preference for Serin's horse treats and an equally aggressive disdain for Obsidian's family colors, it had once kicked a man wearing a Drake crest pin, carried them north through the snow. Serafina rode in front, Sirin behind, arms around her waist, chin on her shoulder, occasionally narrating the landscape in deliberately terrible poetry. "That mountain looks like a nose, a majestic nose, the nose of a god who sneezed and created geography." Her right eye was still dim, her left was clear, the pain was manageable. The future was uncertain, but no longer empty. She had left behind a sealed treasury, a disgraced rival, a husband on his knees, and a court that would never forget the sky-written truth. She carried with her a medicine box, a book of rune theory, a bag of eggshell fragments tucked into the bottom of her pack, and a 1,000-year-old dragon disguised as the most beautiful man alive, wearing her old cloak like a talisman. She was not a duchess, not a wife, not a ghost. She was a runesmith, an ash grove, a woman who had seen the bottom and chosen deliberately to climb. And somewhere ahead, 3 days' ride through ancient ruins and snow-covered passes, there was a chance, not a guarantee, not a certainty, but a chance. That was enough. For now, that was enough. Epilogue. Shell fragments. The restoration pool worked. Not instantly. Sirin had warned her it wouldn't be instant. "Ancient dragon healing is patient magic," he said, waist-deep in glowing water that smelled of ozone and starlight. "It works on the principle that time can be convinced to move differently around a wound." That's not a medical explanation. "I'm a dragon, not a healer. I think in metaphors." But it worked. Over days, then weeks, the gray receded from her blood. The corrosion slowed, then stopped, then began to reverse. Her right eye cleared. The metallic taste faded from her mouth. The fatigue lifted like fog burning off at dawn. She was not cured overnight. It took months of treatments, of traveling between ancient sites, of Serene feeding her white gold fire, and the old pools feeding her life back to her one day at a time. But it worked. By spring, she could see clearly from both eyes. By summer, the pain was gone. By autumn, the healer she visited, a different one in a different city far from the Eyrie, pronounced her in remission. "Whatever you've been doing," the healer said, studying her blood sample with undisguised amazement, "keep doing it." "I'll try," she said. "It mostly involves letting a dragon fuss over me." She built a life, not in the Eyrie, never again there, but in the world. She took commissions as a runesmith under her own name. The Ashgrove name, which had been thought lost, turned out to carry considerable weight when attached to a living, breathing practitioner. She was sought after, respected, paid well. She had her own workshop, her own home, her own staff. She had friends, other runesmiths, merchants, scholars, women she could laugh with, men who admired her work and occasionally, charmingly, tried to court her, only to be met with the polite but unmovable wall of the white gold dragon, who appeared at her shoulder with a cup of tea and a smile that was 90% territorial and 10% innocent. "You scared off another one," she told him one evening. "I merely offered him tea." Gold eyes, guileless. "You offered him tea while manifesting scales on your neck." "I have a skin condition." "You have a jealousy condition." "Also, yes." He set down his own tea and pulled her chair slightly, very slightly, closer to his. "Is it a problem?" She looked at him. The most powerful being in the known world, dressed in her old cloak, now thoroughly worn out and patched 6 times, sitting in her workshop like a very beautiful house cat who had decided this was where it lived. "No," she said, "it's ridiculous, but it's not a problem." He smiled. The real one. The full one. She received a letter from the matriarch once a year. Brief, formal, informative. The consortium was stable. The Eyrie was functioning. Lucien was happy with his foster family. Bright, kind, showing an aptitude for music. Celestine, the matriarch wrote, had not vanished into comfort. The Oathbreaker's mark kept every dragon household shut to her, and she now earned her keep copying harmless estate ledgers in a southern chapel, wearing long sleeves even in summer. It was not forgiveness. It was consequence, slow enough to teach. Obsidian's name appeared rarely in these letters. When it did, it was in passing. Brief mentions of policy changes, structural reforms, charitable acts that seemed deliberately designed to address the specific failures of his past. He did not write to her directly, not once. She respected that. It was the first genuinely thoughtful thing he'd done in their entire acquaintance. One evening, years later, in the home she'd built, surrounded by her work and her life, and the particular warmth of a man who still kept eggshell fragments in his pocket for sentimental reasons, she found herself thinking about the beginning. A Tuesday, a gray diagnosis, a cold egg on a colder street. "You're thinking loudly," Surin murmured from behind her. He was stretched on the sofa, reading, or pretending to read. His gold eyes watched her over the page. "I'm thinking about how close everything was," she said. "How easily it could have gone differently. But it didn't. But it could have. But it didn't." He set down the book, opened his arms. An invitation, not a demand. "Come here." She went, settled against him, warm, alive, both of them alive. "I'm glad I picked up that egg," she said. "I'm glad you did too." His lips pressed to the top of her head. "Though I maintain that I did significant work from inside the shell, the medicine bottle pushing alone." "You want credit for rolling into my medicine box?" It was a very purposeful roll. She laughed. He held her tighter. Outside, snow fell, gentle, white, harmless. Not everything was perfect. She still had checkups, still carried the faint scars of corrosion in her blood, like hairline cracks in porcelain, mended, but visible if you knew where to look. She still sometimes woke at night with the echo of cold stone beneath her and the memory of a small absence. But she was alive, she was free, she was loved, not with the brittle, performative passion of a man who only valued what he'd lost, but with the steady, patient, slightly ridiculous devotion of a dragon who had decided, from inside an eggshell, that she was worth the next 1,000 years. That was more than enough. That was everything. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love werewolf romances. Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Seraphine Bramblevine had spent 17 years protecting Prince Lucivar Nightcrown's beautiful face, and it took him less than 17 seconds to pretend none of it had mattered. The Hall of 12 Moons was full when he rejected her. Every alpha family in the kingdom stood beneath the silver arches. Noble women wore heavy velvet gowns embroidered with pack crests. Warriors in formal armor lined the walls. At the far end of the hall, the empty black throne of the Alpha King waited beneath a crown carved from moonstone. His younger brother stood on the lower dais in white and gold, handsome enough to make half the court forgive him before he had even committed the offense. Seraphine had always loved that face. When they were children, Lucivar's fine bones and long gold-brown hair had made him look too delicate for the wrestling yard. Other boys had noticed. They had pushed him into mud, taken his boots, and called him a lamb born in a wolf's den. Seraphine, already stronger than boys twice her age, had put all 3 tormentors into a horse trough and asked Lucivar whether his nose had been damaged. He had stared at her with wet gray eyes and said no. "Good," she had told him. "I like your nose." For years after that, she had stood between him and every fist, insult, and cruel joke. When he grew taller and learned to fight, she trained with him. When his first shift left him feverish, she carried him 3 miles through snow to the healers. When he was afraid to speak before the Southern Pack Council, she sat in the first row and smiled until he remembered every word. She had pursued him openly. She had given him crooked protective charms and praised his hair with an honesty that made him blush. He had accepted her attention, held her hand in private, and once promised that no one would ever make her stand alone in a crowded hall. Now he stood in that very hall and looked through her as if she were an inconvenient pillar. "Lady Seraphine," Lucivar said, loud enough for every noble to hear, "there has been an unfortunate misunderstanding. I have never made a formal mating vow to you." A ripple of whispers crossed the chamber. Seraphine's right hand tightened around the small velvet box she had brought as a gift. Inside it rested the first magic sphere she had ever kept stable for more than a minute. It was no larger than a plum, silver blue and dense enough to crack a stone floor if she lost control. She had practiced for 6 months because she wanted to show Lucivar that her mother's explanation had been true. Her magic was not absent, it was compressed. Lucivar knew that. He had heard her mother explain it when they were children. He had watched Seraphine rise before dawn to train, watched wands split in her grip, watched spells collapse into heavy little balls that rolled through classrooms and shattered furniture. He had told her he believed her. Today, beside him stood Caldrissa Valahart, a highborn witch whose flame magic could fill a ballroom ceiling with golden birds. Caldrissa was lovely in a dark red gown, but her mouth was tense. She did not look at Seraphine. Lucivar continued. "The Southern Territories require a Luna whose magic is already proven. Lady Caldrissa has agreed to stand beside me." Someone near the musicians laughed. "Proven," an older noblewoman repeated. "A practical requirement. One cannot lift a curse by lifting the table." More laughter followed. Seraphine heard the words clearly. She also heard the faint crack inside the velvet box as her magic sphere grew heavier. She had explained herself for years. She had explained that her mother, Mevrian Bramblevane, had never lied about her potential. She had explained that dense magic matured differently. She had explained that strength was not a shameful substitute for witchcraft, but another gift entirely. No one who mocked her had ever wanted an explanation, so she did not give one. "Return the pearl clasp," Lucivar said. his voice lowered as if gentleness could make the demand less public. "It belonged to my grandmother." Seraphine touched the clasp at her collar. He had fastened it there 2 winters ago after kissing her forehead beneath the old bell tower. He had said it suited the woman who would one day wear his colors. Her chest hurt, not theatrically, not in a way that could be answered with a clever sentence. It hurt with the quiet weight of every morning she had believed they were walking toward the same future. She removed the clasp and crossed the polished floor. Lucivar held out his palm. She set the pearl into it. "You are correct," she said. "You never made a formal mating vow." Relief touched his handsome face too quickly. Seraphine looked at him and remembered a thin boy hiding behind her shoulder. She remembered his hand in hers. She remembered how many times she had defended his courage before he had found it for himself. "But when Lord Petavar put you in a feed barrel at 13, she added, "you promised never to let anyone humiliate me in public." A few people stopped smiling. Lucivar's face tightened. "This is not the time for childhood stories." "No," Seraphine agreed. "Your memory is not as pretty as your face. I should have noticed sooner." The first genuine laugh came from one of the guards. He turned it into a cough when Lucivar glared at him. Seraphine closed the velvet box, slipped it into her pocket, and stepped toward the ceremonial chair on which Lucivar had been sitting before the announcement. It was an absurd object, built from black oak and plated with silver wolves. Her mother had reinforced its legs after Lucivar cracked it during his first uncontrolled shift. Lucivar frowned. "What are you doing?" "Returning another family possession." She grasped the chair beneath both arms. Lucivar had time to look confused before Seraphine lifted the entire chair with him still in it. The Hall of 12 Moons fell silent. She raised him high enough that his boots swung above the floor, turned carefully, and carried him down the center aisle. Lucivar grabbed the carved arms. "Seraphine, put me down." "I intend to." Inside the hall. That detail was not specified. The nearest courtiers scattered. One elderly matron clutched her jeweled cane and laughed so hard she had to lean on a column. Caldrissa covered her mouth. Seraphine could not tell whether she was shocked or trying not to smile. At the open bronze doors, Seraphine set the chair on the outer landing with perfect care. Lucivar remained seated, red-faced and speechless. "Since you do not require my future," she said, "you probably do not require my mother's reinforced furniture either." A low voice behind her said, "Leave the chair, bring the woman back." The command did not need to be loud. Every wolf in the hall felt it. Seraphine turned. The Alpha King had entered through the northern doors without fanfare. Valar Nightcrown wore black silver armor beneath a heavy winter cloak. No skin showed below his throat. His dark hair brushed the collar of his armor, and a thin scar crossed one eyebrow without diminishing the severe balance of his face. He was broader than Lucivar, taller than any man near him, and carried the contained stillness of someone who had never needed to perform strength for a room. Seraphine's grief did something deeply disrespectful. It paused. Her gaze moved from his face to the armored line of his shoulders, then returned to his face because she had standards and intended to examine the better feature twice. Valar stopped 3 paces away. His eyes were a cold, unusual blue. They met hers directly. "Have you finished looking?" he asked. Seraphine considered lying. Her mother had raised her better. "No, Your Majesty, but this appears to be a formal moment, so I can continue later." A shocked sound moved through the court. The king's mouth did not smile, exactly. One corner merely reconsidered its position. He looked past her to Lucivar on the landing. "You received her loyalty for 17 years. Lucivar rose from the chair. "Brother, I can explain. That privilege was available before you invited 12 packs to watch you disgrace her. The Southern Council requires a proven Luna." Valar's gaze returned to Seraphine. Did you ask her to prove herself today? Lucivar hesitated. Seraphine answered for him. No, he asked for his grandmother's clasp. Efficient, Valor said. Cowardly, but efficient. Lucivar's jaw hardened. You have been away at war. You do not understand the pressure here. I understand pressure. It is the thing that reveals structure. You appear decorative. The guard who had coughed before abruptly studied the ceiling. Valor removed his winter cloak. The heavy black fabric was lined in silver and fastened with the royal wolf crown. He placed it around Seraphine's shoulders. It smelled of cold air, cedar, and the iron halls of the northern fortress. The gesture was protective, but not possessive. He did not touch her throat or pull her against him. He simply made it impossible for anyone in the room to pretend she stood alone. She has explained her magic for years, Valor said to the court. You chose not to believe her. That is a failure of your judgment, not of her truth. Seraphine looked up at him. He was even more unfair from this distance. Without turning, he murmured, Now is still not the time to inspect me. You are standing very close, she murmured back. I am being challenged by circumstances. This time she saw the brief movement at the corner of his mouth. Then he faced the hall. Lucivar has rejected Lady Seraphine Bramblevane. He is free to live with that decision. Caldrissa finally looked at Seraphine. There was relief in her expression, but also shame. Valor's voice deepened. I claim her under the crown's right of open choice, not as property, not as consolation, as the woman I intend to court before every pack that mocked her. The words struck the hall harder than a roar. Lucivar went pale. Seraphine stared at the king. You intend to court me? Yes. Because I carried your brother outside? That improved the morning. It did not create my interest. How long have you been interested? This is still a formal moment. She narrowed her eyes. Convenient. You may interrogate me later. On the outer landing, Lucivar took one step toward them. Seraphine, do not turn this into revenge. She looked at the man she had loved. The pain returned. It did not disappear because his brother was more handsome. Her heart was not a plate one could replace with a better plate. She had dreamed of Lucivar's hand in hers at this ceremony. She had believed he would be proud of her even before her magic awakened. But when she looked at him now, she also saw what he had chosen. Applause from people who had never carried him through snow, approval from nobles who had laughed when he was weak, and the comfort of a woman whose talents required no courage to defend. I am not doing anything for revenge, Seraphine said. For the first time today, I am considering something for myself. Valor extended his hand. He did not command her to take it. She studied his gauntleted fingers, then his face, then his shoulders again, because emotional injury had not made her blind. If I accept your courtship, she said, I am not agreeing to become queen. Correct. I will continue training. I would be disappointed if you stopped. And if someone insults my mother, I may fight them. Warn the floor stewards first. They have requested fewer broken tables. Mevrienne Bramblevane's voice came from the rear of the hall. She only broke 3 last year. Seraphine's mother walked between the nobles in a dark blue high-collared gown, her silver-streaked hair braided down her back. She was not tall, but the court made space for her as if she carried a storm beneath her skin. Mevrienne stopped beside her daughter and examined Lucivar outside with his displaced chair. You did not strike his face? She asked. It was a formal occasion. Excellent restraint. Then Mevrienne looked at Valor. My daughter is not a prize you won by arriving at the correct dramatic moment. I know. She has loved your brother. Valor's expression did not change, but a colder light entered his eyes. I know that too. She may continue to grieve him even while she finds you attractive. Seraphine closed her eyes. Mother. You were staring. I was wounded. Not in the eyes. A laugh escaped Caldrissa before she could stop it. Mevrienne turned toward the sound. Caldrissa straightened, expecting rebuke. Instead, the older witch said, "At least one person beside my daughter is honest today." Valor kept his hand extended. Seraphine placed hers in it. His gauntlet was cool. His grip was careful, far gentler than a man of his size needed to be. For one heartbeat, his thumb moved over her knuckles, a quiet touch hidden by the folds of his cloak. The court saw a king claim a rejected witch. Seraphine felt something more dangerous. He was not rescuing her from humiliation. She had already carried the humiliation outside on its own chair. He was choosing to stand beside her after seeing exactly what she was capable of. "Very well," she said. "You may court me." Valor inclined his head. "Generous. Do not become smug. I have been king for 11 years. Smugness is included in the crown." She looked at his face again. "That explains why it suits you." Behind them, Lucivar said her name. Seraphine did not turn. Her heart hurt, her eyes burned. She would probably cry later in a private room, then find something heavy to lift until breathing became easy again. But she walked back into the hall with the Alpha King at her side, her mother's hand warm against her back, and every person who had mocked her forced to move out of her path. The king's cloak trailed behind her like a piece of night that had decided to become a banner. The first object Seraphine broke after her rejection was not a chair, a door, or Lucivar's perfect nose. It was the court's certainty that she would leave quietly. The second object was a banquet table. That happened 3 hours later. Valor ordered the court luncheon to proceed, partly because 12 Alpha families had traveled for the ceremony, and partly because, as he informed Seraphine, "If I cancel the meal, they will think your temper frightened me." Did it? No, it interested me. That is not necessarily healthier. Kings are rarely selected for health. Seraphine sat at his right beneath the black throne. Her mother sat on her other side, calmly eating roast roots while every noble in the room pretended not to stare. Lucivar occupied a place 3 tables away. Caldrissa sat beside him but kept a careful distance. Neither spoke much. The small velvet box remained in Seraphine's pocket. Its weight increased with every glance she felt from the room. Mevrienne noticed the pull of the fabric. "Your sphere is responding to distress." "I am not distressed." "The bench is bending beneath your pocket." Seraphine looked down. The carved wood had begun to bow. Valor leaned closer. "Is that the gift you brought for my brother?" It was. "May I see it?" She hesitated. "It is not impressive. Neither is half this court, yet they presented themselves freely." Seraphine drew out the box and placed it on the table. The wood gave a low creak. She opened the lid. The sphere glowed with pale moonlight. It was smooth, almost translucent, with threads of darker silver turning slowly inside. Beautiful, Seraphine thought, if one ignored that it weighed more than a suit of armor and had cracked the base of the box. Valor did not laugh. He removed one gauntlet and held his hand near it without touching. "It is pulling ambient magic toward itself." Mevrienne nodded. "That is what I have tried to explain to the Coven Council. Seraphine does not fail to release magic. She condenses too much of it before release." At the neighboring table, a council witch whispered, "A convenient theory." Seraphine heard. She always heard. She reached for the sphere, intending to return it to the box. It jumped. Valor moved at the same instant. The sphere rolled across the table. Plates, goblets, and a silver gravy vessel slid after it as though the sphere had become a tiny moon with its own gravity. Seraphine lunged. Valor caught her around the waist before she pitched over the table, while his bare hand closed around the sphere. The table split down the middle. Everything on it slid into the laps of 6 dignitaries. For one suspended moment, no one spoke. The Alpha of the Eastern Marshes stared at a roasted onion resting in his ceremonial hood. Mevrienne set down her fork. 4 tables this year. Seraphine was still held against Valor's armored chest. His arm was firm around her middle, supporting her without effort. She could feel the rise of his breath through layers of clothing and metal. He looked down at the sphere in his palm. Heavy, he observed. Seraphine looked up at his face. You are also heavy. I did not announce it to the room. You have not lifted me yet. Give me time. His eyes sharpened with amusement. Only then did Seraphine realize the hall had gone silent for a second reason. The king's arm remained around her waist. She cleared her throat. You can release me. You are standing on a broken table support. I can balance. I know. He did not release her until a servant moved the splintered wood. The delay was practical. The slight pressure of his hand before he let go was not. Lucivar had risen from his seat. Seraphine, are you hurt? The question came too late and too familiarly. She turned toward him. No. His gaze moved to Valor's bare hand around the sphere. That object could be dangerous. So could the woman who made it, Valor said. You were comfortable with both when they served you. Lucivar flinched. Caldrissa stared at her plate. Valor placed the sphere on the stone floor rather than another table. It settled without damage, humming faintly. The Crown's wardmasters will study this with Lady Seraphine's permission, he said. Not to determine whether her power exists. That has become obvious. We will determine how it works. The council witch who had whispered before lifted her chin. Your Majesty, a heavy light is not necessarily useful magic. Seraphine's mother inhaled. Seraphine touched her sleeve. I can manage this one. She faced the woman. You are correct. Weight alone is not useful. The witch looked pleased. Seraphine continued. That is why I have never thrown you. The Eastern Alpha choked on his drink. The roasted onion fell from his hood. Valor picked up his goblet from the wreckage and raised it toward Seraphine, a model of restraint. She accepted the compliment with dignity. The luncheon resumed around the broken table. Servants brought a replacement bench reinforced with iron. Seraphine ate little, but the ache in her chest changed. It was still grief. It was also anger, embarrassment, and a strange, unwelcome relief. Lucivar had ended the future she thought she wanted. Valor had not offered a replacement future. He had offered public courtship, investigation of her magic, and a place at his side from which she could choose. That difference frightened her more than a command would have. After the meal, Mevrienne took Seraphine to a quiet chamber overlooking the inner courtyard. The moment the door closed, Seraphine leaned against it and covered her face. Her mother did not tell her not to cry. She simply sat on the window bench and waited. I believed him, Seraphine said at last. I know. I thought he was afraid to make the announcement because of the council. I did not think the announcement would be Caldrissa. I know. I carried him through a blizzard. You remind him of that every winter. Because it was difficult. He was surprisingly dense for someone so narrow. Mevrienne's mouth softened. Grief does not become foolish merely because the man who caused it behaved foolishly. You loved him. Mourn honestly. Seraphine lowered her hands. The king is extremely handsome. Also true. Is it disloyal to be heartbroken and notice that? No. Eyes are not marriage vows. Seraphine sat beside her. Lucivar was my first love. Yes. What if I only like Valor because he embarrassed Lucivar? Then you will discover that before making promises, that is the purpose of courtship. A knock sounded. Valor entered only after Mevrienne granted permission. He had removed his armor and wore a high-collared black tunic beneath a fitted ceremonial coat. Seraphine's grief paused again. this time with less dignity. The king noticed. "I can return with uglier clothing," he said. "Do you own any?" "No, the crown forbids it." Maëvrienne rose. "I suddenly remember an urgent matter elsewhere. Mother, you are both adults. The door will remain open and 3 guards are outside. Try not to damage the architecture." She left. Valor remained near the door. "I did not come to demand gratitude." "Good. I would have lifted you out." "I considered that possibility." He held out the velvet box. The sphere rested inside, now cushioned by a folded square of royal chainmail. "The wardmaster confirmed your mother's observation," he said. "The sphere contains more compressed magic than 3 ordinary battle wards. It is unstable because every teacher has trained you to release power in lines. Your magic forms around a center." Seraphine took the box with both hands. "You believe that after one examination?" "I believed Maëvrienne before the examination. This provided measurements for people who require numbers before courage." She looked down at the glow. "Lucivar heard the same explanation years ago," she said. Valor's voice was controlled. "My brother often believes whatever permits him to avoid a difficult choice." "You dislike him?" "I love him. Those conditions can coexist." That answer reached her more deeply than praise would have. She closed the box. "Why did you claim me?" "Because leaving you alone in that hall would have been unjust." "That explains protection, not courtship." "No." "Then answer the second part." Valor studied her for several breaths. "When I was 19, I visited the southern court without royal colors. I watched a girl throw 3 noble children into a fountain because they insulted a boy with a pretty face." Seraphine stared. "You saw that?" "I also saw your mother defend your right to protect yourself while requiring you to repair the fountain. It was an expensive fountain. You rebuilt half of it alone. The masons were slow. You were 11. She shifted on the bench. "You remembered me because I broke masonry?" "I remembered you because everyone else in that courtyard changed their behavior according to rank. You did not." "I changed it according to faces. Lucivar was beautiful." "I am aware." The chill in his voice was so slight she almost missed it. Seraphine looked at him with new interest. "Are you jealous of your brother's face?" "No." That was very quick. "Because the answer is simple. You are jealous." Valor stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Lady Seraphine, you have looked at me more in 3 hours than you looked at him during the entire rejection. I am managing my envy." Heat rose into her cheeks. "That is because you are new." A devastating explanation. "Also larger." "Better." She laughed before she could stop herself. The sound startled her. She had expected the whole day to remain broken. Valor did not look triumphant. He looked relieved. That expression made her wary in a different way. "You truly remembered me," she said. "Yes." "For how long?" "Long enough that I knew your name before you lifted my brother." "And you never approached me?" "You were pursuing him. I do not steal choices from women, even when I dislike their choices." Seraphine held his gaze. For the first time since Lucivar's announcement, she felt the shape of her own decision rather than the absence of his. "Then court me," she said, slowly. Valor bowed his head. "As slowly as you require. And do not use the crown to frighten away every man who speaks to me. I would never misuse royal authority." That answer was suspicious. "I may give them administrative work." Valor. It was the first time she used his name. His eyes changed, the cold blue warming for one brief instant. "Seraphine," he answered. The open door, the guards, and the whole stone castle remained exactly where they had been. Still, the room felt smaller. He offered his hand again, this time without an audience. She placed hers in it. "The Wardmaster expects us below," he said. "He believes your sphere may be connected to the weakening moon wards along the northern roads." "Us?" "Your magic, your decision, your investigation. I will provide access and protection." "And your face?" "Unfortunately, it accompanies me everywhere." She rose. "I will endure it." They walked from the chamber side by side. Seraphine was still heartbroken. She was also curious. Her mother had always told her that two truths could exist in the same body without destroying each other: strength and gentleness, anger and restraint, grief and appetite for life. Apparently, grief and an excellent view of the Alpha King's shoulders could coexist as well. The royal ward chamber lay beneath the oldest tower, where 12 black pillars carried silver lines into the bedrock. Seraphine had visited the upper court many times, usually to deliver messages for her mother or to retrieve Lucivar after a council meeting, but she had never been permitted below the third stair. Now Valor led her through 7 locked doors. The guards bowed to him and stared at her. She stared back until one young guard nearly walked into a wall. "You enjoy making them nervous," Valor observed. "Only when they begin it. He looked at you because you carried a prince outside. Then he should look with professional admiration. I will revise the guard handbook." At the lowest level, Wardmaster Dovrin Quill waited beside a circular stone basin. He was a lean, silver-haired man with ink on every finger and the permanently troubled expression of someone responsible for structures no one appreciated until they failed. Beside him stood his niece Fenella, a young witch in a practical gray gown and square spectacles. Seraphine knew her slightly from the Coven Academy. Fenella specialized in map spells and had once hidden Seraphine in a laundry cart after an argument with 6 older students. "I heard about the chair," Fenella whispered as Seraphine approached. "It was a throne." "Even better." Dovrin cleared his throat. "Your Majesty, Lady Bramblevane." "Seraphine," she said. "Lady Seraphine, then, we have a problem." He touched the basin. A map of the kingdom appeared across its dark water. 12 pale lines spread from the capital toward the Pact territories. 3 northern lines flickered. "The moon wards have weakened for 6 months," Dovrin said. "At first we blamed winter damage. Then the failures began moving south in a pattern." "A pattern toward the capital," Valor said. "Yes. Every damaged ward contains a dense knot of corrupted magic. We have tried cutting the knots apart. They reform. We have tried burning them. They absorb the fire." Fenella placed a black stone on the table. It looked ordinary until Seraphine came close. Then the velvet box in her hands began to hum. The silver-blue sphere rose from its cushion. Dovrin took a quick step back. Valor moved between Seraphine and the others, not to block her from the sphere, but to shield the room if it flew. "Do not," she said. He looked over his shoulder. "Do not stand in front of me whenever my magic moves. I need to see it." He considered this and stepped to her side instead. "Better?" "Yes." The sphere floated above her palm. It had never done that for more than 3 breaths. 1, 2, 3. It remained. Seraphine forgot the room. She focused on the turning silver threads inside the sphere. Her teachers had always ordered her to push magic outward, shape it into a line, and release. Her mother had suggested something different only recently. Find the center and allow the magic to gather around it. Seraphine imagined a small moon. The sphere steadied. Fenella whispered, "It is beautiful." The black ward stone trembled. A thread of dark magic lifted from its surface and stretched toward the sphere. "Stop," Dovrin said sharply. "That corruption may enter her core." Seraphine did not stop. She felt no invasion. The sphere drew the thread inward, wrapped silver light around it, and compressed it into a dark speck at the center. The stone cleared. The sphere dropped. Valor caught her wrist with one hand and the magic sphere with the other. The impact drove his boots half an inch across the floor. Dovrin stared. That object weighs at least 400 pounds. 360, Seraphine said automatically. Perhaps more after breakfast. Valor set it carefully into the basin's empty stone ring. You can estimate its weight? I have broken enough scales. Fenella rushed forward. You absorbed the corruption. Do you feel ill, dizzy, angry, compelled to overthrow the kingdom? Seraphine considered. Hungry. She was hungry before, Valor said. Dovrin bent over the purified ward stone. This was not destroyed. The corruption was separated and contained. Mevrienne entered with 2 assistants carrying books. She took in the sphere, the cleaned stone, and Valor's hand still around Seraphine's wrist. Promising, she said. Valor released Seraphine at once. Her mother looked amused. I referred to the sphere. So did I, Valor said. Of course. Seraphine lifted the sphere back into its box. It was much lighter now. The dark speck remained at the center like a distant star. The ward knots may be the same kind of compressed magic, she said. If I can contain one, perhaps I can remove them from the roads. Dovrin shook his head. The nearest failure is at Frostbarrow Quarry. The knot there is larger than this room. Then I will make a larger sphere. You cannot control one plum-sized sphere for an hour. Seraphine met his worried eyes. That is why I train before we go. Valor folded his arms. We leave in 7 days. Dovrin looked appalled. Your Majesty, I was arguing against the journey. Then you should have argued better. 7 days is not enough. The northern ward may fail in 9. Mevrienne placed her books on the table. My daughter will be ready to examine the knot. She will not be ready to remove it alone. She will not be alone, Valor said. Seraphine watched him. Do kings normally accompany experimental witches into unstable quarries? Only the attractive ones. Fenella made a choking noise. Valor's expression remained perfectly composed. Seraphine pointed at him. That was deliberate. I am told courtship requires effort. Your effort is dangerous. So is yours. For the next 7 days, Seraphine trained beneath the old tower until her arms ached for reasons that had nothing to do with lifting stone. Mevrienne redesigned every exercise. Instead of pushing magic through narrow wand channels, Seraphine learned to gather it around weighted centers. Dovrin created iron rings of different sizes. Fenella drew maps of the sphere's movement and shouted warnings whenever furniture entered the likely path. Valor attended whenever council duties allowed. He never gave magical advice. He held shields, moved damaged equipment, and asked practical questions. When Seraphine failed, he did not soften his face with pity. When she succeeded, he did not behave as if he had granted the success. On the second day, she formed 2 spheres. They immediately chased each other around the chamber and trapped Dovrin behind a pillar. On the third day, she managed 3. One attached itself to Valor's belt and pulled him sideways into a curtain. Seraphine laughed so hard she lost control of the other 2, which rolled after him like loyal cannonballs. The king emerged from the curtain with his dignity mostly intact. Your magic likes me, he said. My magic attacks furniture and authority. It has excellent judgment. On the 4th day, the spheres circled her without striking anything. Valor stood inside the ring at her request, close enough to intervene but not in her path. His presence created a different kind of difficulty. Every time she looked up, she saw his dark hair, broad shoulders, and patient attention. One sphere drifted toward him. Seraphine, her mother warned. I know. The sphere hovered near Valor's chest. He did not move. It is responding to focus, Mevrian said. Fenella adjusted her spectacles. Very intense focus. Seraphine's face heated. I am concentrating on not hitting him. Naturally, Fenella said. Valor lifted one hand beneath the sphere. It settled above his palm without touching him. What do you feel? He asked. Annoyed. About the magic. She closed her eyes. It wants an anchor, something stable enough that I do not need to hold every direction at once. Use me. Her eyes opened. The room became very quiet. Violor held her gaze as the anchor. You could have begun with that. You would have missed Fenella's expression. Fenella turned away, shoulders shaking. Seraphine imagined the sphere orbiting Valor as a fixed point. It moved around him slowly, then faster, maintaining an exact distance from his body. A second sphere joined it, then a third. For the first time, the magic obeyed without strain. Valor stood in the center of 3 turning moons, watching her as though the rest of the chamber had vanished. Seraphine felt the pull between them through the magic, not ownership, balance. His steadiness allowed her power to move. You are very useful, she said. I will have that engraved on the throne. The one your brother is no longer using? Especially that one. On the 5th day, Lucivar came to watch. He stood at the chamber entrance while Seraphine guided 4 spheres through iron rings. Caldrissa was with him. She wore a plain blue training gown rather than court red, and she kept her hands folded tightly. Seraphine's concentration broke. The 4th sphere struck a practice shield. The shield spun across the room and pinned Dovrin's coat to the wall. He sighed. This is why I own duplicates. Lucivar stepped forward. Seraphine, may we speak? Her chest tightened with the old reflex to listen whenever his voice turned gentle. Valor said nothing. He stood beside the shield rack, arms folded, his expression unreadable. Seraphine lowered the spheres into their rings. You may speak here. Lucivar glanced at the others. Privately. No. The answer surprised them both. Lucivar looked wounded. Once, that expression would have made Seraphine rush to soften her words. She did not. I wanted to apologize, he said. The ceremony became cruel. I did not intend the court to mock you. You invited them before rejecting me. The Southern Council insisted on witnesses. The Council has insisted on many things. You used to ask whether they were right. His gaze fell to the spheres. I did not understand your magic was this close to awakening. The words landed with terrible clarity. Seraphine had imagined 100 reasons for his choice. Fear, pressure, ambition, confusion. She had not allowed herself to imagine the simplest one. He would have chosen her if her power had appeared sooner. He had not rejected her because he stopped caring. He had rejected the version of her who had not yet become useful enough. Thank you, she said. Lucivar blinked. For what? For making that clear. Seraphine, I meant that I was wrong. You were wrong when I was still failing. You are only uncomfortable now that other people can see it. Caldrissa looked at Lucivar sharply. He took another step. I never said your years beside me meant nothing. You said there had been a misunderstanding. I was trying to protect your dignity. Seraphine almost laughed. By denying our entire relationship before 12 packs? Valor pushed away from the shield rack. Lucivar turned on him. Do not interfere. She has answered you twice, Valor said. I am not interfering. I am counting. You claimed her to punish me. The room chilled. Valor's voice became very soft. My interest in Seraphine began before you learned to tie your own boots. Do not flatter yourself into becoming the center of her next choice. Lucifer stared. Seraphine stared too. Valor looked at her. Was that too much information? Possibly. Continue later. Gladly. Caldrissa stepped between the brothers. Lucifer, we should leave. He looked at her as though he had forgotten she was there. Something in Caldrissa's face hardened. Seraphine knew that feeling. It was the pain of standing beside a man whose attention had already turned elsewhere. Wait, Seraphine said. Caldrissa paused. Seraphine walked to her. Did you know what he planned to say? Caldrissa swallowed. I knew he would announce me. I did not know he would deny everything between you. Would it have changed your answer? I do not know. Shame crossed her features. My family has debts. The Southern Council promised to restore our lands if I accepted. I told myself you and Lucifer had never made a public vow. I told myself you were strong enough to survive embarrassment. I am, Seraphine said. That does not make the embarrassment harmless. I know. Lucifer said, Caldrissa, this is not necessary. She turned on him. You spoke for both of us in the hall. I will speak for myself now. For the first time, Seraphine saw more than the glamorous witch beside the man who had hurt her. She saw a woman pressed by debt, pride, and a family that valued her magic more than her comfort. It did not erase Caldrissa's choice. It made the choice human. I am sorry, Caldrissa said, not because the king claimed you, because we allowed them to laugh. Seraphine nodded once. That apology belongs to me. I accept hearing it. I have not decided whether I forgive it. Fair. Lucifer looked between them, baffled by a conversation that did not revolve around him. Valor noticed. A difficult morning for princes. Seraphine covered a smile. Lucifer left without another word. Caldrissa followed more slowly, pausing at the door to look back at Seraphine's spheres. They are beautiful, she said. Then she was gone. Seraphine stood very still. Valor approached, but stopped beyond reach. Do you want comfort, solitude, or something heavy to throw? She thought about it. All three, in that order. He opened his arms. The invitation was so unexpected that she nearly laughed. Then the ache in her chest rose again, and she stepped into him. His arms closed around her with careful strength. Her cheek rested against the high collar of his coat. He did not tell her Lucifer was unworthy or that she should be grateful for a better man. He simply held her while she breathed through the humiliation of learning that her first love had measured her by the timing of her power. When she drew back, Valor released her immediately. Solitude next? He asked. Not yet. Heavy object? She pointed to the iron practice pillar. Together they carried it to the outer yard. Valor could have moved it alone. Seraphine knew that. He let her take most of the weight without pretending otherwise. She threw it into a sand pit. The impact sent a brown cloud over 3 startled ministers. Valor watched them run. Effective, he said. I feel better. Excellent. Solitude may be postponed until after lunch. By the 7th day, Seraphine could hold 5 spheres in a stable orbit for 10 minutes. The expedition left for Frostbarrow Quarry at dawn. Valor rode at the front with 20 royal guards. Seraphine traveled beside her mother in a reinforced carriage containing Dovrin's instruments, Fenella's maps, and 6 iron cradles for magic spheres. Lucifer and Caldrissa remained in the capital by royal order, though Lucifer had argued that the Southern Alpha should join any investigation of the wards. Valor had replied, "You have a ceremonial chair to retrieve." The journey north took 2 days. Frostbarrow lay between steep gray hills where workers cut moonstone used in pack boundaries and healing halls. The quarry should have glowed after sunset. Instead, black veins spread through the exposed stone. The local forewoman, Isabet Cromere, met them at the gate. She was a broad, gray-haired woman with a missing front tooth and no patience for titles. "King," she said to Valor. "Witch, other witch, scholar, spectacled scholar." Fenella looked delighted. "I like her." Isabet pointed toward the quarry. "The lower shelf cracked this morning. I pulled the workers out, but 4 ward anchors are still below. If they break, the whole northern line goes dark." A deep vibration rolled beneath their boots. Seraphine's spheres stirred inside their iron cradles. "How long?" Valor asked. Isabet shrugged. "Could be an hour. Could be before I finish this sentence." The hillside groaned. A section of the upper path collapsed behind them, blocking the gate. Isabet looked at the new wall of stone. "Before the sentence, then?" No one laughed for long. The quarry floor split. Workers shouted from the far side. They had not all evacuated. 6 men and 2 women were trapped behind a fallen loading frame. Black light pulsed through the cracks beneath them. Valor issued orders with calm speed. Guards moved civilians uphill. Dovrin and Fenella began drawing a temporary ward. Mavrienne raised both hands and spread a silver barrier over the nearest ledge. Seraphine saw the loading frame tilt. "They will be crushed," she said. Valor followed her gaze. "The path is unstable." "So am I. We can discuss our flaws later." She ran. The first gap was 6 feet wide. Seraphine jumped it, landed on sliding stone, and used her ironwood staff to steady herself. Valor came behind her with 2 guards. "I did not ask you to follow," she shouted. "You did not need to." The loading frame dropped another inch. The trapped workers pressed against the rock wall. Seraphine wedged her staff beneath the beam and lifted. The frame weighed several tons. Her arms shook. Valor reached the beam and put his shoulder under it beside her. Together they raised it high enough for one worker to crawl free. "Move," Seraphine ordered. The workers scrambled beneath their arms. A crack opened directly under Valor's boot. Black magic surged upward. Seraphine's velvet box tore open at her belt. The silver-blue sphere shot into the crack and expanded. For one heartbeat, it was the size of an apple. Then a shield. Then a great glowing globe filling the gap beneath them. The corrupted light bent toward it. Seraphine felt the sphere pull at her mind. It wanted everything: the darkness in the stone, the strength in her arms, the fear in the workers, even the moonlight hidden behind the clouds. "Center," Mavrienne called from the ledge. "Find the center, Seraphine. Do not fight the shape." Seraphine trusted her mother. She stopped trying to flatten the magic into a shield. She imagined a moon beneath the earth. The sphere became round and steady. Darkness streamed into it. The loading frame grew lighter as the corrupted ward released its hold on the metal. "Now," Valor said. They lifted together. The last worker escaped. The stone shelf beneath Seraphine broke away. Valor caught her around the waist. She caught the beam with one hand and his armor collar with the other. For a ridiculous moment, the Alpha King hung over the glowing gap, supported partly by a witch who had once been told she could not lift a proper spell. "I have you," he said. "I have you too. This is not how I imagined our second embrace. Your expectations are very demanding." One of the guards seized Valor's arm. Together they climbed onto stable ground. The great sphere rose from the crack, now streaked with black. It floated above the quarry, pulling corruption from every vein of stone. Seraphine stood beneath it with both hands raised. The weight pressed through her body, her knees bent. Valor moved behind her and braced his hands at her waist, becoming the anchor they had practiced. "Use me," he said near her ear. She felt his steadiness through the contact. The sphere stopped wavering. Mavrienne and Dovrin redirected the purified ward energy into the 4 anchors. Fenella shouted distances and angles. Isabet ordered workers to strike supporting wedges in rhythm with the pulses. This was not Seraphine saving everyone alone. It was her power at the center of many people's work. The last black vein left the quarry wall. The sphere contracted slowly until it was the size of a large shield. Seraphine guided it into an iron cradle. The cradle sank 6 inches into the ground. Silence followed. Then every moonstone face in Frostbarrow lit silver. Workers cheered. Seraphine turned inside Valor's arms. He had soot on his cheek and a cut across the edge of one gauntlet. His expression held fierce pride. She forgot the workers for one improper second and looked at his mouth. His gaze lowered to hers. The air changed. Then Isabet struck Valor on the back hard enough to make a lesser man stumble. "Good lifting, King," she said. "The witch did most of it." Seraphine laughed against his armor. Valor closed his eyes briefly. "I am aware." Isabet turned to Seraphine. "You are Mevrien's girl?" "Yes." "Your mother closed the Western Fissure when I was young. Everyone said no witch would match her." Seraphine waited for the comparison. Isabet grinned through the gap in her teeth. "Good thing you did something different." The words settled warmly where old insults had lived. That night, the quarry workers held a feast in the reinforced storage hall. There were no delicate court dishes, only thick stew, black bread, baked apples, and enough benches to survive Seraphine's pockets. She sat between Fenella and Isabet while the workers retold the rescue with increasing exaggeration. By the 4th version, Seraphine had lifted the entire mountain. By the 6th, Valor had dangled helplessly from her belt. "I did not dangle," he said from across the table. Isabet drank her ale. "You were very elegant about it." Fenella leaned toward Seraphine. "The king is glaring at Captain Odran." Seraphine glanced down the table. Captain Odran Fenwick, commander of the Frostbarrow Watch, was a handsome, dark-skinned wolf with a warm smile and one silver braid at his temple. He had spent the last 10 minutes asking Seraphine whether she would consider teaching quarry guards how to fight with weighted staffs. Valor was not glaring. He was watching with the expression he used for unstable wardstones. Odran noticed and raised his cup to the king. Valor raised his in return. "He seems polite," Seraphine whispered. "He reassigned 3 ministers for looking at you," Fenella whispered back. "To where?" "Bridge inventory." Seraphine looked at Valor. "Administrative work." His eyes met hers. He had heard. "The bridges require counting," he said. Odran laughed. "Your Majesty, I already completed this district's inventory." "Do it again." "Because I spoke to Lady Seraphine." "Because accuracy is the foundation of government." Seraphine folded her arms. "Valor." "Seraphine." "Captain Odran may continue speaking to me." The king's face remained calm. "I have not forbidden speech. You are trying to bury him under bridge records. A captain should understand local infrastructure." Odran leaned back, openly amused. "I can admire her and count bridges. Wolves are capable of 2 thoughts." Valor's gaze cooled. "Some barely manage one." Isabet slapped the table. "Excellent. The king is jealous. We have not had entertainment this good since the flour mill exploded." "I am not jealous," Valor said. Every person at the table laughed. Seraphine looked at him, pleased despite herself. That was very quick. "Because the answer is simple." "You used that sentence before." "It remains correct." Odran lifted both hands. "For the safety of the bridges, I withdraw from competition." "There was no competition," Valor said. "Naturally." Later, when the feast ended, Seraphine stepped outside for air. Snow had begun to fall. The repaired moon ward spread pale light across the quarry walls. She stood beneath the eaves and let the cold settle her thoughts. Lucifer would have hated this place. He disliked soot, rough benches, and meals without polished silver. She had spent years adjusting herself around those dislikes, not because he demanded it directly, but because she wanted his comfort. Vyler came to stand beside her. "Odrin is safely counting bridges," he said. "You are impossible." He volunteered. "After you threatened him with civic responsibility." A terrible fate. She smiled, then looked back at the glowing quarry. "I did it." "You did." Mother was right. She usually is. Do not tell her that. I value my life. Seraphine's smile faded. Part of me wishes Lucifer had seen it. Vaylor was silent for a moment. "That does not offend me." "It should. You are supposedly jealous." "I am jealous of his history with you. I am not jealous of your honesty." She turned toward him. Snow caught in his dark hair. Without the court around him, he looked less like a symbol and more like a man who had spent the day beneath a collapsing mountain because she ran first. "Why did you come across the gap?" she asked. "Because you did." That is not a sensible royal policy. Neither is allowing the woman I intend to court to hold several tons alone. You could have ordered guards. They were behind me. You could have stayed safe. His expression sharpened. Do not ask me to watch you risk yourself from a safe distance. I will respect your strength. I will not use it as an excuse for cowardice. The words moved through her like warm light. Lucifer had accepted her protection because he needed it. Later, when he no longer needed it, he had become embarrassed by the woman who had given it. Vaylor did not need her to stand in front of him. He chose to stand beside her. Seraphine reached up and brushed snow from his eyebrow scar. His entire body went still. The touch was small. The tension it created was not. "You are staring again," he said. "I nearly lost you into a magical pit. I am confirming the face survived. Your concern is touching. The face is valuable. And the man?" She let her fingers rest against his cheek for one heartbeat longer. "Under consideration." Vaylor's bare hand closed gently around her wrist. He turned his face into her palm, not enough to become intimate before she chose it, but enough that she felt the warmth of his breath. "Take all the time you need," he said. She believed him. That made it difficult to step away. So she did not step far. They stood beneath the eaves while snow covered the quarry road, close enough that their shoulders touched, neither pretending the contact was accidental. News of Frostbarrow reached the capital before the expedition did. By the time Seraphine rode through the western gate, children were rolling painted wooden balls along the street and shouting that they were defeating curses. Merchants had already begun selling silver blue sweets called witch moons. One baker displayed a loaf shaped like a ceremonial chair with 2 little sugar boots sticking from it. Seraphine stopped the carriage. "I need that bread." Vaylor, riding beside her, looked toward the bakery. "For symbolic closure?" "For lunch. Closure requires butter." The baker refused payment and nearly fainted when Seraphine lifted the entire display counter so his apprentice could retrieve a dropped coin. Vaylor bought every chair-shaped loaf and ordered them delivered to the palace dining hall. "That is excessive," Seraphine said. "I am a king. Moderation would confuse the public." The public was not confused. They cheered as Seraphine passed. The court was less enthusiastic. 3 days after their return, the Council of 12 demanded a formal hearing on Vaylor's declaration of courtship. The crown's right of open choice was ancient and legal, but several alpha families argued that a king could not announce a potential queen without testing her fitness. Seraphine read the petition twice. "They want me to complete the Luna trials," she said. Fenella sat cross-legged on the library floor among stacks of law books. Not the ordinary trials, these are the old ones. How old? Old enough that one section involves carrying a stone wolf through an obstacle course while elders throw wet grain. Seraphine looked interested. How heavy is the wolf? That is not the concerning part. Mevrienne turned a page. The trials were abandoned because they became public entertainment rather than a measure of judgment. The petitioners know she can lift things, Vaylor said from the window. They will choose tasks designed to make strength appear crude and magic appear insufficient. Seraphine leaned over the table. Can you refuse? Yes. Would that make them believe I need the crown to hide my weakness? Yes. Then accept. Vaylor's jaw tightened. I will not permit them to humiliate you again. You cannot prevent every cruel person from speaking. I can remove their speaking privileges. That is called tyranny. The definition is disputed. She walked to him. At the ceremony, you gave me a choice. Give me this one too. His gaze searched her face. You do not owe them proof. No, but I would enjoy watching them regret asking. Mevrienne closed the book. That is my daughter. The Luna trials were scheduled for the Winter Solstice Festival, when representatives from every pack would already be in the capital. Seraphine had 12 days to prepare. The petition named 3 tests: strength under restraint, magical protection, and judgment before the packs. The first was held in the Royal Training Arena. A stone wolf weighing nearly 2,000 pounds stood at one end of a course filled with narrow bridges, swinging barriers, and trenches of wet grain. The candidate had to carry the statue to the opposite platform without damaging the course or dropping the wolf. The stands were full. Lucivar sat with the southern delegation. Caldrissa sat 2 places away from him, her posture formal. Vaylor occupied the central royal box with Mevrienne and the council. Fenella stood near the course, holding a clipboard and looking far too cheerful. Seraphine wore a high-collared dark blue training gown over fitted wool trousers and tall boots. The gown was split only at the lower sides for movement, with heavy panels covering her legs. Leather guards protected her forearms. Her ironwood staff remained outside the course. Councillor Varric Ashmorn, who had submitted the petition, addressed the crowd. He was an elderly alpha with a narrow face and a voice polished by decades of pretending insults were procedure. The first test measures power governed by care, he said. A Luna must bear great burdens without harming those around her. Seraphine looked at the hanging sacks of grain. And the food? A traditional distraction. It seems wasteful. The grain is old. Then it belongs in compost, not in my hair. A few spectators laughed. Varric did not. Begin. Seraphine approached the statue. Its carved body was wider than her shoulders. Iron rings had been set beneath its chest. She crouched, put both hands through the rings, and lifted. The crowd gasped as the stone wolf rose against her body. Seraphine adjusted the weight and stepped onto the first bridge. A sack burst overhead. Wet grain struck her hair and shoulders. She kept walking. The second sack missed her and hit Councillor Varric's assistant. Fenella checked the rope mechanism. Strange, the wind appears judgmental. The crowd laughed again. At the first swinging barrier, Seraphine could not pass while carrying the statue across her front. She shifted it onto one shoulder. The stone muzzle rose above her head like an enormous, disapproving hat. Vaylor leaned forward in the royal box. Seraphine caught his eye. Do not worry. I am admiring the hat, he called. She smiled and moved through the barrier. At the grain trench, the true trap appeared. The mud beneath the wet kernels was deeper than the course plans showed. Seraphine stepped in and sank to her knees. The crowd murmured. She tried to pull free without dropping the statue. The mud held. Varric's mouth tightened with satisfaction. Seraphine looked toward Fenella. Her friend was staring at the measurement stake beside the trench. "The depth is wrong," Fenella said. "Continue the test," Varric ordered. Valor rose. Seraphine shook her head once. He stopped, though every line of his body resisted it. She lowered the stone wolf carefully until it rested across the trench, its legs on either bank. Then she crawled beneath its belly, using the statue as a bridge while dragging herself from the mud. The old rules said she must not drop the wolf. They did not say the wolf could not carry her. She reached the far bank, stood, and pulled the statue after her. The arena erupted. At the final wall, 3 council-selected champions waited to block her. The test allowed them to push, pull, or obstruct the candidate without weapons. All 3 were adult male wolves in padded armor. Seraphine stared at Varric. "You chose only 3?" One champion growled. That was not an insult, she told him. It was concern for the schedule. They attacked together. Seraphine shifted the statue forward like a battering ram. The champions scattered. One climbed onto the stone wolf's back and wrapped both arms around its neck, apparently hoping his weight would slow her. She kept walking. The second seized her sleeve. She turned in a controlled circle, forcing him to run around her until he lost his footing and landed in the grain trench. The third planted himself on the final platform. "You will not pass," he said. Seraphine set the statue down before him. "Then you should move." He braced both hands against the wolf. She pushed. His boots slid across the platform. He strained, face reddening, while Seraphine advanced one slow step at a time. At the edge, she stopped. She could have pushed him off. Instead, she lifted the statue over his head and placed it on the marked pedestal behind him. The champion looked up between the stone legs. "You may move now," she said. He moved quickly. The arena roared with laughter and applause. Valor descended before the judges announced the result. He met Seraphine at the edge of the course and removed a wet piece of grain from her hair. "You wore the wolf well," he said. "It was heavy." "I was referring to the expression. I learned it from your counsel." Varric approached, displeasure hidden beneath ceremony. The candidate completed the strength trial. "And discovered an altered trench," Valor said. "The old plans may have been inaccurate." Fenella held up her clipboard. "The original depth is marked here. Someone removed the stone base last night." Varric looked at her. "Are you accusing the council?" "I am accusing someone with a shovel. The council's relationship to shovels remains under investigation." Valor's face became dangerously still. "Find who changed it." Seraphine touched his arm. "After the trials. Before someone attempts something worse." "Both," she said. "You investigate. I continue." He looked at her mud-covered gown and the grain tangled in her hair. "You should rest." "I carried one statue." "And 3 champions. Only one stayed on long enough to count." His hand settled briefly at the back of her neck, warm and hidden beneath her hair. "Very well, but if the next test is altered, I end it." "Agreed." The second trial took place at dusk in Mooncourt Square. 100 volunteers stood inside a ring of 12 ward stones. Seraphine had to protect them from controlled magical attacks cast by council witches. The attacks would be non-lethal: wind, cold, darkness, and illusion. Traditional candidates created a broad dome. Seraphine had never created a dome. She carried 6 iron cradles into the square. The crowd whispered. Lucifer watched from the front row. His expression had changed since Frostbarrow. Pride and regret sat uneasily together, as if he had not yet decided which one he deserved. Caldrissa approached Seraphine before the test. "Varric selected the attacking witches," she said quietly. "2 of them trained under my aunt. They favor narrow strikes aimed at the caster's concentration." "Why tell me?" Because this is a test, not an execution. Seraphine studied her. Thank you. Caldrissa nodded and returned to her seat. Valor stood outside the ring with Mevrian. He wore full black armor. He had argued that the controlled attacks should be tested on council members first. The council declined. Seraphine placed one hand over the first cradle. Begin, Varric ordered. Cold wind struck the ring. Seraphine raised 3 silver-blue spheres. They spun outward and formed a triangle. The wind bent around them, but gaps remained. Volunteers cried out as ice swept across the square. She added a 4th sphere. The pattern wavered. A spear of darkness came directly toward her face. Seraphine ducked. The spear struck the central wardstone and split into shadow birds. They filled the ring, screaming. The volunteers panicked. Seraphine's spheres began to fall. Center, Mevrian called. Seraphine knew the lesson. Find a fixed point. Build the orbit. She looked for Valor. He stood beyond the ring, unable to enter without invalidating the test. Their eyes met. He placed one hand over the royal crest on his chest. Use me. Seraphine fixed her attention on him. The spheres steadied. But the volunteers were not around Valor. They were around her. She understood. The anchor did not need to be a person. It needed to be a decision. Protect them. She became the center. 6 spheres rose around her. They did not form a dome. They moved. One intercepted the cold and turned white with frost. One absorbed darkness, deepening to purple. 2 spun around the volunteers, knocking illusion birds apart without touching anyone. The last 2 hovered above the wardstones and drew loose magic into themselves. The attacks intensified. Seraphine widened the orbit. The spheres moved faster, creating a living wall that adjusted to each strike. Where a dome would have cracked, the orbit shifted. Where darkness gathered, a purple sphere swallowed it. Where wind entered, a silver sphere compressed it into harmless spirals that lifted hats and nothing else. One elderly volunteer's hat landed on Varric. The square laughed. Varric threw it aside. Increase the attack. Caldrissa rose. The agreed limit has been reached. Sit down. No. Lucivar looked at her in surprise. Caldrissa stepped into the open. The test measures protection. She has protected them. Continuing would measure how much harm the council is willing to risk to avoid admitting it. Varric's expression hardened. Your family lands depend on council review. The threat was clear. Caldrissa went pale but did not sit. Seraphine saw it while holding the orbit. For one dangerous instant, anger pulled every sphere toward Varric. She controlled them. Strength was not wrong, careless harm was. Her mother's lesson had never applied only to fists. End the trial, Seraphine said. Varric ignored her. Continue. Valor entered the ring. The attacking witches stopped at once. The trial is ended, he said. Varric stood. Then she fails. Every sphere in the square turned toward him. Seraphine had not commanded them to attack. They simply hovered in a perfect line, heavy enough to crush stone and controlled enough to leave the old man untouched. She walked between them. No, she said, I completed the task. The volunteers are safe. Caldrissa prevented you from changing the task into cruelty. Varric glanced at the spheres. Is that a threat? It is a demonstration of restraint. You seem to require visual lessons. The volunteers began applauding. The applause spread into the crowd. One by one, the council witches lowered their hands. Duvrin announced the result before Varric could speak. Protection trial completed. No injuries. All attacks contained. Fenella added, 1 hat displaced. It has been recovered. Valor looked at Caldrissa. Your family's debts will be reviewed by the crown, not used by the council as a leash. Caldrissa's chin trembled. She bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thanks, Seraphine. She insisted your apology be judged separately from your usefulness. I am attempting to learn from her. Seraphine blinked. He had listened to a conversation he had not been part of and drawn the right lesson without claiming credit. Her heart, which had spent years serving a prettier but smaller dream, moved toward him with alarming ease. The third trial was judgment. At midnight, Seraphine stood before the 12-pack representatives in the Great Hall. No obstacle course waited. No spell attacked her. Instead, Varric presented a dispute. Two northern villages shared a moonstone bridge. One village had repaired it after storms. The other had refused to pay, claiming poverty. The council proposed closing the bridge to the poorer village until the debt was paid. Seraphine listened to both village leaders. The first spoke of labor and fairness. The second admitted his village could not pay because the failing wards had ruined their winter crops. Varric asked, "What is your judgment?" Seraphine looked at the map. Who owns the quarry that supplies repair stone? The crown, Dovrin said. Who collected road taxes while the wards were failing? Varric's mouth tightened. The regional council. Then the regional council will return the taxes collected for protection it did not provide. The poorer village will contribute labor rather than coin. The wealthier village will be reimbursed for half its materials from the restored taxes. The bridge stays open. The first leader frowned. Why should we accept labor from people who refused before? Seraphine faced him. Because they did not refuse. They lacked coin after a magical failure the council concealed. You deserve repayment. They deserve access to the healer across the river. Fairness is not achieved by making the weaker village suffer until your anger feels balanced. The second leader bowed his head. Varric said, "You would burden the council for a natural ward failure?" We do not yet know it was natural. We do know the council collected payment while protection weakened. Power receives responsibility with its privileges. Valar watched her from the black throne. Lucifer watched from below it. One looked proud. The other looked as if he had discovered the future he discarded had become visible only after it no longer belonged to him. The pack representatives voted. 10 supported Seraphine's judgment. 1 abstained. Varric voted against. The Luna trials were complete. The hall erupted. Mavrian reached Seraphine first and pulled her into a fierce embrace. You did not throw Varric. I considered it. Excellent judgment. Fenella joined them. His expression was better than throwing him. Caldrissa approached more carefully. You defended my family after I stood beside Lucifer. I defended you from blackmail, Seraphine said. Do not make me regret the distinction. Caldrissa's eyes filled. I will not. Lucifer waited until the women moved aside. You were magnificent, he said. The words once would have meant everything. Now they arrived after the proof. Thank you, Seraphine said. He looked at the royal cloak around her shoulders. Valar had not placed it there tonight. She had chosen to wear it. I would have supported you, Lucifer said, if I had understood. My mother explained. I explained. You did understand. You did not believe. There is a difference. Not to the person standing alone. He lowered his voice. Do you love him? Seraphine looked toward Valar. The king was speaking with village leaders. He had removed the crown and held it beneath one arm so an elderly woman could address him without craning her neck. He listened without interruption. His face was still excellent. His character had become inconveniently better. I am learning him, she said. Lucifer flinched. You knew me all your life. I knew the boy I protected. I did not know the man who would deny me. I made one mistake. No, you made one decision in public after many decisions in private. The public one only allowed me to see them. Valar looked up. He did not approach. He gave Seraphine room to finish. Lucifer followed her gaze. He has always taken what he wants. He asked, "A king's request is still pressure. Then why did I feel more choice beside his throne than beside your promise?" Lucifer had no answer. Seraphine touched his sleeve, a final gesture of tenderness for the boy he had been. "I do not regret protecting you, but protection was not a debt you could repay by marrying me, and my love was not permission to hide me when I became inconvenient." She walked away. Valor waited near the Moonstone Arch. "Do you require comfort, solitude, or a heavy object?" he asked. "A dance." He glanced toward the musicians. That was not among the options. Kings should adapt. The solstice music had begun, slow drums beneath strings. Couples moved onto the floor. Seraphine extended her hand. Valor stared at it as though she had offered him a kingdom he did not trust himself to touch. "You are certain?" "No. Courtship would be dull if I were certain of everything." He took her hand. Valor danced with the same controlled strength he brought to battle. He guided without dragging, adjusted when she chose a different step, and never acted surprised by the weight of her hand or the firmness of her balance. Seraphine had danced with Lucifer many times. She had always made herself lighter, quieter, less likely to lead. With Valor, she tested the movement. She turned them sharply. He followed. She reversed direction. He smiled. "Trying to overthrow me?" he asked. "Assessing stability." "Your findings?" "Promising." The dance carried them beneath the central moon window. Silver light crossed his face. Seraphine's attention wandered. "Again?" he murmured. "The lighting is unfair." "To whom?" "My judgment." His hand at her back drew her 1 inch closer. Every layer of clothing remained proper, every movement public, yet the small change sent warmth through her. "Your judgment survived 3 trials," he said. "It may survive my face." "Your confidence is unattractive." "A tragedy. Fortunately, the rest compensates." He laughed softly. At the edge of the floor, Odrin Fenwick lifted a cup in greeting. Valor turned Seraphine so his own broad back blocked the captain from view. She looked up at him. "Was that choreography?" "A traditional royal step." "It resembles jealousy." "You are mistaken." Very quick again. "The music requires decisive answers." Seraphine laughed, and this time the sound did not surprise her. When the dance ended, Valor did not release her hand. "The trials are complete," he said. "The council can no longer challenge my right to court you." "They challenged my fitness, not your right." "I know. I disliked both." "What happens now?" "Now you decide whether the courtship continues." She searched his face. "You would stop if I asked?" "Immediately." "Even after all this?" "Especially after all this. Public support is not a chain." The hall, the music, and the watching court seemed to recede. Seraphine had once mistaken years of history for certainty. Valor offered certainty only in one matter: she could leave. That freedom made her want to stay. "The courtship continues," she said. His thumb moved over her knuckles. "Good. You sound relieved." "Kings are permitted 1 emotion per festival." "Which did you choose?" "You." The answer stole every clever reply. Valor lifted her hand and pressed a restrained kiss to her knuckles. It was not one of the kisses that changed her life. It was the one that made her realize such kisses were approaching. After the festival, Seraphine expected the court to become easier. Instead, it became stranger. Nobles who had ignored her now brought gifts. Witches who had laughed at her training asked whether she would demonstrate sphere magic for their daughters. 3 unmarried alphas sent formal invitations to dinner despite Vaylor's public courtship. Vaylor responded by assigning each man a different royal infrastructure report. "You promised not to frighten them away," Seraphine said when she found the documents on his desk. "I did not frighten them. One has been ordered to inspect sewer gates in February. The city requires functioning sewer gates. You are jealous. I am governing. With suspicious focus." He leaned back in his chair. The royal study was warm with firelight. Maps covered one wall. Reports covered every surface except the chair Seraphine occupied. "Would you prefer I accept their invitations on your behalf?" he asked. "No. Then my approach has produced the desired outcome. I could refuse them myself. You may, after they complete the reports." She threw a cushion at him. He caught it one-handed. "Violence against the crown," he said. "Administrative correction. I will need a committee." She crossed the room to retrieve the cushion. Vaylor stood at the same time. They reached it together. His hand closed over hers. Neither moved. Seraphine was suddenly aware of the quiet room, the fire, and the way his coat stretched across his shoulders when he bent. Vaylor noticed her attention. "You have seen my shoulders before. They remain consistent. I appreciate reliability. A rare quality in men with pretty faces?" The reference to Lucivar was light, but she heard the question beneath it. "Lucivar's face was never the problem," she said. "I liked it honestly. I liked protecting him. I liked being needed." Vaylor's fingers tightened slightly around hers. "And now?" "Now I am learning that being needed can hide whether one is valued." He straightened, bringing her with him. They stood close, hands still joined around the cushion. "I do not need you to protect my face," he said. "It would be wasteful to let anything happen to it. I need your judgment in the Ward investigation. I value your strength. I want your company. None of those conditions obligates you to love me." Seraphine's breath caught. "You say dangerous things very calmly. I have practice. What do you want from me now?" His gaze moved to her mouth and returned to her eyes. "Permission." The word contained no pressure. Seraphine understood what he was asking. Her first instinct was to think of Lucivar. The memory came, but it did not command her. She remembered a forehead kiss beneath a bell tower, a pearl clasp, and years of hope. She honored the memory by refusing to pretend it had never existed. Then she looked at the man before her. "You may kiss me," she said. Vaylor released the cushion and touched her face with one hand. He moved slowly enough that she could change her mind at any point. She did not. Their first kiss was gentle, closed, and brief. It held no demand for more. It was warm, careful, and startling in its restraint. Vaylor stepped back first, though his hand remained against her cheek. Seraphine opened her eyes. "That was very controlled. You asked for slow." "I did. Do you object?" She considered. "Not to the principle." His eyes warmed. A promising judgment. She rose onto her toes and kissed him once more, equally brief but less cautious. When she stepped back, Vaylor looked as though the entire Northern War had been easier than remaining still. Seraphine picked up the cushion and returned it to the chair. "I have training," she said. "Now?" "Yes." "You kiss a king twice and leave for training?" "My mother says consistency is essential." "Your mother has become my enemy." From the open doorway, Mevrian said, "Only now?" Vaylor closed his eyes. Seraphine began laughing. Her mother entered carrying a sealed black stone. Duvrin found this inside the altered trench. It contains the same corruption as Frostbarrow. Someone placed it there deliberately. The warmth left the room. Vaylor took the stone without touching it directly. Can it be traced? Possibly, but there is more. The corruption carries a council seal. Seraphine looked toward the maps. The weakening wards, the altered trial, the pressure against Caldrissa's family, and Varric's insistence on increasing the magical attack no longer appeared separate. He wanted my spheres to absorb more corruption, she said. Mevrian nodded. The question is why? Vaylor's hand closed around the sealed case. We will ask him. Seraphine shook her head. Not yet. If Varric is working alone, arresting him ends it. If he is not, the others disappear. He endangered you. He endangered volunteers, workers, and the northern packs. That is larger than me. Vaylor's anger remained visible only in the stillness of his body. What do you propose? Seraphine looked at the black speck turning inside her silver sphere. We let him believe I absorbed exactly what he wanted. Then we watch who comes to collect it. The plan required Seraphine to behave as though she had become careless after victory. This was more difficult than expected because half the court already believed carrying a stone wolf through wet grain was a sign of poor judgment. Duvrin built a false containment sphere around a fragment of harmless shadow glass. Mevrian layered it with Seraphine's magical signature. Fenella altered the royal vault records to show that the corrupted sphere from Frostbarrow had been moved into the Moon Archive for private study. Vaylor assigned guards who understood they were supposed to be seen avoiding the North Corridor at midnight. They are terrible actors, Seraphine whispered from behind a library screen. One guard walked past the corridor and announced loudly, I certainly hope no criminal notices that the Moon Archive is unguarded. Vaylor stood behind her, close enough that his breath stirred a loose strand of hair. I selected them for loyalty, not subtlety. Subtle men often become ministers. You dislike ministers. I dislike most collections of men seated around a long table. She looked back at him. That sounds difficult for a king. It is why I attend meetings armed. They waited. The palace settled into winter silence. Outside, snow pressed white against the windows. Inside the Moon Archive, the decoy sphere glowed within a glass case. A thread of false corruption turned at its center. Near midnight, the North Corridor door opened. A figure in a council robe entered. Seraphine recognized Varric's assistant, the same narrow young man who had operated the grain ropes during the strength trial. He carried a bronze key and a folded black cloth. He moved directly to the case. Vaylor signaled the guards. Before they could enter, the assistant placed the cloth over the sphere and spoke a phrase in the old ward language. The archive floor lit with black lines. That is not part of our trap, Seraphine said. The lines raced beneath the screen. Vaylor seized her around the waist and threw them both aside as the floor opened. They fell into darkness. Seraphine struck stone, rolled, and landed against Vaylor's armored side. The impact drove the air from her lungs but caused no sharp pain. Above them, the opening sealed. A purple flame rose along the walls. They were in an old ritual chamber beneath the archive. Varric stood across from them. He no longer looked like a tired council elder. His formal robe had been removed, revealing black ward plates sewn over his coat. 6 corrupted stones floated around him, each pulsing in time with the weakening northern lines. The young assistant lay unconscious near the stair. Varric had apparently used him to trigger the mechanism, then discarded him. Your Majesty, Varric said, you were not supposed to enter with her. Vaylor rose and placed himself at Seraphine's side. Your disappointments have become a public service. Seraphine pushed to her feet. You altered the trench. Yes. You corrupted Frostbarrow. One of several necessary wounds. Necessary for what? Varric looked at her with something worse than hatred. He looked with ownership. The Crown has controlled the Moon Wards for 400 years. Kings decide which territories receive stone, soldiers, and repair funds. Councils advise and are ignored. I intended to create failures severe enough that the Pax would grant emergency control to us. Vaylor's voice was cold. You would destroy villages to increase committee authority. Temporary hardship. Workers nearly died. They did not. Seraphine stepped forward. Because we arrived. Because you arrived, Varric corrected. Mevrian's daughter, carrying the only magic capable of compressing corruption without dispersing it. I believed your mother exaggerated. Then I saw your first sphere. The 6 stones turned toward Seraphine. Her magic answered painfully. Silver light gathered beneath her skin. Varric smiled. Every knot you absorb makes your core more useful. Tonight, you will draw the capital's corruption into one sphere. I will remove it, bind it to the council seal, and present myself as the man who restored the wards. And if the sphere crushes you? Seraphine asked. It will obey the seal. My magic does not obey seals. All magic obeys structure. Mine threw the king into a curtain. Vaylor glanced at her. An important precedent. Varric's expression sharpened. You mistake disorder for freedom. Your strength, your spheres, your public insolence, all of it exists because your mother refused to discipline you into a proper witch. Seraphine felt anger rise. Not because he insulted her. She had heard worse from better people. Because he spoke of Mevrian's love as failure. My mother taught me control, she said. She simply did not teach me obedience to cowards. Varric raised one hand. The corrupted stones struck. Vaylor shifted before Seraphine could move. Black-silver wolf power spread from him in a curved shield. The first wave broke against it, driving him back one step. Seraphine called her spheres. Nothing came. The ritual chamber walls were lined with iron channels that dragged her magic downward. Silver light formed at her palms and sank into the floor. Varric laughed. Without your little moons, you are only a strong woman in a locked room. Seraphine looked at the stone ceiling. That is still an unfortunate room to share with me. She seized the nearest iron channel and pulled. The metal tore from the floor with a scream. The corrupted stones wavered. Vaylor drove forward through the next attack, using his shield to force Varric away from the central seal. Seraphine ripped out a second channel and swung it into the third, breaking the pattern. Magic rushed back into her hands. A sphere formed instantly. It was larger than her head and red gold with anger. Varric's smile vanished. Seraphine threw it at the ceiling, not at him. The sphere struck the sealed opening. Stone cracked. Snow and moonlight poured through. Royal guards shouted above. Varric turned toward the stair. Vaylor caught him by the front of his coat and slammed him against a pillar without drawing blood. You endangered my kingdom. Varric's hand closed around a black stone hidden beneath his collar. Seraphine saw the movement. Vaylor, down. The king obeyed without hesitation. Seraphine's second sphere crossed the chamber and struck Varric's wrist. The stone flew free. Fenella, leaning through the broken opening above, dropped a map net over it. I brought equipment, she called. Dovrin appeared beside her. You brought my best map net. The kingdom is in danger. That is when one labels borrowed equipment. Even Varric looked offended by their priorities. Guards descended and bound him with silver chains. The young assistant regained consciousness and immediately began confessing. Varric had threatened his family and promised promotion. He knew the locations of 3 hidden corruption chambers beneath the capital. Vaylor ordered teams to secure them. Seraphine studied the 6 floating stones. Their pulse had not stopped. He already connected them, she said. Dovrin climbed down. Connected them to what? Varric smiled from the chains. A deep bell sounded beneath the city. Not the royal bell, not a temple bell. the old moon warning. Once. Twice. Then all 12 ward lines on Fenella's map turned black. Varric lifted his chin. To everything. Vaylor's hand tightened on the chain. How do we stop it? You do not. The capital will draw every damaged line inward. By dawn, the moon well will open into a void. Dovrin went pale. If the central well collapses, every pack ward falls with it. Release me, Varric said, and I will guide the council seal. Seraphine walked close enough that he had to look up at her. You built the system around my magic. Around the magic you cannot control. Then you should have spent less time mocking how I use it. She turned to Vaylor. Take him to the public court. Keep him alive. People need to hear what he did from his own mouth. Where are you going? To the Moonwell. Then I am going with you. The city needs its king. The city needs its wards. Vaylor. He stepped close, anger and fear finally visible beneath his control. Do not ask me to watch from safety. Seraphine remembered Frostbarrow. She nodded. Beside me then, not in front. Beside you. They reached Mooncourt Square as the first cracks opened in the sky. Black lines spread across the winter clouds, converging above the central well. The moon disappeared behind a turning circle of darkness. Across the city, wolf howls rose as pack bonds weakened. People flooded into the streets. Vaylor climbed the well steps and issued orders. Guards opened the palace shelters. Witches raised temporary barriers around homes. Pack leaders moved civilians away from the square. Lucivar arrived in partial armor, Caldrissa beside him. The southern ward is failing, he said. What do you need? Vaylor looked at Seraphine. She appreciated that. He did not decide her plan for her. Caldrissa, take every flame witch to the eastern roofs, Seraphine said. Do not attack the darkness. Light the streets so people can move safely. Caldrissa nodded. Done. Lucivar, the old bell tunnels connect to the outer packs. You know them better than anyone. Get the children and elders into the stone shelters. Lucivar hesitated. I can fight here. I know. I need you there. He looked as if he wanted to argue, then recognized the trust hidden inside the task. I will do it, he said. He ran. Mevrienne reached the well with Dovrin and Fenella. Her braid had come loose, silver-streaked hair whipping in the wind. The corruption is gathering below the city, she said. Your spheres can contain it, but not one at a time. How many? As many as you can create. I can control 6. You controlled 6 in a trial designed by ordinary witches. This is your shape, Seraphine. Stop measuring it with our limits. Her mother placed both hands around Seraphine's face. I told you when you were 7 that your magic was real. I believed you. Believe me once more. You are ready to discover what it wants to become. The ground shook. A section of the well wall exploded outward. Vaylor turned, shielding Seraphine and Mevrienne from stone with his armored body. Seraphine raised one hand. A gold sphere formed between them, catching the falling debris in midair. Gold. Not silver blue. Protection had changed its nature. Seraphine looked up at the dark sky. The spheres need different purposes, she said. One kind cannot hold everything. Dovrin opened his notes. Frostbarrow separated corruption from the ward. The trial spheres redirected force. Fenella unrolled her largest map across the ground. The city has 12 ward towers. If you place a sphere over each tower, they can form an outer orbit. Mavrienne pointed to the moon well, and a central sphere here to draw the corruption. 13, Seraphine said. Vaylor stood at her shoulder. You can do it. She looked at him. You do not know that. No, I know you will try, and I know you will not try alone. The black circle in the sky widened. Seraphine planted her ironwood staff against the stone. She found the center. Not Valor, not herself. The city. The people moving through lit streets. The quarry workers in the north. The villages sharing one bridge. Her mother, who had believed before there was proof. Fenella arguing with maps. Caldrissa choosing courage after choosing badly. Lucivar guiding children through tunnels he once used to hide from bullies. Valor beside her, strong enough not to fear her strength. Protect them. A gold sphere rose over the first ward tower. Then a second. Seraphine's knees shook. Valor placed one hand at her waist. Mavrienne placed a hand between her shoulders. A third sphere formed. Across the square, witches joined hands. Dovrin called tower positions. Fenella adjusted angles on the map. 4, 5, 6. Each sphere floated above a different tower, bright enough to turn night into pale dawn. The void pulled harder. Seraphine tasted iron and cold. Her magic wanted to collapse inward. She remembered every broken wand, every laugh, every child who had said she was not a real witch because her power refused to move like theirs. She stopped asking it to move like theirs. 7 spheres became 8. 8 became 10. The city disappeared behind light. At the eastern roofs, Caldrissa's flame witches raised lines of gold fire that marked safe roads. At the bell tunnels, Lucivar's voice carried orders through the stone. The 11th sphere formed above the southern tower. The 12th rose over the palace. The outer orbit was complete. Now the central sphere. Black magic surged from every street crack toward the moon well. Seraphine drew it upward. The central sphere appeared as a tiny purple point. It grew. And grew. The weight drove Seraphine to one knee. Valor went down with her, arm locked around her middle. Stay with me. I am here. Tell me what you see. Your face. Seraphine. It is still distracting. His grip tightened. Then keep looking. She laughed once breathlessly, and the fear loosened. The purple sphere rose above the well, swallowing corruption in dark rivers. It grew larger than the palace dome. The outer gold spheres began to spin. A crown of moons formed above the capital. People stopped in the streets to stare. The void in the clouds pulled against the central sphere. For a moment, both remained suspended, equal forces tearing at the city between them. Seraphine could not hold. Her arms fell. The central sphere dropped 10 feet. Valor's wolf power erupted around them, black, silver, and immense. He did not take control of the sphere. He formed a living shield around Seraphine, absorbing the wind and flying stones so she could concentrate. Mavrienne began an old moon chant. The witches joined her. Dovrin and Fenella anchored the tower map with iron weights. Lucivar returned from the tunnels with the last group of civilians and took position at the southern ward stone. Caldrissa came from the roofs and added a ring of flame beneath the central sphere. Everyone had a role. The choice remained Seraphine's. She stood. Veyric wanted one sphere he could own, she said through clenched teeth. He should have planned for 13 that belonged to no one. She lifted both hands. The gold spheres accelerated. The purple sphere rose. It entered the black circle in the clouds. For one terrible second, darkness covered everything. Then the sphere compressed. The void folded inward around its center, shrinking from a storm to a tower, from a tower to a shield, from a shield to a plum-sized point of purple light. Seraphine closed her fist. The point vanished. Moonlight returned. The 12 gold spheres remained above the city, turning slowly like a crown. Silence spread across the capital. Then the wolves began to howl. Not in fear, in recognition. The sound rose from every street and tower, deep enough to shake snow from the roofs. Seraphine stood at the center of it, held upright by Valor's arm and her mother's hand. "You did it," Mevrian whispered. Seraphine looked at the moon crown above them. "We did it." "No," her mother said. "We helped. You created something none of us knew how to imagine." Seraphine's vision blurred. She turned toward Valor. His armor was dusted white with powdered stone. A crack crossed one shoulder plate. His face, unfairly, remained perfect. "The face survived," she said. "Your priorities honor me." Her knees gave way. He lifted her into his arms. Seraphine had carried Lucivar countless times. She had never understood how strange it felt to be carried by someone who knew she could walk and chose to ease the burden anyway. "I can stand," she murmured. "I know. People are watching. They watched you carry my brother. Balance must be restored." She rested her head against his shoulder. "You are very broad. You have mentioned it. I was correct each time. Rest, witch." That sounded possessive. It was a medical order. She smiled and closed her eyes. When Seraphine woke, sunlight filled a palace chamber. Her mother slept in a chair near the window with a book open on her lap. Fenella lay across a couch under 3 maps. Valor stood at the foot of the bed, speaking quietly with Dovrin. Seraphine opened her eyes and said, "You are all terrible at guarding unconscious people." Mavrian woke instantly. "You slept for 14 hours. Then I was excellent at being unconscious." Fenella sat up, maps sliding to the floor. "The wards are stable, better than stable. Your gold spheres dissolved at dawn, but each left a rotating core above the towers. Dovrin says the network can now isolate damage instead of spreading it." Dovrin looked offended. "I said the evidence suggests that scholars do not announce certainty before breakfast." Vyler came to the bedside. He had changed into a black, high-collared tunic, but the crack in his shoulder armor had left a dark bruise near his collar. Seraphine frowned. "You were hurt." "A stone object struck me. I have experience with those around you." She reached for him. He sat beside her. Her fingers touched the bruise through the fabric. "You should have told me. You were holding the sky together." "That is not an excuse." It seemed persuasive at the time. Mevrian stood. "Fenella, Dovrin, come with me." Fenella gathered 1 map. "Why?" "Because my daughter is about to either kiss the king or scold him. Both deserve privacy." "Mother." "The door remains open." They left. Valor looked at Seraphine. "Which did you choose?" "Both." She gripped the front of his tunic and pulled him close. Their third kiss was not cautious, but it remained tender and brief. It carried relief, gratitude, and the clear choice of 2 people who had survived danger without mistaking danger for love. When Seraphine released him, Valor rested his forehead against hers. "You pulled a king by his clothing," he said. "You were too far away." A sound legal defense. "Now the scolding. You do not hide injuries from me." "Agreed." "And you do not stand in front when we agreed on beside." The wall exploded. "Walls are not known for respecting agreements. You should compensate." "How?" She looked toward the breakfast tray. "Bring that closer." Valor obeyed. "Courtship has become demanding," he said. "You claimed a hungry witch in public. The risks were obvious." Varric's trial began 2 days later. Valor could have held it behind closed doors. Seraphine insisted on the Great Hall. The same packs that watched her rejection deserved to hear how their wards had been endangered. The quarry workers sent written testimony. The village leaders described lost crops. Caldrissa produced the debt contracts Varric had used to control her family. The young assistant testified under protection. Varric denied nothing. He argued that the council deserved greater power and that temporary suffering would have produced necessary reform. Seraphine stood before him in a dark blue gown, her ironwood staff in one hand and a small gold sphere hovering above the other. "You are strong," Varric told her, "because I forced you to become strong." The hall reacted with disgust. Seraphine did not. "No," she said, "my mother taught me. I trained. My friends helped. The king stood beside me. The workers at Frostbarrow trusted me. Caldrissa chose to speak. Lucivar carried people to safety. You created harm. Do not steal credit for what others built while repairing it." Varric's face finally changed. He had expected hatred. He had not expected to be made irrelevant. The council voted unanimously to strip him of rank and property. Because his plan had knowingly risked thousands of lives and included treason against the crown, the royal judges sentenced him to death under kingdom law. No punishment was carried out in public. His seized estates were divided among the damaged northern villages and the capital shelters. The assistants who had acted under threat received labor sentences repairing the wards they had helped damage. Those who had volunteered for the conspiracy lost titles and wealth. Caldrissa's family lands were restored only after an independent review. She did not return to Lucivar's side. Instead, she accepted a position leading the capital's emergency flame wardens. "I do not expect friendship," she told Seraphine after the trial, "but I would like the chance to become someone you do not regret defending." Seraphine considered her. "Report to Frostbarrow in spring. Isabet needs flame channels cut through the eastern quarry." Caldrissa looked alarmed. "Is that forgiveness?" "It is labor. Forgiveness may develop while you are carrying stone." "I am not very strong." "You will be." For the first time, Caldrissa smiled without calculation. "Fair." Lucivar requested a private meeting a week later. Seraphine agreed to meet him in the old Bell courtyard, where he had once fastened his grandmother's pearl clasp at her throat. Winter sunlight lay across the stones. The fountain she had repaired as a child still stood in the corner. One carved wolf leaned slightly because 11-year-old Seraphine had refused to wait for a mason. Lucivar arrived without royal colors. He looked as handsome as ever. Seraphine noticed because honesty did not require blindness. She simply no longer confused beauty with safety. "The southern children reached the shelter," he said. "All of them." "I heard. You did well." He looked down. "I kept thinking of the blizzard when you carried me to the healers. You complained the entire way." "My boots were wet." "You were unconscious for half of it and still complained." A faint smile appeared, then vanished. "I loved you." Seraphine's chest tightened, but the pain no longer controlled her breathing. "I know. Part of me still does." "I know that too." "Then how can you choose him so quickly?" She looked at the leaning stone wolf. "I did not choose him in one morning. I accepted the chance to know him. Then he kept making choices that allowed love to grow. I could do that now." "Perhaps you can, for someone else." Lucivar closed his eyes. "I was afraid. The council said the southern packs would never accept you. They said your failures would become mine. Caldrissa's magic was visible, easy. I understand why you were afraid." Hope entered his face. Seraphine continued, "Understanding is not returning." The hope disappeared. "Was everything between us worthless?" he asked. "No, that is why it hurt." She stepped closer and placed the crooked stone wolf charm she had made for him as a child into his hand. He had returned it after the ceremony, but she had carried it since. "You were my first love," she said. "I do not need to make you a monster in order to leave you. You were kind many times. You were brave many times. You also abandoned me when choosing me required courage. All of those things are true." His fingers closed around the charm. "I am sorry," he whispered. "I believe you. Will you forgive me?" One day, perhaps completely. Today, enough to hope you become better, not enough to become yours. Tears shone in his gray eyes. Seraphine's old instinct urged her to hold him until he stopped hurting. She did not obey it. Compassion did not require resuming the role that had emptied her. Lucifer drew a slow breath. He has loved you a long time. He told you? He did not need to. He looked at you that way even when we were young. I thought he was watching me. Seraphine laughed softly. You have always been very confident about your face. You encouraged it. That was one of my mistakes. He laughed too, though tears remained. They parted without bitterness, but not without consequence. Lucifer left for the Southern Territories the next morning. He remained Alpha, but the council stripped away the special succession advantage he had pursued. He would have to earn his people's trust without borrowing Seraphine's strength or Caldrissa's magic. Seraphine watched his carriage leave from the palace wall. Valor joined her but said nothing. He apologized, she said. Did it help? Yes, it also hurt. Both can be true. She looked at him. You have been speaking to my mother. She provides excellent instruction and terrifying tea. Were you worried I would choose him? Yes. The immediate answer surprised her. You admitted jealousy. I admitted fear. They are related, but not identical. What would you have done? Accepted your choice, hated it privately, assigned him every bridge in the kingdom. Seraphine laughed and leaned against his side. His arm came around her shoulders. I did not choose him, she said. I noticed. Do not become smug. The crown remains responsible. Before spring reached the capital, Seraphine returned with Mavrian to the Bramblevane house for the first time since the rejection. The house stood at the edge of the old Coven district, built from dark stone and thick oak beams. Its kitchen ceiling still carried a round dent from Seraphine's first attempt at a levitation spell. The spell had not lifted the apple she was aiming at. It had condensed into a heavy sphere beneath the table and launched the table upward instead. Mavrian had never repaired the dent. It is educational, she always said. Vyler insisted on accompanying them with only 4 guards. He said the weakened wards still required caution. Seraphine suspected he also wanted to inspect the place where she had grown up. He entered the kitchen and looked at the ceiling. Your magic had ambition, he said. The table had poor balance. You blamed the furniture at 8? Mother taught me to examine all possible causes. Mavrian set a kettle over the fire. She also blamed the floor, the apple, and the season. Winter magic behaves differently, Seraphine said. It was summer. Valor removed his cloak and hung it from the old iron hook. The hook bent. Seraphine caught the cloak before it fell. The king is too heavy for the house, she said. The cloak contains armor plates. An excuse. A documented fact. Mavrian handed him a hammer. Then document a stronger hook. The Alpha King of 12 Packs spent the next half hour repairing the kitchen wall while Seraphine made tea. 2 of the guards stood outside the window trying not to look entertained. Valor drove the final iron brace into place. Your mother gives orders as if she owns the crown. She does not need the crown, Seraphine said. People obey because they value continued breathing. Mavrian poured the tea. Correct. A knock came at the front door. 3 adults waited outside, a broad-shouldered miller named Petavar, his sister Lyrienne, and a red-haired blacksmith called Hadric. Seraphine recognized them immediately. As children, they had been the most persistent members of the group who mocked Lucifer and later mocked her failed magic. Petavar had once put Lucifer into a feed barrel. Seraphine had put Petavar through the side of that barrel. He looked at Valor behind her and nearly forgot how to speak. Lady Seraphine, he began, Your Majesty, Great Witch. Mevrienne folded her arms. You may choose fewer titles and reach the purpose faster. Lyrienne held out a covered basket. We came to apologize. Seraphine looked at the basket. Is the apology baked? Partly. Promising. Come inside. They sat around the old kitchen table, which had been reinforced so many times that it contained more iron than wood. Petavar placed both hands around his cup. When the moon crown appeared over the city, he said, my youngest daughter asked whether the witch who made it was the same girl I used to call an empty wand. Seraphine waited. I told her yes. She asked why I had called you, that if your magic was only different. I did not have an answer that made me look decent. That does limit the available answers, Vaylor said. Petavar swallowed. Seraphine touched Vaylor's knee beneath the table, a silent request to allow the conversation to continue without royal pressure. The king leaned back. Lyrienne spoke next. We did not believe your mother. We thought she was protecting you because she was famous and proud. Every time you explained, we laughed harder. I remember, Seraphine said. Then you stopped explaining and started challenging people in the yard. Also true. Hadrick rubbed one shoulder as if an old memory still ached. You threw me into a hedge. You cut my training rope. I did. The hedge was fair. Petavar looked toward Mavrienne. You always stood behind her. We told ourselves you encouraged violence. Mavrienne's eyes cooled. I encouraged consequences. Seraphine received them when she began a fight. So did anyone who began one with her. You disliked the second part. Yes, he admitted. The direct answer softened something in the room. Seraphine opened the basket. Inside were moon-shaped cakes, one of them flattened on one side. Why is this one damaged? She asked. Lyrienne looked embarrassed. My daughter tried to make it float. It struck the wall. Seraphine smiled. Does she want help? After the way I treated you? Your daughter did not treat me any way. Lyrienne's eyes filled. She is 10. Her magic makes square flames. The academy teachers keep telling her fire should rise in points, not corners. She has begun hiding her hands. Seraphine set down the cake. The apology mattered. The child mattered more. Bring her to the new school when it opens, she said, and tell her not to flatten the corners before I see them. Lyrienne covered her mouth. Petavar said, You forgive us? I accept that you are ashamed and trying to change. Forgiveness is not a gate that opens once. It is more like rebuilding this table. Many braces, repeated work. Vaylor examined the table. This object has survived admirably. It learned after the ceiling incident, Seraphine said. Hadrick pushed the basket closer. There are 12 cakes. That is an excellent first brace. They stayed until the tea was gone. Before leaving, Petavar offered to supply timber for the ward school. Hadrick promised iron sphere cradles at cost. Lyrienne wrote her daughter's name on a scrap of paper and gave it to Seraphine as carefully as if she were handing over a treasure. When the door closed, Seraphine remained beside it. Are you well? Vaylor asked. I thought an apology would make the old years disappear. Mevrienne came to her side. Did Lucivar's apology make your love disappear? No. Then why would theirs erase pain? An apology does not rewrite memory. It changes what may be built after it. Seraphine leaned her head against her mother's shoulder, as she had done after childhood fights. You never doubted me, she said. I doubted your explanations for broken household objects. Not my magic. Never your magic. Vaylor stood nearby, giving them space without leaving. Seraphine reached one hand toward him. He took it and stepped closer, forming a small circle in the old kitchen. Mother, daughter, and the man who had not replaced the first person who believed in her, but had joined her. That evening, snow trapped them at the Bramblevane house. The royal guards occupied the front room. Valor was given the narrow guest bed upstairs. Seraphine slept in her childhood room across the hall, where old training diagrams covered the walls. After midnight, she woke to a crash. She seized a wooden practice staff and opened the door. Valor stood in the corridor holding one half of the guest bed frame. The other half had collapsed beneath the mattress. They stared at each other. "The king is too heavy for the house," Seraphine said. The frame was old. A documented excuse. Mevrian opened her door, took in the broken bed, and sighed. "Now I understand why you two suit each other." "I did not break it intentionally," Valor said. Neither did she, most of the time. They moved the mattress to the floor. Seraphine lifted one end while Valor took the other. "I can carry it," he said. "I know." "Then why are you helping?" She recognized the echo of his own words at Frostbarrow. "Because you are carrying it." His gaze warmed. Mevrian pointed toward the guest room. "Continue that emotional exchange inside. Some of us value sleep." Seraphine laughed and helped settle the mattress. At the doorway, Valor touched her wrist. "Stay one moment. The door remains open." She stayed. Moonlight entered through the small window, silvering the plain room. Without armor, crown, or court, Valor looked younger. Still formidable, but not distant. "This house explains you," he said. "The broken ceiling? The reinforced table, the repaired fountain outside, your mother's refusal to replace evidence of failure when it could become evidence of learning." Seraphine looked toward the hall where Mevrian's door had closed. She made it easy to believe her. "No, she made it safe to keep trying. Belief was still your work." That distinction mattered. Seraphine sat on the edge of the mattress. "When people laughed, I knew Mother was right, but sometimes knowing did not stop it from hurting." Valor sat beside her, leaving respectful space. "Confidence is not the absence of pain." "You sound like her again." "She threatens me with tea until I learn." Seraphine smiled. "Were you ever mocked as a child?" "Not often. I was large early." "Of course you were." "I was feared instead. My father praised that. He believed a king should be difficult to love and impossible to challenge." "Do you?" "No. Fear can enforce silence. It cannot create loyalty." She studied his face in the moonlight. "Was that why you stayed away when I chose Lucivar?" "Partly. I did not want my rank to turn interest into pressure. Partly, I believed you loved him well and that he would eventually deserve it." "You were wrong." "Painfully." "For me." "For both of us, though not equally." He did not center himself in her wound. He simply admitted that watching had cost him something. Seraphine shifted closer until their shoulders touched. "I am glad you came home when you did," she said. "So am I. I am also glad I carried Lucivar outside before you intervened. I would never have denied you that pleasure." "Good. It was important to my healing." Valor turned his hand palm up between them. Seraphine laid hers over it. They sat quietly until the house stopped creaking in the wind. When she rose to leave, he brought her knuckles to his lips. "Good night, Seraphine." "Good night, Valor. Try not to break the floor." "The floor appears strong." That is what the bed believed. The next morning, Mevrian made Valor repair the frame before breakfast. The Alpha King worked with hammer and iron braces while Seraphine ate 2 apology cakes and offered unhelpful advice. For once, no one in the house needed her to lift the burden. She chose to help anyway. Spring came slowly to the capital. Seraphine spent the last winter months building a new ward school with Mevrian, Dovran, and Fenella. The school did not teach other witches to copy sphere magic. No one else possessed the same dense core. It taught them to identify the natural shape of their power before forcing it into traditional forms. Children who had been called slow, strange, or unpromising came from every pack. Seraphine trained them in the mornings and refused to spend every afternoon working. Valor insisted on this with unusual firmness. "You saved the kingdom," he said. "You are allowed to eat cakes in the garden." "Is that a royal order?" "Yes." Tyranny at last. History will understand. She learned to enjoy the life she had once postponed while waiting for Lucivar's promise. She attended winter plays, chose gowns with reinforced pockets for small spheres, and allowed the palace cooks to create a dessert shaped like the moon crown. The first attempt collapsed through the serving tray. The second was made of lighter cake. At Frostbarrow, Caldrisa spent 6 weeks cutting flame channels and developed strong arms, a practical temper, and an unexpected friendship with Isabet. Captain Odrin sent Seraphine a formal report stating that all bridges had been counted twice and remained jealous-proof. Valor reassigned him to no further infrastructure. "Growth," Seraphine praised. "Administrative completion," Valor corrected. Fenella became deputy wardmaster. She labeled every map net after Dovrin threatened to lock the supply cabinet. Mevrian accepted a seat on the Crown Council only after Seraphine made Valor promise that meetings would contain fewer men at long tables. "How?" he asked. "Shorter tables." He ordered round ones. The kingdom adjusted to the sight of its Alpha King being openly courted by a witch who could carry him. That rumor began after a training accident in which a practice tower collapsed. Valor pushed Seraphine clear, injured his ankle, and attempted to walk back to the palace. She watched him limp for 3 steps. Then she lifted him into her arms. The royal guards looked away with heroic discipline. "Put me down," Valor said. "Inside the palace?" He recognized the question. That detail was not specified. Seraphine carried him across the entire courtyard while servants applauded. Valor endured it with dignity until Odran, visiting from Frostbarrow, called, "Very elegant, King." Valor assigned him one final bridge. At the beginning of summer, the 12-pack leaders returned to the Hall of 12 Moons. This time, there was no trial and no rejection ceremony. The moon crown cores glowed above the city towers. The repaired black throne stood on the dais, though Lucivar's ceremonial chair had been moved permanently to the outer landing as a public bench. Citizens often sat in it to eat chair-shaped bread. Seraphine entered beside her mother. She wore a full, high-collared gown of deep blue velvet reinforced with silver thread. Her thick, dark hair flowed past her hips, braided away from her face and decorated with small moonstone pins. No fragile wand hung at her belt. She carried her ironwood staff, and 3 small spheres moved quietly around her shoulders. Valor waited before the throne in black and silver. He had not announced what he intended to ask. He had requested only that she come willing to make a public choice. The symmetry was not lost on anyone. He descended the dais and stopped before her. "Seraphine Bramblevane," he said, "when my brother rejected you in this hall, I claimed the right to court you. I did not claim your future." The court listened in complete silence. "You have protected this kingdom with strength, magic, judgment, and a refusal to permit fools to remain comfortable. You have stood beside me when I was king, and when I was merely a heavy man near a collapsing quarry." Seraphine's mouth twitched. Valor continued, "I ask you now, before the same packs that once mocked you, whether you choose to become my mate and queen." He held out his hand. Seraphine looked around the hall. Caldrisa stood with the Flame Wardens, wearing practical crimson and smiling. Fenella held a map she had been forbidden to bring to the ceremony. Dovrin stood beside her, pretending not to notice. Odrin represented Frostbarrow. Mavrian watched her daughter with pride and no surprise. Lucivar was not present. His absence did not create a hole in the room. Seraphine looked at Valor. His face remained a remarkable argument. His body, fully clothed in formal black, remained equally persuasive. But those were no longer the reasons her heart moved toward him. She remembered him stepping to her side instead of in front. She remembered his hand anchoring her magic without directing it. She remembered that he had loved her quietly while respecting her choice to love someone else. She remembered that he could carry power without demanding that everyone around him become smaller. "I choose you," she said. The hall erupted. Valor's composure broke into a real smile. Seraphine pointed one finger at him. "With conditions." The hall quieted again. "Naturally," he said. "The ward school remains independent. My mother may criticize the crown without punishment. Fenella receives a larger map budget. Caldrissa's flame wardens answer to emergency law, not noble families. And no man who speaks to me is assigned sewer inspection merely for being handsome." Valor glanced at Odrin. "The last condition is dangerously broad. Accept it." "Very well. They will be assigned bridges instead." Valor: "I accept all conditions." Mevrian called from behind Seraphine, "Add cake in the garden twice a week." Mother: "Queens require rest." Valor nodded solemnly. "The crown agrees." Seraphine looked between them. "This alliance is becoming oppressive." "Do you withdraw?" Valor asked. She stepped closer. "No." He fastened the royal moon clasp at her shoulder. Unlike Lucivar's pearl, it did not signify a future someone else controlled. Valor had asked. She had answered. The three spheres around Seraphine rose and circled them both. Valor lowered his voice. "May I kiss my chosen queen?" "You may kiss the woman who chose you. The title is secondary." He kissed her gently before the entire kingdom. The court cheered. The wolves howled. One of Seraphine's spheres became distracted and rolled down the dais, collecting 6 ceremonial cushions and Counselor Dovrin's shoe before Fenella trapped it beneath a map net. "Label that net," Dovrin shouted. Seraphine began laughing against Valor's shoulder. The ceremony became less dignified from there. It became much happier. Seraphine did not become her mother. She did not become the quiet Luna Lucivar's council had imagined, or the grateful, rejected woman the court expected Valor to rescue. She became the first Moon Core Queen, the creator of the Crown Sphere Wards, a woman strong enough to carry a throne and wise enough to know when not to throw it. Valor remained the most powerful alpha in the kingdom. He protected her fiercely, loved her with restraint and certainty, and continued to deny jealousy while maintaining suspiciously accurate bridge records. Mavrienne continued to defend her daughter, though she no longer needed to stand in front of her. Most often, she stood nearby with tea and legal advice. Lucivar became a better alpha in the south. Regret followed him for years, but he learned not to turn regret into another demand upon Seraphine. He honored what they had been by finally accepting what they would never be again. Caldrissa rebuilt her family lands through work rather than marriage and became one of the kingdom's most trusted emergency wardens. Fenella filled the new school with maps. Odrin counted no more bridges unless the bridges genuinely required it. And on quiet afternoons, when Seraphine sat in the palace garden eating cake under royal order, she sometimes looked across the roses at Valor reading council reports. He always noticed. "Again?" he would ask. The face remains reliable. "And the man?" She would call a small gold sphere into her palm and send it floating toward him. It would settle above his hand, steady and warm. "Also reliable," she would say. Then the Alpha King would leave his reports, come sit beside his queen, and make certain she remembered that a woman did not have to earn love by carrying everyone alone. Sometimes love began with a rescue. Sometimes it began with a choice. And sometimes it began when a heartbroken witch carried the wrong prince outside and finally noticed the right king standing in the doorway. Their private life developed its own pattern. Valor woke before dawn because kings had an unreasonable number of reports. Seraphine woke before dawn because her mother had trained her to believe the day was already judging anyone who remained in bed after sunrise. They met in the small western dining room, where Seraphine ate enough breakfast for 2 soldiers, and Valor pretended not to notice when she stole the best piece of honey bread from his plate. He always placed it there for her. She always pretended to steal it. On quiet evenings, they trained together in the Mooncore chamber. Seraphine's spheres had become more precise. She could build a ring of gold light around Valor without touching his armor, send a silver sphere through a sequence of moving iron gates, and pull a purple sphere back from a curse before it absorbed too much darkness. Valor remained her strongest anchor, though he no longer needed to stand within arm's reach. His presence settled the wolf part of the magic. His voice gave her a direction when the spheres multiplied too quickly. Sometimes, however, he stepped close simply because he liked standing close. Seraphine knew the difference. That one was stable, she told him one night when he placed both hands around her waist from behind. I agree. Then this is not anchoring. No. It is distracting. You have survived worse threats. She leaned back against his armored chest. Not many with shoulders like yours. His mouth touched her temple in a restrained kiss. Continue training, my queen. Cruel men. You married me after a full investigation. The investigation was compromised by your face. I submitted all relevant evidence. The first sign that something had changed came during a spring council meeting. Seraphine was listening to Fenella explain a new system of emergency ward maps when the room tilted slightly to the left. It corrected itself before anyone else appeared to notice. She continued listening. Then the scent of roasted onions from the kitchens reached the chamber. Seraphine had always liked roasted onions. She had once crossed a flooded courtyard to rescue a tray of them. That morning, the smell seemed like a personal insult. Her gold sphere, which had been hovering politely near the ceiling, dropped 6 inches. Fenella stopped speaking. Your Majesty? The onions have betrayed me. Everyone looked toward the doors. Valor rose so quickly his chair struck the wall. Seraphine held up one hand. I am not dying. His eyes had already changed, silver wolf light sharpening through the dark. You do not know that. I know that death usually feels more dramatic. Mavrienne, seated beside Fenella, observed her daughter for several quiet seconds. Then she asked, When did you last eat? At breakfast. How much? The normal amount. Valor said, She left half the honey bread. The chamber became silent. Seraphine looked at him. You noticed that? You have never left honey bread in the 11 years I have observed you. Fenella slowly lowered her map. Dovrin, who had attended to discuss the palace wards, began gathering his instruments as though expecting an explosion. Mavrienne stood. We are ending the meeting. Mother, I became dizzy for one moment. And abandoned honey bread. That sounds serious when everyone repeats it. Valor was already beside her. He did not sweep her into his arms, because she had once warned him that carrying her without need would result in him being carried in return. Instead, he placed a steady hand under her elbow. Walk with me, he said. I can walk alone. I know, walk with me anyway. The royal healer arrived in Seraphine's private chamber with 3 assistants, 2 boxes of instruments, and the terrified expression of a man who had just been told that the Alpha King might judge his breathing. Seraphine sat on the edge of the bed. Valor stood close enough to cast a shadow across the healer's hands. Mavrienne stood on the other side, calmer but no less watchful. Everyone needs to stop looking as though I have been stabbed, Seraphine said. The healer swallowed. No one believes you have been stabbed, Your Majesty. The king does. I believe something has changed, Valor corrected. Your face believes murder. His face did not change. The examination was simple, respectful, and brief. The healer asked questions. Seraphine answered them. Mevrian corrected the date of one missed moon cycle because Seraphine had forgotten it during the reconstruction of a western bridge. Then the healer smiled. Valor became more frightening. "Why are you smiling?" he asked. The healer glanced at Seraphine before addressing them both. "Because the queen is healthy, and because, if the signs continue as expected, the royal family will welcome a child before winter." For one rare moment, Valor Nightcrown did not move. Seraphine stared at the healer. The room seemed to narrow around that one sentence. A child. She had considered children in the distant, sensible manner one considered rebuilding a northern road. She and Valor had spoken about them carefully. They both wanted a family, but neither had treated it as a debt owed to the crown. They had agreed that the kingdom already possessed heirs through several royal branches, and that Seraphine's body would never become a public schedule. Yet now the future had changed quietly inside her, while she argued over timber and stole honey bread. Her hand moved to her abdomen, though there was nothing to feel yet. Vylar lowered himself before her. The Alpha King, who had refused to kneel before 3 invading warlords, went to one knee on the carpet and covered her hand with his. "Are you afraid?" he asked. His voice was low enough that the others could pretend not to hear. Seraphine considered lying. She had never been good at it. "A little." "So am I." She looked at him in surprise. He held her gaze. "I know how to protect a kingdom. I know how to hold a fortress through winter. I do not yet know how to protect someone I cannot see." Mevrian's expression softened. Seraphine curled her fingers around his. "You could begin by not frightening the healer into an early grave." The healer nodded before realizing no one had asked him. Valor glanced over his shoulder. "Was I frightening you?" "No, Your Majesty." "He is lying," Seraphine said. "Poorly," Mevrian added. Valor looked back at Seraphine. The severe line of his mouth finally broke. He pressed his forehead against her knuckles. "A child," he said. Seraphine's eyes burned unexpectedly. "Apparently. Ours. Unless the onions arranged this." He laughed once, a quiet, rough sound that made the healer stare at the floor in astonishment. The news remained private for 6 weeks. This was partly for Seraphine's comfort and partly because Valor developed an immediate, unreasonable interest in removing every sharp corner from the palace. The first carpenter received an order to round the edges of the western staircase. The second was asked whether the council chamber windows were capable of surviving a child who could inherit Seraphine's strength. The third was told to inspect every cradle in the royal storage rooms, even though no cradle had been used there for 20 years. By the time Seraphine discovered the work, 12 tables had been altered, 3 balconies had new railings, and an ancient statue of the first Alpha Queen had been moved because Valor disliked the angle of its stone spear. She found him in the nursery wing speaking to Dovrin about protective runes. The nursery wing had been closed since Valor and Lucivar were children. Dust covers hung from furniture, and faded silver moons decorated the walls. Valor stood in the center with a building plan in his hands. Seraphine leaned against the doorway. Her body had not changed much yet, but exhaustion arrived without permission and vanished just as suddenly. "What are you doing?" Vylar did not appear guilty. "Planning." Dovrin appeared guilty enough for both of them. Seraphine entered and took the plan. It showed 7 layers of defensive wards, 2 emergency exits, a fireproof inner chamber, and a reinforced floor capable of supporting a siege engine. Are we raising a child or storing royal artillery? The possibilities may overlap. Valor, your childhood strength is documented. My mother kept records because the academy kept sending repair bills. At 3 years old, you pulled a gate from its hinge. It was a small gate. Dovrin coughed into his hand. Seraphine turned to him. Was it a small gate? The surviving hinge suggests otherwise. Valor folded his arms. Seraphine looked around the dusty chamber. Beneath the absurd plans, she saw something else. Valor had grown up in these rooms after losing his own mother young. He had never spoken much about the empty nursery, or the way responsibility had settled on him before his shoulders were broad enough to carry it. He was not only preparing for danger, he was trying to build the safety he had once needed. Her irritation softened. She gave the plan back to him. Keep the fireproof chamber. Remove the arrow slits. They are observation openings. They point toward the corridor. A corridor can become hostile. Remove them. Very well. And no guards inside the nursery unless there is an actual threat. Our child will not grow up surrounded by soldiers. Valor's jaw tightened, then eased. Agreed. One more thing. Name it. The cradle will be built by my mother. Dovrin blinked. The Great Witch builds furniture? Mevrian's voice came from behind them. Better than your last apprentice. Dovrin nearly dropped his instruments. Mevrian entered carrying a measuring cord. I built Seraphine's first bed. It survived her. That is the only qualification that matters. Valor handed her the plan without argument. Seraphine watched the two most formidable people in her life bend over the drawing and immediately begin disagreeing about ward geometry. She sat on a covered chest, rested both hands over the secret new life inside her, and laughed until she had to wipe her eyes. As the months passed, Seraphine discovered that pregnancy did not make her fragile, but it did make her body unpredictable. Her strength remained. Some days it increased so sharply that she broke door handles without meaning to. Other days she became tired halfway up a staircase and had to accept Valor's arm without turning it into an argument. Her magic changed most dramatically. The spheres no longer responded only to danger or intention. They responded to the child. A small gold light appeared whenever the baby moved strongly. Silver spheres gathered around Seraphine when she slept, hovering like silent moons above the bed. Once, during a tedious tax hearing, a purple sphere rolled under Counselor Bravain's chair and lifted it 3 inches every time he exaggerated a number. Seraphine claimed she had not done it. Mevrian examined the sphere and agreed. Valor looked toward Seraphine's abdomen with solemn approval. The child has sound judgment. Bravain requested that future hearings take place without magic. The request was denied. The child also reacted to Valor. Whenever he spoke in his command voice, a gold sphere appeared near his shoulder. The first time it happened, he was ordering border guards to stand down after a dispute. The sphere rose from Seraphine's palm, crossed the room, and struck his armor with a soft bell-like sound. Every guard froze. Valor looked down at it. The sphere bumped him again. Seraphine covered her mouth. Is the child attacking me? He asked. Correcting your tone, perhaps. The sphere bumped his chest a 3rd time. Valor lowered his voice. The border guards will return to their posts calmly. The sphere floated back to Seraphine. Vanella wrote the event into the royal ward records under the title First Successful Prenatal Negotiation. Valor ordered her to change it. She added royal objection, noted beneath the title. By late autumn, Seraphine could no longer train with her heavy staff for long periods. She hated the restriction for 3 days, then redesigned the sessions herself. She practiced seated sphere control, built defensive patterns around moving targets, and trained younger witches to direct magic through weighted centers. She also began teaching palace guards how to move around a pregnant woman who could still throw them farther than they expected. Captain Odran visited from Frostbarrow and volunteered for a demonstration. Valor watched from the edge of the training yard with his arms folded. Odran adjusted his padded armor. Your Majesty, I assure you this is educational. I am certain you will learn something. Seraphine placed one hand on Odran's shoulder and one at his belt, lifted him cleanly, and set him on a high practice platform. The guards applauded. Odrin bowed from the platform. Excellent control. Valor said, "Remain there. The bridges are safer at that height." Seraphine laughed so hard that the baby moved, producing 3 gold spheres that circled her head. Valor crossed the yard immediately. "Are you well?" Your jealousy amused the child. I was not jealous. From the platform, Odrin called, "The child appears unconvinced." A gold sphere rose and tapped Valor's shoulder. The entire yard became silent. Seraphine smiled sweetly. The evidence is becoming difficult to suppress. The birth began on the first night of winter, while snow covered the palace roofs and the moon wards shone clean above the capital. There was no battle, no curse, and no assassin. Seraphine had privately expected some catastrophe because important moments in her life rarely occurred without damaged furniture. Instead, there was only pain, time, fear, and the steady presence of people who loved her. Mavrian remained at her left side. The royal healer and 2 experienced midwives guided her with calm instructions. Valor stayed at her right, one hand locked around hers and the other braced against the bed frame whenever her strength tightened. The first bed frame cracked. No one commented. The second had been built by Mavrian. It held. Hours passed. Seraphine endured them with less dignity than she had hoped and more courage than she recognized. She shouted at Valor twice, apologized once, then withdrew the apology because he had deserved the second shout. At one point, he tried to tell her to breathe. She looked at him with such concentrated fury that every candle in the chamber bent away. Mavrian said, "Your Majesty, I recommend silence." Valor obeyed. When fear finally overtook Seraphine, it arrived quietly. She had trained for years to control strength that did not behave like anyone else's. Now her body was performing something ancient and powerful without waiting for her permission. She could not lift the pain away. She could not strike it, argue with it, or compress it into a sphere. "Mother," she whispered. Mavrian leaned close. "What if I cannot do this correctly?" Her mother's hand cupped her face. "There is no performance to pass. You are not being judged. You are bringing your child forward, and you are not alone." Valor bowed his head over Seraphine's hand. "You never have to prove strength to me." The words settled where command could not. Seraphine breathed. She listened to the midwives. She accepted help without treating it as failure. When the next wave came, she did not fight her own body. She moved with it. Near dawn, the room filled with a newborn cry. Every silver ward in the palace flashed gold. A tiny sphere of warm light appeared above the bed. Seraphine collapsed back against the pillows, laughing and crying at once. The midwife placed a wrapped child against her chest. Their daughter had a full crown of dark hair, a furious little face, and one fist clenched beneath her chin as though prepared to file a complaint against the world. Valor stared at her. The Alpha King had faced armies without blinking. Now his eyes shone openly. "She is small," he said. Seraphine laughed weakly. "That is generally how they begin. She has your hair. She has your disapproving expression." The baby opened her eyes. They were dark at first, but a line of silver light passed through them. Valor touched one careful finger to her hand. She gripped it. His entire body went still. "Strong," he whispered. "Do not start measuring her grip before breakfast." I said one word. It was a very ambitious word. Mavrian stood behind him, tears on her face and pride in every line of her posture. Seraphine looked up at her mother. "You were right." "About which thing?" "I was not broken. My magic was only waiting for its own shape." Mavrian bent and kissed her forehead. "I knew that before you could lift a gate." The child released Valor's finger. The gold sphere above the bed drifted toward him and settled against the center of his chest. Valor looked at Seraphine. She has chosen me. She may only like your armor. Your first attraction to me was also poorly disciplined. True, the family has a pattern. They named their daughter Myravra Mavienne Nightcrown. Myravra was an old northern name meaning moon that returns after the storm. Her middle name honored Mevrian without copying it exactly, a decision the grandmother pretended not to find moving. The announcement bells rang at noon. The city celebrated for 3 days. Seraphine slept through most of it. Myrovra grew quickly and loudly. At 6 months, she could sit without support and glare at anyone who attempted to take away a spoon. At 9 months, she crawled toward Valor's crown during a private council and bit one of the silver points. At 11 months, she produced 3 magic spheres while sneezing. 1 turned gold. 1 turned silver. The third became extremely heavy and dropped through a small side table. Dovrin examined the whole. "Dense core," he said. Seraphine folded her arms. "Do not sound pleased. I have spent years studying a unique magical system. Now there are 2. The second one eats paper." Myrovra, seated on Valor's knee, tore a corner from his border report. Valor removed it gently. She has identified weak policy. Dovrin began designing a child-safe sphere chamber. Mevrian rejected the first design because it resembled a prison. Seraphine rejected the second because it contained no reinforced climbing rails. Valor rejected the third because its door opened toward an unguarded corridor. Vanella solved the dispute by drawing a circular playroom with padded walls, low windows, removable training weights, and map murals that changed color when touched. Myrovra entered the finished room at 14 months, immediately ignored every magical feature, and spent an hour trying to move a wooden bench. When she succeeded, Seraphine cheered. Valor moved the bench back. Myrovra moved it again. "She has your persistence," he said. "She has your refusal to accept furniture where someone else placed it." Lucivar met Myravra when she was nearly 2. He arrived from the south for the annual Winter Council. By then, he had governed his territory well for several years, repaired his relationship with Caldrissa into a respectful political friendship, and stopped finding reasons to appear near Seraphine. He requested permission before entering the family wing. Valor read the request twice. Seraphine watched him over the rim of her tea. He is her uncle. He is also a man who once made her mother cry in public. "You once made me cry in private." "When?" "When you ordered the kitchens to limit my coffee during pregnancy." The healer ordered it. "You enforced it with unnecessary efficiency." Valor set the request down. "Do you want him here?" Seraphine considered the question. She no longer felt the old pain when she heard Lucivar's name. The memory remained, but it had become part of her history rather than an open door. "Yes," she said, "for one visit, with us present." Lucivar entered, carrying no elaborate royal gift. He brought a carved wooden puzzle made by southern craftsmen, its pieces shaped like moons and small towers. Myrovra stood beside Seraphine in a thick blue wool dress, both hands gripping a training ball nearly as large as her head. Lucivar stopped. For a moment, Seraphine saw the boy she had once protected. Then he bowed to the child. "Princess Myrovra, I am your uncle Lucivar." Myrovra looked at his face. She looked at Seraphine. "Pretty," she announced. Seraphine choked on her tea. Valor's expression became colder than the window glass. Lucivar closed his eyes briefly. "This feels deserved." Myravra walked toward him, studied his gold-brown hair, and handed him the training ball. He accepted it. The ball dropped his arms to the floor. Myravra laughed. Seraphine covered her face. Valer's mouth moved almost imperceptibly. Lucivar struggled upright with the ball. She is very strong. Yes, Valer said. Unlike some princes at her age, she does not require rescue from training equipment. Seraphine nudged her husband with one elbow. Lucivar managed to place the ball on the floor. He looked at Marevra rather than Seraphine when he spoke. Your mother protected me when we were children, he said. I did not honor that courage when I grew older. You should know that she deserved better than I gave her. Marevra understood only parts of the sentence. She picked up one puzzle moon and put it in her mouth. Seraphine removed it. No eating diplomacy. Lucivar smiled despite himself. The visit lasted half an hour. He did not ask to hold Marevra. When she climbed onto his knee to reach the puzzle, he became very still and allowed her to choose the contact. After he left, Valer stood at the window in silence. Seraphine came behind him and wrapped both arms around his waist. You behaved well. I spoke only one unnecessary sentence. 2. The second was necessary to me. She rested her cheek between his shoulder blades. She liked his face. A serious hereditary weakness. She likes yours more. He turned within her arms. How can you know? When she sees Lucivar, she says pretty. When she sees you, she runs. As though summoned, Marevra shouted from the next room, Father! Valer's entire expression changed. He crossed the chamber before the second call. Seraphine followed more slowly, smiling. Marevra's second year was marked by 3 major achievements. She learned to speak in complete sentences. She learned to climb the library shelves. She learned that the phrase royal order did not work on her grandmother. Mevrienne visited the nursery twice each week and refused all ceremonial titles from the child. Grandmother, she corrected whenever a servant said Great Witch. Marevra shortened it to Grand Maeve, which no one else was permitted to use. Mavrienne taught her to greet magic rather than command it. They sat on the playroom floor with smooth stones arranged in circles. Marevra touched each one and described whether it felt warm, cold, sleepy, loud, or stubborn. Seraphine watched from the doorway. She remembered sitting with her own mother in a much smaller cottage, listening while Mevrienne explained that magic did not become false merely because others failed to recognize it. Now Marevra had a court that celebrated every gold spark. Seraphine worried that belief without discipline might become another kind of burden. Everyone expects her to be extraordinary, she told Mevrienne one afternoon. What if she wants to be ordinary? Mevrienne continued arranging stones. Then we defend her right to be ordinary. And if she has no interest in becoming a witch? Then Dovrin will survive the disappointment. From across the room, Dovrin said, I heard that. Good. Prepare emotionally. Seraphine sat beside her daughter. What do you want to be when you grow up? Marevra thought deeply. Tall. A practical ambition. And carry father. Valer, entering behind them, stopped. Seraphine smiled. Your training begins tomorrow. No, Valer said. Marevra pointed at him. Royal order. Mevrienne shook her head. It still does not work here. When Marevra was 3, Seraphine discovered she was carrying another child. This time, the first sign was not nausea or abandoned honey bread. It was silence. Marevra had climbed into Seraphine's lap during breakfast and pressed one ear against her abdomen. There is a moon inside, she said. Seraphine nearly dropped her cup. Valer set down his report. Mevrienne, who had joined them that morning, looked from Marevra to her daughter. How long have you suspected? She asked. I have not suspected anything. Marevra patted Seraphine's stomach. A tiny gold sphere appeared beneath her palm. Valer stood. Seraphine pointed at him. Do not summon every healer in the capital. Only the royal healer. And do not rebuild the nursery wing. The west room requires reinforcement. It survived Myervra. Barely. Myervra climbed down and looked at her father. Baby moon? Valor knelt before her. Perhaps we must ask the healer. Can I carry it? Seraphine placed both hands over her abdomen. Not yet. Myervra frowned at the delay. The healer confirmed the pregnancy by noon. The second child developed under different circumstances. Seraphine was less frightened by the unknown, but more aware of everything that could change. Myervra was old enough to notice when her mother became tired, old enough to ask whether the baby would take her room, her toys, or her place at breakfast. Seraphine refused to dismiss those fears as childish. She and Valor answered every question. The baby would have a separate room, but might sleep near them at first. Myervra would not be required to share her most important toys. She would remain their daughter even when another child needed attention. Love was not grain in a winter storehouse. Giving some to the baby would not leave less for her. Myervra listened with grave concentration. Can the baby have Counselor Bravain's chair? Seraphine looked at Valor. She understands redistribution. The pregnancy also forced Seraphine to confront a new fear. During Myervra's birth, she had been surrounded by certainty and care. Now she knew exactly how difficult the process could be. Knowledge did not always reduce fear. Sometimes it gave fear a map. One winter evening, she stood alone in the Mooncore chamber, watching 5 gold spheres orbit slowly. Valor found her there. He did not ask why she had left bed. He stepped into the circle and waited until she looked at him. I am afraid again, she admitted. I know. That answer is irritating. You have moved the same sphere around the same column for an hour. It is a complicated column. He came closer. What shape does the fear have? Seraphine looked down at her hands. Last time I feared I would fail. This time I know I can endure it, and I still do not want to suffer again. That feels cowardly. Valor's face hardened, not at her, but at the word. Wanting less pain is not cowardice. My mother endured it. Your mother also complains when tea is cold. Endurance does not require gratitude for discomfort. A laugh escaped Seraphine. He placed one hand over hers. You may hate every moment and still be brave. You may ask for every form of help available. You may change your mind about plans. You may shout at me again. I was planning that last part. I assumed. She leaned her forehead against his chest. His body was warm beneath the high-collared tunic, solid and familiar. What if this child does not have magic? She asked. Then the child does not have magic. What if the child is not strong? Then the child is not strong. What if the court compares them to Myervra? Then the court learns silence. Seraphine looked up. By law? Preferably. And if law fails? I married a woman with several alternatives. The second baby arrived in early summer after a shorter labor and a much louder argument about whether Valor was allowed to order the sun to rise more slowly. He had not actually attempted to command the sun. Seraphine maintained that his expression suggested preparation. Their son was born healthy, quiet, and completely uninterested in producing magic spheres. He opened gray eyes, looked at the bright ward lights, and went back to sleep. They named him Thesivar Oren Nightcrown. Thesivar was a Western name meaning patient heart. Oren honored Odran, who pretended the choice was merely political, and then cried behind a stable wall where Fenella found him. Myervra met her brother in the family chamber. She approached the cradle with both hands behind her back because Seraphine had warned her not to lift him without permission. Thesivar slept beneath a blue blanket. Myervra stared for a long time. He is very small. You were also small, Valor said. No. There are witnesses. She looked at the baby's face. He is not pretty like father. Seraphine made a strangled sound. Valor remained solemn. He has time. Thisivar opened his eyes. Myrevra extended one finger. He closed his hand around it. A silver sphere appeared above the cradle, but it came from Myrevra, not the baby. The sphere spread into a thin, protective shell. Myrevra looked frightened. I did not mean to. Seraphine knelt beside her. You felt protective. Your magic listened. Did I trap him? No. You made a shield. We can release it together. They placed their hands side by side. Seraphine guided her daughter through a slow breath. The silver shell dissolved into harmless sparks. Myrevra looked at her brother again. He can have Brevaine's chair, she decided. The court expected the two royal children to become identical wonders. They did not. Myrevra inherited Seraphine's strength early. At 4, she could drag a training shield across the courtyard. At 5, she lifted one end of a banquet bench while 3 servants were still seated on it. At 6, she created stable gold and silver spheres, but struggled to make them stop following her emotions. Thisivar developed no visible magic during his first years. He was smaller than Myrevra had been, cautious in movement, and fascinated by locks, hinges, written symbols, and the quiet spaces behind walls. He listened before speaking. When he finally began talking in full sentences, he used them to ask why doors opened inward, why ward lines curved around windows, and why Counselor Brevaine's chair had scratches beneath one arm. Because your sister tried to move it, Valor said. Myrevra corrected him. I did move it. Thisivar studied the chair. Not far. Myrevra narrowed her eyes. Seraphine stepped between them before history repeated itself at breakfast. No fighting over furniture. He insulted my distance, Myrevra said. He made an observation. It was a rude observation. Thisivar ate a piece of apple. It was accurate. Valor covered his mouth with one hand. Seraphine turned on him. Do not encourage this. I said nothing. Your face is encouraging him. The children adored each other in the complicated manner of siblings who knew exactly where the other was vulnerable. Myrevra protected Thisivar from older children who mocked his lack of wolf strength. Thisivar protected Myrevra from consequences by noticing guards before she climbed forbidden towers. Myrevra taught him how to fall safely. Thisivar taught her how to open the pantry without breaking the lock. Seraphine punished both lessons. Valor secretly improved the pantry lock. At 7, Myrevra entered the Royal Moon Academy. Seraphine had considered educating both children privately, but she and Valor agreed that isolation would not teach them how to live among people who did not bow. The academy accepted noble and common students based on skill. Royal guards remained outside the classrooms rather than inside them. On the first day, Myrevra wore a high-collared dark blue school dress, sturdy boots, and an expression of royal confidence. Thisivar 5 held her hand until the last gate. What if they are rude? He asked. I will tell the teacher. Seraphine raised one eyebrow. Myrevra sighed. First, I will tell the teacher first. And if the teacher does nothing? Thisivar asked. Myrevra looked at her mother. Seraphine crouched before both children. Then you come home and tell us. You do not have to endure cruelty to prove you are strong, but you also do not strike someone because they say one foolish thing. Give people one chance to correct themselves. How many chances did you give people? Myrevra asked. Mevrian, standing nearby, said, usually 1, sometimes half. Mother. Accuracy matters. Myrevra's first week passed peacefully. During the second, an older student named Helvran mocked Thisivar at the gate. He was the son of a minor alpha and had inherited the unfortunate belief that loudness resembled authority. "A prince without a wolf," he said. "Maybe the queen used all her magic on the first one." Thisavar looked at the ground. Myrovra stepped between them. She was smaller than Helvran, but much stronger. "Say it again," she said. Helvran did. Myrovra looked toward the supervising teacher. The teacher had heard. He hesitated because Helvran's father sat on a regional council. Myrovra understood hesitation. She had seen adults use it before they chose the safer person to disappoint. Her fists closed. A gold sphere formed over her shoulder. Seraphine, who had arrived early to collect them, saw the moment from across the courtyard. She did not shout. She walked forward and stopped beside her daughter. Myrovra's whole body trembled with held force. "He insulted Thisavar," she said. "I heard." The teacher did nothing. "I saw." "May I hit him now?" Every child in the courtyard became silent. Seraphine looked at Helvran. Then she looked at the teacher. "No," she told Myrovra. "Not because he deserves your protection, because you deserve choices larger than the ones I had at your age." She turned to the teacher. "You will explain why you ignored cruelty in your courtyard." The teacher went pale. Helvran tried to laugh. "My father will not allow you to punish me." Seraphine smiled politely. "Your father does not govern this school. He governs 3 valleys. Then he has enough work without defending your manners." Helvran's face reddened. "The prince has no wolf. Everyone knows it." Thisavar raised his head. Before Seraphine could answer, Myrovra's gold sphere shot forward. It did not strike Helvran. It struck the heavy practice bell behind him. The bell rose from its frame, crossed the courtyard, and settled over Helvran like a large bronze cup. His feet remained visible beneath it. He was unharmed, but trapped. Myrovra looked horrified. Seraphine stared at the bell. From inside came Helvran's muffled voice. "Get me out!" Mevrian arrived at the gate in time to see Seraphine place both hands over her face. "She did not hit him," Mevrian observed. "Do not sound proud. I am evaluating progress." The incident resulted in consequences for everyone. The teacher was suspended and later retrained. Helvran apologized publicly to Thisavar and spent a month assisting the academy caretaker with bell maintenance. Myrovra repaired the damaged frame and wrote a full account of how her anger had moved the sphere before she chose its direction. Seraphine did not shame her daughter. That evening, they sat together in the Mooncore chamber. "I wanted to hurt him," Myrovra admitted. "Wanting is not doing, but power moves quickly when anger gives it permission." "You fought people." "Yes. Sometimes I was right to defend myself. Sometimes I was only hurt and wanted someone else to hurt too. Your grandmother supported me, but she also made me repair every broken gate." Myrovra looked at her hands. "Were you disappointed in me?" Seraphine's heart tightened. She drew her daughter close. "Never for being angry. Never for loving your brother. I will be disappointed only if you stop caring what your strength does to people." Myrovra leaned against her. Thisavar, who had been listening from the doorway, entered carrying the crooked stone wolf charm. He placed it in his sister's lap. "You can have it tonight," he said. "Why?" "It is for courage when things are imperfect." Myrovra hugged him hard enough to lift his feet. "Too strong," he said into her shoulder. She loosened her arms immediately. Seraphine watched them and understood that motherhood was not giving children a world without pain. It was giving them language, protection, and another chance after mistakes. Thisavar's magic appeared when he was 7. It did not arrive as a sphere, a wolf transformation, or a flash of royal power. It appeared as a line. Dovrin had brought an old ward box to the family library for repair. The box contained a cracked locking pattern that no adult had yet solved. Thisavar sat beside it for an hour, tracing the carved symbols without touching them. Then a thin silver line emerged from his fingertip. It moved through the pattern, paused at each damaged point, and connected the broken sections. The lock opened. Dovrin stopped breathing for several seconds. Thisavar looked up. Was it supposed to do that? Dovrin knelt beside him. No one has produced living thread magic in 4 generations. Myrovra rushed into the room. Can it lift things? That is not the first question, Seraphine said. It is my first question. Thisavar extended the silver thread toward a wooden block. It wrapped around the block and lifted it 1 inch. Myrovra applauded. Valor entered from the council chamber and studied the line. Pride warmed his severe face, but he did not proclaim destiny or summon officials. He crouched beside his son. How does it feel? Thisavar thought, like finding the door inside a wall. Do you want to continue? After lunch. A sound decision. Dovrin looked personally wounded. Your Highness, this is an extinct branch of wardcraft. Thisavar took Seraphine's hand. I am hungry. Seraphine led him away. Behind them, Mavrian told Dovrin, prepare emotionally. The children's differences became the strength of their bond. Myrovra could generate power faster than she could understand structure. Thisavar understood structure before he possessed enough force to affect it. Together, they learned to create woven sphere wards. Myrovra formed the glowing core, and Thisavar wrapped it in silver lines that controlled its direction. Their first attempt lifted every cushion in the library and arranged them against the ceiling. Their second locked Valor's left boot to the floor during a diplomatic reception. Their third worked perfectly until Odrin praised them, at which point Myrovra became excited and the sphere carried his hat into a chandelier. Odran looked up. I see the royal family remains committed to height. Valor said, you are fortunate it was only the hat. By the time Myrovra was 9 and Thisavar 7, the kingdom had enjoyed several peaceful years. Roads remained open, moon wards held, and the council had learned to ask the queen before purchasing furniture. Peace created new difficulties. People began turning the royal children into symbols. Northern Pax praised Myrovra as the next warrior queen. Southern scholars claimed Thisavar would become the greatest ward master alive. Merchants sold painted toys of both children without permission. One toy Myrovra carried a miniature throne. Another showed Thisavar trapped behind a book twice his size. Seraphine bought every version she could find, placed them on the council table, and asked the officials whether they enjoyed being simplified for profit. Bravain examined the toy of himself, which someone had added to the set as a removable chair. The likeness is unkind, he said. The chair is accurate, Valor replied. Seraphine and Valor decided the children needed time outside the capital. They traveled to Frostbarrow for a summer, staying in the rebuilt northern fortress where Seraphine had first controlled a great corruption sphere. Odrin commanded the district. Caldrissa served as chief flame warden and had become broad-shouldered, practical, and incapable of tolerating ceremonial shoes. Myrovra adored her immediately. You make firebirds, she said. When necessary. Are they pretty? Caldrissa looked toward Seraphine. This family remains consistent. Thisavar preferred the quarry ward rooms. He followed Dovrin through the tunnels, asking questions until the older man began carrying extra paper solely for answers. The summer was meant to be restful. It remained restful for 11 days. On the 12th, an old nursery ward beneath the fortress awakened. The ward had been built during a century when Alpha families hid children underground during border wars. It was designed to respond to royal blood, close every exit, and protect young heirs until an adult Alpha gave the release command. No one knew it still functioned. Myrovra and Thisavar found the entrance while exploring with Fenella's supervised map group. The moment both crossed the threshold, silver doors sealed behind them. No one was injured. The chamber was supplied with air, water, benches, and ancient painted walls. But the locking ward rejected every modern command. Seraphine reached the sealed door within minutes. Her first instinct was physical. She braced both hands against the silver panels and pushed. The fortress shook. The doors did not move. "Mother," Myrovra called from the other side. Her voice was steady but too high. "We are all right." Thisavar added, "The ward is frightened." Seraphine stopped pushing. Valor arrived beside her in full armor, having crossed the upper yard at a run. His wolf light pressed against the door. The ancient ward flashed red and tightened. Dovrin bent over the symbols. "It interprets royal force as an attack." Vylar withdrew immediately. Seraphine's heart hammered. Her children were separated from her by one slab of metal, and every gift she possessed made the barrier stronger. "Tell me how to break it," she said. Dovrin shook his head. "Breaking the outer pattern may collapse the chamber ceiling." Caldrissa placed both palms against the stone wall, testing heat. "Fire is impossible." Odron cleared the corridor of unnecessary guards. Mavrien, who had traveled with them, stood beside Seraphine. "Listen before you act." Seraphine almost shouted that listening would not open the door. Then she remembered saying the same thing to Myrovra after the academy bell. Power moved quickly when fear gave it permission. She closed her eyes. Behind the door, Thisavar spoke softly. "The lines are tangled around a picture of two wolves, one big, one small." Dovrin pressed his ear near a narrow seam. "Can you see where they begin?" "The small wolf's heart." Myrovra said, "There is a round place above it." Seraphine understood. The old ward had not been built to obey a king. It had been built to respond to a child and the protector connected to that child. "Myrovra," she called, "can you make one gold sphere? Very small." "I think so." "Do not force it. Think of the first light you made over Thisavar's cradle." Silence followed. Then gold shone through the seam. "I have it," Myrovra said. "Thisavar, wrap your thread around the sphere, not the door." "Why?" "Because the ward expects one child to call and one protector to answer. You will make the call together." A silver line appeared beneath the door. It curled once, then vanished back inside. The red symbols on the outer frame dimmed. Seraphine created a gold sphere in her own hands. It was no larger than the one she had brought to Lucivar's rejection ceremony years ago. That first sphere had represented proof she hoped another person would accept. This one carried no need to prove anything. It carried recognition. She placed it against the large wolf's heart carved outside the door. Inside, Myrovra placed her sphere against the small wolf. Thisavar connected both patterns with his thread. The ward opened. The doors parted without sound. Myrovra stood in front of the younger map students, her gold sphere raised as a shield. Thisavar knelt beside the wall, silver thread still glowing between his fingers. Seraphine entered but stopped herself from grabbing them too quickly. "May I?" she asked. Both children ran into her arms. Valor joined them a moment later, wrapping his body around all three. His breath shook once against Seraphine's hair. Myrovra whispered, "I was scared." "So was I," Seraphine said. Thisavar looked at the open door. "You did not break it." "No." "You listened." Seraphine kissed his forehead. "I am still learning." The old nursery ward became a new school after Dovrin and Thisavar documented its design. Myrovra insisted the first lesson taught there should be how not to trap children. Caldrissa added emergency flame channels. Odrin counted every exit twice and sent Valor a written guarantee that none led to bridges. The incident changed Seraphine more than the public understood. She had once measured protection by what she could lift, strike, block, or carry. Motherhood taught her that sometimes protection meant leaving space for children to use what she had taught them. That lesson was painful. It was also necessary. As Minerva approached adolescence, her strength increased faster than her patience. She trained with Seraphine, Odrin, and the palace guard, but she hated being watched by people waiting to decide whether she was impressive enough. One afternoon, she failed to stabilize a 7-sphere formation before a group of visiting alphas. 2 spheres collided, scattering harmless gold sparks across the yard. A young noble laughed. Minerva went silent. Seraphine recognized that silence. After the visitors left, she found her daughter alone beside the old fountain where she had once thrown Lucivar's bullies. Minerva sat on the stone rim, shoulders rigid. "I know what you will say," she muttered. "That saves time. What will I say?" "That failure is part of training. That magic grows in its own shape. That I should not care what foolish people think." Seraphine sat beside her. "Those are all true. None of them make humiliation pleasant." Minerva looked at her. "I wanted to put him in the fountain." "I noticed." "You would have." "At your age, yes." "Then why should I be better than you?" Seraphine considered the question carefully. "You do not owe the world perfection because I made mistakes, but I hope you will have more choices than I did. I fought because sometimes no adult stood between me and cruelty except my mother. You have me, your father, your grandmother, teachers, laws, and your own voice. Use all of them. Keep your fists as one tool, not the only one." Minerva looked down at the water. "What if people think I am weak for not fighting?" "People thought I was weak while I carried a prince and his throne. Their thoughts were not reliable." A reluctant smile appeared. Seraphine nudged her shoulder. "Also, if you put every fool in this fountain, the gardeners will demand higher wages." "Would father pay them?" "He would make the fools pay." "That is fair." Minerva leaned against her. Across the courtyard, Valor watched without approaching. He had learned that some rescues required him to remain near enough to help and far enough not to interrupt. Thesivar grew into a quiet boy with a dangerous understanding of buildings. At 10, he discovered 3 hidden passages in the palace and reported 2 of them. Seraphine learned about the 3rd when she found both children entering the kitchen through a wall cupboard after midnight. Minerva held a pie. Thesivar held a detailed map. "Explain," Seraphine said. Thesivar looked at the map. "The western passage requires ventilation." "Explain the pie." Minerva held it closer. "Evidence." Valor arrived behind Seraphine, took in the scene, and asked, "What kind?" "Apple." "Then the investigation will be thorough." Seraphine turned slowly. "You are not helping." He took the pie from Minerva. "I am securing evidence." They ate it in the family sitting room while the children described the passage. The next morning, Thesivar helped Dovrin seal 2 unsafe sections and convert the rest into an emergency route. Seraphine made both children apologize to the cook. The cook forgave them after receiving a new pantry lock designed by Thesivar and a promise from Minerva not to test it with physical force. The promise lasted 4 months. The family returned to the Hall of 12 Moons on the 15th anniversary of the day Lucivar rejected Seraphine. The court called it Mooncore Day now, though Seraphine still thought carrying the wrong chair day would have been more accurate. The ceremony honored new village wardens, teachers, miners, healers, and craftspeople. Seraphine had insisted that the celebration belonged to the kingdom rather than to her marriage. Minerva stood at her left, tall for her age, dressed in a complete, high-collared dark blue gown with silver training cuffs. 7 small spheres moved around her in a calm ring. Thesevar stood at Valor's right in a formal black tunic. Fine silver threads connected the hall's oldest cracked moon carvings, repairing them without hiding their age. Mavrian watched from the front row. Lucivar attended as Southern Alpha. Time had silvered one strand of his gold-brown hair, but his face remained beautiful enough that Marevra leaned toward Seraphine and whispered, "Still pretty." Valor heard. "Hereditary weakness," he murmured. Seraphine squeezed his hand. "You remain the preferred evidence." Caldrissa stood with Fenella and Odron near the wardens. Dovrin complained quietly that the ceremony lighting interfered with his measurements. Brevane sat in a reinforced chair he had purchased with his own money and registered through the correct office. The final honoree was a young witch from a western village. She had failed every traditional flame test. Instead, her magic formed flat squares that could seal broken roofs during storms. The academy had mocked her until Myrevra found one of the squares holding a collapsed training wall. The girl approached Seraphine with shaking hands. "Your Majesty," she said, "they told me my magic was wrong." Seraphine remembered a plum-sized sphere in a velvet box. She remembered laughter, a pearl clasp, and the weight of a throne beneath her hands. She also remembered her mother saying the truth before anyone else believed it. "Magic is not wrong because a teacher has not learned its language," Seraphine said. "But power must still be trained. Will you do the work?" The girl nodded fiercely. "Then the Mooncore School will do its work too." Seraphine placed the warden's silver cord around her shoulders. The hall applauded. A sudden crash sounded near the eastern doors. Every guard turned. Myrevra's spheres flared. Thesevar's threads tightened. Valor stepped forward. Then Counselor Brevane emerged from behind a fallen display board, uninjured but covered in ceremonial ribbons. "The support was poorly balanced," he announced. Thesevar examined it. "You leaned on it." Brevane looked offended. "I tested it." Myrevra lifted the entire board with one hand. "Where should I put him?" she asked Seraphine. The hall became silent with expectation. Seraphine considered the eastern doors. Brevane raised both hands. "Your Majesty, I have repaired 3 villages this year." "True." "And registered my chair." "Also true." "May I remain inside?" Seraphine looked at her daughter. "Set the board upright. Leave the counselor where he is." Myrevra obeyed. Brevane sighed with relief. Mavrienne called from the front row, "You have become very restrained." Seraphine smiled. "I am a mother now. I must model civilization." Valor leaned toward her. "You threw a table into the river last spring." The children were not present. "They heard the song about it." "That was not my fault." The ceremony ended at sunset. Later, the royal family returned to the western garden where Seraphine and Valor had spent so many quiet afternoons. The roses had been replaced by winter lanterns, each holding one small gold sphere made by Academy students. Myrevra challenged her father to an arm-wrestling match at the stone table. Valor accepted with excessive seriousness. Thesevar inspected the table first. "It is reinforced," he said. "By your grandmother," Seraphine told him. "Then it is safe." Myrevra planted her elbow. Valor did the same. Seraphine sat between Mavrienne and Lucivar, who had been invited to share the family meal for the first time in many years. Lucivar watched his brother pretend to struggle. "He is letting her think she is close," he said. Seraphine shook her head. "No, he began pretending 3 years ago. Now he is actually close." Myrevra pushed harder. Valor's chair slid backward 1 inch. Odran, seated across the garden, shouted, "Very elegant, King." Valor's eyes narrowed. Myrevra used the distraction and forced his hand to the table. The garden erupted in cheers. Valor looked at his daughter, pride overcoming royal dignity. Again. Tomorrow, Myerva said, I need cake. A sound warrior's judgment, Seraphine said. Thisavar had already cut the cake into mathematically equal pieces. He gave the largest to Mevrian because she had built the table. Lucivar received a smaller piece and accepted it without complaint. At one point, Myerva asked him whether he had truly been carried outside on a throne. He looked at Seraphine. She waited. Yes, he said. Your mother was heartbroken and still stronger than everyone in the room. Did you cry? Later. Did grandmother defend mother? She always did. Myerva considered this. Did father claim her because she was strong? Valor answered before Lucivar could. No, I chose her because she was herself when no one was applauding. Her strength was part of her. It was never the price of being loved. Seraphine looked at him across the lantern light. Years had altered his face only slightly. He remained the most handsome man she had ever seen, which she considered a remarkable act of royal consistency. But the sight that moved her most was his hand resting beside Myerva's on the table, careful not to crowd her, and Thisavar leaning against his shoulder while reading a ward diagram. She had once believed love meant standing in front of someone and absorbing every blow meant for them. Then she learned love could mean standing beside someone who chose courage for himself. Motherhood taught her another form. Sometimes love stood behind a child and allowed her to speak. Sometimes it knelt to hear a quiet son describe the door inside a wall. Sometimes it admitted fear, accepted help, repaired what power had damaged, and returned the next day to try again. Myerva came around the table and dropped into Seraphine's arms with the confidence of a child who had never doubted she would be caught. She was nearly too large for it. Seraphine lifted her anyway. Thisavar joined them more carefully. Valor wrapped one arm around all three. Mevrian watched with wet eyes and made no attempt to hide them. Lucivar looked away for a moment, honoring an old grief without trying to reclaim the life that had grown beyond it. Above the garden, Myerva's 7 gold spheres rose into the night. Thisavar sent silver threads between them. Seraphine added 1 deep purple moon at the center. Valor's wolflight surrounded the pattern, not controlling it, only guarding its edges. The children stared upward. It looks like a crown, Myerva said. It looks like a map, Thisavar corrected. Seraphine rested her head against Valor's shoulder. It can be both. The pattern shone over the palace, visible from the streets below. People stopped to look. No one saw a rejected witch begging to be believed. They saw a queen who had created a new language for magic, a king who had learned that protection did not mean possession, a grandmother whose faith had never depended on proof, and 2 children free to become more than symbols of their parents. Seraphine looked at Myerva's determined face and Thisavar's quiet eyes. Do you know what I want you to remember? She asked them. Myerva answered first. Do not put people under bells. That is useful, but not the main lesson. Thisavar said, ask before carrying someone. Valor gave Seraphine a pointed look. Also useful, she said, but no. The children waited. You do not have to become extraordinary to deserve love. You do not have to rescue everyone to earn a place beside them. And when people refuse to believe the truth about you, you may keep explaining if the explanation serves you, but you may also stop wasting your breath and continue building your life. Myerva thought about that. May I still fight sometimes? When protection truly requires it, when other choices have failed, and when you are prepared to repair what you break. That is many conditions. Your grandmother created most of them. Mevrian lifted her cup. Civilization is complicated. Thisavar traced 1 silver thread through the air. What if a door is locked? Seraphine smiled. First, learn why. Then decide whether to open it, mend it, or build a better door. Valor's hand tightened gently at her waist. "And what if someone buys another unnecessary table?" Myrova asked. Seraphine looked toward the river beyond the walls. Valor sighed. "Then," Seraphine said, "we consider the depth of the water,